Yeah, the only downside of that one is when you play it, even if you're muted, it still works. So you can set your own volume levels, but we'll get to hear it happening too. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's a preview button as well, but I think I misclicked.
My only complaint for that board is they should have it set up so it's a breakout window, so you can have, say, a split screen, half at the board, half at the rest of Discord, like you normally would run. The fact that it appears over the top of part of text, or depending on how your setup is, it's a bit annoying. But I'd love to see a breakout window for it.
What conversation? DJ's not even here.
Hey, don't worry about that, Rich. Move on. Mistakes have pencils have erasers, okay?
Okay.
You'll need to rehash some bullshit from an hour ago or whatever.
Where did that CG guy go? He was here, then he was gone. Algo traders here.
I've been using that joke like everywhere I go today when I talk to somebody, at the store or whatever, and if I go like, "Hey, did you guys hear that Katy Perry has a new song?" And they're like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's called I Kissed the Ground and I Liked It." It's pretty hilarious too, because almost only one person was like, "Oh, what a brave and amazing thing she did." Like everyone else, like 20 other people were like, "Yeah, what a joke! What an absolute shit show joke!" Like this is like the dumbest shit they've seen in a long time. Like they're like saying you had astronauts stranded. You've had they didn't even go high as Mercury, and that's like 70 years ago. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, if Jeff Bezos is the guy making all that happen, he's out of touch with he's just out of touch in general.
I think it's just overall he's like I wouldn't say like a super villain, but I mean, come on, Lex Luthor. Dude, you've got your own evil lair with some sort of clock that ticks like every 1,000 years in a mountain. I mean, it's like, come on already. It's like,
What she kissed the ground for?
So the patch on her shoulder would face the right way up, or on the front of her would face the right way up.
Yeah, it was like because she went to space for like 3 minutes and 10 seconds, or maybe less.
Have you been to space?
Well, in the globe model, you're in space right now.
I'm asking you. Have you been away from the Earth far enough to call it space?
Have I been in outer space?
Mm-hmm.
No. Outer space.
Well, how could you say that it wouldn't be scary enough to come back and kiss the ground?
Yeah, because she didn't go to outer space either. She went to not even low orbit, not even suborbit.
She went past the
Rich, she wasn't scared. She was playing around with a flower.
The Maginot Line, which derives space from Earth.
You call it the Maginot Line? That's from World War I, dude. Like, what the?
There's World War II.
World War II, yeah. That's like the French defense that will stop the Germans, and like it lasted like
you should have just went
5 hours.
You should have just went with it.
She was twirling daisies.
What do you think of the patch? The mission patch? Do you think that's suspicious at all?
Oh, no, I don't give a fuck about the patch. Well, Morvis is wrong because she obviously went into a capsule at least.
Doesn't mean the capsule left the ground. And
no, but she said Morvis said she didn't go anywhere, and she went in a capsule. So he's demonstrably wrong.
Oh, when he says she didn't go anywhere, I think he means that she didn't go into space. Yeah.
You think
from the videos,
they didn't go past the Maginot Line?
Well, from what I can see, I would doubt they even left the ground. And even her fans are saying the same thing, yeah? There's many just normies out there that are
no one's calling Katy Perry's fans smart, right?
Well, there's plenty of normies out there that are just stating that this is bullshit, yeah? And I'd have to agree.
Well, I think they're stating it's bullshit for different reasons than you guys would be, in all honesty. I don't think they would look at the door opening early as anything other than what it was, which was a publicity stunt, right?
Are these good explanations, or are these copes?
I would say this is a perfectly valid explanation. It's honestly likely the normal... Well, I use Occam's razor. Some people like to use Conspiracy's razor.
Well, not conspiracy. There's lots of different razors. There's Hitchens' razor that without evidence can be... claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Morvis's claim that the door wouldn't hold the seal is not true because if they were to open the latch from the inside, right, there's nothing to keep the door closed, whereas if they're in space past the Maginot Line, they would have 14 point or whatever pressure is inside the capsule pressing against the door to hold the pressure when there's no pressure on the other side. So it would obviously keep it closed. Then it would come back down and it's matched with the same pressure on each side. It's going to swing open, but
sounds like you would be one of the. Sounds like you'd be one of the new sheep.
New?
So, what's your favourite Katy Perry song?
Sorry? What's my favorite Katy Perry song?
Correct.
The only one I really know is like the "Do you ever feel like a plastic bag Drifting
Yeah,
through the
please stop.
wind, wanting to start again. That's the only one I know, so probably that one.
Terrible.
Terrible.
I thought
I wasn't really trying, but that hurts.
I'd say her favorite song that I like, mostly because of the music video, like the content in it, is that
Oh, it's
she's
Firework.
Wide Awake.
Okay, I don't know that one. All I know is Fireworks, though.
Yeah, like in the song
The
Wide
only
Awake.
song I've ever played.
Like in the song, she's kind of like describing when she went to be a performer. She had a lot of like delusions of what it was going to be like, and then there's a lot of scummy crap that happens. There's a lot of bad actors that you're constantly dealing with, and it's also too the imagery and stuff in there. It's just like it gives you almost this like Pan's Labyrinth sort of feel to it. That's
interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, the music video is outstanding. I mean, just type in Wide Awake. It's really good.
Okay, so obviously Crit's the biggest Katy Perry fan in the room.
No, that one song. That one.
No, but you're still like the more that I barely remembered the chorus. Like,
yeah, I would say Dark Horse is a pretty good one too.
Actually, I am with you on Dark Horse.
Because I thought it was interesting. Well, I heard of. Am I lagging?
Of course, Rayleigh Criterion likes Kanye.
Okay, and the Dark Horse one is good because a lot of people got upset by it, saying that she was cultural appropriation and that.
Oh God! Don't listen to those people.
Well, no, that's why I paid attention to it because there's a lot of controversy, and people know the term Dark Horse is really old. It just means somebody won who was behind. Someone came from behind and won, and they won in such a spectacular way that you're kind of like. Why were they even the underdog to begin with? They were clearly the champion from the start, but people underrated, the victor. And then I think the whole thing with being like, the music video being like Egyptian and stuff, that was just for, aesthetics. It didn't have to do anything with real Egyptian culture.
You a fan of Graham Hancock at all, Crit?
No, I can't think of, can't think of anything from them.
Graham Hancock was a guy on Joe Rogan. He made a Netflix special about an ancient civilization like Atlantis. Old Hawk, you know that those rockets that are really fancy are still falling, right? They're still being dropped.
Well, I'm talking about the ones that get grabbed by the grabber arms.
No, but those aren't supposed to carry people ever. Like, they're supposed to take people up. They're supposed to take people up. They're supposed to take people up, but then there's the idea is instead of just NASA dropping these boosters into the ocean, never to be used again, that they're going to land so that they can use the boosters again in the engines in future. What they're doing with Blue Origin, like the idea that they get tossed up into the air and then come back down, is completely different than something being put into orbit.
Are those rockets? You're saying those rockets that get grabbed by the mechanical arms are returning from an orbit?
They are putting things into orbit.
No, that's not
right?
Okay. Anyways, that's not what I was. So you're saying they're going up there and sending things in orbit?
Well, they're using a bunch of propulsion. They're using a lot of their fuel. They're using a lot of their fuel and their purpose to throw something into orbit and then come back and then come back and land. That's the point of them.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because when they would have the rocket, like the rocket boosters on the side of Saturn V, right? Those were solid state, not state. Sorry, they were solid, like gas, not solid gas. The solid fuel. That is the word I was looking for. Solid fuel boosters that just fell off the rocket and fell into the ocean to be left there. But the idea that you could have a booster on the side of the rocket that could be sent up and sent with the rocket and then come back down once it's served its purpose is the idea of the Falcon.
I don't think you're right. I mean, I'm saying, like, I'm not going to challenge. I don't think you care to Google it. I'm pretty sure that Saturn didn't have any solid. That's why they're going now with Artemis. They want solid propellant because they thought it was that Saturn was. They were surprised that nothing.
Well, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It could be liquid. But the idea, we could both agree that with the Saturn V rocket, the boosters on the side were ejected to be lost, right? Like they're not trying to get those back. And the idea behind the Falcon is that they get them
Saturn,
back.
I think you're talking about the space shuttles. Saturn's the thing that went to the moon.
No, I'm talking about Saturn. Saturn V.
Okay.
Yeah, Saturn V was Apollo 11. So,
the whole Apollo program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was Saturn V?
Yeah, the whole thing was Saturn V.
Okay. I'm willing to learn.
Okay. So, what do you think of the Northrop Grumman, or Gumran? How do you say that? Northrop Grumman with it. Grumman. Did you hear that their whole facility where they're building these boosters exploded, and they're talking about a total loss. Like the building is gone.
I would hate to be their insurance company.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. That seems kind of odd. Like, is this going to delay Artemis even more? That these solid state boosters, to coin a phrase, are they going to? Is that it? Are they?
Well, maybe if you didn't have these flat Earth Timothy McVeighs going in and
the fuck out of here. You actually don't. You might not have heard. This is old lore that one of these guys used to come in here and said he was on the plant or the list, the ship, colony ship going to Mars, but he wasn't going to tell any flat earthers because flat earthers were going to conduct a terrorist attack to keep the Mars mission from happening. And I'm like,
who knows, man? You pointed out to me that 1 in 10 Americans are flat earthers. That's scary.
How's that scary?
Because 1 in 10 people are Timothy McVeigh. No, I'm sorry, that was too far.
No.
I'm sorry.
That he was not. Do you think he was a flat
earther? No, he's fucked.
No way. It's
no.
10. No shot.
That's what they said on Fox News, bro. They showed that.
No shot. I don't believe that. Maybe for the Fox News demographic.
No, it's not the Fox News. It was 3 polls.
It said 4 Americans.
Yeah, it did.
No shot.
It did 3 polls. One was conducted by a university, one was like Pew, and the other one was like an internal one done by CNN. And
they have a sample size.
Yeah, the sample size is all 3 of the polls, and they said they compared them all together, and they got.
Look, how many people roughly?
Yeah, well, the thing is, you use a standard deviation in p-value.
You do.
Yeah, so the number doesn't count as much as long as you know what the standard deviation p-value is. And they were said these 3 polls conducted by 3 independent agencies with 3 completely different sample sizes all got around.
They didn't deviate,
10%, yeah.
From each other.
I mean, at least look at the screenshot or whatever that Crit will send you.
Well, I sent you the links to the original studies too.
Maybe not me, but
there was one that was done on Twitter, just a rough poll of some random person's account, and there was like 80k people that selected, and it was 11.5% on that.
That's what the poll was interesting too, because that's 10% of people who say the Earth is flat. There's like another 30% that say they're unsure, like they're not even sure.
Yeah, but they probably just aren't thinking about it, right? You have to actively believe the Earth is flat.
Sure. They're not sure. They're like, I don't know. It's a toss-up. It could be either one.
That's not what that means. Saying I'm unsure doesn't mean it's a toss-up.
Yeah, unsure means like they're working through some cognitive dissonance. They'd be like, hey, I look at the ground, it's flat, measure's flat, everything's flat, and then I look at human history, flat, geocentric, and then they look at the Catholic Church and systems of power and control, and they're like, but these people over here who have all the guns, they're telling me it's not a flat. So they don't really sure what to do with that, because on one hand they observe and know there's a flat stationary Earth.
Learn about the globe as they look up people who have guns.
Yeah, the government. That's what I'm saying. The U.S. federal government, yes, has lots of guns.
That's why people believe in the globe.
Yeah, authority. It's about the systems of authority. When you ask them too, they'll generally say, "Why do you think so?" NASA told me.
That's not. I've never heard. All the people I know that believe in agree. None of them say NASA told me.
Let me please Steelman Crit. I just want to Steelman Crit and just say, a lot of people believe in the globe because it's what they were taught. Obviously, pointing to people with guns.
Not the same thing.
I know, but it's still authority. Like he's still. At the end of the day, he's still going to authority.
Describing blind authority. Authority educating you on things that exist. Isn't just saying, it's authority. That's learning from someone that knows more than you.
Yeah,
the guy. You're the one who's didn't like the poll. Yeah, that's first I'd heard of that poll too. But the undecided people, or the people who are not sure or whatever, you said something about flat Earth requiring active belief. Well, people are waking up to the fact that the globe, the outer space mythology, requires active belief.
I don't know what that sentence is supposed to mean.
Well, that's where those people who are maybe clicking, they don't know. They're realizing, you're right. All this stuff about outer space, ball spinning, hurtling, chasing a dying star. That's just what I was told.
The reason I say
if they're unconvinced, they're allowed to be unconvinced. That's perfectly fine. That's just pointing out the failure of the United States education.
I said it takes active belief to believe in a flat Earth because there are some there are just impossibilities in the observations of things. Like it just couldn't happen.
For example,
so for having two celestial poles, right? So having the stars rotate clockwise one section of the sky and the counterclockwise in another. It just
that's not the ground. Whatever you want to claim about whatever you want to claim about it, though, that isn't the ball. That has nothing to do with the ball.
These observations are literally impossible on a flat Earth. You can't do anything about it. There's no way to make these work. I just explained to you. You can't have 2 points of rotation.
So let's figure out if the Earth is flat or not.
Sure.
How about we figure out if the Earth is flat or not first?
So I just told you there are some things that are just simply impossible.
That's just circular reasoning then.
Sure, I'll explain to you the reasoning. Let's say that it doesn't matter. You could say the ground is. You just said let's explain reasoning. So you can say either.
No, I said it's circular. You're employing circular logic.
Wait, let's see. So you can say either the sky is spinning or
it's already been demonstrated.
Can I finish, or am I not allowed to?
I don't know. Can you? I mean, it doesn't really matter. You've already demonstrated that what you're going to do is circular. Go on.
Can I finish, or are you gonna keep it? I can mute if you're gonna keep interrupting me.
No, go on. But you've already toasted your toast.
No, I asked, are you gonna interrupt me? Like, it's fine if you are. I'll just mute.
Okay, well, dude, take a breath. Go ahead. You got the floor. Okay. We want you here. We want you to talk. The thing is, if you want to set some kind of boundary, give us a second to get it in place, and we'll work through it. Because generally we do open flow conversation, unless somebody's doing like a one-on-one. So you could say, hey, one-on-one, or hey, can you give me some space here, or whatever, and we'll work through it. All right?
Yeah, fine. It's 24/7. All I was saying, I was pointing out that it seemed to be circular reasoning to me, and you said, no, I'm going to repeat it for you. But go on.
I didn't say I would repeat it. I said I would want to finish. So the first thing is there are just observations that exist. We know that if you take a time lapse to the sky, the stars will spin in a clockwise direction around the north. I actually don't know if I think it's counterclockwise in the north, around the North Star, and then it will go. The stars will spin counterclockwise.
So you don't know that.
In the summer hemisphere. I don't know if it's clockwise or counterclockwise.
The stars will go east to west.
Yeah, but you can also describe it as clockwise or counterclockwise.
Yeah, but they'll go east to west no matter where you do your long-term exposure. It'll go east to west.
Yeah, but you can also describe it as clockwise or counterclockwise.
That's fine. You can describe it as a Munchkin's picnic.
So,
but when you do your long-term exposure, you already said you don't know. But when you do your long-term exposure, it'll go east to west no matter where you are.
Okay, cool. So when you look, I thought it was counterclockwise. That's why I corrected myself. Yeah, in the north, if you look at a long-term exposure, you could say long-term exposure.
This wouldn't be a good.
I'm so sorry, man. I thought it was open floor. I can totally mute.
It's fine, dude. But I'm just having a back and forth with you. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. To have a back and forth, you normally don't interrupt someone, but just so you know. But
Yeah,
I'll keep
well,
going.
to have a back and forth, you would also acknowledge what the other person said. That's
Yeah,
all
you
I'm
could
doing is
yeah.
responding to things I'm saying. You're going, la, 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 la.
Yeah, you could describe it as east and west, and you could describe it as clockwise and counterclockwise. Both work. I'm describing it as clockwise and counterclockwise. So when you look at the sky and you do a time lapse or you do a
they're
long
both
exposure,
east to west.
yep. So I'll describe it as clockwise and counterclockwise.
So this is where we've stepped into your imaginarium.
Well, it's not
Yeah,
imaginary.
look,
It's
I
literally
gotta say
clockwise
that-
and counterclockwise. That's not imaginary.
I got to say that old Horsburn was right from the very beginning with your statement that you made, yeah? Because your statement was, it's impossible to have 2 points of rotation or star rotation over a flat Earth, therefore it can only be a sphere, yeah? And the first
You
point...
didn't say that second part.
Yes, you did.
I didn't say
And
that
the
second
first-
part.
You sure as shit did.
It's 24-hour recorded. We can go back. Do you want to go back?
No worries. So, again,
Okay.
it was pointed out that this is just circular reasoning, yeah? You're trying to prove the sphere
I didn't even finish.
with the sphere,
So,
yeah?
I didn't do that
I'm just
either.
I'm addressing your first statement before we go any further, yeah? And again,
My first statement. We could go back. And
it
check the
was
video
your
if you want.
first statement.
Let's go
It
check
is
the video.
impossible to have 2 points of rotation over a flat Earth, therefore it can't be flat. That's your statement.
Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't said it proved
Yeah,
the
cool.
globe. Yeah.
No worries. So again, it's just circular reasoning to start with. Secondly, it's a false dichotomy, and thirdly,
I never made
it's
a dichotomy.
it's an appeal to ignorance. You're not arguing for a globe.
Yeah, that's why I said I never made a dichotomy.
Yeah. You're not arguing for a globe then.
Yeah, I just said there's something.
So
that
what are
just
you
proves a flat
arguing
Earth.
for then?
That it's not a flat Earth.
That's not a flat Earth. So what is it?
I don't know. It's just not flat.
Oh, you don't know.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, to state that it cannot happen over a flat Earth is just an appeal to ignorance or an
Well, let's
argument
see
from
if I can
ignorance. So
finish it.
it's just fallacious reasoning, yeah?
Well, let's see if I could finish. Let's see if that's the case.
No, we don't need to see an appeal
I
from
thought it was
ignorance.
open.
You're stating that there is no other option, that it has to be this because it can't be this, yeah? You're
No, that's
implying
not what I said. That's a false dichotomy.
You're implying that flat Earth models struggle to explain 2 poles of
flat Earth model.
rotation. Therefore, it can't be true. This is
There is no flat
called
Earth
an
model.
appeal to ignorance.
There's no flat Earth model.
Well, you're offering one up when you're stating that it can't be,
No.
when it cannot occur over a flat surface.
Yeah, it's a flat surface. Exactly. No
So
matter
what model are you
flat
using?
surface.
What model are you
not using a
using for
model.
star rotation over a flat surface to state that it's impossible?
I'm not using model. I'm saying that
Well,
the
you must be.
observations can't be made on a flat surface.
The
That's just a
observations can't be
Yes.
made on a flat surface.
Observations above our head can't be made on a flat surface. Yeah, you could go into a room and try this with your ceiling
Yeah,
fan.
an appeal to ignorance.
It's not an appeal to ignorance. If you stand in your room and look at your ceiling fan, no matter where you stand in the room, no matter which direction you're looking at, the ceiling fan will always put a clock above your head and try to make the head go
Excellent.
counterclockwise.
So whilst you're staring at your ceiling fan,
Wait,
what
I wasn't
shape
even
is your
finished with
floor?
my thing.
What shape is
I
the
wasn't
floor
even
while
finished
you're
with my
staring
thing.
up?
Oh, can I finish my
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
and I'll answer
finished.
that question? Cool.
What shape
So-
is the floor while you're staring at the fan?
Oh, I wanted to finish
prove
my
what?
thing before I got interrupted
Yeah,
twice.
that's
Can I
great.
finish my thing?
But, yeah, no. Answer the
I
fucking
can't finish my
question.
thing?
You're
I'm
staring
muted,
at the
I can't
fucking
finish it.
fan. What shape is the floor? You're a coward. Your trick
can
is
I-
to
can I
talk
finish
over
my
people
thing?
and. Your trick is to talk through people. I'm a cunt too. I can do it also.
Let me step it
You're
out for
staring
him
at your
one more.
fan. Okay, AJ.
Let's step it out one more time. Claiming something is false because it hasn't been explained or proven true is an argument from ignorance. You, my friend, are ignorant and you are not using logic. You're using fallacious reasoning. There is nothing to answer and nothing for you to explain. We don't need you to explain your fallacy any further. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, so I didn't say that. I said it's just impossible.
You just
right?
fucking said it, you idiot. Your exact
Yeah.
statement. You can't have 2 points of star rotation over a flat surface, therefore cannot be flat. Claiming something is false because it hasn't been explained or proven true is a classical argument from
It's not that it hasn't been explained or true. It's just not possible.
No. Stating it's not possible is the argument from ignorance because, yes, it means it hasn't been shown or proven true to occur. This is just an argument from ignorance.
I think 1 + 1 equals 2 and not 3 because it hasn't been shown.
We don't need to hear your explanations of your fallacious reasoning. Do you have anything else than star rotation that can't work over a flat surface?
Sure. So lunar eclipses can't work either.
Lunar eclipses?
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, again, argument from ignorance, no different. And you guys have got your own issues with lunar eclipses with the Solnelian eclipse.
Oh, we're not.
No, you don't understand.
Eclipses?
You don't
We're just gonna avoid
understand.
that entirely.
Well, yeah, a
I
Solnelian
understand.
eclipse is
I
a lunar
understand.
eclipse.
I'll talk.
He's not saying that they haven't been explained under the flat Earth. It's that they can't
It's
be
not
explained
possible.
under the
Yeah.
No. It can't be explained is an argument from ignorance.
No, it's not.
No,
So,
saying it hasn't
it's
been
false.
explained.
It's not
It's false
possible.
because, well, who's explained it? Who's verified the
It's not
information to
possible.
explain it? People may have, again, it's not possible. There you go. There's your argument from ignorance. More fallacious reasoning.
It's not an argument. It's a statement of truth.
No, it's not a statement of truth.
Do you want to explain it then?
So how do we get an impossible eclipse on your globe?
No. The stars. Explain the stars to me.
Oh my
No,
lord!
you were
no,
talking
dude.
about the fucking
Your
moon.
dish gallop isn't
Stick
going
to
to work.
it.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can go to
so
lunar eclipses if
here,
we
let
want
me-
to.
let me help.
Shut up, Rich.
Do we want to move on? We can move on to lunar eclipses.
No, you want to move on.
No, I'll stay at the stars. I love the stars.
No, the lunar eclipse.
Yeah.
So
someone else
explain the Selenian eclipse to us. If you think eclipses are proof that the Earth is a ball, explain the Selenian eclipse.
that. I didn't say it's proof of the Earth is a ball. I just said that's impossible.
Yeah,
on a flat
yes, you
surface.
did. This is twice you.
I
Yeah,
didn't
you
say that.
did.
We could go back on the recording. Do you want to do that?
Okay, well, you implied that. Why'd you bring it up
I
then?
didn't imply it because someone
Why
asked
did
me
you
what's an
bring it up then?
Someone asked me what's an impossible observation over the flat Earth, and I said one. Lunar eclipses
Can I
are.
ask one question? If the flat
Oh
Earth
my lord!
proposition, if the flat Earth proposition can't explain anything or hasn't managed to explain it so far, what use is it?
That's a good question. I like that question.
Well, it's an
because
opportunity
it
for
gets
people
you
to
out
pull
of the
their heads
shit,
out of their
that's why.
asses.
That's a good answer.
Okay.
I like that answer.
Would it be able to explain something?
Is that good enough for you, Pazza?
So, Paz,
Is
you
the
believe
opportunity
that,
to pull your head out of your ass not enough?
Okay, so let's supposing
Okay.
is that all you've got really in response?
No,
to
I'm
that question?
asking. Is that not good enough for you to live without your head lodged in your ass?
Okay, so let's suppose we all do that. Then what do we do?
Well, why did you parachute into this discussion if you're just going to bellyache?
Was it?
Sure,
Did
it's
you
a good
find that
question. That's a very simple
did
question.
You find that simple question?
And you like the
offensive?
answer.
Okay, it's very simple.
It's okay.
answer.
There are.
So Paz, since you want a white knight for your stupid friend down the bottom,
I don't want
you
a white
can
knight
explain
for him.
the cell.
I also
Yeah,
don't
you
know
fucking
this
were.
either.
I'm
You
not
opened
white-
your
I'm
pie
not
hole at the
white-
wrong time. You were white knighting for your dickhead friend to try to cover his ass because he's about to get reamed. Either you or the other clown can explain the Selenelion eclipse on a ball tard. Fucking
Wait, what is
pronto.
that?
You,
So-
Tuachner, wanted to talk about fucking eclipses. Now you've got it jammed down your throat. Start coughing up the goods.
The lunar eclipse? What I
It's
think
one
it
of
is?
your lunar eclipses. You brought up lunar eclipses. This is a lunar eclipse.
What's the
You
video
went
that
from-
you posted?
you went from, hang on a second, you went from that there cannot possibly be 2 points of star rotation over a flat surface, therefore it cannot be flat. I explained to you how that this is a false dilemma or an argument from ignorance, yeah? Claiming something is false because it hasn't been explained or proven to be true yet, yeah? Then you want to go on to how do we gish gallop around and explain how we explain lunar eclipses, yeah? Explaining lunar eclipses has nothing to do with the measurements of the surface of Earth to begin with. Yeah, and this also addresses Paz.
Observation of
Hang
the flat
on.
Earth.
This also addresses Paz, stating that if we can't explain lunar eclipses, then what's the use of flat Earth? Yeah. Well, the fact of the matter is that Earth measures flat, and these topics are all secondary to that point. Do not prove that the Earth is not flat. Second to that, you want to talk about lunar eclipses being impossible over a flat Earth. Again, another argument from ignorance. Please explain your own lunar eclipses with the Salnelian eclipse.
Can you spell that for me? Because I'm not familiar with that. Can you spell it? Or the type
So you want to talk about lunar eclipses, but you don't have any idea about lunar eclipses. Why should we even speak to you even further in regards to this subject? You have no fucking clue what you're speaking about, and you've made that very evident.
And explanations are
saying that,
worthless.
but like you won't let me. You won't let me.
And
speak, so it's a little hard.
explanations are worthless without demonstration. Any moron can
agree.
explain something, fuckwits. So explanations are just so stories. They're fucking worthless. You need to demonstrate the explanation or you're a village idiot. You get me?
Yeah, I agree.
Where's that Paz a fucking moron? Where'd he run off to?
He fucking bailed.
Yeah, he's lucky. I was gonna tear him a new. You know what?
So Quantum, I know you get a little heated, right? So I agree. I think we should, who cares about the explanations? We should use demonstrations instead, right? You agree with that, Quantum?
You have to demonstrate. It's good to explain, but then that demonstration better come right on the fucking heels. Follow?
So can I explain or should I demonstrate?
What is your brief explanation and demonstrate? That's fine.
I explained that the observations of the celestial spheres are impossible on a flat surface because
Celestial spheres.
Yeah.
Where are they at?
Above our heads.
So again, circular
All right, baby.
reasoning
Yeah.
and an argument from ignorance.
Let me see this celestial sphere. Show a picture.
Show you a picture?
Yeah.
I don't have a picture on my PC.
Go find one. If you're claiming a celestial sphere, we need to fucking see it.
The celestial sphere is just a phrase of the stars and all the things that move above our head.
No, it has to be something celestial sphere. That denotes something in the sky that's spherical. So let's see it.
What? Okay, sure. Just look up.
Your fucking proof of celestial spheres, just look up? Are you
No, that's
retarded?
not my proof of a celestial sphere. That's what it is.
Are you retarded?
It's the movement of the stars.
You're a
above your head.
retard. Shut the fuck up.
You okay?
My God, man. Next.
Sure, yeah, I'll go next. So the celestial sphere. is the movement of the
You don't
stars
get
above
to
your
take
head.
over again. No, shut the fuck up. We're not listening to your dumbass.
Wait, you
No.
think we'll-
QE,
Yeah.
everyone else, shut up for a second. I know you would have. Surely you would have seen it. Have you seen old mate tunneling his nose?
Oh, yeah. Flip cord. Yeah, that's going to be on Ballbuster Saturday. Yeah, I sent it to everyone I could think of over in Skype.
Huey's been
Oh,
right
shit.
for months or years. Mick Booger Eater. Fuck, you called it.
I know, it's so great. It's like when you get vindicated, when you're absolutely vindicated. You say, this dude is X, and you just stand back and watch, and you're like, God, he actually ate a booger.
Yeah, but that's
Oh,
not
shit.
McBooger Eater. That wasn't McBooger Eater. That was Fight the Tight Shirt.
I thought that was Booger Eater. Am I wrong?
Yeah, McBooger Eater's McToon, but this guy still ate his boogers.
Well, we're going to have to rename him.
Yeah, hold on, I got it. Didn't somebody post it yet? Didn't somebody post this yet?
It was posted. Who was it? Kiwi back at on the hour.
Why won't it post in here? Why does it just link?
That's posted.
Oh, it's not for me.
Yeah, you got to hit the link, yeah, and it pops up on your screen.
I did hit the link. What if it?
I got it.
Oh, you guys looking at it?
Yeah, did he think he wasn't live yet or something? And he was like, let me get these boogers real quick.
Probably.
Fuck, that
Let me
one
get
looks
the-
tasty.
Oh my god, he did. He does eat one.
I know.
Oh my god, he did. Like he tried to play it off too. Like it was sly.
He used his little finger too, so he'd get in there deep and pick the gold mine.
Yeah. There he is. Thanks, Baraticky. Go ahead. You can eat. Oh, yeah. Fucking booger eater.
He got a double pick, one from each side.
Yeah. They're additive. Clipcord. I don't know how he got that. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't watch any of it to see it in the first place. I can't stand listening to it.
Oh, he's dumber than he's dumber than Brenda.
It's like for me, I don't listen to it because it's hard to hear a grown man cry. I mean, unless it's something legit. I mean, in the days of yore, when a grown man would cry, it was a heartbreaking thing. They lost a child, a battle buddy. These guys cry because they think someone's wrong on the internet. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Doesn't make him wrong, Rich Evans, you fucking glue sniffer. How about you earlier? I was eating dinner in here, and Rich, the dumb fuck of the century, Evans, ass clown, making all kind of crazy statements like he's some type of intellectual, claims, he even shouted, he goes, "It's ridiculous you can't prove non-existence." I couldn't believe it. You fucking idiot of a moron. Do you know that that's a logical fallacy? Dumb fuck. Globetard. Rich Evans. You fucking clown. My God, are you stupid? My fucking cat's litter box was fucking blushing. Dumbass. Cite that claim. Okay. Here we go. I will cite the fuck out of that, you glue sniffer. And when I do, it is time for you never to return. Because you're a pretender clown fucking retard. Right? Is that it? If I cite it, can we make that deal? Crit. If I expose him, he needs to leave and never come back.
Well, we can see if he agrees. If he agrees to the conditions.
Yes. Go ahead. Hey, glue sniffer. We got your time of death coming.
Oh, I got him muted. You're not a little bitch. Okay,
Shut
cool.
the fuck up, you bitch.
Oh, sorry. You commanded your little
Shut
bitches
up.
to do your
So,
work
you
for
little
you.
bitch. You said, we heard what you said earlier. It's tape.
You get mods in here? That's a bit weird.
Citation. Shut the fuck up. Don't
Cry about it, you
overtalk
little
me.
bitch.
Don't overspeak me, you fucking
Run to your
retard.
drills.
Hey, fucking retard. You'll never get anything out this motherfucker. Maybe you can DM him. Cret. Go ahead, DM him. And say, if I cite this, he's either cite this, cite that. If I cite it, he has to leave. See if he agrees to that.
All right.
Fucking clown. You have to be on mute. You got projectile diarrhea, vomit of the mouth, because that's all you got. You got Deuce 7 offsuit. I come by and rip you apart with fucking straight royal flush, motherfucker.
Clean up in aisle 3.
Shut the fuck up. It's going to be a clean up. We're going to clean up his ass here in a second.
Well, just so everybody knows, I'm here for an AMA. If anybody has questions, comments.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I got a question. You got any proof of curvature on this ball-tard you think you live on?
Well, just go to your nearest classroom, look at the nearest globe, and...
So you want me to look at something that's not the actual Earth?
So you mean the globe that's on your desk that says not for educational purposes? That's the one we're supposed to be learning from?
Yes.
Well, if you try hard, you could drink the water off of it to test or whatever.
What fucking water have you been drinking, dude?
Well, I'm saying the one on the globe.
Grandpa Fiddlesticks, the purple crayons are not grape flavored. Stop fucking eating them.
Well, Well, you can if you wanted to. That's what I'm saying.
We know. That's what we're saying.
What don't you
Stop
get?
doing it.
That will be the definition of
Well,
a
I'm just
crane
talking about
launcher.
the modular structure in the classroom.
Yeah, Grandpa, cut the shit. Just use your regular voice, okay? Don't be a dumb fuck.
Whatever do you mean by that? Who said that? Is that Crit?
Stop wasting our fucking time with your idiocy. Shut the fuck up.
I miss you, Crit.
Shut the
Go
fuck
back
up.
and fiddle with your bone, Grandpa. Catch you later.
Yep. Bye-bye, fiddle bone. Go fiddle your Google stick. So, where's dumb fuck of the century, Rich Evans? What do you say?
Why are you so angry today?
He's thinking.
What is the dumb fuck, Rich Evans? Because I heard some rap right before I come on here. Fucking pissed me off. Go ahead, Chris.
He's contemplating the option. How about 24 hours? If we make it not permanent, not a perma ban, just like, or like.
What are the terms?
Just
yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do you want to do? What do you agree to? You want so basically what's going to happen here? You want Huey to do a fetch quest for you. What is his reward after he completes the fetch quest?
He's allowed to cite his claim.
And then what happens to the adversary here that made him go do the fetch quest? Does he get rid of you for the rest of the night? The rest of the week? What do we got?
Let's do a week.
A week? Is that good?
But I need to know what is he fetching again? He made the claim that I said.
Glow sniffer, you claim that proving non-existence, that should be fucking valid. People must do non-existence claims.
Okay, I'm 100% there. I'm 100% there. It's the claim I said I made that someone must.
You said it was ridiculous not to have somebody prove non-existence. Your words.
That verbatim. I said it was ridiculous for someone not to prove non-existence. You have to find that. Or verbatim. Or what? Quantum Eraser gets banned for a week?
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, if I could show that proving non-existence is a logical fallacy, if I
No. Don't be a little bitch, QE. Don't be a little bitch. Don't back out now. Don't run away.
You're a fucking clown. Hey, it's a week, Cret. We're overruling this dumb fuck. Say goodnight. Your time of death is 11 minutes after the hour. From logicallyfallacious.com. Logical fallacy. Proving non-existence, retard. Description: demanding that one proves the non-existence of something in place of providing adequate evidence for the existence of that something, you fucking retard. Bye. Thanks, Cret. And it's always accompanied by a burden of proof reversal. It's double your pleasure fallacy. Bye-bye, dumbass, retard, Rich.
So, are you good,
Yeah,
Rick?
thank you for unmuting, Crit, because obviously that was never what was.
Yeah,
Rick.
it was. Fuck you. You fucking lying piece of shit, you. We got it recorded. You're fucking done. Get the fuck out of here.
The whole idea was that you would.
Fuck out of here.
Rick, hold on, dude. You're talking like a mile a minute. Just be quiet for a second. Do you admit defeat here? Are you defeated?
What? No, he's not going to.
You were talking to QE there, right?
No, Rick, this is you.
You're fucking delusional.
No, you couldn't have been because he was supposed to provide the proof that I had made a particular claim, and he failed to do.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Get your dumbass. Get him out of here, Cret. Everyone that was in here heard him say it. It's on the last live stream. Everyone heard him. I was eating dinner and he said it. You guys know he said it. Crit, you know he's fucking said it.
Yeah, he's said similar things in the past, like with the with the container and whatnot.
Well, it was just an hour ago. Not even that. You were here. You were listening to him. So was AI, but he's not in here right now. I don't know. Banhammer, were you in here?
No, I wasn't in here earlier.
Like 45 minutes ago.
Oh, shit, yeah. I was in here then.
Yeah, when he was talking about proving negative claims.
Yes.
Yeah. Dumb fuck.
Well, I'm good for giving him a 2-day vacation because that's all I can give.
Is that all you can give?
Yeah.
Oh, if that's all I can get, I'll take 2 days.
Well, I can do the week, but I feel like it's a little heavy because he thought the bet was something else that you were going to give a citation from his own.
No. He didn't think it was. What do you mean he thought it was something else?
Yeah, because he doesn't listen. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't pay attention to what was being discussed. He went on mute and he kind of stopped listening at the same time. So I think he was in this mode where he was expecting an audio clip from like 45 minutes ago.
I'm not going to get that. Everyone heard him say it. Fuck him.
Oh yeah.
He said, "Cite that claim. Cite that claim." What claim? Of what you fucking said, you retard. Get your dumb ass out of here. See you in a couple days. I'll take the 2 days. Crit's not willing to go for the whole week.
No, we'll do the 2 days and we'll go.
That's fine.
There. Okay.
Executed.
Yeah. It's done.
Oh, there's Pazza C. He's there. So you come back, Pazza C, or you just can't. Oh, he's just chat skanking. Yeah, you're not as dumb as you look. I was gonna rip your ass up, or have my cat's litter box do it. Either one. Fucking clown.
Okay, what are we going to write this one up as, Crit? Made a deal with the devil?
Fucked around and found out?
Yeah.
That's a good one. Fuck around and found out.
I banned Richard like 2 hours ago, but he got him banned, so yeah. And now
yeah, he's a weasel. He's a lying, sore rat, weasel piece of shit. Rich. Total dumb fuck. He's dumber than Pazza, which is saying something. Go back to your fucking land of misfit toys, Pazza. You dumbass. It's the only place where you can make it. You're way outside of your pay grade.
Oh, Crit, the other one. Play stupid games.
Oh yeah, win a stupid prize. How about Hellfire? Do you think you can be chill? That's it. All I'm asking, okay, is just be a little chill. That's it. Very low bar, okay? No spitting on people, hypothetically or whatever. Just talk like you're at a, I don't know, whatever you do, like some sort of social gathering. Okay, just be somewhat normal. Like you would be in public. Just pretend it's like this is a public space. That's it.
Shit. Is he that bad?
Yeah. He goes thermonuclear and like really he'll be like talking normal 1 second and the next second he's like smiting you with hellfire and brimstone and spitting and pissing on your grave and you're like, damn dude, like all he said was this object looks flat.
Dude. I like that you like my Hellfire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like what you used to call yourself Hellfire. I don't know why you changed it. It was a better name and it fits you.
My short name is still Hellfire, no?
Time? Isn't it Time? Isn't it Time Manager or something like that?
Anyway, yeah. I'm chill as long as you are chill.
Yeah, you're Time Player. Go back to Hellfire. That was hilarious, dude. It fit like when people have like a name that fits them, like Rumpus. That is absolutely perfect. Like that fits you, like, you know. I think Hellfire really fits you. Like people say, "Damn, he is Hellfire." Shit.
I remember this guy, M Agent. He's a Glober.
What is a Glober?
Oh, Baruch Hashem, M Agent. How are you doing?
Is it going to be anti-Semitic right now?
That's bro.
I thought you said you were going to chill.
I'm asking if he's going to personally attack me, so I need to know. The borderline is you not talking about anti-Semitic stuff. Can you control yourself?
He wasn't. You are. Stop it.
Bro.
Yeah, what'd you bring it up for? That's really weird.
Don't be a snowflake if you're.
Oh, if somebody feels like they're a
Don't
victim
be a flat earther. Can you be a flat earther without being anti-Semitic piece of shit?
Dude, I said Baruch Hashem, which means blessed is God.
That's exactly what that means. I actually work for a Jewish family.
You just want to act.
Say baba. Say baba.
I think it means bless his name.
I don't know why you're acting like that, Image, and even in my direct messages, you were calling me some really obscene things.
Yeah, we can all get along.
Cool.
We can all get along.
Who just spoke? Who blamed me on what?
No one blamed you for anything. You're good. You're good, dude.
You're good. So please provide your best scientific evidence for the globe.
Kiwi, can you provide me a map of the flat Earth first?
All maps are flat, and you sidestep my question.
Okay, all maps are flat.
No, we're not doing your question. Yes, all maps are flat. Yes. So, please provide your
Except the
best
three-dimensional
scientific evidence for your globe tard. Now.
Wait, did you say...
Now! Right now! You bumper clot!
We have Tristan in the VC. He has a question. Go ahead, Tristan. This is your chance.
What do you want chosen for you? Help you choose what?
I don't think there's much help with or much hope with a name like Tristan the Strawman Stuffer.
There's lore. The name has a little bit of lore to it. It's not, like being accused of being a straw man. He's a vegan activist.
Well, to me, if he's a strawman stuffer, all his arguments are just going to be strawmen about what he believes the flat Earth to be. He'd just be loading that strawman up.
Yeah, see, it's a joke. It's an internal joke between the carnists and the vegans, and there's lore to it. I mean, I don't know all the details. I know a little bit about it because someone had mentioned it one time when I was in the vegan chat. But yeah, it doesn't. It's just supposed to be a joke. It's more just a user nick, just being silly.
Okay.
All right, so 2, you got some bestest scientific evidence?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
What's your bestest scientific evidence? Like, please and thank you with a cherry on top.
Yeah, so the Earth is for sure not flat because of the observations of the sky.
Wait a second. That's a trick question. He just got you with a trick question. You didn't even realize it.
Yep, you're done. You see, what you should have said was, Crit, that's a malformed question. Natural science and scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore rendering your science acumen well below 3rd grade and sacrificing on the 2nd grade retard altar.
Andy went back to the sky and doubled down after we've had many discussions about the sky previously.
Observational science is a composition fallacy, you abject retard. My God, are these people stupid.
Are we unmuting him?
I don't. Why?
So astronomy, zoology. Yeah. Say, how about this? Do you have a hypothesis? What would be your hypothesis? Because you got. Well, how about this? You're granted. You got an observation. What would be your hypothesis?
Yeah, the hypothesis would be, the question would be, why are there two celestial poles spinning in different directions?
Okay, and this would be your cause and effect relationship. Why?
No, a hypothesis is a question.
No.
You need a valid hypothesis, not a make up story.
Yeah,
Why is it invalid?
Just Google the word hypothesis in scientific framework, and read that, motherfucker. Okay, you want me to read
it out loud? I can read it out loud.
No, don't read it out loud. Okay, like you're looking for in your hypothesis, it will have a clearly identified independent variable and a clearly identified dependent variable.
Yeah, at the moment you're on the track that somehow star rotation causes Earth to be globe.
It just proves that the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah,
How does it prove that the Earth is not flat? Please explain.
So when there's any form of rotation, you would have to have an axis of rotation, correct? Do we agree on that?
Can't have an axis without a horizontal plane, you fucking glue sniffer, and that's not science. You're a dumb fuck.
Wait, do you not know what an axis of rotation is?
Shut the fuck up. Don't speak to me ever again. You're a fucking retard.
I won't speak to you.
You're a fucking retard. You've already sacrificed yourself on the second grade retard altar. You think you can respawn now? You fucking idiot. After you've been already compromised, you still go back to the fucking vomit and try to eat it up like a dumbass dog. And give a hypothesis for a fucking category error. You're a glue sniffing dumb fuck, dude.
So a hypothesis is a statement about a specific research question.
Again, you're back again to your argument from ignorance, yeah, with star rotation. So again, and like QE just pointed out, we have nothing to answer or discuss here, yeah? You got a failure in logic. We don't need to hear your explanation of your failure in logic.
But I think someone else asked me about it.
No, we just asked you.
No, the other dude. The other dude that was up.
The specific question was scientific evidence, and you go back to 2 points of star rotation, and your statement is the Earth cannot be flat because we have 2 points of star rotation. This is a classic argument from ignorance.
Do we have 2 points of star rotation? Yes or no?
Why are we answering your failure in logic?
No, not in your fucking idiot paradigm. The Earth's rotating. You fucked up with that too. The stars aren't rotating in your paradigm. The Earth is, dumb fuck.
So you think the Earth is rotating?
In your paradigm, the Earth's rotating, glue sniffer.
I'm asking in real life.
No, but in your paradigm it is. You're the one asking.
There aren't two places that have a center and then the stars appear to move around them?
Shut the fuck up.
That doesn't exist?
Shut up.
Okay.
Apart from it can't happen, explain, please, how star rotation over a flat surface cannot occur, other than just stating it cannot happen, therefore cannot be flat.
I didn't say that. I said 2 points of star rotation that go in opposite directions.
Stars aren't rotating, and they're not going in opposite directions, you fucking imbecile. My God. Come on, guys. Just mercy. Just have mercy on him, right? And fucking mute him for the rest of his life.
Have mercy on me.
He's a fucking moron.
Talk to me. Oh my
guy's
God,
a fucking
so
retard.
funny.
It's like talking to a fucking glue sniffing, like a second grade glue sniffer.
I think it's a language barrier.
Oh, that's not
agree. I also think it's a language barrier. I think English is a little hard for him.
Okay, so how about this? Well, so you think the one with astronomy, right? You said astronomy is a valid hypothesis, and your hypothesis was you look at the stars, and the stars are telling you the Earth is not a flat. Am I tracking? Is this where you're at or not?
Wait, sorry. Someone actually put a picture in chat, and I was kind of interested because it did seem interesting. Sorry. Repeat what you said.
Okay, so what you're looking at here is that you are using astronomy, and you make an observation of the stars, and the stars are giving you a feedback loop that it's not a flat.
No, that's not what it's doing. There's a factual apparent motion of the stars. You can take a time lapse.
Motion. That's dumb fuck right there. Factual apparent. What does apparent mean?
They appear to be doing something.
Not actually, you fucking... Every single thing that comes out of his mouth is retarded.
Who's the other dude I was talking to?
What are we doing here, ladies and gentlemen?
Wait, who's the other dude I was talking to? He seemed chill. Who's the other dude?
We're taking the immigrants in.
Yeah,
he's like dead air. We're feeling dead air.
Is that, holy fuck? Okay, you fucking fill it. I'm not dealing with it.
We're being inclusive.
Yeah, we're like doing the braver new like modern.
Quantum it's called community service. To include the research too.
How about two? What is like your wheelhouse? What's a topic that you really know well? That's
picking his buggers and eating them.
I've been watching the stream. You guys gotta chill, man. You guys gotta chill.
Fuck up.
This is not fun to watch.
Shut up.
We are chill, man.
Fuck up. Nancy.
You're super chill.
Well, maybe you can provide some evidence of the Earth being a globe then, so that we can get into some intellectual conversation with you.
He's a fucking gamma.
Someone asked me what my wheelhouse is.
What's your wheelhouse? Where you coming from?
Buggers. Yeah.
Yeah, so I really like looking at the stars.
Crayon sniffing.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the older heliocentric models? Like what type of where does it go back? Where does your like knowledge start and stop?
So it starts, I basically know some basic geometry, and I understand that when we see things move, that means either the thing that we're looking at is moving, or the thing, us, like the thing that is looking is moving. So it's either the thing that's looking is moving, or the thing that's being looked at is moving, right? And we understand when we start moving ourselves, the looker, us, other things are going to start moving as well. We understand this very simply. If you stand behind a truck, it looks like...
So when you start moving, the table is moving?
But so far, in all of your accounts, what you've explained is star rotation, not Earth rotation.
It doesn't matter if the looker or the thing that's being looked at.
You debunk yourself.
Well, it doesn't. It does matter, yeah, because there's a claim on the table from the globe, and you're supporting the globe.
I never said that. I just said it's impossible with flat Earth.
So you're not supporting the globe. You're just here to try and debunk flat Earth.
No, it's not to debunk it. I'm explaining to you why it's impossible.
You're a fucking glue sniffer, dude. You couldn't explain a Cracker Jack box. Shut the fuck up.
It's not like a debunk. Like, it's literally impossible. It's just fucking.
Yeah. Okay, it's not impossible because the vast majority of human history used a flat geocentric cosmology. Okay, so it's not impossible. If anything, you would have to understand that first to get back to your globetard. Because right now, if you say if it's not possible, you just burnt the church. You just burnt the church. You can't get back to your globe. You can't.
Okay.
There's no way.
That's fine.
What you did was you cut off right at the heels the vast majority of human history to pretend, which is why I asked you, what's the first heliocentric model that you looked at? What year and who did it? Which one?
I didn't look at any of them. I just need to understand how basic geometry and observation works.
Okay. Yeah, this has to do with which model, though. Which model were you applying?
He understands how observation works. Please explain how observation works.
So you understand when we look at a clock, the hands of a clock either go clockwise or counterclockwise, right?
No, observation. How does that work?
I'm literally telling you right now. We understand that basic fact, right?
Basic fact? No, that's not the basic fact of observation. I'm looking for sight. Observation.
Yeah, I'm literally telling you, when you look at a clock...
He's telling you, Quantum, when he sees the clock moving, that means that he's moving, and the floor he's standing on is moving, not the clock.
So when I look at a clock, the hands...
No, not the clock. Not the clock. You said how observation works, not how clock
I'm telling you.
Not how
you observe a clock,
Not how clocks work, how observation works.
Yes, I'm literally telling you.
Explain to everyone how observation, how
I'm
seeing
literally
works.
telling you
How does
right now.
seeing work, you fucking retard.
I'm telling you. When you look at a clock, when you observe
when we look at a clock, that's telling me how sight works. You fucking imbecile.
What are you talking about? I'm literally explaining to you right now.
What are you talking about?
When you observe a clock.
Wait, hold on, pump the brakes for a second. I'm just curious. Like, you sound kind of like a Zoomer. Is that true, or are you a little? I mean, you don't have to say.
I'm totally Gen Z.
Okay,
yeah.
I read the article that like 90% of Zoomers can't read an analog clock.
That's fine. Doesn't change the fact that the hands of the clock still go in one direction or another direction.
Well, I'm just saying, do you fall in that category? Can you read an analog clock?
Last time I checked, I can. Yeah.
So if I were to post some images of an analog clock, you'd be able to tell me what time it is?
Yeah, I probably would be able to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Can we go through it?
Probably.
Probably.
Probably do that.
He's not sure. He's not sure.
I would take me longer if you took the numbers off of like the face of the clock, but like if you put the numbers up there, I'd be able to do it.
And then I want you to transform it into 24-hour time for us.
Just to be clear, this would have nothing to do with how the hands of the clock move. They would still move, right?
No, we're talking about observation right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Using the clock. Yeah. So if you're going to use a clock, you kind of want to know about the clock, right?
You don't even need to know about the clock. It'd be anything moving around a point in a circular motion.
Okay, here we go. How about this one? What time is this?
So that reads 54. Yeah. 7:54.
You sure?
I'm like 99% sure. Yeah, it's definitely 7:54.
Well, look at that. Isn't that an hour hand pointing at the 8?
No, it's at the 7. It's about to be at the 8. Once the blue hand gets to the 12, then it'll be at the 8.
All right, it seems like he knows what's something. Because most of your generation there be fucking dumbfounded. They wouldn't even know what either hand means.
But you think the Earth is flat, so why does it make a difference? Like,
the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I absolutely know.
There's the jab.
I know.
You're thinking that I can't read an analog. You're trying to make fun of me for not being able to read an analog clock.
No, because these things are not used anymore. There's not that many analog clocks around like there used to be.
Oh, also for the other person saying 24-hour time, it would either be 7:54, I think 1954. Just for the other person that said that.
Wow.
Yeah, you that 12.
He's on it. But I will say that I believe that your observations are, from what you've described so far, I look up and I see the stars moving, therefore the Earth cannot be flat.
That's not what I said, though. Yeah, I didn't say that.
That is what you said. That is what you said.
No, I didn't. I said that there's 2 points of rotation and they're going in opposite directions.
Okay, there's 2 points of rotation in the sky with the stars, therefore Earth can't be flat. There's your observation.
Nope, I didn't say that. I said there's 2 points of rotation and they move in opposite directions.
The stars aren't rotating, you glue sniffer. We already been over this. You need to be institutionalized.
Okay, so then the ground's rotating?
In your paradigm, the stars are not fucking rotating, you dumbass. My God, we have to explain your own religion.
You're not getting the point. You're making an argument that the stars are rotating, and he explained to you that in your paradigm, that's not the claim.
My paradigm.
Yeah, globe-tard.
I never said I believe in the globe. I was just disproving flat Earth. I was just showing how it's impossible.
You couldn't debunk a soup sandwich.
So when he said the stars are not rotating, and your automatic answer was, well, the ground is. So you're suggesting one of them has to be rotating, right?
I don't know how else you observe rotation. Either you're rotating or the other thing's rotating. I literally don't know. I don't understand how else something could look like it's rotating. Could you explain how else something could look like it's rotating?
Oh, God.
Well, how can I observe this rotation? Like, can I go outside, or how do I see it?
Yeah, believe it or not, if you go inside and look up. Oh, my God.
He's laughing on his own.
So I gotta go outside and look up? Is that what you said?
To see the stars, yeah. That's what.
Yeah, but how am I gonna see a rotation? You're saying I'm gonna see a rotation.
If you look at it long enough, you just won't be able to tell if you don't look at it long enough.
Never observe a rotation, even if you look long enough, because once the daytime, you won't see half of that rotation.
What? You'll see the other half when it's night.
Hello.
Hi.
During the daytime, you're not gonna see stars rotating. So how are you gonna be looking long enough to see a complete rotation?
I mean, you could go to places where they have like 24-hour. Well, there's no true 24-hour, but like you could go to a place that has a very long night. But you can also just go to a place that has a short night too. Yeah.
Okay, another
Or you
thing
can just go to any place where it's not 24-hour day.
Yeah, but another thing that he was trying to tell you is that you said that the stars rotate to different directions, and clockwise and counterclockwise are not directions.
Okay, so then you can say it's not directions. You could say one rotates clockwise, one rotates counterclockwise. I'm fine.
You misspoke. So you misspoke.
Yeah, sure. You could say that.
Okay. So another thing about the clock, you're saying that when we look at the wall, we see one clock doing its movement, and then we look at another clock, and the other clock is doing movement.
I didn't say that.
But hello. Well, you mentioned the clock.
Hello. Yeah, but I didn't say one clock.
Let's say we're observing.
Yeah, I can put it very simply.
The wall
I can tell you what I believe. I can tell you what I believe. If you put a clock on, like above your head. You guys are really scared of it. If you put a clock on a ceiling, is there anywhere in your room you could stand to make the hands of the clock go the other direction, counterclockwise?
That's not a direction. Clockwise and counterclockwise are not directions.
Sure. So could you stand anywhere in your room to make the hands of the clock?
So why you keep saying the same thing when you've been corrected 5 times already?
Well, then I said counterclockwise. Is there anywhere you can go in your room to make the hands of the clock go counterclockwise?
Yeah, you observe the movement of the clock, and that doesn't mean that the ground below your feet is any shape or is doing it.
I didn't ask that. To be clear, I asked if you put a clock on your ceiling, correct? Is there anywhere in your room that you can go to make the hands of the clock go counterclockwise?
Let's say it's a fan, and you can hit the switch that the fan can go.
A clock is really easy to tell.
And then you hit the switch that the other fan. Put 2 fans. One is going clockwise, and the other one is going counterclockwise. You can observe both of the fans above your head. Does that mean the floor below your feet has any shape? Because you observe the fans going clockwise and counterclockwise.
If you want to ask me a question, you could totally ask me a question.
It's the same nature of the question. You're observing 2 movements on the ceiling, 2 different movements.
But you don't observe 2 movements
and counterclockwise. You're observing this, and you're determining the ground below your feet is what?
No, that's not what I said. I said very simply, if you put a clock on the ceiling...
You said it's not a flat because you observed this.
That's not what I said. I said the fact that we have 2 different poles of rotation, and one goes clockwise, one goes counterclockwise... That prevents there to be a flat Earth. Yeah, it can't be a flat Earth.
That's non sequitur number 1. That's non sequitur number 1, and they're not spinning in opposite directions. You fucking clown.
I didn't say opposite directions.
Clockwise and counterclock. Yes, you fucking did.
Right now, I didn't.
You did before.
Yeah, and someone corrected me. What do you want me to do about it?
You did. Oh, you're corrected. So they're not. Yeah. They're going in the same direction. So you have no point.
No, one goes clockwise, one goes counterclockwise.
That's not that. You just did it again, you fucking glue sniffer. Counterclockwise and clockwise aren't directions, you idiot.
I didn't say that. I said one goes clockwise, one goes counterclockwise.
You implied it. Yes, you did. You're a fucking moron. Again. What is this, about the 8th time in a row?
So does one go clockwise and one goes counterclockwise?
Oh my god, the fucking glue sniffer.
Yeah, RTH, that's a good question. I wonder if they'll ever answer.
It's not a sensitive question, it's retarded. Because you're retarded.
I didn't say sensitive. I said good.
Yeah, you're retarded.
I think English is hard for you. Is English your first language?
English. This is Rich from an idiot who's got his guts eviscerated like 8 times in a row over just little fucking dumb fuckeries.
You're about eviscerating my guts? That's kind of
you did. Yes, you did. Weird. With your science train wreck, with your hypothesis train wreck. Remember that? You keeping up on current events?
You really want to avoid the clock on the ceiling.
We forgot about this fucking horse shit that you spewed a few minutes ago. You think everyone forgot?
I'm scared. I'm so scared.
Yeah, I'm really.
It's like you're not following.
I need a fucking.
You're not following your own conversation. He's not following.
Let's see if I can actually control my own conversation instead of being interrupted constantly.
But you're not even following it.
So I can't follow.
Shut up! Interrupt the retard of the room. You're the dumbest fucking clown in here.
Bro, I see you in this room like all the time. Do you not have anything else?
Go back to primary school. Pay attention this time. I'd drop anchor in a couple basic reasoning courses along the way. Then, after you graduate primary school, I'd go to like a fucking preschool and then try some of your claims out on them, and they don't laugh your ass out of there, then maybe come back here. Other than that, just sit down and shut
up. In your schools, that's crazy telling me to go to school. Right?
Or you can try to tell us the ABCs without the song, and if you pass that, maybe we can go to page 2.
Yeah,
I think you should answer my question. If you put a clock on the ceiling, is there anywhere in the room you could stand to make?
I can put the clock on the ceiling. If I put my clock on the ceiling, fucking retard.
After you say the ABCs without singing it.
How about you answer my question?
How about you piss off?
Well, the mods are welcome to mute me. They can mute me if they want.
Rotation, and then you claim 2. Why are we looking at one point of rotation and you're claiming 2? You fucking dumb moron.
I said, well, for starters, there's absolutely 2 axes of rotation.
Axes. There's 2 axes, really.
Axes of rotation? There are 2 axes of rotation.
There's 2 axes of rotation. Rotation of what?
Rotation of the stars?
The stars aren't rotating! My God, dude.
Okay, he doesn't get what apparently.
I surely don't get it. I know your religion better than you do.
Okay.
Yeah, when you say the stars are rotating, you're debunking the globe.
Yep.
Do you guys not know what apparent motion is?
We already been through this. You didn't know what apparent meant either.
Have you guys ever been in a car and the car next to you starts moving forward?
Shut up. Just shut up.
Okay.
Yeah. Do us all a favor.
Has that ever happened?
We need to cordon you off from the rest of the group to save their IQ points.
We're in the same place right now.
Yeah, you fucking imbecile.
Hey, bro, do you have a driver's license?
I actually do have a driver's license, yeah.
Who'd you bribe?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
You better start.
Wash out.
Everyone, did you hear him? He said he's driving around. You better take some serious defensive driving.
I never said I used it. I just have one.
Thanks God you don't use it.
Well, how about this? Can you imagine yourself?
It's expensive.
Okay, dude. Think about so you've driven the car before. Checker hole.
I've driven a car before, yeah.
And you took a driver's test.
I did take it. That's how you get a license. Yes, believe it or not.
So if the teacher or instructor said, "Hey, look over at your right, like the wheel."
What'd you just say? Look over at your right wheel?
Yeah, the right wheel.
Do you think there's 2 wheels on a car?
Yeah, there's a front. There's 4 wheels. So look at your right.
I thought you meant like the steering wheel. Oh, I legit thought you meant the steering wheel.
Oh my gosh.
No, like you could say, hey, do you see like when you're gonna park up and down the hill? You know how to do that?
You mean like parallel parking? What do you mean up and down?
No, like say if you're parking on the hill facing down, which way do you turn the wheel?
I guess it depends on. Wait.
Hey, someone strip him of his license, please.
Well, what side of the street are you? You mean like parking on the right side of the street?
Dude, you know what time? You don't even know what side of the street you park on. What the fuck, man?
Well, you can technically park. I think in my state.
Okay, it's not the one way. Okay, it's not the one way. It's a 2-way street, and you have to park going downhill. What do you do with the wheel?
You would go over. You'd like basically parallel park. You would turn the wheel like you would go clockwise.
Okay, and then if you were to turn the wheel the other way, what would happen?
Back of your car would go the other way. You would go into the street.
Which would be which direction?
What do you mean? You would just go into the other lane.
Would that be clockwise?
It would be to your left.
Would that be counterclockwise?
If you turn the car over the wheel counterclockwise, you're going to go. The back of your car is going to start turning to the left, to your left, into the other lane.
Yeah, so that would be counterclockwise?
If you turn the wheel of the car? Yeah. If you're in reverse, yeah.
Are you not picturing it? Like in your mind's eye? Does it seem kind of difficult?
Like I'm trying to parallel park, right? And I'm trying to... on like in front of where I want to park because I'm parking downhill, right? And I'm in reverse. If I turn my car wheel counterclockwise, my steering wheel counterclockwise, my wheels are going to go into the other lane.
So which way would you want to turn it then?
I said clockwise.
Okay. So then you got to turn clockwise and the car starts rolling downhill. What happens?
Why would the car start rolling downhill?
Well, say your emergency brake failed.
Why would you put on your emergency brake? You're reversing.
Because you actually drive a manual, not an automatic.
I don't drive a manual. I don't even drive an automatic. I don't have a... I told you, I don't drive. I mean, I've driven a car, but the one I did was an automatic car.
Yeah, well, say in the days of yore, there wasn't that many automatics. As, you know, that's kind of, I wouldn't say it's new, but I mean,
you really want to avoid the clock question this bad?
No, I'm trying to see if you can get the understanding that.
I'm trying to see
from your point of view, when you're driving, one wheel is turning clockwise, the other wheel is turning counterclockwise.
What are you talking about? What do you mean, the two wheels?
Yeah, the two wheels
don't. The two wheels are on axes.
Okay. There's an easier way.
What are you talking about? They're connected.
Say this. You're holding you're holding the steering wheel, right? You're inside the car. The cabin is transparent, so you look to the left wheel, and that's when you're driving, right? You're driving. You look into the left wheel.
Yeah.
What does it look like? It's going what? Clockwise, right?
If you look to the left wheel, it's going to look like it's going, and you're going forward or backwards.
You're going forward. You're driving normally, going to the store, and the left wheel, it looks what? Clockwise.
It would look like it would be going counterclockwise. Oh, sorry, your left wheel. Yeah, it would look like it would be going clockwise. Sorry, I was thinking.
And then you look towards the right wheel, and that one is going what?
It would look like it's going clockwise.
Okay.
Or counterclockwise. Sorry, I'm thinking of it like two different ways. Yeah, if you look at the right wheel,
is the car going towards So when you look into the left wheel and it's going clockwise, the car is going towards that direction. It is going counterclockwise, but the car is still going towards the same direction. Even though you're looking at
I have no issue with that.
Two wheels that apparently look they're going.
Oh, wait, so you do get what apparent motion is. You get what apparent motion is.
So that's it. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. So when you look up, things apparently go in a counterclockwise direction, and you look down, they would go in a clockwise direction. Can we agree? Let's say they're not to your left and right; they're above and below you.
No, it would have to do with cardinal direction. So if we were standing in the north and we were facing south,
cardinal directions. What the? Brent just gave the example when he didn't use cardinal directions. You guys disagree.
I'm asking you a question that relates to this. If you were standing in the south and you were looking to the north, what direction would the stars appear to be moving?
If you're in the south and you look to the north, the stars would still look like they're going clockwise.
If you're in the north and you are looking south, what direction would they appear?
Counterclockwise.
No.
There you go.
Counterclockwise and clockwise aren't directions.
You got it
You guys are all disagreeing with each other right now, which is kind of funny.
No, you're not. You're missing it. Okay, it's if you're facing north and looking north, what direction is your east and west?
You're facing north and looking north?
You're facing north. The sky goes from east to west. Check or hold.
Sure, yeah. You can say, yeah, sure.
So I'm looking north, and I want to lift my hands up and put a big L on your left hand. Which will the sky pass your right hand or your left hand first?
If the sky moves over you east to west, it would go to right hand to left hand.
Okay, now you flip around and you look south and you lift your hands up. Does the stars pass your right hand or your left hand first?
Left to right.
Yeah, see, it's not counterclockwise. Clockwise is your cardinal directions. Which way are you?
Describing the rotation of the stars.
You facing. You change your 12 o'clock. You change your 12 o'clock facing to a 6 o'clock facing.
Yeah, that's fine. But you're not the point of rotation of the stars. Polaris is. The stars aren't rotating around you.
Yeah, the stars aren't rotating in your worldview. Number one, if you're looking north, the direction of the stars go from what direction to what direction?
West.
From facing north.
East to west.
So, right, east to west. You face south.
Yeah.
Which way do the stars and sun and moon go?
I mean, they would still go like east to west. They just gonna look like they're going from left to right.
Same direction. No, they ain't gonna look like shit. They're going east to west.
But you can still describe rotational motion clockwise or counterclockwise.
You're fucking.
That's how we describe clocks, guys.
I don't understand how you don't understand that you're a retard.
I don't understand how you don't understand how we describe the motion of clocks.
Directions, doofus. He asked you what direction. Your answer was clockwise. Then he asked you what the other direction was, counterclockwise. Then I said they're not directions. You said I know.
Because he's talking about the rotation around a central point.
What directions?
He's talking about the way the stars rotate around a central point, though. That's why he's saying.
Oh, they understand. They just can't acknowledge it because it destroys.
I think
he doesn't know what directions are. He's a fucking. That's why he keeps on saying clockwise and counterclockwise. Okay. Those aren't objective directions.
Quantum. What directions do the hands on a clock go?
Don't speak to me. Shut up.
Okay, anyone in the chat. What directions do the hands on
You're
the clock
a fucking
go?
retard.
What direction?
Watch the Weather Channel, right? And they come out and say it's
so clockwise is the direction.
Degrees. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
watch the Weather Channel.
Clockwise is the direction.
Yeah, it's going to be a lovely day today. 75 degrees.
They just can't do it. It's so funny.
The winds are going to come out of the counterclockwise.
If you're talking about a spherical path, you can say clockwise as a direction because that would actually.
They're going to ban you, dude, if you keep talking.
That would be more descriptive than saying left or
Who cares? Pixar didn't have
a descriptive direction than just simply
unless you
actually.
Hey, yo. Unless you post a pic, you lose your right to speak about the topic. There you go. How about that?
You don't know how to tell time on an
Wait, do you have a picture of a flat Earth?
Yeah.
I'm talking about stupid clockwise, dude.
Yeah, wait, who has a picture of the flat Earth?
I got one for you.
Let me see.
Me too.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
A whole bunch of people got them, I bet.
Yeah, I mean that's easy. You could do this yourself. Fuck. Yeah. I don't know how you don't at this point. Have you ever taken the picture outside?
There it is.
Yeah, I've taken a picture outside.
Okay, there's your picture of the flat Earth, dude. What the hell?
No, that's a picture of a round Earth.
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive, Glue Sniffer. You can have a round and flat penny, LP, CD. There's a picture of the flat Earth right there. Oh, there's a shitload of them.
Yeah, the
Earth is round. You would agree?
The Earth is no. You don't get it, do you? Round and flat. Let me say it again. Do you want to put
I said the Earth is round. You would agree?
Do you want me to put it into phonics?
Is the Earth round, Q?
Round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have a round and flat penny. You can have a round and flat LP, CD. Do you understand?
Quantum, is the Earth round?
Do you understand?
Is the Earth round?
Do you understand, you fuckwit Glue Sniffer? Last chance.
Come on, man. Relax.
Last chance. Do you understand that?
Is the Earth round, Quantum?
Do you understand that? One last time.
You mean spherical. Like round spherical, bro.
Quantum, is the Earth round?
Quantum, is the Earth round? You fucking moron.
QE,
is the Earth round?
Yeah, QE, is it?
Is the Earth round? I don't know. I have no idea.
What do you know? What do you know?
I know it's flat.
All right. Is it round?
I know it's flat, stationary, and contained for absolute 100% certitude, dumb fuck.
Yeah,
he said, with you, Quantum.
Okay,
he said, with you, when he said,
and he won't agree. It's kind of funny.
Oh, is that Tua Kuna? Am I talking to that fucking retard? I thought it was somebody else. My God. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I'm surprised you could have recognized my voice.
Shut up, Glue Sniffer.
Okay, this is the problem we're looking at here, is that if somebody says the Earth is flat and you ask them something that isn't contrary to that, is already baked in. That you should know that it's not that's not mutually exclusive. Like if somebody says, "Hey, today's Tuesday," and then you say tacos, and they're like, "Well, yeah, it's Taco Tuesday." That wouldn't contradict today being Tuesday. Oh, it looks like he left. Okay.
Good.
I mean, sometimes they'll do that. I mean, he's been. As soon as you mute them, they leave. That's why. You gotta find the balance there. Like, they get upset that they're muted, and you're like, okay, well, I mean, dude, you're just nonstop diarrhea. Okay, like, pump the brakes and share the mic.
After he fails a second grade retard test, you need to go on mute. What else is left after that? Yeah, you might be bored, right? But after they fail, like what a second grade retard could answer in a plank time coherently, and they can't, and you continue to go down and ask them questions or have put forth their claims, you're the problem. You follow?
What about community service?
What about communities?
No, I hear you. Just some of the things that earlier this week, some stuff happened with talk about the different levels of moderation and wanting to get all the rooms sort of in line with what is expected. So with some of the just rank and file people, just the average people, members of the server, they don't have any guest channels, they're not mods. They were confused because they would go from guest channel to guest channel, and there'd be wildly different expectations for that channel. Right. So they were saying like, hey, can we do something that will be in line where what would it look like to be, hey, what type of person is there that it could be accepted? And one of the things that came up with that was like, give them, even though they're glue sniffing, pretender clown, abject retard, would fail 5th grade, you still got to give them some space to get their feet on the ground. That's kind of the gist. Like, give them, and then if they still fuck it up, then yeah, bye. Which, like we saw just now. You know, like he talked for a while and he talked for a while, then eventually got muted and left. And that's kind of what we're hoping for. We're hoping that they'll leave on their own once they realize that they're not really going anywhere with the conversation, and they'll go to another room.
What about somebody? We brought him up like Dazza the retard. Who else? You know, the regulars after they got their asses torn up, like every time. Charlene. Another one.
Yeah, the regulars can get bounced out as soon as we got. You're not on the Well, I can send you the link for it. We got a list of bad faith interlocutors or bad faith people who are just anti-flat earthers, and they don't get the same privileges. It's supposed to be someone new to the conversation, like.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it's some asshole who's just in here every day, just spouting bullshit. It's like, yeah, dude, you've done this 5 days in a row. Not today.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the new guys. Yeah, I understand that. I got you. It's totally understandable. But I'm talking about the regular dumb fucks that had their asses tore up, and they've been demonstrated to be retarded, and they just respawn and then come back with the same fucking claim that got ripped apart the next day, and then the next day, and then the next day. Follow?
Yeah, like that constant, like right at midnight, you know, their slippers turn, or their dress turns into, in the pumpkin patch, and their carriage turns back to a pumpkin and all that shit. Yeah. The goldfish memory, where they just don't remember, dude. You got exposed. You got toe tagged yesterday, saying this exact same shit.
Exactly.
Like, this is why it's important. So we say these guys can't talk, because we've got new people who they're taking up the mic time. They're burning air.
Exactly.
What about crayon sniffers? Do we give them a handicap?
Oh my god. No, they have to submit an official 504 plan that qualifies under the ADA, and if not, then we don't have to care.
That's the one thing too that came up. If they are ADA, they're supposed to say so, because we can't. Like, no one here is like an ADA whisperer. Like, I'm not gonna be able to. I mean, other than paraplegic, I mean, he in his name. So unless someone is ADA and they say now you're discriminating, I go, well, how did I know that you were a non-functioning retard? You should have said so prior.
Earlier, one of the guys, I don't know which one was, he said that he drinks the crayon color on the globe. He drinks the blue crayon color, so that's a crayon muncher.
Yeah, and there's a good example. That's Grandpa. Grandpa basically, you got this one squawk in for the day, and he was shown the door. And my take was I was going to keep him around if he changed his voice, and then he just wasn't going to do it. So, fuck him double.
Yeah, I get it from the crayon munchers, but the crayon sniffers, I don't know.
Oh, that is a difference.
Bam, bam! I'm Nathan Oakley. I'm beating up my kids. I hate my kids. I'm beating them up.
Well, you have a farm? You have baby goats?
Just remove him from the channel, please, guys.
Bam, bam! I'm beating up my kids. I'm Nathan Oakley.
Just thank you very much. Oh man!
New 7 offsuit.
Profound.
Yep, that's all you got. Do 7 offsuit, Globetard. You don't even. You don't understand that you are retarded and that you're showing your do 7 offsuit. I don't get it.
That's the ones that I call crayon sniffers. The ones that don't get it, they are retarded.
Yeah, I think it was not the Grim, but another Grim something. He would come in and he'd be like, whoa, like, whoa, everybody, hold on tight. And you're like, what the hell? He goes, we're tipping, whoa. I think that too, like, if you're just gonna say something silly and you know it's silly and kind of play into it, that that's a little bit better than just like coming here and basically what the last guy did. That's yeah, no thank you, okay?
You guys did.
Now we got a special case, a special retard, left the foot. I see him chat skank. He needs to be institutionalized. Well, why is this allowed?
Remember we talked about Florida Man?
Community service.
This is what you're looking at here is Florida Man. This is the personification of taking the logic of Bevtard and putting it into the body of a Florida Man.
I mean, shouldn't they be in VC? Isn't the text chat, was that discussed? The text chat was usually used for people in VC?
Yeah, that's
some people are mutes.
Yeah, generally if they're supposed to be in VC if they're using TC, especially if they're debating, because we want the TC to reflect
the VC.
The VC, yeah.
He just likes sharing his pain with us. I mean, what can you say?
Well, it's like if I want to, I try to pay attention over to the left, but then things get boring, and I look over to the right, and we got left the foot, the dumb fuck ass clown over here, just nonstop. He needs to be institutionalized. This guy's a fucking clown.
The one thing, too, that we've done if they're listening on YouTube for some reason...
But he's allowed to continue is what my problem is.
I'll nip it here. I'll give him a couple seconds to either slow down or join VC.
All right.
So what's next? What do we got? What's the next big thing?
So what's pulling you guys down on a flat Earth if it's not gravity?
Your sister.
Hey, bro. It is gravity. What now? Who gives a fuck?
Welcome to the globe.
No, because you're
that's how retarded you are. You think if I'm held to the ground, therefore globe. You're an idiot.
You're full of shit. Oh, okay. So is the Earth going up? I'm just curious. Is the Earth going up?
What does that have to do with anything, dude? What does that have to do with anything?
It's with your model.
What? No. What does it have to do with anything?
Is the Earth going up on the flat Earth model?
If it is, then gravity is not fucking happening. You dumb fuck.
Every winter, the Earth goes up. That's why we have to put things below the frost line.
Okay, but yes or no, though?
He just claimed that everything goes down, gravity, and then he says, "Do you believe that the air goes up?" Are you an abject retard ass clown?
Yeah, I find your lack of imagination disturbing, bro.
Holy!
So you completely skipped over. You completely skipped it over that, and said the Earth's going up. So either we're stuck to the ground or the Earth's going up. I mean, what's going on here, dude? Did you get dropped on your head twice?
No, listen.
No, but like,
that's
where's
why
it going?
he thinks everything goes down
outer
because he
space and the
dropped.
Earth is a dome.
So listen, look around now, right now, look around you. Do you see anything falling down?
No.
Bro, do you have retarded turpentine fetal syndrome?
Hold on, to be clear.
Your mom is looking for something to drink because she went into her dad's art class and she's like, turpentine, that sounds spicy.
Hang on, sir. In the chat at 8 minutes past the hour, is this what you think we think our Earth is? A flying fucking pizza or something? It's a yes or no question.
Leave the fucking part because this is a family show. Fucking pizza sounds.
Sure.
Adults only.
Fair enough. That's what it sounds like. A pizza. Wait, no, I said flying pizza, dude. Or I meant to, at least. Excuse me.
You said flying fucking pizza.
Ah, excuse me. Because that's what it sounds like, man.
All right, guys, we only have one more F word for the night, or we're going to get banned by the FTC. Fuck's sake.
I use all my Fs for the week. I don't use it normally, but.
Well, I'm trying to get them out because I know tomorrow Nathan's going to be here, so I'm like, I got to go into a deficit.
Damn.
Remember that one time, like I was like going through. I'm like, okay, Nathan's going to be on here shortly. I'll make sure you guys have cleaned up your language. It's just for 1 hour, and we'll keep it all straight, and and we'll move on, and from there. And then right when the show starts, I'm like, okay, Nate, you're up first, and he's like, oh, I don't got anything to say. I'm like, what the fuck, Nate?
Hey, yeah, Nathan has a special edition of his book coming out that when you open it, it pulls that little cord and then plays a recording of him saying all kinds of swears.
In the union, some people have seniority, like Quantum has seniority. He can.
Is that a tickle me Nathan Oakley doll?
Kind of.
What's up, Alpha? You getting some storms up there in Omaha?
Jeez, oh man. Look the fuck out, man.
Yeah, I seen him. I was saying little prayer for you today.
Yeah, thank you. I had a couple of storm chasers from our area, like keeping us like a real. They got their ears through the ground, man. They know exactly where stuff is, so we're. Yep. I know exactly where to be at what time. So, yeah, these guys don't mess around. So, yeah.
Did they get out of the area yet?
Yeah, we got the all clear. So okay. we have our car shoved in kind of like a hospital area where they got the parking garage.
Oh, nice.
So I was telling the family, look, this is what's gonna happen. We're gonna put our vehicle because my truck got pelted last time. We weren't ready.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Yeah.
Why are you so worried? According to the last Globetrotter that joined, he said everything goes down. So why are you worried about that stuff?
Worried about that stuff? He's worried about the hail. The hail does go down.
Yeah, it does. They were talking about.
Isn't there like tornadoes?
Yeah.
Stuff.
Specifically, he was referring to the hail this time, Jimsy.
Yeah, I wasn't really worried about the tornadoes. I was worried about the hail. They were talking about tennis ball size hail. And I was like, yeah, we're not going to mess around.
Tennis ball size hail?
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. Anything over a quarter, you can't go outside in that shit, dude. Anything over a quarter. I fucked around and was outside one time, but I was caught out there waiting for the kids to get off the bus. This fucking storm brewed up. It started hailing. Fucking quarter-sized piece of hit me right square in the fucking melon. Almost, it staggered me. So you can't be out in anything above quarter size, or you're through. Your car's done too.
Yeah, goodbye to your roof as well.
Yeah, I just got a new roof, so it could take a hammering, but a few of those storms, it's new roof time. Unless you got a metal roof.
There was 2 tornadoes that touched down, like we were smack in the middle of it. So north of us, there was one that past Missouri Valley, which is like 20 minutes away from Omaha.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they weren't messing around today.
Yeah, it's headed over toward Des Moines. See if they can kick its ass over in there. Let's see if it's going that way. 1 second. Oh, hey, Des Moines. You from Des Moines? Yeah. You're going to get your ass kicked in about 45 minutes.
And Red Oak I was worried for those guys. The storm chasers couldn't see anymore because it's like got dark out, but
yeah,
they had two tornadoes confirmed on the ground. So
yeah, it's our ass tomorrow. So tomorrow's our turn.
You don't even have time to get one of those storm shelters built, man. They're just coming at you like, how you like me now? So
yeah. It's that time of year. It's just part of doing business here.
Well, in between that, man, we got to shellac as many Baltards before one of them takes us out.
Yeah.
Before one of them takes us out, I'm going to take a whole bunch of you with me.
It's so fucking bad, Miggy. After season 10, right? Season 10. These people have gotten dumber. I didn't think it was possible. I mean, these people I can't speak to the abject ignorance and how could you put it? The gonads to come out here and speak confidently as a retard. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Well, we're gonna get a little surprise, I guess, showing from Thurdum Dynamics.
Right now?
No, he said that he's scheduled to come in later. I'm thinking it's probably when you're not going to be around the time. I think it was like...
I leave at 10 o'clock, man. I only got 45 minutes.
Yeah, he said he was going to come by today later on, so make his appearance and whatnot. Because some guy... We were trashing this guy around. It was like 2 or 3 in the morning. And he's just a really staunch baller. I mean, he wasn't an anti-flat earther. He's just like really hard-nosed baller. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about Eratosthenes and the pendulum, where his evidence, both of those combined, equal that the Earth is a globe. And he was oblivious. Let's put it that way. He was like, yeah, you got to presuppose the Earth as a globe in order for you to get to it being a globe from the pendulum. I mean, he was in between calculations and measurements, and he was all over the place. And yeah, it was bad, dude. Like, it was bad. And meanwhile, we were slagging that guy. Thurdum Dynamics, came onto my DMs, and he was just irate, dude, screaming in the text channel. I got the DMs, man. Like, yeah, he was just completely over the moon about it. So he just really wanted to like come in here, and he's like, I'm coming in there tomorrow. I was like, we await your arrival, sir.
The greatest advocate for flat Earth, Professor of Physics Phil Belland, Mr. Thurdum Dynamics. Clown dumb fuck.
Because I mean, I was almost gonna go to the globe, and then because he said that unless I can explain the Mercedes in his driveway, the Earth is a globe. And I'm like, damn, I really can't explain his Mercedes, but I don't give a fuck about it either.
Excuse me. Phil Bell's coming in here tomorrow or tonight?
Tonight, according to him, whether he shows or not, that's something else.
We're in for a treat.
But he was pretty pissed. He was pretty pissed because we were slagging that guy.
That coward bit's not coming in here when I'm in here.
That confident baller yesterday, but I don't know if he. I honestly think he's not going to show because I think he's just a yellow belly. But whether he does or not, we'll still blow him off that Wildcat's ass. So
We have the audacity and the hubris to even show up after we showed that numpty clip. You would never hear from me again.
If he does show up, who's been nominated to take him off?
I will.
And if you're not,
QE should be the one to do it. Yeah, do the honors. But I mean, I don't mind slagging him, dude. It's just after a while, it gets repetitive. You just like fuck it. And anybody else in here that, but it does have to be somebody that knows what they're talking about. We can't have just a rank and file FE coming in there, to talk to him because he knows a little bit of sophistry. So he'll work around your ass if you're not careful.
Yeah, of course. Didn't he caveat they didn't want to speak to you though?
No, he was saying, yeah, he doesn't want to speak to me because he knows what's going to happen. But like, obviously, if you got another guy in here that wants to speak, I don't give a shit, dude. Like, as long as somebody can slag him, that's good. But if you're not equipped to like know what he's talking about, like he'll run circles around you. If you're too charitable to him, dude, he's gonna walk right all over you. Like he will.
Yeah.
With dumb fuck claim after dumb fuck claim.
Yep. Because those FE types. Well, I want to give him the argument. Just let him have it. I'm like, dude, if you do that, it's your ass. He's gonna use it to his advantage, and yep, you will never recover because you gave him something that he needs for like a presupposition or whatever you give him. Yeah, go ahead. Earth's a globe. Now tell me how the whatever works on this globe of yours, and then once you do that, it's open season on you. So, but like I said, if you make him work for every claim, he won't get to it. But I don't know.
Waiting to see his diploma or his degree. Sorry.
I mean, if he says that's what he is, just pin it on his chest and then slag him. Like, you don't have to worry about it. It's better that way, isn't it? Like, that way you'll know that you're taking down somebody who claims to be a PhD or academic of some type. Give it to him. Like, yeah, sure, you're a PhD. You better come forward like you are. Like, fucking that means you're coming at us with guns blazing, not, just falling behind like these other rank and files, Globers.
Him and Brenda teamed up and they're teaching physics now. Brenda, I know. It's funny.
My God.
Oh yeah, the lore with Brenda right now is she's boycotting the channel, and I'm like, thank you,
the Lord.
Yeah, thank you.
Which one? This one?
Yeah, she's boycotting the channel. I don't know. She's mad at one of the mods. I can't remember which one. But apparently, like, one of the mods need to get retrained or something, and she's not going to come back until that happens. And I go, I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't care. Okay, just all I heard was you're boycotting. Thank you. Boycott, please.
Yeah, they don't know that Doobie would have all the discussions in this server if he could. If it was within his power, he would allow every conversation to happen on this server. So they're out of their gourd, man. Whenever they think that they're gonna take one of the channels out by boycotting. Like, they actually want more conversations to happen. Like, whatever it is that is controversial in this server. So, we ain't going anywhere. Not through that route, anyways.
Yeah,
unless someone in here breaks TOS and just continues to, like, abuse that. But that's not happening, so.
Yeah, that's the only thing that can happen. Because even if we were to, like, they keep channels around that get 400 hours a month. We're like 17,000 hours a month.
That we can't.
There's something crazy. Yeah, there's no way. Like you say, even if they were to, like, get the fuck out of here. Your boycott is pointless. Like it's not even a drop. Your content isn't even a drop in the bucket. It's like you could take your content out of the channel and it doesn't change anything at all. Like zero.
Yeah, the staunch Glober, when they're around when I'm here, they're fucking walking on eggshells for everything they say. Every little suggestive term, everything that they do, every which way they go, fucking I'm right there. Like there's nowhere to escape. So it's like they can come at it from an academic standpoint, which is good. They have the knowledge of the pseudoscience and all that shit. But the moment they step into this room, it's going to have to be something practical, a demonstration. Their terms are going to have to be defined. Like everything is going to be like super hyper specific. So there's nowhere to go. So they can't just get away with terms, like they have to, and they get upset about it, right? So they're all upset because they have to why do we have to define, why do we have to know what measurement and calculations? Like, why can't we just, the guy yesterday, right? He was saying that measurements and calculations are the same because they're both, they have to be estimations, both of them. They're fucking out of their minds, dude.
Oh, here, I got one for you. Okay. So, you remember Colonel, right? Or did you forget?
Colonel? Well, what interaction was this?
Okay, maybe it's been a while since he's been around. So I was on PNR and I was just kind of jumping around to the channels because that dude Terminus and Sarah were in a channel, their own channel just called Waffling, and Colonel was in there too, and they're talking about it's dumb as shit. Okay, talking about sentient cows or something like that. So I bring up the skit from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy where they're in the restaurant and they got the animal that is telling them to eat them and stuff, and how Arthur Dent orders a salad because he's disturbed by it, and this random schizo pipes up and said, just freaks out, just completely freaks out, and said, Crit's full of shit, like vomits at the mouth, just complete vomits, and we're all on camera. She accuses me of my beard being some filter, that I don't have a beard, that my fake Santa beard, and then and people are like, what the hell's wrong with you? And then Colonel pipes up and says something that maybe he had known in confidence, that she's like an erotic foot model where she squishes fruit between her toes and shit. And everyone just laughed, she turned into this massive lolcow, and everyone was just laughing at her, and she got pissed, just got absolutely pissed, and sent me some messages about how, that was unfair for me to do that. I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't know that was Colonel who exposed you, not me. I think if you just would have acted normal, no one would have gave a shit. But you had to freak out because you saw Flat Earth Mod on my account, on my profile, instead of just acting normal. What the hell, dude?
Yeah, I'm just going through that. People get upset because they can't get away with things in this forum, so it draws them back here to come and have more conversations about the topic. And it doesn't matter who it is, like trolls. You know the way I get with trolls. I get them to actually really want to engage because I make them feel like they're inferior, and that whole Jedi mind trick gets them to get out of their trollish ways, and they start actually engaging with us. So they don't understand psychology when they come in here, so they're totally baffled, right? They're in here to just do their one shtick, trollish whatever they're doing, and I get them to realize that it's fucking useless. Not in here, fucking. And then they're all coming off like they're sounding intelligent and shit, trying to have a conversation. It's funny though.
Yeah, so for the most part, if Sarah or Terminus comes back, you could be like, hey, how about those flat feet models?
Yeah.
I heard there's a flat foot model. You were looking for a model, I'm hoping he comes back.
Be right back, gents.
Nobody else in here, guys? No takers?
Not one interesting.
Oh, man. We were having a wonderful conversation about date and time earlier. What happened?
I got moved on. You know, stuff comes back around again.
I'm gonna go watch Fed's last one. I want to see Dave McKeegan prove a flat Earth with the gyro. Later, guys.
All right, take care.
Do you want a polite reply or do you want the usual reply?
The usual reply.
Your sister's ankles.
What's up?
Sister's ankles.
Pixar didn't happen.
Oh man, the show is starting to sound like we're playing the same episode every day.
It is a lot like that, of course it is. Same people saying the same shit, same trolls having the same meltdowns in the same chat at the same time every day. Yeah.
Well, I'll give that one kid credit. He skipped over, but if the Earth was flat and had gravity, as you leave the center, you'd start to walk diagonal, and went straight to. So the Earth is rising upwards.
Hey, Earth is flat. All my life, Earth is flat. Come on now. It's obviously flat. It is.
Say that in English.
It's obviously flat, you dummies.
Why are you standing at the far end of your room away from your microphone?
If you don't think it's flat, then you're an idiot.
Awesome. So why is the Earth flat, Holmes?
Okay, I can tell you. You want me to? So basically, when Jesus Christ was put on the cross, right, he was the one that said before he went out that the Earth, when you go all the way to the edge, right, when you swim out there, like when you're in Antarctica, and then you get out to the edge, right, a lot of people just fall right off the edge. They all just fall right off because.
Yep, keep going. Don't stop talking. We're all listening. Tell me more.
That sounds important.
I know, it's great. Oh, that was a good point right there, bro.
Is this guy like taking a shit or something? Where's that echo coming from?
Dude, yeah, he's got his phone. He's got his phone on the nightstand, and he's in the toilet.
I think he's changing my mind, guys. I might flip.
Shit.
Well, speaking of biblical characters, when mentioning the earth, many Globers would like to present Job as saying that God hangs the earth upon nothing, meaning that it's floating in a void. However, if you read that passage, it actually is Job saying that. And then God, when God enters the scene, God said, "Hey, who's this guy talking who doesn't know what he's talking about?" "Oh yeah, that's you, Job. You weren't there when I made the earth, so why are you telling people what it's like?" So it's actually the case that it's not just as simple as you read a Bible verse and then take a sentence out of it and say, this means the earth's a globe.
Doesn't God then go on to ask Job, "Where were you when I set the foundations of the earth?" If that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's basically telling him he's wrong.
Yeah, or he also says, "Who can stretch a line across it to tell me the measure thereof?"
Yeah,
that's pretty profound. Who can stretch a line across the earth to tell me, God in this instance, how big the earth is? Oh dang! Oh dang! God's like, "Oh dang! They got me, Eratosthenes. You got me, bro, Eratosthenes."
It's actually quite a deep story when you think about it and you explain it like you just did. Yeah, God's not happy. Who are you telling me what I created, coming up with these things? Who are you? Where were you when I set the foundations? You've got no clue.
Yeah, it's the same critique to like the heliocentric believing, Big Bang expanding cosmogony people too. It's like, hey, bro, where were you at the beginning?
Yep.
You know, you think you could do your math in the present and then tell me how it was in the beginning? I mean, you're smoking some crack.
Yeah, and of course we all know that God, when he said a line, he meant the tangent line, right? Of course. Like, no duh, right? Fuck, man.
Where did the patience of Job? What's the origin of that? Or when someone says that, are they being facetious?
No, it's because he has supposedly endured a lot of hardships without cursing God, basically. So he's put to his brink, but he didn't abandon his faith completely.
And then God talks shit to him.
Well, no. God allowed all his possessions to be taken away. Almost his entire family was killed. His wife was spared, but that wasn't a blessing. That was a punishment because his wife was an asshole. I think either that wife did end up dying or leaving or something. Because I could have sworn he got a new wife. He got a new wife, more kids, and then all his wealth came back, even more than he had before.
That is biblical. And maybe I'm going off the rails in the dead air, but someone said something earlier. Said, "What's keeping you down on the flat Earth?" And people shouted out a bunch of stuff. And I mentioned the blues. I don't like the blues, but don't they? The blues is sort of the opposite of these biblical stories. I know that things go wrong for people in the Bible, but there's a lot of patience being rewarded. But then they say, this blues is like the devil music and the crossroads and all that stuff. So that's kind of weird.
Oh man. I got pulled over for going over the white line a little bit. So I told him I was accounting for the curvature of the Earth because the stupid flat earther that laid these lines forgot. And so I was just going with the globe geometry. And then he was like, what the heck are you talking about? And I go, you're not one of them stupid flat earthers, are you? And he goes, all right, no ticket for you.
That was random but funny. I like that.
The earth is flat. Straight to jail.
You turned a meme into a story. That's kind of impressive. Mr. G, you said you almost flipped when you heard that guy go, all my life. Was that you? AFK, I guess. Crit's worst nightmare has joined us finally. Quite the PFP. Nice wig.
He's not going to talk. He's made up some bullshit narrative that Crit, because he's some kind of I don't know eternal wizard, has muted him on all channels and servers, so he can't speak anywhere. Thinks it's a huge conspiracy, so he just spends all of his time having emotional breakdowns in the chat. He's not worth it.
That's where I usually see him. I rarely see him in the lineup.
Yeah, he's just, I don't know.
He's just here. Too big for bike. They're up in the upper right corner. Someone, please. Next contestant.
Who killed the chat? Or my ears broke.
Earth glob. Hee hee.
Dude, you guys are so wrong. And yet so proud. You arrogant monkeys. How do you feel believing in a lie?
Yeah, Globers, how do you feel? Good job, Flat Earther.
Okay. I was like, dude, we're in 2025, okay? Come on. Like, at this point, we've progressed too far to be talking about flat Earth.
Wow. Have we progressed far enough to stop talking about that sentient agents are the source of reality? Yeah, that's what I thought, dude.
Is your name the title of your autobiography?
Oh my god.
Fucking imbecile.
Dude, why are you guys mad? I'm spitting
You're
facts.
mad? No, it's
spitting facts.
contempt for fucking ignorant dumbasses.
Ignorance. Dude, I...
Makes me so special.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
I laced on my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuk's ones, right? The frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those. I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all over. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Great.
And then there's the precision of the optic of doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision, right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay,
so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something, they've known this since the 1400s, they have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
so are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
No, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, you know, when we're trying to get...
There's two things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're two different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have one data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve. And if my uncertainty had been of a random,
what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Literally circular logic.
Right. Well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah. So
why'd you leave all those out?
I didn't.
Did you?
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
Look, I doubt you took one measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You know you didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry picked your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in at one of the shots, I took several and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you'd have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
Density gradient.
So, okay, there is something. It's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, that so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements, you're looking up, and some of them are looking down. Right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you, I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example, is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down. You're going to get a difference, right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match one.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7.6 star, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. But it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7.6 R is for horizontal measurements.
Hey, hold on just a second. A customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh, I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't want to give much of a commentary whilst he's still here.
I mean,
Is what he's done measuring the dip by leveling the theodolite?
Yeah.
I mean, the operational range of level.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get into that, right?
That's what I've been saying. He was and I'll just wait because Indio's got a good point, but yeah, he's way out of.
I'm gonna let Indio do
the thing is, small errors, small angle errors, like they're great, like the calculation, right? So if I have a small angle error at 10 feet versus 100 miles, it's a huge difference, right? Because that error gets larger.
All right, Jesse's back, Indio.
Yep.
Where were we? Oh yeah. So what if you were in Europe or Finland or Massachusetts? You know that they don't use 7.6R in Europe. They use 0.13, and in Massachusetts they use 0.17. And then you could just go like the Department of Transportation, right? Every state has a Department of Transportation, and every state has a surveying manual, and every state uses a different so-called refraction correction. Did you know any of this?
No, I'm not even sure I know what that means.
7.6R is a refraction correction of 0.16.
Standard terrestrial refraction, right, Indigo?
Yeah. the so-called standard. So,
yeah, that's
in Europe they use 0.13, and they've been using that. But if you go to like Finland, they use something like what the hell was it? Let me think for a second. It's some huge number or something. It's like 0.19 or something. And then if you go to like here's the funny thing is, it's like kind of correlated to so-called latitude. So the closer to the so-called equator you get, the less aurora refraction error that they use in their calculations for surveying. And you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm across the Straits of Juan de Fuca from Canada, but I'm in Washington.
Well, I mean, so what's the refraction error they use in that state?
I don't know. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it said it was basically 1 degree for every 932 miles.
1 degree for every 932 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that means that if for every 932 miles, something will appear 1 degree higher than it otherwise would, allegedly due to standard atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, due to magic.
Sorry, this is standard atmospheric refraction. Indio's just pointed out that there's not really a standard. Yeah, there's no standard, depending on the politics of the country that you're in, or the manuals, at least, of different countries and at least states within the USA. You will have a different standard refraction calculation. It seems to. It is. I mean, is that new knowledge to you? Have you just come across that knowledge? Right? Is this the first time you've heard about that?
I mean, I've seen different representations of the same thing. Some people write it as 7 over 6R. Others write it as like this K factor of some fractional decimal number or something.
Yeah.
There's different ways to mathematically express the same curve of light.
I need to ask you, is that an optical or mathematical function?
Well, I mean, the mathematical part is mathematical, but it's alleged to describe an optical phenomena, right?
Oh, alleged. Okay. Is it optical or is it mathematical? It can't be optical.
I think it's an attempt to mathematically model.
Explain why you see too far.
An optical phenomena.
So, math is a language. It's explaining why you see too far.
It's not bending light, is it? No matter what the terrestrial refraction is, it's making the geometric shape mathematically bigger.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but
yes, that is what it's doing.
Hey, Jesse, look in live stream voice text. I want to show you something. This is what you think you're doing. This is what you think is happening. That you're on a ball and you're looking and making measurements on a curved path of light.
Basically, except you're showing refraction a rate that far exceeds what is said to be standard refraction.
Oh, no. 76R means the radius, that if the ray of light was a circle, it would have a radius greater than the radius of the Earth.
Which means you could zoom in on your own ass. Theoretically.
So 76R, 76 the radius. R means radius. That means that path of light. So what they do is this circular light path. But it's a cheap and dirty way of just saying, we're going to assume the globe is 76 the official radius. And then we're going to model it as straight rays of light.
What is it when you don't have evidence and so you create a story to fill in the gap? Oh.
That's what Globers do, okay?
Yes.
But
do you know what the operational range of like a transit or a theodolite is? Like if you're trying to be accurate? Like let's say I'm going to put down a foundation. I need 1/32. I'll make a big flaw here. 1/32 of an inch.
If you're trying to pull 1/32 of an inch accuracy, you probably want to keep it under 50 meters.
It's about 550 feet. 550 feet. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, what's the frame of reference for level on a theodolite?
Bubble levels and or the built-in electro-optical compensator level.
Well, the problem with those is it's the same problem, is they're only a 4 or 5 inches wide, right? What are they leveling? They're leveling the machine itself.
What's 4 or 5 inches wide?
The theodolite.
Oh,
where the level is rigidly attached is what you're going to be measuring as being level.
So why do they make levels of different sizes? Why do they have like a torpedo level and like a 4-foot level and like a 10-foot level? And that if you use those to level something, you get different results.
Yes.
So in a theodolite's little bubble level, it has a diameter of like, I don't even know what, a thumbnail.
So,
what I'm saying is the level, right? So you did an observation that was 120 miles, right? Or somebody did. It's in your spreadsheet.
No, 105.
Okay, so someone did 120. It's the last one.
What?
The Mount Shasta to, I can't remember what the other one was.
Mount Scott. And no, it's 105 and I did it.
Oh, 105. Okay. So you think your theodolite, set it up, put the bubble level, that if you drew a line, a straight line, a level line, not a curved globe line, a level line, that you could extend that out 105 miles and it would be level all the way there.
Well, level within plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
That's what you think.
That's what the machine's rated at.
That's what the machine...
How far was that? Like, you go ahead, Meme.
All right. Look, if you use a torpedo level, what you're still saying is it's a torpedo level, essentially, okay? Let's say you have a nice, like 1,000-foot long wall, you take a torpedo level, you draw a line where it's perfectly level. Take a 10-foot level and put it on that mark perfectly. Do you think you're going to still be in level?
Well, I've never tried, but if they were both calibrated highly accurately and you had them both on the same plane of levelness, then they should be.
No, it's not. And we have things to prevent that from happening. Torpedo levels are for specific things because they do not have the range of accuracy as a 10-foot level. It doesn't matter how good it is. It's because ultimately the machine itself can only read itself. There's no invisible thing that says its fidelity has been maintained past that point. You may only need a spot where you need a 4-inch level, and that's the only spot you need it at. But the actual equipment itself doesn't have the capabilities of testing whether that line has maintained its fidelity 100 feet away. Whereas a 10-foot level, you've created a much larger margin of error, or a much smaller margin of error, and so you're going to have more fidelity of your line at either end. I mean, this is basic construction, and all of us who build and survey and who do all this kind of work understand this principle pretty easily, because you cannot build things practically. Like, I could not put down, if you gave me a 4-inch level, no foundation would go down.
But let's say we had a perfectly smooth, flat, level plane, and...
What are we measuring it with? How do we know it's level?
Let's just say that it's floating on water, and so it's level. And we put a bullet level, or a torpedo level on there, and a 8-foot level on there. They should both read level if they're both calibrated correctly, right?
So you're talking about putting them both on something that is already known to be perfectly level?
Yes.
Yeah, so almost like them back at the factory being put on the calibration machines that test them both the same exact way. Because you know the 4-inch level is still tested the same way as the 10-foot level.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
Right. So, but ultimately you still can't use it when you're free floating, when you're elevating, when you're holding it, when you're putting it up against things, when you're putting it into use for practical purpose. It just doesn't work. Because there is no Ultimately, you're relying on the ability of the piece of equipment to internally operate with the assumption that everything is perfect going out from it. I mean, this is how we put down houses, how we put down roads. I mean, we put up 1 million square foot warehouses for the military, and they had stations everywhere and GTR units or GRT units everywhere. And reflectors set up everywhere, all over the place. Because they're just not as accurate as you think. And these are, $130,000 stands that we have, that we use.
Yeah. So the question I got to ask is, when you use a physical level, the mechanism in the level that you use to level is liquid and an air pocket. But the secondary mechanism, which is the effectiveness of the decision of whether it's level or not, is what? Your interpretation of what you're seeing. So you decide when the bubble is between the black lines. Right? And everybody knows who's been on a construction site that no two men and no two positions relative to the level give you the same reading. So even with the precisely engineered machine, let's say Stabila from Germany, right? One of the most expensive levels you can buy, the man and the situation is going to have error. So even though the device itself is precise and the forces acting on it allegedly are precise, the interpretation of whether it's level or not is never going to be consistent. So when you go out into the field and you want to level something, anytime it requires a man to make the decision when it's level or not, or when you're targeting the target at level or not, there's going to be error. And everybody knows who's ever shot a gun that a small error at the sight picture results in a large error downrange. So anybody who tells me that they did this or that with an optical device, the only standard that first must be known is how did you maintain level and maintain your sight picture to validate the claims that you're making. And if you don't have a methodological practice that can result in perfection and negate the error, and you can't explain it, then anything you say after that is a waste of my time.
Well, the instrument is designed that if you follow the procedures, the instructions for operating it, that you will be within the stated accuracy. And besides, the Nikon unit actually has a built-in liquid level where actually they take and bounce a little laser beam off the inside surface of a clear liquid in a quartz vial, and then that beam hits a little CCD imager, and then based on where in the CCD area that laser beam hits, then the computer is the one that actually objectively, reliably, consistently reads the level. So there's actually no human input in even reading the level on that one.
Right, and that's fine because like we all have those in the self-leveling levels, the self-leveling transits. How far out have they been tested?
I don't know.
I do not know of a test facility, like a controlled test facility.
I've actually tried to find this out, but there's nothing.
You can't. I already know there is nothing. You can't. The only test they did ever was with mirrors, and then they said there was because of the inaccuracy of the mirrors, they can never remove a margin of error of even testing. So the issue is there's no way to test how accurate that is. That may indeed be really super accurate, but you're still, like even with the top of the line equipment, your diameter is now what, 900 feet?
I don't understand.
The radius of accuracy. The radius of accuracy is about 900 feet on the most expensive, best transit systems there are.
What do you mean the radius? The distance you can shoot is 900 feet?
No, not shoot. Accurately measure as level.
Oh, meaning that what I think is a straight level projection through the telescope could vary vertically by plus or minus 900 feet?
No. That means that if I send the guy out with the stick, the maximum he can go out is about 900 feet from the transit while I measure. Because after that, error creeps in.
But enough error that, error creeps in at any distance. I mean, even at 10 feet from the front of the device, it's still got an error of plus or minus, say, 4 arc seconds. That's still an error, right?
Okay, if you get that small bit of an error at 9 or 10 feet, 75 miles, 105 miles, and that's if you even know the amount of error you might have. Like I said, they've been trying this with the theodolite, and when they do it, they still can't decide if the horizon is optical or physical. It's optical when it works for them. It's physical when it works for them. You know, they only cherry pick the data, as you have, that supports the initial claim.
So let's say I did get up on Mount Scott, 8,934 feet, and I shoot I shoot an angle to Mount Shasta, 105 miles away at 14,179 feet, and I measure an angle. What's my problem there? Where did I go wrong?
Okay. Hold on, I'll answer that question. Real fast.
You go ahead. Sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about the GIF I posted with the curved lines. Like, you don't even have straight lines to measure an angle. You have curved lines.
Exactly.
Right.
Check this out. When you orient your device to the image of the mountain, you are not shooting an angle to the mountain. You're shooting an angle, quote unquote, or orienting the device, quote unquote, to the angle of the incoming light.
Agreed.
So to first say I'm shooting an angle to the mountain, you're already self-defeating. And without the accuracy known, right, and the geometry known and all the factors known, you can't make any conclusive statements.
Well, you're assuming that the angle to the mountain and the angle of the light arriving are different from each other.
If you're on a globe, there is no angle to the mountain.
Yes. Listen, on a globe, it would necessarily not be the correct angle. That's their excuse for why. Listen, hold on, friend. That's their excuse why at 900 miles there's a 1 degree off. Now, the reason why they needed this excuse is because of the Selenelian eclipse defeated their model. And they needed to come up with a reasonable excuse of why these objects where they claim are in a specific point in the sky aren't where they're supposed to be.
So here's what I don't understand is like we have like over 100 data points with all the measurements taken of seeing things that are way too far down on ground level.
But you don't have any where the line of sight doesn't pass close to the surface.
So, are you assuming that there? Are you assuming? Yeah. Are you assuming that there is some kind of unknown effect that is turning the Earth into a hologram?
I don't know about any hologram, but I do know that when light passes near the surface, it tends to bend downward.
Oh, does it? Do we have Gosh, is there some
think that?
Some science for that?
Yeah, I want to know why you think that.
Yeah.
Well, because I went out to the beach on a hot, calm day, and I set up my telescope below the top edge of a county park sign, and I waited for a ship to go by out there, and then a ship went by, and I could see the water line on the side of that ship, where the water, meets the side of the ship, over the top of the sign, even though the sign was higher than me and higher than the target. So the sign was objectively, physically between me and the target, and yet I could see the target over the top of the sign.
So what was the elevation of your telescope?
I don't know what the absolute elevation was, but I know it was
8 feet,
like a couple inches below the top of the sign.
So was it 8 feet above sea level, or?
No, it was about a couple, 2.5, 3 feet maybe.
2.5 feet. Do you think there's any waves? Not
on this day. This was not the ocean. This was the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was no waves.
No waves.
Salish Sea.
The Salish Sea. Oh, okay. So there's no waves on it. Oh, okay.
But the water does come in and out, right? The water level changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you have a surge.
Yeah. And I know where you did the observation, and there's a tidal. And if you can look at the currents there, there's a swirl there.
So you think?
And plus, you also said a tendency to bend down. Okay. Your single data point does not show a tendency.
Well, I've got other film from other days showing similar things at the same location.
And we have film of lasers bending into the air, upward.
So about that, it turns out that when the observer is down in a stronger density gradient area looking up to a laser beam that's in a lesser density gradient, the beam appears to be curving up to the observer even if the beam is actually slightly curving down.
How is any of that falsifiable?
Listen, first of all, that's not the observation. That was done. Like the upward bending lasers, they were done. You can see it going straight and then doing basically a right hook, a J hook straight up into the air. There's a bunch of them. It's not like there's one. There's a few of them. And here's the other thing: is your claim that you can, because light bends down to the density gradient, the lower you are, the more refraction there is.
Well, if being lower makes you closer to a colder water surface that's colder than the air, then that usually does increase the density gradient rate.
So if you've got it...
So hold on, Meme. So the lower I go, the farther I can see. Is that what you're saying? If there's more refraction the lower I go, that means I should be able to see farther the lower I go.
Not necessarily, because being higher also allows you to see farther.
So where is that transition? Between I can see farther because of refraction and now I can't see farther because of refraction because my closest to the ground overwhelms the refraction. Yeah, it's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
No, but it's simple, and I don't understand why you don't understand it. But
understand what? Listen, I constantly have heard this claim that there's more refraction closer to the ground, that you shouldn't do observations over water. That means that I can see farther the closer I get to the ground. Yeah, it sounds that stupid. That's why you're having a hard time, because it sounds that stupid. And my oven's going off again, so someone please take over.
Where's the paper? Who has the paper on the refraction? Because all of it's done with straight line measurements anyway.
I'm not sure what paper you're referring to.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure why we're talking about refraction, since I made no compensation for refraction in my measurements.
Okay, well, that would mean that you're assuming that the Earth is, like, the horizon of the Earth is geometric and physical, right?
My measurements made no assumption about the horizon. They don't involve the horizon. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you haven't accounted for okay, then explain the black swan image where you have a horizon that is 10 miles away.
Nice.
Well, I saw the horizon I just told you about over the top of that sign.
Okay.
So
do you know what the black swan is that comes from the ludic fallacy?
Yeah, it means
so the black swan means that it doesn't matter how many white swans you have. That's why it's called a black swan.
But if I were to discover that the black swan were actually a white swan painted black, I found the paint can, I found the brush, I found the guy who says, yeah, I painted it, then I've kind of invalidated the black swan, right?
Well, no, you haven't, because the guy goes down there every day, all the time, and gets these images.
Actually, the BMLS 69 guy said in his video that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, like in a 3-month period, and that most of the time the 3 oil platforms appeared sunk down as if the Earth was a globe, but a few times they were all risen up and all visible as if the Earth was flat.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're looking along the deck of the water, right? And water is reflective, and you're at a very low angle, aren't you? Right?
What's the deck of the water? Just like if I'm down by the water?
Yeah, I'm calling it the deck because that's the flat portion that we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the water is a deck, right? So what happens when you lay down? Does the water look like water, or does it turn into a mirror? Becomes a homogeneous reflector.
It depends if it's hotter than the air. If it's hotter than the air...
It doesn't have to do with heat, it's the angle. The tighter the angle at one end, the more reflective and homogeneous it gets, because the eye can no longer resolve it. It's angular resolution.
That's not been my experience.
Hold on, friend. It's not just angular resolution. It's the internal reflection angles. Once you have total internal reflection, then the angles of light that are not the water, like not the source color of the water, will overtake them from the angles of propagation to the angles of reception, and you'll only see light that is not originating from the water surface. It's just reflected light. If that makes sense to you.
Right. Now, see, someone posted the image of the sunken oil rig. You see it?
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Right. Is that the horizon?
What's the horizon?
By which definition?
Yeah. Yours.
I mean, technically, the definition of the horizon is where the sky and the water appear to meet, right?
Appear. So it is. It's optical. It's not physical.
Right.
Okay. So none of your pictures or observations are of the horizon. Then they're just optical. Right. None of them are actual measurements.
Well, I'm not sure
Sorry, none of them are of the geometric horizon. The curvature of the Earth that should be physically getting in the way of stuff. All horizons are indeed optical, aren't they?
Jesse, the point of that is that the apparent location in your field of view, and I want to make that clear, it's in your field of view. It doesn't actually exist down in 3-dimensional space. It only exists in the image presently.
You mean like
where
when
the color field... Where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the ground or the water, and they distinguish and change, that demarcation point is known as the horizon. That of a necessity cannot be a physical location. So in other words, when you point something at the horizon, you're pointing it at an image. You're not pointing it at a physical location.
Absolutely. But I don't see what that's got to do with my measurements of Mount Shasta at 105 miles, because I didn't utilize the horizon.
Because you don't have a measurement and you don't have the fidelity of a level line at 105 miles, and you couldn't be shooting along a straight line. If you're on a globe, you're shooting at a curve. Curved light coming in.
Well, let's just say for the sake of discussion that I'm not on a globe and I'm on a flat Earth, and I'm still on the same mountain, shooting to a line to the same mountain, the same Mount Shasta.
Is this your picture down here?
Let me look. That's my picture, but that's not Mount Shasta.
Okay.
I have a picture of the Mount Shasta one if you like, though.
Well, what's this one right here?
The one that Jace Isle,
Jace AI.
Posted?
Yeah.
That is one of the ones from the data, the chart that shows the curve.
that shows the curve, we're at? Is it behind the hill?
Is what behind the hill? The mountain
is the curve? No, is the curve behind the hill? Because I see a hill and I see a mountain obstructed by a hill.
I just measured the zenith angle to the top of that mountain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You don't have an angle. It's curved. It's curved observation.
Well, I measured the angle of the light entering the telescope, right?
Right. It doesn't matter. You're saying, okay, let's just say you're saying you're level to that mountain. You're shooting level to it?
No,
okay, you're shooting the angle from down to up. Okay.
Holy
okay.
crap, dude.
So what? So you think that hill is Earth curve?
The tree line hill?
Like if a truck drove in front of you, would that be Earth curve? Because that's a hill obstructing your view.
No, never mind. The hill has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so where's the Earth curve at?
Well, this is just a single data.
Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. We got to correct an error on the table. So he asked you something about the angle, and you said, I'm measuring the angle of the light entering the telescope. Now, if you concede that you don't know the path of light from the target object all the way to the telescope, then the angle that the light enters the telescope is irrelevant. And making any assertion based on that is also irrelevant. Can't be applied to anything.
I wonder, is this supposed to show obstruction of the bottom of a mountain?
No. This was just he asked for my source data, and when I go out shooting angles, I line up the telescope to the target. I take a picture through the telescope, then I take a picture of the LCD readout, then I flip the telescope around. You know how you do 2 readings with a theodolite, at least 2, and take another picture through the telescope, and then another picture of the LCD. It's just my way of recording what I was shooting and what the angles were, because that way I don't have to ask myself later if I maybe transpose some numbers.
Hold on. Let's reiterate this, because this is what the crux of the issue is about. The angles of what?
The light as it enters the telescope.
Right. And unless you know the path to the target object, those angles are pointless to know. You cannot discern anything about the target object's angles of propagation from the angles of reception. Because according to the globe model, all the light is taking curvilinear omnidirectional paths.
Yeah.
And so you have no idea which light you've received. So you can't make any definitive claims about the physical location of an object compared to you angularly based on angles of intercepted light. It doesn't work. Can't be done.
Which makes the model unfalsifiable, which means we can dismiss it out of hand.
Correct, which, by the way, the U.S. military validated when they attempted to shoot a tri-band laser to determine the refractive conditions over 120 kilometers for the purpose of perfecting their laser targeting systems. And they found that the results were not congruent with the globe model of refraction. In other words, it was a chaos. It was chaos. The general consensus, right? Not that they use this word, this is my word, but they use turbulent and unknowable. The general consensus is that the path of light is chaos. And the final point that you're getting, right, based on what they said in relation to the globe model, is not precise, and it's not congruent with any standard model of refraction.
I'd like to point out also, Jesse, that Drace very politely has posted the source and the citation. The combat experiment does not observe dispersion, even though they should have. They say they should have. They use 3 frequencies. It's irrelevant what the purpose of the experiment. There we go.
Let me take a look.
Yep. Yeah, but here's the problem. Okay, and this is the problem since day one. And I mean day one is in the first retard that went out to the ocean and looked out and said, I can't see the bottom of the boat, And because I'm so close-minded and ignorant about the nature and physics of light in relation to geometry and all of that, I'm just going to assume, based on childhood permanency bias, that you learn when your mother first puts a ball behind her back and you realize that the ball continues in three-dimensional space and doesn't just disappear. You look out and you say, well, I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore it continues in three-dimensional space. And just like a ball going behind my mother's back, the boat is going over Mother Earth. Right? Because they can't think of... Go ahead.
Isn't it much simpler?
Probably.
Yes.
Ask them what refraction is.
We were about to dock at that port.
Sorry to interrupt. That I just kill it quick. So define refraction. Right. That's go ahead. Sorry,
Jesse. You want to define refraction for us?
Oh, by the way, I'm not going to. I didn't claim it.
You're not Jesse.
You're not Jesse.
I just want to invite everyone to the friggin' decimation and annihilation of the thinking atheist, Forrest Gump Velkai, and brain sick, booger eating, the brain sick, booger eating Bubba. Gets the Gibbon annihilated today at 5:30 on the Quantum Race.
Is there such thing as a thinking atheist? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a contradiction. What are you doing?
Yeah, I know.
Oxymoron.
I will bring that up. Thanks, Indio.
That is an ox and a moron.
I've been around.
We'll be around more often.
Well, I seen you in here last night, but I was busy. We're like ships passing in the night, so I've seen you around.
I gotcha.
We're just trying to avoid you.
Do I still have what?
Do you still have your contradictionary?
Oh, yeah. I'm using it today. I also have my hip waders going on, so.
What about the turkey?
Shorter.
Not done yet.
No.
It's getting hot, though. We're testing the heat of the density of the air above its refracted surface right now.
Too buddy, man.
Yeah, I'm going to post an announcement for your stream. And I usually post them when I see you post. So,
appreciate it, man.
In our announcements, yeah. So I'll do it again. I want to see what a thinking atheist looks like. It's like
I'll come and
it's like a
hang out
or something.
It might be illuminating.
I'll be there, Kiwi.
Sweet.
Is that refracted illumination?
Yes.
I don't think refraction comes up in this. Thank the Lord. That's all right. They got enough problems.
I don't know. I generally concede to refraction. as you are well aware. So when you apply any of the refracted models to any observation, the first
refracted
order of business.
Models now. This is pretty funny.
No, come on. Let me go.
Come on. You sound like Anthony Riley.
Listen, I have a long history of being absolutely two-sided and coming in with a knife in the side while you miss it.
All right, fair enough. But that's not my way, but doesn't mean it's not the right way. Go ahead and allow them to beg the question till the cows come home. Go ahead.
This is the way.
Okay, so when you apply a refracted model, right, because you're applying it to an observation, right, so you have a geometry in your mind of what the Earth is. You then have an observation that doesn't fit that geometry, and so what you do is you break the Earth geometry. And refraction actually means broken over the back. And so I agree that their model is indeed refracted, and therefore I concede, yes, your model is broken. I rest my case.
How you like that, Kiwi?
It doesn't do it for me.
A little too intellectual, I know.
A little too
Look, it wasn't as delicious as we did it last time because somebody was talking about the mountain, and then we made a pun on Brokeback Mountain with refraction, and then we basically said your argument is gay.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse, what is refraction?
The redirection of a wave due to changes or boundaries or gradients of density.
Boundaries?
Incorrect. Citation, please. That's not Snell's law.
Well, Snell's law is for boundaries, right?
Snell's law is the law of refraction.
But how do you apply
no
that? No
buts. There's no buts. None.
I'm here.
No but.
Was that self-deprecating?
Maybe.
All right. The point is there any... What is the assertion of terrestrial refraction? What do you assert that it is?
Standard terrestrial refraction?
Yeah. Not how to calculate it, what it is.
Say it again?
Not how to calculate it, but what it is.
Jesse, phone a friend. I'll go for you. Trust me.
What's your number? Well, I didn't come up with it. I'm not sure. The mainstream model claims that it's the bending of light.
That's not a model.
Well, what would you like to call it?
That's not a model. The mainstream, where is that? Citation, please.
The claim?
Yeah.
Look, they're asking me about something I didn't come up with, okay? I'm not sure what you want me to say.
I thought you're a proponent of refraction. You don't know what it is. Define refraction. Citation. Not you. I want a citation that defines refraction.
You mean like Andrew Thomas Young or something?
It's up to you. Whatever you want.
That'll work for me.
Hold on.
In fact, yeah, that'd be fine. It's my favorite one. You'll find an interesting part in his paper where he said things that will never reappear that are already physically obstructed. So it's a one-way mirror.
Drace is already over my stuff, man. You're not posting it. I got where you're going with that, but you're a little bit ahead of the game. We just want to know what refraction is.
Well, I've read that paper like 20 times, so.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do this. Let's make it fucking easy.
Okay.
There it is. From Britannica.com, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Oh, by the way, rays of light don't exist. In crossing the boundary or surface. Do gases have surfaces? No.
But they would have a boundary with water.
Of separation between two contacting substances. Where's the two contacting substances in the fairy tale atmosphere? There isn't any. It's a category error. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of the path of light wave, light's not a wave, as it passes from one material to another material. Can you show me two different materials in the fairy tale atmosphere? You can't. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Where's a boundary in the fairy tale atmosphere? There is none. You're fucking category error. Let's go to Wiki. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, see the context, is the formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction. When referring to light or other waves, light's not a wave, passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, as such as water, glass, or air. Has a picture right down here on the bottom. You see that? Snell's law? Where's the interface in the atmosphere?
Are you denying gradient refraction?
That isn't a fucking refraction.
Okay, so when...
Okay, can you fucking... Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you want me to read them again? Where's fucking gradient in anything that I read?
Oh, I didn't see it in what you read, but I think what you posted was not all of...
You're making it up!
Yeah, what is it? What is terrestrial refraction? Is it just make-believe?
I mean, obviously the phenomena is real because...
It's not obviously real because I look out and I just see things. I don't have to come up with a reason for why I see them. If you're having to come up for a reason why you would see things, that's not scientific, is it?
Okay, so
yes, but hold on, Jesse, before you go, because you said this twice and you haven't been corrected yet. So, a phenomenon to be genuine, the premises of the differentiation in the happening must be known in the first instance. So, in other words, if you see something where it shouldn't be on a quote-unquote globe, in order for that proposition to be true, the globe must be proven in the first instance. You can't infer it and say, oh, that isn't where it's supposed to be on a globe, therefore it's a phenomenon. So, again, where's the globe being proven in the first instance so you could apply this claim of a phenomena?
I don't even know what you're asking or what that has to do with the fact that we've all seen the pictures of the laser.
It's not a phenomena, dude.
It's not a phenomena. It's our math is wrong. Let's come up with an explanation. In this case, it's a mathematical explanation called terrestrial refraction.
Have you seen that?
Thank you, Meme. Hold on, Jesse. We got to caveat that. So, indeed, things being not where they appear to be at all times, like differentiation between days, definitely happens. So, like when I go to a small lake, I see things disappear, right? And rest assured, they disappear some days from the bottom up, some days from the top down, some days from the top and bottom simultaneously. Now, to be clear, this lake is small enough to where any alleged Earth curvature would be irrelevant. But that's not the point. The point is that, yes, we all see variations in what we see. The difference in this context of this argument is that it's claimed that the reasons we see things is called terrestrial refraction, which has an assumption of a radius, which makes it a phenomenon only in the sense if the Earth is a globe. So in one instance, we all see displacements optically, whatever they be. In the other instance, it's assumed that it's a phenomena in relationship to where it should be seen on a globe. But the globe has to be proven in the first instance for that to be a phenomenon. So that being said, what the heck is terrestrial refraction?
Maybe it's whatever causes that laser beam to look like it's curving up.
Well, if that's the case, that's a huge problem, isn't it? Shouldn't we see boats like way up in the sky?
Well, sometimes they do, actually.
No, we see them hovering in the horizon. Is where we see them. It's called Fata Morgana.
But we're asking, what is terrestrial refraction? Do we not agree that there are conditions that can cause the path of light to be not straight in the air?
Yes, but it's unpredictable.
Right, but that's not terrestrial refraction, dude.
Right. That's just scattering. Like, there's miraging, there's like they've posted Fata Morgana there, and even there, see? The boat has entered into the angle, but the closing angle is too sharp to resolve the water.
So what do you think causes that laser beam to curve up or down or whatever it's doing?
I don't know. Smarter people than me know that answer, but I know this. If you got light shooting in every single direction, which is what happens, your net result is essentially just straight line. You can have warping in every direction. But the one thing that will never happen is something that is physically obstructed will never, ever appear out from behind what is physically obstructing it. And in the Andrew Thomas Yang paper, it says that.
So are you saying that if there was a county park boundary sign that was physically directly between me and the water line on the ship, that I would not be able to see the water line on the ship no matter what?
No, I didn't say that. Things certainly can sink and things certainly can loom. But the visual direction to the object will never reappear once it is already physically obstructed, and that is straight out of the paper. In other words, it's a one-way mirror. So if I see a lighthouse that is unobstructed and it is 31 miles away, or I see a ship that is 16 miles away that is unobstructed, it is because it is unobstructed. It's not appearing from behind a rolling ball of water. It is unobstructed. It is a straight line of sight to it. Because even in the paper on refraction, what is already physically obstructed will not reappear. In other words, like let's say the bottom of something is cut off because of physical obstruction, and then it begins to loom. So it does that Fata Morgana thing. Well, what's going to happen is it's still going to appear to be cut off by that physical obstruction. More of it is not going to appear. And what's more is that paper specifically is talking about things that are perpendicular to the surface of the water, which means the horizon doesn't loom and the horizon doesn't sink.
Yeah,
so
I want to add a caveat to that, if I can. So when you take a camera and you level the camera and you point it out at the horizon, what you'll generally see is roughly 50-50 distribution, as long as you maintain the level on the camera. So the top half of the image will generally be sky, the bottom half of the image will generally be ocean. And now you're going to have a very fine up and down in the center there. Now, when you angle the camera downwards, the majority of the bottom portion, right, will now creep up on your image. So you'll have like 75% water and 25% sky. That is because you've changed the angles that the light is entering the optic, right? So then they're being redirected onto a portion of the sensor, which causes it to render the majority of the image as water. Now, if it's true that refraction is causing a myriad of angles of entry possible to the camera, then why is it that with a level camera, you never see a 75% filled water in the image?
Because the refraction isn't strong enough, maybe?
Well, light, does it not go out in all directions from the target object, and is it not taking multitude of paths based on this assumption that light is curving every time it hits a different gradient?
Well, the only paths that get photographed are those which enter the lens. All the rest don't get photographed, right? But the bigger point is, if let's say we have a camera that's got 45 degrees of vertical field of view, we point it down 22.5, and that makes the picture 75% full of water, right?
No, the point I'm making, friend, is everything seems to appear to be up or down, looming, sinking, etc., in relation to the horizon. The horizon appears to us to be extended out into the distance further based on demarcation points, such as in the Black Swan being the oil rigs. So it's either what appears to us to be a greater or further distance. But generally, when we photograph from the same altitude, the horizon is pretty much in the middle, and everything else is up or down. Why isn't the horizon going up or down?
Well, it does. If the camera is actually level, the horizon does go up or down a little bit, depending on the conditions. Right?
Right. But in what range of tolerance?
Oh, I think I've seen it go up a couple arc minutes above eye level on some days, and then, of course, other days it's slightly below eye level.
Right, so at the end of the day, what does that tell you?
Well, obviously it can't be both, and I'm pretty sure the water isn't 40 feet above me when I'm standing there looking at it, because it would rush in on me, right?
Right, so what does all of that tell you?
Well,
nothing is ever consistently where it should be, theoretically.
Well, yeah, my experience is that when my line of sight is right close to the water, all bets are off. The horizon and things floating on the water a bit out can either appear above eye level or below eye level.
Right, so what you're looking at is all optical effects, right? That's all it can be in principle.
Well,
and
I know
you can't know the angles. You can't know the angles to the objects because you can't even be sure where the horizon is at any given moment.
Right, I know the variation has to be optical effects because I'm pretty sure the whole ocean isn't tipping up and tipping down. But that doesn't tell me what the actual physical angle would be if I didn't have the variations of the optical effect.
No, the point is that you can never know the exact physical angle to an object at distance based on optical equipment.
Right, nothing in this life is exact.
You can't validate the path of light. The angle of reception can't be validated all the way back to the target object. But yet the globe proponents require the assumption of that validation, right? And they say that it fits perfectly with the globe, yet there's myriad of observations that are beyond the limits that the globe claims are possible. So at the end of the day, both sides are left with things in the distance are optical effects. So why is it that the globe gets to claim geometric considerations over it and say, oh, if this is higher than this line or lower than that line, then the Earth can't possibly be flat, while simultaneously believing that light takes a myriad of paths through the atmosphere? It's like, okay, if the Earth is flat, then that means that light must be straight line rays that act in an ideal fashion. But if the Earth is a globe, light goes every which way to prove the Earth is a globe, no matter what observation you show me. That is unfalsifiable bullshit, brother.
Well,
so with that being said, I summarily dismiss all of your observations. Case closed. Next. You could continue with anybody else if you want, but I rested my case quite thoroughly and unequivocally.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
On your 105-mile observation, did you compensate for the tilt?
For which tilt?
Tilted the mountain away from you.
No, I just
So 1.5 degrees. Did you know that?
What's that?
It's supposed to be 1.5 degrees at that distance.
Oh, what is
the mountain is supposed to be tilted away from you 1.5 degrees.
Oh, Mount Shasta, the target mountain?
Yeah. Can you see 1.5 degrees?
No, not at that distance.
It's a degree, dude. Doesn't matter what the distance is, it's a degree.
So I'm not sure I'm following. So we've got this kind of conical mountain, and
it should be tilted away from you 1.5 degrees.
Right. How would I determine if it was or not?
Well, it's going to change your angular size measurements, and it's going to change the height of the mountain. See, what is the point of all this, everything that I brought up? Remember what I said, you're cherry-picking data, your data's too clean? I've mentioned about, 5, 6 uncertainties or variables, things you didn't know about that you didn't take into account, but somehow your data matches. How is that even possible? Think about it for a second.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I gave you the answer. It's called cherry picking.
Well, I certainly didn't cherry pick the 30 shots to the mountain that's 75 miles away, all from the same location to the same target.
Yeah, you took how many?
30 of them.
Over how long of a time period?
A couple. I think there's dates from like 3 different years, but they're not all consecutive or something. But different times of year and different times of day.
But where in those is Earth curve?
Well, that's just a single point measurement to gauge the consistency of my method, right? Because we all want to know if our method is consistent.
So this is... So let me get this right. You did a bunch of measurements from one location, and you've extrapolated that out to all the measurements you've ever done.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. It's not really how that works, but...
Well, how would I go about this? Let's say I were
regular surveyor do it. what do they actually do in surveying? So what is geodetic surveying about your level? It says it's only level at that point. The plumb is only at that point. At the point of the theodolite, not in some region of space out there somewhere. This is what geodetic surveying says, not what I say.
Right?
So what do they do? They take a measurement and then they do a horizontal reduction.
Yep.
But neither you nor I want to trust geodetic surveyors, right? Because they say the Earth is a globe, right?
You're testing. No, dude. Are the elevations that you're getting, are they based upon a globe? When you Google the elevation of where you are and what you're looking at, is that a globe?
No.
They're just listed above mean sea level.
Right.
Yeah, but how did they find mean sea level, and how did they find the elevation of your location? The elevation above sea level.
Well, in my case, I'm not that far from sea level, so they could have just measured the average sea level for a while and come up with a mean sea level.
Yeah, and then measured the height of the mountain. Now,
and then the mountain also is not too far from salt water.
So they're going to measure the angle, right? They're going to take level. They're going to measure the angle. Now, the elevation they come up with, if they presuppose a flat Earth versus presuppose a globe, are they going to come up with different values?
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying that the mountain height and the observer height are not relative to what sea level would be at that location?
No, what I'm saying is that the elevation of, say, Mount Shasta, or whatever mountain you're looking at from sea level, the angle you measure, right? So say I level the instrument and I measure a 1 degree angle. Now, if I know it's 100 miles away. Now, if I think it's a globe of 3,959 mile radius, that amount that I see is going to mean one thing. But if I don't assume that, it's going to mean another thing, right? Because you think that the mountain is, if it's a globe, then the mountain is sinking. And then if I can see 1 degree of it, that means some of it is underneath the hump, right? So this is how geodetic surveying actually works. So these elevations and heights, they're based upon...
Hold on just a second.
They're based upon an ellipsoid. They're not just measurements. They're measurements that have been mathematically treated. I want to agree with. I want to deal with that too. What Joyce just posted too. Hold on a second. My oven's beeping again. I'm cooking a bunch of shit. So hold on.
Yeah, what Indio's trying to say there is, okay, from Helmert, Mathematical Theories and Principles of Higher Geodesy. Though the Earth can't be reached surface-wise everywhere, it has been made possible to get a general shape of the Earth based on a law of formation, and whose principles are the assumption of a rotating body and an inward gravitational force. Oh, so is it the case that they're just measuring the Earth and applying a metrics of hard measurements against each other? No, they're applying them through a law of formation in which the globe Earth, having a radius, being a rotating body around an axis, and having an inward gravitational force are assumed and applied in the first instance before they give the final result. So it's not the case that they're just quote unquote measuring the Earth.
I mean, that would be silly.
Since you were gone, Jesse, that was quotes from Helmert, Mathematical Principles and Theories of Higher Geodesy. 2-volume set, over 1,200 pages. Legit, the real deal, Shaquille. So when you ask how do they do geodesy, they just go measure the Earth is not the answer. The answer of how they do quote-unquote geodesy in total is they assume the Earth's a globe in the first instance. And they shove their measurements up an ass of a matrix of transformation to fit their data to a globe.
Yeah, and then you're taking a derivative of that and saying my derivative, their values that they generated match a globe. Yeah, well, no shit.
So let's just say I want to do my own research. I don't trust geodesists, and I don't, whatever.
Trust got to do with anything. Why do you keep bringing up trust? What the fuck does trust got to do with anything?
Well, in other words, let's say I don't want to
Trust
cite
your family, trust your friends. Like, what the hell does trust have to do with anything else?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, let's say I don't want to just depend on the words of the mainstream surveyors and the geodesists and whatever. Let's say I want to do my own research.
They tell you they're doing it. It's not their word. It's not our word. They say they're doing it. They're saying that they're reducing shit to a fucking Clark ellipsoid. Or in the case of the WGS-84 ellipsoid, that they're taking measurements, that they're doing a horizontal reduction to the so-called surface of this ellipsoid, assuming that a plumb line must goddamn curve in order to do it, right? We're not saying it, they're saying it. Of course they're going to get the result they want because the finished product is an ellipsoid, right? So I can take all the math in the world, and if I just projected the points on an ellipsoid, it's going to be an ellipsoid. No matter what. Right? So they have a premise. They have an assumption. A mathematical surface that they're projecting the points onto. They say it, not us. So the WGS-84 reference ellipsoid. Now, reference ellipsoid. It's a reference. And then the geode is the imaginary sea level. As if the sea was going under the mountain you're on. So when you do a site reduction, you're reducing it to, like, the ellipsoid. And then you get the tilt and all that shit from the fucking geode. But the point is that you could just go, like, to the edge of the sea, right? And you could measure the top of the mountain. Right?
Right.
And you could take an altimeter and go to the top of the mountain and do the altimeter reading. Right?
Yeah.
And don't do any calibration. Don't fucking say, oh, this altimeter says it's 3,000 miles. Just get the pressure. Then you find a second mountain. Then you do the same methodology, assuming a flat Earth, get its height. Then you take your altimeter and go up there and look at the pressure. And see if the pressure difference is different based upon your different measured elevations. Right? And then you create a calibration using that scale, right? Then you take a third mountain. And you don't even measure that. You go up with the altimeter, say, well, according to my calculations, it says this should be a 3,000-foot mountain. Then you go back down and you measure the height of that mountain, see if it matches. It's pretty simple. And obviously, it's time consuming. It's not simple in actually like doing it. Obviously, it's time consuming, takes effort. I'm not in work. I'm not going to just like dismiss that. It's like it's like brushing your teeth. It's not that simple. But I mean, this stuff can be done, and you're not assuming anything. And you know what you're going to get? You're going to get the Earth's flat because you had a starting assumption, and it's going to be verified with an altimeter.
But
do you understand what I'm saying?
Wouldn't the same results be had on a globe, though?
You could literally fucking choose any arbitrary surface. Pineapple, pretzel, pizza, fucking you name it. You have a starting assumption. So when they have an altimeter, right? Okay. So you're at about when. So when they invented the altimeter, how did they calibrate that? You think? They probably took it to sea level, right?
Probably, yeah.
Got the pressure. Then they took it on top of something what they thought was a known elevation, and that elevation was measured using so-called geodesy, right? So they have the globe height, and they said, oh, this mountain's 5,000 feet high. When it reads this pressure, I must be at 5,000 feet. Right? And they go all over the world doing the exact same thing. It's called affirming the consequent. It's just circular logic. But if they assumed a flat Earth, they could use the same procedure. Take the pressure at sea level, say this is 0 elevation, take it on top of a mountain, and say this mountain's 8,000 feet. But instead of saying it's 8,000 feet up 100 miles away from the ocean, that sea level, I'll say it's not curving in that it's flat from the ocean to here. And now instead of being 8,000 feet, it's 4,000 feet. Because typically, we don't have actual vertical measurements of mountains. There's no mountain that's like a sheer cliff that somebody took a tape measure and threw it off the edge of the cliff and measured the height of the mountain. And then no mountain goes right to the sea anyway, so it wouldn't even be at sea level. So you're going to have a rise in elevation regardless. The point is a lot of this is just, it's affirming the consequent. And what AI was saying is that all these things, these optical observations, and that's what they are, they're optical observations. All you're really measuring is an angle that the light is hitting the camera or the device. That's it. And it's only valid at that point. And there are tons of variables. Like I said, especially for the globe. The globe just adds more variables. It's like if you wanted to apply Occam's razor is it's not a globe because you have to make a very convoluted freaking mental construct to even support that for 5 seconds.
Yeah, dude, you need a 2-volume set, 1,200 pages long.
Yeah, exactly. He's talking about Helmert's mathematical fucking and higher theories of geodesy is something like 1,200 pages, 2 volumes, and it's all freaking formulas. And it starts off with saying, "Oh well, we can't measure everywhere," so we assume a theory of formation and a rotation of the Earth. So we come up with this geode thing that we're going to just project our measurements onto. So I want to show you another thing, Jesse. I don't know if I brought this up to you before. Do you see this? Fuck, it's wicked small. Hold on a second.
Oh yeah.
You've seen that before, right? Do you think that this is an accurate representation of how it works? Refraction works? In reality? Have I shown you this before?
No, Drace did last night.
Okay. So you see how the light ray is coming down from the mountain to the person's eye?
Uh-huh.
So, but it's the actual, so you have the real mountain and then the illusionary mountain that's above it. Right? So the ray that's hitting this person's eye seems to be coming out horizontal from the mountain. You realize that his viewpoint when he looks, even though the mountain appears elevated, the image of the mountain is going to be the light that came in the direction of where he was horizontal. It's not going to look like he's underneath the mountain.
I'm not sure I'm following. It looks like he's seeing the mountain higher than it is.
Listen, this graphic is backwards. It should not appear like the mountain is elevated because the light comes to you. It should appear as... The mountain should look as if you are looking at it from an elevated position.
Oh, the curve would be the other way?
No, I'm not talking about curve. I'm talking about this is refraction. This is not the curve's the other way. It would appear as if you're looking at it from an elevated position. Because the light that reaches your eye... I'm going to use a better graphic.
Thanks.
That just sucks. That thing is just... Nothing against Drace, it's just too small. Here, I'm going to show you. Fuck, it's even smaller. Just give me a second. I accept the fiddle with this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Here, can you see that?
Let me look. Yes.
So, you see how it shows a ray that's curving, right? It goes from the top of sail, top of the mast. It's curving down to this person in this little motorboat.
Uh-huh.
Well, that ray, the normal path of that ray would be up here into the sky. You would have to be, it would look like you were elevated at that position.
You mean to an observer at the top of the mast?
The illusion would appear as if you are a higher position than where you are. Because the light ray that's hitting your eye is a ray that comes from an angle that's going towards a higher position. Now, say there was no refraction, right? So the red arrow, the red line and the red arrow, that would be the non-refracted path. So that's the ray that you would see if there was no refraction. And then this is the other one, the curved one that goes down to the guy in the motorboat. That's the refracted ray. But the optical illusion is as if you're looking at it from the higher viewpoint. Their graphic is just wrong. Because for it to be coming from this, to look like this, would have to be coming from the bottom. So that would be a concave ray that would make it look like that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think so.
See how it shows you elevator map? So it shows the dotted outline of the boat, right? But he's looking at it from underneath. The optical illusion is if the boat is picked up and he is underneath it, right?
And is that not what often happens at the shore?
That you're underneath it?
No, that it appears above you.
Its spatial position is irrelevant. Doesn't matter if it's up or down. That's not the point. The point is the rays of light that are reaching your eye. What angle did they leave the object from? Whatever angle they left the object from that's when it's going to appear your viewpoint is from. So say we had some crazy refraction where the rays of light bent to your eye came only from directly above the boat, and they did a U-turn and came back down, and you looked up in your sky and you saw the mirage of a boat. It would look like as if you're looking at it from the top.
But you'd be looking up at it from the top, right?
But you'd be looking straight up over your head, but you would see an image of the top you would see an image of looking at the boat from above it.
Right.
Okay. That's why this graphic is wrong. Because the ray, for it to take this path of light, the initial trajectory, the ray that follows this trajectory originally would have been, 30 feet above this boat. So if there was no refraction, and I was 30 feet above the boat, whatever image that is, that's the image I'm going to see with refraction at the boat.
So we're agreeing that the path of light is curved, we just don't agree on the direction that it curves.
No, what I'm saying is that nobody actually observes this. Nobody actually observes so-called refraction, where things are so-called being picked up, but it's as if you're looking down on the object. Right, when you did your observation, right, of your sign, right, and the sea appeared picked up, it did not appear like you got picked up, and now that you're looking at the sign to the waves lashing against the boat from a higher position, did it?
Well, there wasn't a lot of waves at all really, but I mean,
what I'm saying is it didn't seem, the image doesn't seem like you picked the camera up. Like if I took like the refracted image and I waited for some crazy day without refraction, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a picture at the elevation that matches this. If I put the camera up 30 feet, it isn't going to be that. It isn't going to look like that.
I don't know. It might.
Listen, there is no I don't know. Because light, a source of light, reflected or a primary source, right? Source that generates the light itself. Light is sent off in all directions, right? Every direction, spherically in every direction.
Right.
So a particular ray, let's call it a ray for the purpose of this, even though they're not actually rays. Let's just call them rays. A particular ray will reach the eye. And that ray had an initial direction when it left the object.
Right.
And if it curves, right, curves down, right, so say it's ejected from the object at a 45-degree angle up, but it curves down into some dude sitting in a motorboat. Well, if it continued on that 45-degree path, it would reach some point that's looking down at the object at a 45-degree angle. That's the ray you're going to see. The ray that left the object at a 45-degree angle above it. That's what it's going to look like. These graphics are I wouldn't call them deceptive. Maybe they just don't know. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Because if you look at, have you ever seen? I'll find another one with a fish. They always show the fish one. Hold on a second. Fraction fish. Where the fish appears displaced in the water, right?
Right.
Here's one. That's actually not a good one. It sucks. Look at this. See how the light rays coming from the top of the fish? It's going up to the water. And it's bending. Uh-huh. And because of the way we see and the way our distance cues are, so we see the fish, the light is hitting our eye from a certain direction. But the light that's hitting us from a certain direction originated at the fish at the top, not from the front.
Right, right.
So if you actually ever seen this in real life, you don't see the fish's eyeballs. You still see this top of the fish, but he's moved over a foot.
Right, I've seen it.
Okay, yes, exactly. So you've seen it. You're not seeing the fish. You're not seeing the fish as if he's just like, just moved to the side. You still see the top of the fish, but the top of the fish is moved over. Right, as opposed to the fish, as opposed to if you were in the water, right, or there was no refraction, and you were just looking at a fish from an angle. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Okay, so these graphics that show something just picked up, as if you're looking from underneath it, no one's ever observed anything like this ever.
Well, naturally, the amount of bending that you get over water is not measured in so many degrees as a fish would be, but rather, say, arc minutes, a fraction of a degree, right?
Yeah. I understand all that. But the thing is, what is it going to look like? Like, I know it's a little bit subjective. Should it look like this? Should it look like that? But we know that if the light is doing this arc, that means the origination of that light, your viewpoint will appear as if you're looking at it from an elevated position. It isn't going to appear as if it is picked up. Right?
Right.
I can see more of this boat than I should. Right? I should see, well, if it's a globe, then I should see, 10 feet of it, but instead I see 100 feet. It's because that boat is getting picked up over the horizon. That is not it. That is definitely not it. It should be, the light that was going to a point that would normally be 100 feet over my head, that's the light that's reaching my eye. So whatever view you do, if anything's being refracted up, it should actually look like as if you're looking at it from a higher vantage point.
But if the refraction only gives you a vantage point of, say, 100 feet at several miles, that's still an extremely shallow angle.
Well, let me ask you this. Can you tell the difference between, I've done this test myself, 15 feet above sea level versus 100 feet above sea level?
You mean how much of the top of a ship you can see?
Just looking at the ocean. Just looking at the ocean, shit's out in the sea. Can you tell the difference between looking at it from 15 feet above sea level, what everything looks like out in the ocean in front of you, versus 100 feet above sea level and looking at the ocean? It's very easy to see the difference in the angles of everything out there. It's easy to detect. It's easy to detect like a difference in elevation of like 20 feet. But there's so much refraction being claimed and things being lifted up. If you stick it in the calculator, you're hundreds of feet higher than what you're supposed to be. That's how it should look, as if you were elevated hundreds of feet and you're looking over the horizon even more. Not that the objects in the distance are picked up.
So if I were, let's say...
Yeah, you just posted this, right? You just posted this thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's 40 feet.
Why can't I see the top of the building? Why can't I see the top of the building surface? When you pick up an elevation, I should be able to see things that are like my eye line's parallel with the top of the building. If I look at it from a higher viewpoint, then it's not parallel. I should see some of the surface. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Things are not appearing in the bottom image. There's there's mad mirroring here. Why did you use this?
It's what I had. That's what was there. I took a picture of it.
Oh, dude, there's mad mirroring. You see that?
Oh, absolutely. They both do, actually.
Yeah, I could see the other one. Anyway, the point of what I'm saying is the refraction claim, the refraction claim of, we see things picked up from or under the horizon. That's not even how it should look. It's not even an accurate description of what the physics should be. Well, so have you ever seen have you ever heard the term Flying Dutchman?
I have heard the term. I think it's about a mythical ship that sailors like to come back and tell about during their drunken parties.
Yeah. I mean, that's where it kind of evolved to. But there was the other one where, it's a common observation in the Arctic to see ships or icebergs floating above the water, just hovering. Right, hovering in the air.
Uh-huh.
Have you heard it? This is what looming actually is. Ship floating above the water. Above the horizon. Not on the horizon, above the horizon. Ship floating up in the air. None of these observations are as if the person is looking down on the iceberg from this lifted up thing. But the only way for light to bend in the way you think, this curved down light bending, the only way this can happen is if the light ray starts at an angle from the source. And it isn't just me that says it. So Drace actually posted something a ways up. I don't know if he brought it up before. So this model, this model they made after the fact of what do you call it? A laser test they did. So in order he used standard refraction. He used David Bricker right here. So he used the standard, using the 1972 standard atmosphere He'd model refraction across a 150 kilometer light path. Right? So, cool. Cool things, right?
What exactly did he do?
Well, they did a laser experiment, a 3-frequency laser experiment in Hawaii. And as part of his master's thesis, because he was part of the research team, right? This is after the experiment. He modeled how the light should behave using the 1972 standard atmosphere. So he modeled it with ray tracing, the so-called predicted curvature of the ray. And it turns out that it didn't match reality. But he didn't make the prediction first. So I just took a graphic I want to show you.
You know, I think you gave me something like about that a while back, and I read it, and it didn't seem to me that he was saying what I thought you were saying he said, but now I've forgotten what the details were. Could I reread that, and then we could discuss it?
Well, no, I just want to show you this particular graphic. Well, okay. It's not even, or I can just read you the part. Hold on. In order for the ray to reach its predefined endpoint, the laser beam must be aimed slightly above the target to correct for atmospheric refraction. Right?
Do you believe that?
That's your model, dude.
I'm not championing a model. I'm trying to just understand
that's the refraction model where light you didn't observe curving down rays, dude. You inferred that from your observation. You didn't observe it.
Well, I measured the angle of incidence.
Okay.
And they were arriving.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's an inference. It's an inference. It's not an observation. You didn't measure a curved ray.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So you didn't measure a curved ray. You inferred that based upon what other globers have told you about what rays of light bending down towards gradients.
Well, I measured its angle of arrival, its angle of incidence, and it was coming from a direction where I know the target is not. So logically, it couldn't have followed a straight path and arrived from a direction where the target is not, right?
Yeah, but you have no idea where it deviated from the straight path.
Oh, okay.
And you have also no idea, like, what it could have, like I said, it could be concave ray.
What's that?
It could have been a concave ray. It could have been. We're getting off the point.
Wouldn't that have caused the shift?
So in the point, I just don't want to get away from what I was talking about before we go way down that rabbit hole. Okay, so I'm going to just take a screenshot of this. Hold on, I want to show you. This is not my mod. This is the claim, dude. This is the claim of atmospheric refraction bending light rays down. This shit has to be true. It's not optional. What I'm saying about like what it should look like, it's not optional. It has to be true. So this is a graph of the ray of the path. It has to reach 60 meters above where the laser starts and above where the endpoint is. Because it has to arc. Because it's always bending down. So if it's always bending down, you have to aim up. Otherwise, it'll just bend right down into the ground, right?
Right.
It'll never reach the target, right? Think about it like this, right? I'm shooting a bullet. I can't aim right. If it's 1,000 meters, I can't aim right at the target. The bullet has drop, right? So I have to aim up a little bit so that the bullet takes a parabolic arc and drops into the target. Well, this light ray is doing the same thing. If it has this constant gradient drop, then you have to aim up for it to drop into the target. Right? So that means the only light rays that are ever going to hit a target, your theodolite, camera, my eyes, are going to be the rays that are aimed up. And the rays that are aimed up is going to make the view look like as if I'm looking at it from an elevated position, as if I am above it. This is a necessity. It isn't like an optional thing. And this is an Achilles heel for all this lifted up over the horizon shit. Because nothing ever looks like you're looking at it from above it. Especially like the Black Swan. So take the Black Swan, for instance. Does it look like you're looking at those oil rigs from up above them? Or as if you're still below them? But they're supposed to all be being lifted up. Fucking, the ocean too. So the ocean, because we're talking about the horizon, so the ocean has to be lifted up as if you're looking from above it. Actually, it's not being lifted up. You're being lifted up. Your viewpoint. Because the rays that would reach that viewpoint are the ones that you're seeing. The rays that would reach the 100-meter viewpoint are being bent down to the 15-meter viewpoint, and that's what I see, as if I'm viewing from 100 meters high. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Then there is no argument. There's really nothing nobody can say about it. That's just the way it is. This is the model. You can't, it's just the way it is. And it's not me, being a dick. This is what the model says has to happen in order for this to be a legitimate hypothesis for why you can see things that are too far. It has to happen this way. It can't happen another way. I mean, it can, but then it isn't going to be like it bends down, curving all the time. It would have to be something else.
So let's put some numbers on this. The building I showed you in that picture that showed it from two different heights was 21.2 miles away. According to the standard refraction claim, the change in angle would be 0.023 degrees. So that would be the equivalent of being raised up enough to be looking at the building from less than 0.03 degrees. Do you really think a building 20 miles away would look any different from a 0.03 degree angle difference? Could you really see much of the top being only 0.023 degrees up?
Probably not, but that's a little deceptive.
How so?
Okay. So how much of the building is missing?
It depends on the observer height.
Really?
Well, in my location, yeah, because it's a kind of a cold area here, so we don't get as many hot days. So
this is taken 40 feet above sea level, and this is taken 100 feet above sea level.
Right, you can see more of the building is visible on the from the higher observer location.
Okay, and why do you think that is? Because you're seeing over the curve of the Earth.
Well, I mean, it sort of matches the globe prediction, but I'm not saying what causes it.
How does it match the globe prediction?
Well, if you go to the Earth curve calculator and put in those two heights and estimate how much of the building should be missing, it's 187-foot tall building standing on about a 50-ish foot high hill. So you can kind of figure out how much of the building should be obscured if the Earth was a globe, and it's reasonably close, for whatever reason.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question. The bottom image, that mirage line.
Uh-huh.
If that was gone, what do you think we'd see? Water?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you think it might look like the top image?
I don't think so, because the further down I go, the more it gets obscured, and they all have that certain mirage line, but it's kind of similar in each case.
Okay, lower down you go, changes your angle to the building, right?
Right, and at 21 miles, that change is a very slight change.
So if there's a marine layer that's 2 meters, say, at however distance it arises. Say it's a marine layer where this miraging is, this mirroring is happening. Marine layer of air, some turbulent air, whatever the hell, right? It's cutting it up. It's 2 meters. Isn't going down. Now, it's the same as like having a brick wall there. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's why
there's a brick wall there. If I'm at one elevation, I can see over the brick wall and I can see more of these buildings. But if I lower myself down lower than the top of the brick wall, and then I keep lowering myself, I'm not going to see any of those buildings.
Right. No, I get that.
So this marine layer is just blocking everything.
Yeah, I'm not making any argument from the obscured bottom. You just asked what
I'm
that
saying,
building looked like from different heights.
You're comparing two things, right? You're comparing from one elevation, shit's all mirrored. Obviously, there's some condition of the air that's not letting the so-called true light get through, right? And what you're getting is light that is reflected or refracted or something. It's hard to know where it's being reflected. See, because this mirroring, it could be a reflection or it could be refraction. It's hard to say. I tend to think it's a reflection.
Yeah, my only point with that two pictures was it illustrates how the top of the building appears from two different elevations that are 0.03 degrees apart. Those two heights are roughly 0.03 degrees apart. So if you take a picture of the top of that building and then you go up a 0.03 degrees and you take another picture, that's what it looks like. And I don't think
the problem. Well, hold on. The problem with difference of comparison is because of the clarity of the images. Because I can see a difference. I can see the difference in elevation.
It's definitely more clear at the higher elevation.
Look, so you got the arrow at the bottom where it says View Towers, right? And it has the big, the white building. It's dead center of the image. Well, not almost dead center. Okay, look at that. Look at the line of the roof, right?
Uh-huh.
And then look at the other one, the line of the roof. Does it appear elevate? It appears to be an elevated position to me. It appears like you're higher relative to that building.
Oh, you mean because of how
It just does to me. It appears like this does not look like, regardless of being cut off or not seeing the bottom, just the angle that you're looking at all these buildings appears to be from a more elevated position.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you could tell because I didn't particularly level the camera. I just pointed it and shot. So if I had pointed the camera down, the building would look higher, right?
No, what I'm saying is the angle that you're looking at the building, just the angle. One appears as if you're looking like straight across, and the other one appears as if you're looking at it from an elevated position.
Well,
to me, it does.
I still can't see the top surface on either one of them, but anyway.
Yeah, but the bottom one looks like you're looking at it from underneath.
Why? How do you figure? They were both below eye level.
How are these buildings below eye level? Let me see that.
I mean, if you take an auto level or a water tube level or whatever and set it up, that building appears below eye level. If you're, I did it at 58 feet. I haven't done it actually at 48 or 40 feet, but it was enough below eye level at 58 feet eye level that the top would probably be right at eye level for the 40-foot observer.
Well, I'm just doing something. I got weirdos always send me freaking friend requests.
Hey, I sent you one once. Of course, you accepted it.
No, yeah, I didn't. Just random people, dude, send me friend requests for no reason. I'm on the server for 30 seconds and they're sending me a friend request. Hold on, I'm going to post both images. Hold on.
the lower image is definitely more blurry on the top of the building because the line of sight is cutting closer through that marine layer.
This to me seems like maybe it's probably from the shape of the little thing that's on top.
The air handler or the penthouse, I'm not sure what
Yeah,
it is.
whatever that is. It's probably the elevator and like the air conditioning and stuff. But it does seem like it's a slightly looking down on it. I mean, but the thing is, the way it, to me, you should calculate it is, okay, say you have an object and you could see 20 feet of it, but you're not supposed to see it, but you see 20 feet of it. And they say, oh, it's being refracted up over the horizon. Then you punch in the curve calculator what elevation you have to see that. You understand what I'm saying? What elevation?
Action of the vacuum happening to Earth itself. Do you know how fucking chaotic the reaction would be of an Earth happening inside a vacuum? Holy fuck.
You know, you just made me think about how much the phrase splitting the atom is just utter fucking propaganda.
Yes.
That phrase, think about it. The atom is supposed to be indivisible. That's what the word atom means, something that's indivisible. So when you say, I split the atom, it's like, I broke creation, or I broke reality, or I violated the laws of nature, dude. It's like loaded with this crazy propaganda. I never realized this shit.
And gravity's supposed to be doing it every second. Not to mention the vacuum and the reaction of the fission or fusion. But yeah, it's just crazy, brother. Splitting the atom.
Did you guys see that picture that went kind of viral of the what looked like two suns? And it was, the moon and the sun from the North Pole on horizon. Does anyone know what I'm referring to?
I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff. Like, I've seen 2 suns, 3 suns, 5 suns. There's an observation. Now, they weren't like the full sun. They looked like the sun kind of looked like it was setting in a line. But there was like 5 sunsets happening simultaneously in the polar region. So you get a lot of weird observations in the polar regions that are just crazy. And if you look at like, there's a flat earther who's got a PhD in anthropology, and he went over like what the Romans used to call portents. So they would write down all the weird observations that would happen because they thought it would be some omen or something, right? So they would write them all down, and there's lots of observations of like 1 sun, 2 suns, 3 suns. Like you got to think you got a time period of like 1,000 years to write everything down. A lot of shit's gonna happen. So there's there's lots of observations of multiple instances of the same celestial body appearing. But no, to answer your question, I've never seen the one you're talking about in particularly. You have a link, maybe? Oh, he dropped, dude. Hey, the fuck? But I tell you, I posted something on my website. It's called "The Characteristic Mechanisms of the Formation of Earth Air Pulsations in Extremely Arid Areas." Yeah, so
no, I was just looking at that. Thank you, I appreciate that.
I don't speak Chinese, but Hakyu or something like that. Is that like Haktua? Some weird shit.
Hokey.
Who is with Russia here?
No sprechen die Deutsch?
Someone speak Russian?
No, we don't speak Russian. I mean, Vlad does, but he's not here right now. His name would be Deccan when he comes in here.
No, I speak Russian.
Well, let me ask you, is Russia
how
flat?
I'll be. It's gotta be, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot. You probably speak broken Russian. I don't know how. I've heard that everybody in Ukraine speaks Russian, or most of the people.
No, I'm actually pretty fluent Russian. I'm broken Ukrainian.
Broken Ukrainian.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Even though I'm from Ukraine, I actually speak better Russian.
You know, I live in Boston, so it's kind of funny, man. It hasn't happened lately. If I go on the train, and like everybody here is foreigners, so they all speak broken English. But like, so you have a dude from Zimbabwe talking from someone from China, both speaking in bad broken English, and it's like, it's crazy to me, right? Because I speak English, and I'm like they can't talk to each other in their native language, so they have like this language that they know that's like in the middle that either one of them barely understand, and they're trying to communicate, and I just find it hilarious that they can do anything at all. Like, I only speak one language, so
yeah, no,
I can't really shit on.
So I see that all day long too. In fact, I mean, I know some Russian guys in Brighton Beach that they don't even know English. They've been here for like their whole lives, like 30 years, It's crazy when you think about it.
How can you not learn it by accident? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like they probably know enough to get by, but they don't bother even learning because they don't need to. Everything, all the amenities, everything is catered to them.
I know that movies and TV has come a long way lately, but in the past, all that stuff was in English, right? So when you watch TV, I'm sure you just learned it, right?
Exactly. That's like when I came here in '89, it was like there was no Russian people or very little, So everything was English. You were forced to learn. Now, like my wife is from Ukraine, and my daughter was actually born in Ukraine, and I see that the fact that they have the option to watch in whatever language they, you know what I mean? Like they're not forced to learn English, and their process was much slower than mine.
I do know a Chinese guy. I don't know how he snuck into this country. This is like 20 years ago, though. He learned English by watching TV. It took him about 2 years, he said. Said he got here, didn't know any English, but just like watched TV all. Pineapple one, man.
Why is everyone just muted, dude?
I mean, just like
just
this is like
out.
you ever seen like hyenas? We're waiting for a freaking wounded fucking zebra to go walking across the
prairie. Okay.
Are you that guy?
Well, I don't know. Do you guys believe in flat Earth? Can I debate you?
Yeah.
You do or you don't?
I take umbrage with the word believe.
Okay, so you're flat earthers.
Yes.
Okay.
Bullshit.
The whole chat? Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
There might be a couple Glovers in here. Hold on, let me look real quick. No.
Dude, if you look, this room is number 1 in this server, man.
Holy shit.
So, what do you know about this topic?
So I actually don't know much about the flat earther argument, so I'm a little curious there. What's
well, hold on before you start all this. Are you aware of like the memes or like silly videos or like articles on the internet?
I mean, I'm aware of them, but I haven't really like watched many or anything. I'm aware they exist.
Okay. Let's start off here. We don't think Earth is a disk in space and that it's the third disk from the sun in a solar system. So let's start there.
Okay, that's a good place to start.
That's it, because that's a typical place how it's portrayed, right? They'll show Earth in outer space, floating in space with the water falling off the edges of the Earth.
Yeah.
We don't think that. Okay, so it's a different cosmological worldview, you could put it.
What is it? What is it that you do think?
Okay, we don't think that the Earth is the universe or reality is a giant fucking space vacuum with all the planets thousands of trillions of miles away from each other, like spinning around each other, all that crap. We don't believe in any of that crap. And the reason being is because, like, typically if you see that, it's portrayed, right? So you've seen pictures of the solar system, right? They're all portrayed from like this third person point of view. Obviously, you've never had that point of view.
No, I have not.
Okay, neither does anybody else. I
sure hope no one has. That'd be a little concerning.
Yeah, no one's actually had that third person point of view.
Yeah.
All we have is from like our point of view, our first person point of view.
Can I ask a question?
I guess I feel like third person points of view makes sense for mapper depictions, though.
Can I ask what he means by third person point of view? Like,
I think he means like that top down sort of
external, or technically it's called an orthographic view.
If I put a Bandicam above my head, is that not considered third person? And I watch that camera, is that?
Yeah, we don't need this kind of commentary. Dude.
Is that not what he's referencing? Or
no, if you can't figure it out, just shut yourself up, man, and listen.
Okay, fuck you, dude.
Holy shit!
Are you guys insane, bro? The road
He went straight for the kill.
Well, that escalated quickly.
I feel like the sort of top-down view makes sense, though, from a map-wise perspective, because it's sort of like it's a map. You can't really fit in a depiction of a large region unless you have like a third-person point of view. Like if you have a map of just the United States, for example, it's that same top-down. I mean, not at the same scale, but
yeah. I understand why they exist, man. I'm not like fucking damn. I know why we have orthographic points of view.
Okay.
Engineering drawings, blueprints, things like that. But this is a different issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to. You can actually theoretically take a third-person point of view of North America, right?
Yes.
Or your house, or your state, or Lake Titicaca. Like, we can take third-person points of view of that and verify that whatever we drew on the map is actually correct. We can't verify whether the Earth is orbiting the sun in a solar system because nobody's ever actually observed an orbit, and this might come as a shock, and it often is that in reality, no one's actually ever observed an orbit in nature. From an external third-person point of view. People have constructed a model in which, from where they're looking, like from their first-person point of view, they say, hey, from this third-person point of view, we can construct a model in which, from our viewpoint, it'll look like this.
Yes.
Right? So it's all constructed from a first-person point of view. So astronomy assumes that you're a point at the origin of coordinates looking outward into a sphere of infinite radius. So this idea, so there's more ideas that go along with it, that the Earth has no unique, is not unique, right? Has no preferred place in the universe. It's just like everything else. This is called the Copernican principle. So this is philosophical. It has nothing to do with science or anything like that, right? So you have these philosophical presuppositions from which the entire idea of a globe is created from, right? So that's what most people don't realize, that they have these things built in, like these assumptions, like, hey, I've had hundreds of times said to me, well, if the Earth is round, why are the other planets round? I go, hey, the Earth isn't a planet. And they'll go, well, then what is it? Right? Because in their mind, it has to be like everything else.
Are you being for real right now? Or are you fucking joking?
It can't be.
But why does the Earth have to be?
Okay, hold on. Let me finish my sentence. It can't be unique in the Copernican principle. So their presupposition of how the reality works is that Earth is not unique. So that's because it's the logical fallacy. If you go, hey, planets are round, why isn't the Earth round? They don't even realize that that's a logical fallacy because they have a presupposition that everything is the same.
I just want one input. So if everything else is round, it's a logical fallacy to assume that the thing we are on is round?
No. No, the evidence, right? You look out, you see a whole bunch of shit that's round. Let me use an analogy. You looked out the peephole of your door, right, your front door, and you saw a bunch of cars. Would it be okay for you to say, I'm a car?
Okay, what if I said that about humans,
okay,
though?
Address
What I said. Well, no, because I'm smart enough to know that I'm not
address
a car.
what I said, dude.
He said.
What did he just say? Say that again.
He said if you look out your window and you see a car, is it logical?
I said a peephole.
Okay, a peephole. My bad.
Because I don't want him to be able to look around him, right? So the idea is all you can see is outside. And then you see a whole bunch of things outside that are all the same. Would you think you're one of those things?
Well, in this case, I don't think this matters because I know how a car works. And you're looking at things.
Okay, but how do you know you're not a car?
Because I have metacognition. I understand how to think.
Okay, so how do we know we're not a planet?
Are you being for real? Are you joking? Are you being for real?
What about, like, if I stand?
I mean, I sure hope I don't have a huge gravitational.
Wait a minute, hold on. You kind of not like answering the question. You saying because you know how a car works. You don't know that.
Dude, he's giving philosophical questions that we impossibly
can't answer it philosophically. You don't know how. The point of the matter is that you don't know how a car works. So you not knowing how a car works, and all you see is cars outside of your peephole, will you assume that you a car?
But you're saying stuff that we can obviously tell. You need to say something that, like, for example,
it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical. Hold on a second. Okay, so the concept of gravity, concept of gravity is large.
What are you doing? Answer the question, bro.
Answer what question? Something that's stupid and something that we should answer.
It's not stupid.
It's so dumb.
So it's a point.
No, you challenged. Hold on a second. You challenged whether it's a logical fallacy or not. It is. If I say I see the planet
if
around,
I observe something,
stop interrupting me.
I can. Oh my God.
Do you know what a logical fallacy is, dude?
Do you know how to make an argument that makes sense?
Yes, it's based upon a logical fallacy.
I'm giving you your argument. I'm giving you your argument. Your argument is I see the planets are round, therefore the Earth is round, and you're saying that is not a non sequitur. It does not logically follow the premise that seeing round planets indicates a round Earth. It doesn't logically follow from that.
Let me say something.
Hold on. What would logically follow? You dumb cunt.
Shit.
Hold on. I just want to.
I fucking hate dumb cunt.
If you guys aren't here to listen, man, just leave. Like, fuck. It's real simple.
My input is the argument at hand is Earth a planet? Yes or no?
That's not the argument. It's
planet is a category.
Logical fallacy. That's all.
Yeah. So, okay, if you thought Earth was a planet, you would say, hey, what is a planet? It's a category, right? It's a category. You look up in the sky.
A planet is a category. A planet is just something you label something as.
Okay, is the tree outside your house in the category planet?
It could be. Based on our Newtonian physics, it could be based on our Newtonian physics. You could have satulites.
A tree could be a planet, dude. What would make a tree a planet?
If life was growing on it, if we had satellites orbiting around it, that tree would eventually
other
shape
planets
itself
have
into
life?
a globe. Eventually,
Is there life on Mars or the satellites orbiting Mars?
that's something. What? What are you talking about?
You just gave me a whole bunch of qualifications to be a planet, and then I just gave you Mars, and it doesn't have any of those.
Okay.
Does that mean Mars is not
I
a
did
planet?
make a mistake. I did make a mistake and say that a tree. No, it doesn't have to grow life on it, but stuff could orbit around it. I don't know the exact definition of a planet. That's just semantics.
Okay, no, it's not semantics.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Jesus fucking.
You guys just say words and stuff. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about.
Oh my God, I know that.
You don't know how to follow a logical fact.
I know Earth is a planet. I don't know what a planet is. I know Earth is.
So you don't know you don't know what a planet is, but you're gonna look in the sky and say Earth must be a planet because those things that I see in the sky that I don't know is actually a planet is a planet.
I'm looking at these things in the sky. These things that are so-called orbiting because our moon orbits according to what we can.
You don't see an orbit though.
We can take time. We can take pictures constantly. Look at it at separate times, and we can see the positioning.
Okay,
And
so
what
you
you
say
got.
you look. Okay, so you say you looking up in the sky. You see the moon orbiting, and you see these other things that you perceive to be planets, and therefore, Earth must be.
And therefore, I would say Earth. It probably acts like the things we're looking at.
So Earth must be the same. That's the logical fallacy that he was talking about. So
And
Earth
we
must
have
be the
we
same.
have gone up in the International Space Station.
Great.
And we
So when he gave you the analogy, which is basically still going by your worldview, is basically testing your logic. When he gave you the analogy, I'm in the house, right? And I'm looking outside and I see nothing but cars. Therefore, I must be a car. That's the same logic that you just gave him. So he's only pointing out that it's a logical fallacy because it may not be
obviously
a car.
okay. Obviously, if I look outside and see only cars, and cars are the only things that exist, which cars aren't the only thing that exists.
it's not
I would
the
see.
only
I
thing
would
that
see
exists.
everything else that exists
The
as
planets
well.
is not the only thing that exists neither. So what are you talking about?
Okay.
Right?
Name the other things that exist. Okay, so what else is it? Galaxies.
There's galaxies, there's stars, there's meteors.
Hold
there's
on. This is funny. Hold on. So if you did look out there and cars were only thing that exists that you could see, you'd be a car.
Right.
Is that what you're trying to
Okay,
convince us of?
think about it like this. Okay, if I observed only, okay, no. Let's understand basic scientific principles. Okay, if
not
I
science.
observe
It's
something,
logic.
be quiet.
You
Science
don't.
and
Okay.
logic intertwine. Science is not
changing the
something that.
subject.
No, I'm not. You are interrupting me. Please listen. Okay. If I observe something and I observe nothing else, there is nothing else for me to base my observations off of. So therefore, I can only make hypotheses and observations of something that I can observe. And so if I don't observe anything but cars, then I can be like, okay, I don't know what a mirror is. I'm probably, of course, probably. Philosophically, you can't prove anything philosophically. It's all.
Why wouldn't you know what mirrors are? Mirrors are on par.
You're trying to argue that you'd be a car.
Glad you talked about me. That was besides the point. That was besides the. It's like, wait, hold on. I'm just gonna say. Do you think you're unique and special because you just want to be different and you want to think that you're different than everybody else? Because I don't want to follow this. Is this sounds like what you're saying? You're saying,
don't quit your day job.
Other people are telling me this. Other people are telling me this. This is so. This can't be true because everyone else is saying it. I must be. I must be correct.
Yeah, this is going
spiraling.
Dude, I know you guys are conspiracy theorists. This is what this is.
We haven't. The only thing we've talked about is whether you made a logical fallacy, and you now somehow because we talked about
it's not a logical fallacy.
You know our motives.
Yeah,
you know what we think. You know what our fucking background is.
I do. Hold on, listen to this.
The hamster's still running. The hamster's running.
Okay, you're spiraling, bro. Okay, I'm muting you because you're spiraling. I don't know where you got all that idea about us that we're conspiracy theorists and we want to be different and feel special because we pointed out a logical fallacy. I don't know what fucking, are you can you read my fortune? Can you tell the future? You got any other party tricks you got?
Yeah, you've caught him out and that's all you can come up with now.
Like he asked us, and now he wants to tell us, right? Like fuck me.
Yeah, can you reset with the guy and try to bring him to a logical conclusion about this? Because
So I was wondering, do you guys have a set belief on what you think?
the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours or something.
Well, I started talking and then you started talking. I didn't mean to interrupt you if I did. You can.
Okay, let's just move on from that. Okay, let's start over. Did the other dude got everyone riled up?
Basically, what I was wondering is, do you guys have a belief on what you think, whatever we want to categorize what we're on Earth, or if we don't believe it's a planet, do you guys have a category that you think it falls under other than a planet?
It's flat.
Yeah,
Earth. It's not in a category.
Okay,
That's
so
it's unique.
Is it like a landmass?
If it's unique, it can't have a category. It's unique.
Okay.
There's nothing like it, right?
So it's like the only, well,
yes, Earth has
the only
land
thing that
and
exists in that sense.
Yeah.
You guys feel that? Okay. What are your thoughts on satellite imagery? Like, how does that come into play here? Do you think it is real and it doesn't portray a big enough image? Do you think it's like fake? Like, what's the belief on satellite imagery?
Well, they display. I mean, it depends on the particular image. But
Yeah,
satellite imagery itself, fundamentally, is untestable and can only be believed. Right? And the only possible way to test it is, hey, this image is showing me something of the Earth. I can go on Earth to that place it took a picture of and see if the Earth is actually like that.
Yes.
Okay, that's all we can do. So if a satellite takes a picture of a curving ocean and the ocean's not curving, we can say that all of the satellite photos that show that can't be real, right?
Yeah.
So just like if someone took a picture of like the Empire State Building on top of, 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania, and then I go there and there's no Empire State Building there, I can say all those images are fake. I don't need to prove how they were fake, who faked them, what they did, or any conspiracy. There's no fucking building there, right? I don't need to do anything.
Yeah. Exactly.
So this is the same thing. Like all these pictures that they show us, there's no way we can test them. We have no reference from which even to compare them to. I've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So how can I even evaluate the image? Is this a real picture of the Earth? How the hell am I going to know? I've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So it's like some other object, like say a picnic table. I've seen a picnic table. I can tell if it's a fake picnic table picture because I can compare it to something I've seen before. But I've never seen the Earth. All I can do is compare it to other images people said were of the Earth that I can't evaluate, right? So that's kind of like the position we are with space pictures. They're in the realm of Bigfoot pictures.
Not to mention, there's supposed to be 19,000 satellites or something, and none of them ever fall out of orbit.
Lots of satellites,
become defective and fall crashing down and stuff like that. Like, how come we don't ever see them crashing into each other? No, anything like that. There's nothing. There's no satellites ever falling down to Earth or what.
Dude, you want to make your computer crash? Go to the website called Stuff in Space. It just shows you all the satellites that are supposed to be in orbit. It'll make your computer frickin' just bog to 1 frame a second. That's how many there's supposed to be. Something like 40,000 or some ridiculous number.
So is it sort of the unknown of that is the basis of not believing that Earth is round? The inability. It's the inability.
No, it's not really that it's unknown. It's that type of evidence is useless.
Okay.
Okay. Even if you went, say you said, "Hey, I want to go to court and I'm going to sue somebody because of satellite image," and they bring in the satellite image, say, "Hey, look, here's the satellite image, Earth the ball." That wouldn't be admissible evidence because you would need to bring in the person that took the picture.
Yes.
Okay, so that person could testify that they took that picture, and that would be evidence. But just anybody can put anything on the internet, right?
I would say that is true now, but I feel like that was a lot less true originally. Right now, at the stage of the internet we're in, you can pretty much fake anything. But years ago, it was a lot harder to do things like that. For example,
when
that's why the moon landing looks so fake.
We're not getting into the moon landing, are we? Oh boy.
No, we're not. So, you know when the first fake image was ever made?
I'm
for a
guessing
fake image?
19. I have no idea. Random guess.
Wrong century, dude. 18.
18. Oh,
18,
I didn't know that.
1841. So they've been faking photographs since they invented photography.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Abraham. There's even a fake photo of Abraham Lincoln that they printed in newspapers.
I have a question.
Hold on before we move on.
Okay.
It's easy to fake imagery. It's nothing. It's super easy. And so here's a trick. If you ever look up hyper realistic painting. So people can paint so good that it is photorealistic. So you could take a painting.
That's a good point. I like that.
And take a photograph of it, and it will be a real photo. It just won't be a real photo of what they're saying they're taking a photo of, right? It's a painting of that, right? So there's one of Morgan Freeman, right? So they painted Morgan Freeman, and then they took a photo of the picture of the painting.
Of the painting that's hyper-realistic.
But the photo looks like a photograph of Morgan Freeman, but it's not a photograph. So this is the way they used to do it, because we actually know, bring up the moon landing, that they made like a freaking like a 20-foot fucking moon that artists painted. And they made simulations of little cameras flying by it.
Every detail.
I don't want to get into the moon landing because that's a whole rabbit hole. That's too easy to prove. That's a whole other topic.
Do you think?
I'm just saying, as evidence, it's too inferential. We have to rely on, we have to trust people and do all sorts of other things, right?
So there'd have to be
why go through all that?
Evidence.
But we don't. Yeah, why even go through that when we can just test the Earth itself? It's right here. I'm right here on the Earth, right? I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to trust anybody.
So do you believe there is... There's been tests that prove there is a curvature on the Earth. Do you believe it's a...
Which
curved land? Let me find it. Hold on. Yeah. I do not have it off the top of my head. Give me a moment.
So it's okay, dude. We've done this lots of times, man.
All right.
You're probably like maybe the 20,000th person I'm talking.
Yeah. If, theoretically speaking, you could go up in a spaceship, orbit the Earth, if that happened, would you believe it since you saw it personally with your eyes?
There'd be nothing to believe.
There'd be nothing to believe?
I would know it, right?
Yes. You'd know. Okay.
Like that's
fair.
Not even a question, quite honestly. So we've actually, like, we don't just like, hey, we looked at the Earth and it looks flat, therefore the Earth is flat. It's not like that, right? Looking flat is, hey, that's like your first impression. That doesn't mean it is flat. The thing is, if someone says, hey, your first impression is wrong, it's actually a giant ball too big to see, the burden of proof is on them to demonstrate that that's an optical illusion. It's not on me.
That's a fair statement,
But we've gone farther than that, and we've actually tested and measured it using lasers and infrared and mirrors and all sorts of shit, right? So we know from tests that it's not just an optical illusion.
Yeah.
So I actually seen one that someone did. So some guy, he took his rifle, his scope.
Yeah.
Okay. He put it on a transit, which is basically like it goes to a theodolite, but he attached his rifle scope to it instead of the theodolite, because the rifle scope, he's got like 30 times zoom on it.
Yeah.
So he's got a crosshair.
Mm-hmm.
And he took it, and he's at the beach, and he spins it. He knows how high the scope is. It's 5 feet. He rotates it, right? 5 miles away. Boom, hits the person right dead in the chest. 5 feet. Off the water. Spins it somewhere, hits another person that's even farther away. Boom, 5 feet on the chest, 5 feet in the chest, 5 feet in the chest. All these people, all along this long ass beach. I think it was Vanderbilt Beach or some shit like this. The point is, at 5 miles away, there's supposed to be like 14 feet of drop.
Yeah.
Did you know that those are like the dimensions they claim?
Well, I mean, I didn't know the numbers, but I get what you're referencing there.
So it's way more than what people think. So people think the Earth is really big and there wouldn't be that much drop. No, it's actually a lot of drop. So in 6 miles, it's supposed to be 6 feet.
Mm-hmm.
or no, in 3 miles it's supposed to be 6 feet. My mistake.
Okay.
In 10 miles it's supposed to be 66 feet. So that's a 6-story building.
Yeah.
Right. So if you had so it gets worse because it's exponential.
Yeah.
At 20 miles, it's 420 feet. Or at 30 miles, it's 420. That's right. I've actually personally myself watched the boat 30 miles away. And I know because they have this thing called marinetracking.com where you can track the boat.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew where the boat was. And I watched it sail to where it was. It's not like it's just some random boat out in the ocean. I watched it sail for 3.5 hours from out of Boston Harbor out into the ocean, waiting for it to like disappear over the curve of the earth. And it never did.
And it never did? Okay.
And it never did. And then I went, after watching it for 3.5 hours, I went on top of a 100-foot parking garage to make sure it was the same boat. And I could still see the boat, and it was still the same boat out there. So, and the first observation was from 15 feet above sea level. So the point is that ship should have been
under the horizon,
feet under the curve.
from your
Under the horizon.
Yeah.
400 feet. Not like a little bit, like a 42-story building under the curve. Like, see, these observations we made, they're not like, it's not like, oh, it could be, and it's close.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these are way off. Like 10 times off, 2 orders of magnitude off. And obviously, 100 times off is crazy, right?
Yeah,
so your prediction
it's a pretty big difference.
5. Yeah, it's a huge difference. Like you thought you had $1 in your bank account, and there's a penny, right? You're like, fuck, dude. You're like, shit. Oh, it's way off.
Shit, I'm dead broke.
So it's like, and then we got to take these observations that people made themselves, and then someone comes in like you, no offense, but and you're like, yeah, what about these pictures some stranger said they took from space? Oh yeah, just all my experience for these strangers fucking,
Random guy in the ISS.
Those pictures and all that shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's another thing, right? So ISS, for instance, ISS would only see 3% of the Earth if you do the math. Okay, they're barely relatively to how big they say the Earth is. So 3% of the Earth, they shouldn't see any curvature of the horizon. All the images that they show from ISS show curvature of the horizon. But if you go to the Chinese website and with their space station, which is something like 23 kilometers lower than the ISS, all their imagery shows a flat Earth. So it's like, what are the probability that like the Chinese can just do math and the NASA people can't do math? And like, and like so they did the math and they said no curve from here. So when they made their freaking CGI bullshit or whatever they're using, they actually depicted it correctly, and NASA's been depicting it wrong the whole time because NASA, unlike the Chinese space programs, they rely on public funding. The Chinese government is just like, the money's going here, whether you like it or not. But here, they have to convince people, and what's better to convince people is show a ball Earth. Just show, like, every image you got to show a ball Earth. But then when you the interviews with the astronauts, they're like, yeah, Chris Hadfield said the Earth looks flat and beautiful. Yeah, that's what he said. He went on Good Morning America, and they were interviewing. He says the Earth looks flat and beautiful.
Oh.
Okay,
you guys know what the video saying you can draw a circle in like Blender and just zoom into 3% of it and compare that with the ISS.
Oh.
Well, I mean, what would I say? 3% of the Earth, like the entire circle, the horizon, that would be 3% of the surface area of the Earth. This whole circle, not the 3%. The 3% would be like, fuck, dude, that would be, who knows, dude, 100 miles, 200 miles.
Couple trees, some bushes. Some trails.
Yeah, so hopefully that gave you a rundown of kind of like,
that sort of helped me understand how you see it.
Like, we're trying to stick with what do we know, not with not what might be true. Yeah, maybe the Earth's a globe, maybe, but I don't know the Earth's a globe, and we've asked lots of people, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And at first they think they know, but when they actually start thinking about it, they don't actually know it, right? They believe it, which is fine, but they don't actually know it. right? And they'll
That's a fair statement.
Yeah, and they'll say something like, well, the astronauts, they seen it from space. Well, that would be them knowing it, not you knowing it, right? That would be their knowledge, not your knowledge, right? So how do you know? Like, that's the big question. And like, we're trying to figure out, what do we actually know, like, as human beings? Because we think at least me personally, I think we've got like very far away from trying to figure out what can we say that's true 100% for sure. And we've gotten lost in maybes. And now we have so many maybes that nobody's like, and people are trying to turn the maybes into we know, right? So it's not maybe, it's we know, right? It's not like, because if you took all the maybes, if you said, oh shit, everything's a maybe, that means you don't know anything.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. 5 maybes don't make a I know. No matter how many sums, you can sum all the maybes you want. Like, you're never going to get to I know with maybes. But we have lots of maybes, and what that people think are science and shit like that, dude. It's like science, the idea of science is a cult at this point. It's way beyond fucking what's reasonable.
I would say I feel like people would probably see it that way because they see astronauts as profession, which it is, I guess you can say. Being an astronaut's a profession in the same way that being a doctor is a profession. So a doctor can tell someone, you have blank. I'm not saying this is solid evidence. I'm saying this is why someone might.
Hold on, that's actually not a very good analogy, because being an astronaut is so rare that it's more like being in the Hall of Fame in the NBA.
That's true, I guess. Yeah.
Only 600 people claim to have been to space over 80 years. Think about that. Over a period of 80 years.
Very few people.
Yeah, very few. And like all humanity, 9 billion people are going to go. These 600 people are going to tell us what the Earth is, dude. That's crazy to me. To me, that's just crazy. Maybe it's just me. We're just like, everybody else is going to like, see these 600 people? Yeah, what they said. Fuck that shit. I'm not doing that, dude.
Fuck that shit.
So you said you had tests that measured the Earth, right? Like scientific tests? Do you know any?
I can find one. So I was referencing the lasers. You brought that up. The use of lasers is probably, to my knowledge, I can't say I personally, I can say I believe the Earth is round. I can't say I know the Earth is round because I've been to space. That's a reasonable argument that you made, where people believe that the Earth is round, but they don't personally. They can't know for sure based on personal observation. I get that. I can't say I've been up in space and looked down and seen a round Earth, but I believe the Earth is round. But
so think about this. People go, why would they lie? Now, given what you just said, and the amount of people, how small the amount of people is that would know the Earth is round.
Yeah.
It's very small people. Very small. Who the fuck's lying? Nobody knows anything. Right? You got a bunch of believers saying the Earth is round. They're not lying. They're telling the absolute truth. They believe that shit. So, like, you know what I mean? It's like that whole idea that it would take some gigantic fucking conspiracy of like millions of people all lying on, like, they don't know anything, dude. They never been on like outer space. You think to prove it, you'd have to go to outer space and look at the Earth. Yeah, maybe that'll prove it, but like, that's a very small group of people.
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate the friend just called me and wants to play a game with me, so I shall be going. But it was nice to hear about the
I appreciate your honesty. We usually don't get that. We usually get people that are very emotional about this topic. Obviously, you heard the other dude, right? He was spazzing out, right? So
he was not happy. He was not happy.
Yeah, it really, because there's a lot of eggs in that basket. Let's put it that way. And like, hearing the opposite, it rubs them the wrong way, to say the least.
All right, I shall see you around. Yeah, have a good one.
All right, peace.
Jang, you're up, man. Get on the mic, buddy. Are you just a troll?
He's one of the people I was just talking about.
Oh, he's the muted one. Can you be civil, Jang?
Yeah, he's muted.
Do you want me to unmute him? What's his name?
Yeah, unmute him. Let's give him
Jang.
Oh, yeah, he was buttoning. All right, here we go.
Hello. I'd like to hear your opinion. Like, why do you guys believe that the Earth is not round? I'm just really curious. Sorry for laughing earlier. I just didn't hear this perspective.
Didn't you just hear anything that was said over the last 30 minutes?
No, I didn't really tune in. I was busy doing something else. I just heard like some things about the Chinese space.
He was in the chat, bro. He was in the chat. How you ain't hearing that?
I was talking to my friend as well. I was multitasking in this VC and then talking to my friend in DMs.
So besides pictures from space, bro, what's your best evidence that it's round?
Do you know the phenomenon called gravity and inertia?
What
about I've heard of it.
If the Earth wasn't round, right? If it wasn't a sphere, where the hell do you think the water would go? Like how the hell would the water on the Earth, like the oceans, like stay there? Like where would it go?
You got a picture of a disc in space still, dude.
How does water stay in your cup?
It stays into the top because it's held in, but in space, like water is like it floats everywhere because gravity. There's like no gravity, and that's why when you drop something on Earth, it falls to the ground because of gravity, because everything is centered around the core and the center of the Earth where the magnetic fields are.
Right. You haven't validated gravity yet. You just said.
Just let me ask you seriously: do you think we've never heard any of that before?
I'm genuinely curious. Like, if you don't think the Earth is round, what do you think the Earth is? Then I'm curious.
No, I want. Go ahead, Joe.
I'd say, okay. You saying a whole bunch of stuff about gravity.
Yeah, gravity.
You are yet to verify what gravity is. What's gravity?
Gravity is the force that makes everything on Earth makes people not float away. Like when you drop something, it hits the floor. When you swim, buoyancy, everything has to do with gravity, because gravity holds everything on this Earth together. It doesn't make everything fall away. Because if there's no gravity, we'd all be floating out into outer space. We wouldn't be on the ground walking.
Great. So how is you going to prove that? Because you're saying gravity is a force.
Do you want me to?
No, it's not.
To prove it.
I could say no, it's not. So you saying gravity? Where do we experience gravity? Where do we see it?
Like everywhere. So when we walk outside, when you drive a car, when you go on an airplane, everything's related to gravity on the Earth. That's why.
Okay, you're just naming a bunch of stuff. You're just saying airplanes. We go outside. So if I go outside,
I would send you the Wikipedia article. And I would send you some science articles.
I know. I want to know if you know what it is, not Wikipedia. I know what Wikipedia say, and it's none of the things that you're talking about. You're just naming a bunch of stuff. What is gravity?
Gravity is the motion that keeps everything the way it is, in orbits and everything. You know how the Earth orbits everything, and how we as human beings and we as organisms, we don't float away from the planet, and how the planet doesn't collapse in itself because of gravity.
Have you ever experienced any orbits? Where did you see that?
Orbits. Tell me about orbits. How do you think tides are formed? How do you think when you go to a beach at nighttime, the water level is really high?
I want you to understand, this is your paradigm, sir. You're just naming a bunch of stuff. It should be very simple. You said gravity is when I walk outside. When I walk outside and do what? Why are you all the way in space? Somewhere that you never been.
Gravity holds you down. Okay, take a pencil, take anything, drop it, just drop it. It'll fall to the ground.
So gravity is the cause of things falling.
It's the things that gravity basically makes you stand up, makes you be able to walk without
it makes me stand up. Gravity makes me stand up.
Yes, gravity makes you stand up. If there wasn't any gravity, you'd be floating away you're in the ocean, or you're in a swimming pool or something.
No, that's buoyancy. But gravity is making me stand up, and it's making me fall down at the same time.
Yes.
Right.
Because
gravity is
if you jump, you'll fall down.
Right. So Is science proving gravity? Is that science?
Yeah, there's lots of science to prove gravity exists. If you searched it up instead of
Okay, well let's put this in the logic of a hypothesis, right? Since
Are you conspiracy theorists? I'm just curious. Are you a conspiracy?
No. You making a claim. I'm not the one that's making claims that I'm not seeing. You're making that claim. So let's put it in the logical reasoning of science. You're saying gravity is what's making things fall down. So making things fall down would be the dependable variable. That's the natural phenomenon that you're experiencing, right?
Yeah.
Right. What would be the independent variable? The thing that you would manipulate to see if gravity is the cause of things falling down.
The independent variable is like what do you mean by that? Could you please explain?
You said
he's not ready for this, man. He's not ready for this.
You said science. You said science proves gravity, right?
Yes, science proves gravity. There's lots of
so you should know. Okay, so you should know whether or not gravity is a dependable variable, right, which is the natural phenomenon that we observing, or is gravity then, or what is the independent variable that you will be able to manipulate to see if gravity is actually the cause of things falling down.
Yourself is the independent variable because you have to do something for gravity, to experience gravity or to experience like motion.
Myself is the independent variable. So humans.
Yes, you can basically yes. I'm trying to say is for gravity, right? You can change how gravity interacts. So, for example, if you jump, you'll fall, you'll reach the ground. If you swim,
listen, dude. If you're saying that humans is the independent variable, and that's how you're going to make your predictions, right? You're saying humans is the cause of gravity, which means you're saying that human beings, is making everything fall down in orbits. I don't think humans is doing that, sir.
What do you mean? I did not say
Jang,
that.
how about this? Jang, do you agree that things falling is the observation that we're having, right? We observe,
Yes.
All right. So the question is, what is causing this observation, this effect? What's causing it? What's the cause of gravity?
Right, because right now you're saying humans are.
The cause of gravity is force, not just humans, anything, even a rock, even like a ball or anything. If you drop
everything. Let me say like this. He don't need no help. He need to know that he don't know what he's talking about. Remember, the force is gravity in itself. That's the natural phenomenon that you're observing. We're trying to see what is the cause of that force. What would be the independent variable that you would be manipulating to point out whether or not gravity is a force to begin with that you haven't identified yet. If gravity is a force to begin with, and you know what is the natural cause for it to be there. Organically, not humans, because that would be synthetic.
Gravity. Okay, for gravity, what about the curvature of space and time? What do you what do you mean?
So you don't know. So you don't have any scientific validity of this, right?
So are you denying that gravity exists?
No. There is nothing to deny. You don't have any scientific proof of this natural phenomenon that you're claiming exists. You don't even have any observation that you could basically tell me about, right?
The natural phenomenon is the cause, bro. Joe, you're getting confused too, man.
No, I'm not.
Natural phenomenon.
A natural phenomenon would be something that naturally always occurs.
Just let it happen, man.
Natural phenomenon would be something that always occur, which he's saying is a force, which is gravity. Should be gravity in itself.
Okay, explain how the planets orbit.
Wait a minute. An independent variable is something that causes the force. It should be something that should be able to manipulate. So what is the cause of gravity? I guess you're going to say humans again. What the other guy?
Cause of gravity is the okay. For example, you know how everything planets, right? Planets, the sun, the orbit, how the Earth orbits the sun, right, in the solar system. You know how planets have a large center of mass, right? And you know how space is it's like a plane, right? And how different planets affect the space space plane in the solar system, which means that since the planets are so heavy, they'll basically move around in an orbit, and which proves gravity because everything has weight, right? Everything has weight. Everything's affected by everything else. Everything is not like independent. Like you can't just like say, oh, gravity will work by itself. No, gravity is influenced by other things around it, like in the surroundings. Like you can't just say, oh, gravity is not real because you can't see with your own eyes. Well, how the hell are we still, like, how the hell are we here? How?
I'm just letting him talk. Yeah, he's just waffling on. He's yet to give me any type of scientific experiment. So am I confused, percent sign, or is he confused? Because I asked him to show me what gravity is on Earth, and he's still talking about orbits and stuff.
No, I mean, like, if we're steelman him, we could say that he's basically trying to appeal to mass attracting mass. But you're on point for
doesn't know what gravity means.
Wait 1 second, bro. You're on point for most things except you. At one point, you said where you like there's no natural phenomenon. And
no,
that's
he's
just,
saying that there is not. He's saying that the independent variable was
He dropped, dude. Or no, he's still here.
He's still here.
Okay.
I want him to.
Jen, you have a piece of wood. Jen, you got a piece of wood.
I want him to understand that he really
wood that falls in the air.
Great. But the
it's
only thing I want him to
force of attraction between different things in the surroundings. That's what gravity is.
Okay, you got a piece of wood that falls in air, okay, but it floats in water. What happened to the gravity then when it floats?
When it floats in the water, I don't know. Maybe the H2O molecules are preventing gravity from acting upon it. Kind of how it works, buddy. Did you really just ask why something falls in air and why something floats in water? Are you being fucking serious? Right now?
Gravity was prevented.
You guys are
that was the dumbest shit I have ever fucking heard in my life.
You said gravity was prevented
because you guys
resistance.
Okay, check this out.
The fact that this needs to be explained to you is fucking ridiculous.
It doesn't need to be explained.
It's not around.
It was a rhetorical question, dumb fuck.
No, he's dead serious. That's how you fucking flat earthers are. You guys are retards.
Yeah, that's a great argument.
Literally. Like,
listen, it was a rhetorical question.
You couldn't figure out the difference between your head and your asshole.
Hold on.
God, here we go.
Hold on. If he just tells them what an independent variable is, and then we can go from there.
Typical globe earther.
And Yo's a fucking straight up piece of shit. Sits on Discord and argues about the shape of the earth all fucking day.
Yeah, we can be able to
my
get it out.
physical appearance is literally apex. Like your mom, I would take your mom.
Ask stupid questions when stupid.
And why do you guys think
you want yours? Bye.
Yeah,
why do you guys think the Earth's flat? Tell me. Just tell me. Why do you guys don't think the Earth is round? I'm so curious.
Because it measures that way.
Because what do you say? Because it looks that way.
It measures as a flat surface. We use it, measure flat. Practically use it as flat.
Okay, so your full proof has been scientifically disproven by multiple sources. If you like videos of rockets going to space with GoPro camera, then be my guest.
It seems like you just make multiple claims that you cannot back
I'm not
up.
making multiple claims. I'm stating pure fact, and you're being too ignorant to accept it.
Why every time I try to pin you down to basically prove or validate anything that you're saying, you're not validating it. You go waffle on about nonsense about space. And waffle on about nonsense about humans as being the cause or an independent variable for gravity, or waffle on about nonsense about airplanes, or waffle on about nonsense about gravity make you stand up. You had absolutely no clue of what you're talking about. You can't even put it in the actual scientific hypothesis, but you want to claim science.
I can't. But what the other guy said was right. You guys can't when it comes to
the other guy clearly pointed out you don't know what you're talking about.
What do you
say? Listen, I agree with you. Jang. Gravity exists. Okay, this downward acceleration that we see, depending on the density of the object, exists. Where it falls in air because it's more dense in the air, but it floats in water because it's less dense than the water. This is a thing. This is an observation that exists, a naturally occurring phenomenon, whatever you want to call it, right? But the question is, what is the cause of it? Okay. What is the cause? It's possible that this is just like the second law of thermodynamics or any laws of the world. you just have no cause. It's like that's the way it was created. That's the way that God made it, for instance, right? We don't know what the cause of the law of conservation and momentum is. We don't know the cause of the second law of thermodynamics. So what if we were just to say that this is the density of things falling or rising, depending on their medium? What if that's just a law of the universe? Where's your proof that there's a cause to it?
You're just talking about relative density.
That's what gravity is, bro.
That's what you're explaining? No, they call that specific gravity, but it's just basically relative density.
That's not what specific gravity.
Gravity is the force. It's like a force of attraction between all different matters of the universe. That's what gravity is.
That's a cool story, bro. But can you prove it?
Right.
What's the proof? Okay, are you guys
swine, man? He thought gravity was weight. Okay, like
are you guys
I don't know why you're still dealing with this guy.
You guys,
he said orbits are caused by the heaviness of the planets, dude. You're a sped.
You're giving us space stories here, dude. How about some real proof, man?
Some real proof? Go fucking search it up yourself. Holy shit.
We have. We can't find it, dude.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You said GoPro on a rocket, bro? Seriously?
Yeah, I said go watch like a fucking video if you want to see if the Earth is round, bro. I was speaking about when you said
we watch TV all the time, man.
Show me the video where the straight horizon, this horizontal horizon, when we're at the beach or whatever. Show me the video where you have a camera fixed on that horizon, and as this shuttle launches, that straight line slowly turns into the entirety of the globe. Give me that video, that time lapse.
Do you guys know something about like
a percentage? You was absolutely wrong. I was absolutely right. As like always, yes, it was specific gravity you was talking about, which they call relative density, where gravity is not actually needed. Why you people just say you wrong for no reason? And I know I'm right.
Specific gravity is kind of a niche term.
Gravity and relative density is the same thing, sir. It's basically an object more dense than its medium, therefore it go down.
And that's what gravity is, bro. That's what this observed effect that we see, where things that are heavier than the medium fall, and other things that are lighter than the medium rise. That's gravity.
So you only explain it basically relative density. That's all you explain it. You're not.
It's gravity, bro.
You're not explaining mass attracting mass. You're not explaining.
That's not gravity. That's not you know little g. Do you know what little g is, Joe?
You're not explaining any of that. The only thing that you can explain.
Look, specific gravity is when they take an object and they weigh it in water, and then they weigh it in air, and they have a ratio, and that's the specific gravity of the object. They use that as a standard, the same way we use index of refraction as a standard, where you compare the speed of light in vacuum versus everything else. So it's just a comparative measure of the relative density objects, but it's fixed relative to water.
Bro, I don't even think you know what gravity means, bro. I think you're talking about fucking buoyancy, bro.
Buoyancy is part of gravity, bro. Like, you need to look up the equation.
Bro, buoyancy is it's a physics, bro.
Yo, how about this? How about read out the equation for buoyancy?
Buoyancy, the equation for buoyancy? Let me find it. Yeah,
we've been at this a long time.
The equation for buoyancy is buoyant force is equal to the negative fluid density and the acceleration due to gravity times volume, the volume of the fluid.
Thanks.
I just don't.
But that's not fucking gravity, bro. You just described buoyancy. Gravity is not just buoyancy alone. There's multiple different aspects of gravity. Gravity is not one thing. What I said before about the planets and being in orbit is also fucking gravity. Everything.
No. You see, you're confusing between the effect and the cause. There's cause and effect. They're two different things, okay? The thing that we see, things falling, things rising, I'll give you that. That's gravity, right? Gravity, and if it's rising, we could say levity or buoyancy or whatever you want to say, right? But the cause of that is in question. You stop using the same word for both the cause and the effect.
That's just buoyancy and density. Things that's more dense than a medium. You keep explaining the exact same thing that we told you what it was. And I don't understand why you're doing that. Now, even if you want to say that is gravity. Gravity do have a definition, right? And it do have something that you guys claim with gravity. It's how you guys get orbit. So actually, Jane is correct to bring all of that stuff up. We only asking Jane and you to validate that with the science that you guys claim you have.
I'm going to tell you, Reg Joe, since, antiquity until now, the term that they use for things falling is gravity, okay? What they're trying to do with the heliocentric thing, like these past 100 years or so, they're trying to hijack that and morph it into the cause as well. They're trying to say mass attracting mass is gravity, or bending of space-time is gravity, right? They do this, like, equivocation fallacy and try to, like, hijack the term. We shouldn't let them. We should say, no, gravity is the effect that we observe of things falling, and buoyancy or levity, whatever you want to call it, is things rising. But the cause of that is not gravity.
That's the only thing you explaining.
Relative density is gravity, bro. It's gravity and levity together.
Or you could just.
So if you want to call it the law of gravity or the law of relative density, it doesn't really matter. The point is, that's the effect that we observe, and the cause of which, a cause of that is.
Well, it's basically, I don't understand on why wouldn't you just call it for what it was already being called. It's basically explaining it. Things that's more dense than this common medium will go down. Things that is less dense usually go up. Because you will be dealing with the same problem that most people deal with whenever somebody hold somebody to task about gravity, because they will bring up actually gas. Gas always seems to rise up. Unless you're going to say that gravity has some type of downward bias, which that's what most people claim. Just like what your friend down there was just trying to claim. But the point of the matter is, if you're going to make all of these claims, and I hear what you're saying, it sounds like what you're saying, whenever people make all of these claims about gravity being the cause of orbits and things that's going on in the sky and all of that, they just say gravity, they just put gravity to it. Understand? It sounds like what you're saying, it sounds like you're explaining my point when you're saying that when you're making claims that you cannot validate with any actual evidence that's direct, right? Then you shouldn't be making those claims. You should just be basically claiming the things that you can actually prove or validate, using the metric that you said that you validated it with, such as science.
Okay, man. Then explain the intertwine between physics and gravity. So are you basically denying science? Are you basically saying that are you basically saying that things don't have a weight? Because what you're saying is absurd.
No. I'm saying you making scientific claims that you're not validating with the scientific method.
I literally offered you proof. I literally said go on the internet and search up something basic about gravity. Like search up.
Telling me to go on the internet. That's what you're telling me to do. Me going on the internet to validate your claim that you presented to me.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to tell you basic fact, and you're too brainwashed, or you're too.
Saying go on the internet isn't telling you basic facts. That's just you.
It's not basic fact. I'm trying to offer you a fucking I'm trying to offer you like a point of view. I'm trying to fucking tell you. How about this? Your heads are so stuck up your ass. You guys couldn't even tell the difference.
Slow down, man. Slow down, dude.
I'm not trying to call you no names, man. I'm just saying that. How about this? How about you go on the internet and come back and you bring the
It's not our job to go find. Yeah, it's not our job to go find your evidence, dude. It's your job.
Yeah,
go find your evidence and come back.
You said to him that you got science for it, so he took you through the method for you to prove your claim.
So why should I take you guys seriously when you guys don't even think the Earth is round?
You don't have to take it seriously. You're the one who said it. You said that you have scientific evidence for what you are claiming. He's took you through the scientific method, and you failed to provide.
Right.
Okay.
So how's that his fault?
Okay. So I'm going to send you guys some proof. Okay, since you guys are too stuck up with your own ideas, and you guys are so lost in delusions.
Get on with it, brother.
Okay. I only waited for 5 years for this proof, so go ahead.
Okay, give me a second.
Bugger off. Go get your proof.
I think everyone that comes in here, they're the new guy, and they're going to teach us all about it, right? We haven't fucking heard this before, man. Fuck me.
Yeah, they're going to teach you about it by telling you to go on the internet. They're brilliant.
You go find it yourself.
He doesn't even know his own belief, dude. We've been listening to him butcher it for like 20 minutes now.
No, Indigo. He said gravity makes you stand up, sir. That's totally accurate.
He does everything, man. He pretty much said gravity does everything. It's the everything. It does makes things go sideways, makes things go up, makes things go down, makes us stand up. Why wouldn't water fall off, man? Like, what's holding the water? We'd float away, bro. Like, we'd float away.
I can't wait to see this.
Very manipulating people to cause gravity. Weird.
Okay, I'm gonna send you some equations so you guys, because you guys obviously don't know.
I'll send no more time for the equations now.
Yo, Snoop, can you send it, bro? I don't have perms to the server.
So let me ask you, even if you presented an equation, wouldn't you need an experiment to validate the equation?
Experiment? There's lots of experiments.
Okay, so give us the experiment that validates the equation.
Okay.
And it better be F equals G times M1, M2 divided by R squared.
E equals MC squared.
No, F being force equals the gravitational constant times mass 1 times mass 2 divided by R squared.
Okay.
Indigo, did you just help him out and give him the actual thing to go to?
Yeah, I want him to look for an experiment and not find it, and then go, shit.
Indio helped him out by tasking me with an impossible task. That's how he helped him.
You got all your information from flatearth.com. Why the fuck would I believe you guys were? You're literally flat earthers.
Oh, man, your ad arms just don't help. Just bring your experiment, dude. Fuck, why do you got to keep talking, man?
Is this what the American education system does to you guys? Is this what the American education
What education system are you coming from, dude? Give us the fucking experiment, man. Like, what proves gravity, dude?
He don't got it.
Your fucking space stories?
What I said
you're
about
bending
space
time,
true.
dude? Is that what you're doing? You're bending space-time? Show us that.
Since you guys are so stuck up.
Bend some space-time for me, brother.
Dude, you're bent out of shape.
You guys are stuck.
Yo, Snoop.
What, dude?
I sent it in DM. Send it in the server.
I can't. I'm busy. I'm gaming.
Chess Clown, you're roboting a little bit. Chess Clown, can you hear me? You're roboting. Yeah, still roboting.
Yeah, get 3 bars, brother, and come back.
Any
Yeah, you don't got no evidence. Let me tell you what just happened. You 4 losers thought y'all was gonna come in here and bone rush this room and call and make fun of us and talk nonsense. Now we got y'all 1-on-1, and each one of you don't have a clue of what the hell y'all talking about.
Okay. Okay. Why? Okay. You guys are conspiracy theorists. I'm so convinced. Like I don't like. I can't. I don't believe you guys are actually being for real.
The only one that's mentioned a conspiracy is you.
Okay, you guys don't even. You don't even believe the
What conspiracy did we talk about?
You guys don't even think the Earth is round. You guys think the Earth is.
Yeah, how is that a conspiracy?
Because it's been scientifically proven. If you fucking.
Yeah, you keep saying that. You just keep saying that. We're waiting for your evidence. Post it in the chat, please.
It should be real simple for you to fucking disprove us, dude.
Yo, Snoop, post it in the chat.
Am I?
Are we conspiracy theorists because you can't post it in the chat? Is that it?
No, I'm sending it. I'm just putting it into ChatGPT.
Dude's still talking in the background, brother. You're all broke up. Nobody can hear a word you're saying, man.
Okay, I'm sending in the chat since you guys don't know.
Yo, ChatGPT isn't going to save you, dude. You ain't the first one to try this.
He went to ChatGPT.
Yeah. and bragged about it.
Here. See?
Yeah, there's no experiment in that. There's
And meanwhile, the Earth is measured flat, navigated flat, aviated flat, and practically used as flat. So there's no globe involved anyway.
Right, I can't take you guys for real. I'm good to go.
yeah. Why would you want to substantiate claims with evidence, dude?
Bro, you guys are literally adults, bro. You guys literally saying your ass all day on fucking Discord and try to people.
Yeah. No evidence, right?
That was a nice coat, gang.
That wasn't the coat.
You're gonna run away and you want to get banned out of this channel because you got nothing, man.
What do you mean?
You had so far up, you have nothing. Do you understand those 3 words? You have nothing.
Let's go through his points one by one. Gravity.
He doesn't have any.
Well, we've got his chat GPT in the side here that he thinks somehow proves something. So
we have an experiment.
Let's have a look at point 1, Jang. Gravity pulls towards the center. Gravity is a force that pulls matter towards the center of mass. Okay, let's start there. So gravity's a force, is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't Einstein say?
Well, I'm afraid that you're over 100 years out of date, yeah, because gravity being force was superseded by Einstein and general relativity over 100 years ago.
108 years ago.
Yeah, 108. Might even be 109 now. We're in 2025.
Oh, wow. Little outdated, Jane.
Better update your chat GPT, dude.
Yeah. Any response, Jang?
What do you mean outdated? Are you guys actually being for real?
Yeah, for real.
Bill, we actually think for real. According to Einstein, he actually think for real that pseudo force has been superseded by his general relativity.
How dare you question say Einstein?
It's a force. He's called it a pseudo force now. That's what they call it. I think so.
In other words, a fake force. In other words, not a force.
You dare question Saint Einstein? You're gonna burn.
So, from Physics Libra texts, Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the law of motion and the law of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein.
To be fair, Einstein's a bitch and Newton's way better.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Was that Jang?
I don't know, man. Einstein wore women's shoes and Newton played with dolls. I'd say it's a tie.
Yeah, they both bitches.
Yeah, and Einstein perished unable to rectify unified field theory, so there's that too. So you have an incomplete general relativity. You've set physics back by your faith-based belief that's devoid of objective empiricism.
Oh, no, he left.
He ran.
He left. That's disappointing.
Well, maybe he's going to get the experiment now. Going to get the big guns. Yeah, AJ, he told us that gravity make us stand and make planes fly and makes water move.
I know what happened. He went to go do the experiment. That's what it is. He's very thorough.
So I want to read something from Newton that maybe you guys have heard, maybe you haven't. He said in a letter to John Locke, he said, quote, that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has, in philosophical matters, a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it.
Yeah, and that was in proper English, a very, very derogatory proclamation on anybody who would believe that, right? So we would just use the R word, but Newton was a better man.
He definitely like had a lot of skepticism regarding action at a distance, and he thought that like it would make more sense if there was a physical medium, if these things acted across a physical medium, like the ether or whatever else, it may.
Yeah, correct.
And that's why I put him leagues above Einstein. This guy who says that time can stretch, like a second can stretch, and an inch can jump. The king of reification. I wonder if Newton did actually believe in the.
I don't have any citations, but I think what you just read was correct, yeah. I've heard that before, that Newton didn't believe it himself.
Okay, yeah, it says here he did. It says, yes, Isaac Newton did believe in the concept of the ether, which was a widely accepted idea in his time and for centuries
No,
after.
not the ether.
Was not to be a mysterious
I understand,
substance.
yeah. No, not the ether. I understand that he believed in that there was some sort of background medium.
No, apparently he believed in the ether itself.
Yeah, yeah.
It says that
I understand
it was
that.
thought to be a
I've heard
mysterious
that.
substance that filled all of space, acting as a medium through which forces like light and gravity could propagate. Newton's view on the ether was that it was hypothesized as a substance, basically what I just said. While Newton was best known for his work on gravitation and motion, he also had ideas about ether, particularly in relation to light. Number one, optics in the ether. In his book Optics, Newton explored the nature of light and proposed that light might be made of particles, which we now call photons, but he also suggested that the propagation of light might involve an ether-like medium. He did not provide a clear explanation of the ether in this context, but it was a common idea that light needed some medium to travel through, especially since it was understood as a wave-like phenomenon. Number two, ether and gravity. Newton's ideas on gravity also involved an implicit belief in a medium through which gravitational forces could act. While he didn't explicitly say gravity traveled through the ether, his law of gravitation suggested some kind of connection between distant objects, and he may have thought that the ether could play a role in transmitting this force across space. And number three, the problem of action at distance. As discussed earlier, Newton struggled with the idea of action at distance, the notion that gravitational forces could act between objects across space without a medium. This is one of the reasons why he might have believed in some form of ether. He likely thought the ether could be the medium through which gravitational forces were transmitted.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. What I was saying is I have read or heard something about Newton, and I could be 100% wrong, just off the top of my head, that this mass attracting, what did he say? I'll have to find it, otherwise I'm going to misspeak. But yes, he did definitely believe in an ether.
Yo, India, you cracked me up earlier when you're like, we're all on mute because we're like starving hyenas waiting for an injured zebra.
We're still starving. There was no meat on their bones.
Am I still roboting?
Oh no, good.
Yeah, I was actually just trying to help him out, really, because I was just going to ask him if he knew what an independent variable was. Otherwise, he's just going to keep saying, "Oh, I've got science for this and science for that," and then it's going to be waffle. But yeah, I was roboting at the time, so I couldn't tell him.
Well, you have to understand, some of these people don't want to know. They're comfortable with, where they're at. He isn't going anywhere as far as his mindset.
Yeah, I didn't have high expectation here that he'd even be able to figure out. I was going to try.
Yeah, you better learn about projective space. Get Googling.
Well, I don't have to Google anything.
It appears you do if you don't know what objects or what topology casts a spherical projection in at every angle. Because it's a circle, or it's a sphere. A circular shadow from a spherical object. If it were a 4D sphere, it would cast a spherical shadow.
You said it wrong again, by the way, but nice try.
No, the sphere casts a circular shadow. That's how it works.
Okay, bro.
Except you're wrong.
Have you ever shined a light against a sphere? It leaves a circle on the ground.
You're wrong. You're wrong because apparently you don't know about the gibbous moon phase, which looks like a concave shadow, my guy. So you're absolutely wrong.
That's the Earth. That's the Earth too. What do you mean?
It's not the so the Earth's concave now, for fuck's sake.
Well, no, what concave? Wait, what concave shadow? I didn't hear the concave part. It's like an angle that's inward. What? And gibbous? No, it doesn't. It's a curve. It's like a crescent moon. You've seen a crescent moon before, right?
Here you go, bro. Can you see the chat? By the way, can you see the chat?
Yeah, I'm gonna show it. You know what's really great?
Google what the word convex is.
Hold on. We know what that means, by the way. But can you see the chat?
Oh yeah, a circular shadow might hit different parts of the Z-plane and look like a, I guess, curved circle. That's a good point.
Bam. All right, so there's 3 things I posted in the chat for you. Cooked, and cooked.
Did you not hear what I said, or are you afraid to respond?
No.
Yeah, you still looking in the chat?
Well, first of all,
You sound like you're afraid.
First 2 things that are posted, so you're afraid of
I did. I responded to the first thing. I saw the first thing, and I responded to it, and then you said some nonsense.
What was it?
I said you're correct that like a circular shadow, like a cone going outward, is what that means. Would look curved if it fell onto a surface that's curved on the Z-plane, like the moon. Which is it is the way that it looks. Like if you look at my image, yeah, it was. You said that spherical objects don't cast circles onto another sphere by projection, which is just wrong. And then you said shining a light on a sphere to cast a shadow on a flat ground is not the same as shining a light on a sphere to cast a shadow on another sphere, which is correct. That one's correct. So I did respond to the first thing you said. You haven't said anything so far, but you are correct.
You're too busy yapping to address the shit that we're actually trying to post for you.
I just quoted what you said and responded. Do you have a response, or are you just going to yap?
You're still fucking yapping. We posted the Saros cycle, which you haven't addressed as well. We're just already moved on to something else.
So you're not going to respond. You have no response.
You didn't respond to the thing.
I just said that you're correct, and it means nothing, and that is quoting what you said. That's fine. I mean, yeah, if that is how it looks too. If you look at my image, it is a curved circle. It's bent based on the Z position of the moon that it hits. So it doesn't mean anything. What you said is meaningless and useless. So, do you have anything to say? Do you have any response?
It's correct, by the way. But also, there's the Serocycle links there for you as well.
Okay, so you need an argument, buddy. You gotta prove things.
Dude, you 2 seconds ago, you had no idea what a Serocycle was. It's in the chat.
Okay, I'm asking you to prove something with it. So the word Serocycle is a great start. Where do you go from there? Come on.
So you can see
I don't have to teach you how to prove something.
You, lost track of the conversation we've been having, bro?
You didn't use the Serocycle to make an argument. You posted this shit to make an argument, which doesn't do that.
You're completely lost track, dude.
How ironic is it that the claim stacker is now yelling, prove something? So you can see that his circular reasoning is...
You can't prove it. You don't have a reason to believe it. You're just saying the word
you didn't know what it was.
I still don't know what it was because you've just been talking. You haven't made an argument.
The links are in the chat, dumb fuck.
Does it contain a flat Earth argument? I don't think so, buddy.
Dude, we're not saying the Earth is flat.
So make a fucking argument, you fucking queer.
Brother, you said, name someone that says the Earth is flat in history. Well, I posted both in history and modern time. Here's NASA saying it.
So it's an ancient document. The Serocycle is an ancient document that leads us to believe that, yes, it is. Babylonians, by the way, are ancient, so it is that, and I am right, so there's no reason for you to be saying that bullshit.
You said who said it?
Yes, I said the ancients knew that the Earth was round, and this retard said, actually, some ancients knew that the Earth was flat. And I, just to humor it, was like, okay, who? And I guess, yeah, the Babylonians might have. I don't know why a Serocycle means the Earth has to be flat. That's the argument you're supposed to provide. I don't understand why. But if you don't understand why either, that's fine. I can move on and say you're right. It seems like you don't understand.
If I were you,
it seems like you're not able to argue it. I'm going to let you talk now and just argue if you can, but I will say it.
Brother, you did ask for something. It's been provided. Now you're mad that we provided for you. Nice one.
Okay, so you do not have an argument. Good. We can move on.
Brother, you've lost track of the conversation, dude. You asked for something very specific. It was provided, and you're like, but.
Is that your argument? That's what you're trying to use as an argument? That's cute. Well, try on someone who's more stupid.
You never take me out on dates. Here, let's go on a date. But
You're on fucking cocaine and PCP? Fucking retard.
Dude. Dude.
Also, making fun of me for sniffing. That's so rude. Come on.
What? Didn't you just accuse someone of being on cocaine, bro?
I'm not talking to you.
My God.
Yeah, PC, come on, bro. You see how this went, right?
A bunch of boomers and a black guy sounded really stupid.
We're not as old. We're not as old.
You are as old, buddy. You are as old.
Hey, PC, sniff. Hey, sniff. You're the one who said that the ancients. Yeah, you're the one who said that the ancients knew Earth was a ball.
Yeah, the Greeks. My ancestors, not necessarily your stupid ones, but my superior ancestors.
Let me guess, you're talking about a guy with sticks and shadows.
There was a lunar eclipse guy, too. Eratosthenes is the guy who measured the distances, and he used, I think, Aristarchus Samos.
Problem is, he started with the assumption that Earth was a ball.
Okay,
you think you can walk us through it without a Google search?
Well, the original proof is really, I mean, it's just like an image that I posted. It's just that there's... I actually could not recount to you the guy who calculated like the size of the Earth at the same time that he tried to determine that it's a ball. I don't remember that. That's like complicated a little bit. But that's not the one that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the lunar eclipse one.
That wasn't Eratosthenes, by the way, but all right.
I don't know who... no, Eratosthenes is the one who measured the distance, I said, between the Earth and the Moon, and to do that, you need to know Earth radii, which is what he measured it in, so it's a sphere.
You're pulling shit out of your mouth.
Okay, we're gonna Google it. Who measured the distance between the Earth and Moon?
Don't add the sniffs.
It wasn't Eratosthenes, smart guy.
Oh, it was Aristarchus of Samos. I got it backwards. Whoops.
Oh, oops.
The other guy that I mentioned, that's not much of an on. You're really reaching. You blacks, you really don't understand how to argue. You blacks are really primitive.
Bro, you just say incorrect shit. I called you out and you're like, but you don't know how to argue.
Well, I said you're correct. You're correct. You're just black too, and so you.
Yeah, exactly. Facts. Good job figuring that out. You don't have to mute him for that one, guys. Oh shit. I was just like, fuck it, I'm done with this guy. Oh man, we're never too bored, chat. We're never bored enough to try to keep these retards around, man. Honestly, I'm kind of racist too, Amish. It's fine, bro. The black thing isn't hurting anybody. It's totally fine, bro. Most people think I'm white as fuck anyway, so it's alright. Yeah, it's TOS? Alright, yeah, I guess we can't do that. That's funny as fuck though, bro. Oh man, I'm geeked up now. I just had a coffee, man. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. So anyway, the Chaldeans, they were a Neo-Babylonian group of people. There's in the chat 57 minutes Babylonian view of the cosmos.
Dude, not how this day I thought was gonna go. This is funny as hell. Dang, did he call me dumb too? I didn't catch that, Amish. Damn, that's crazy. Also, I'll try to put the I'll probably use the ban log because there's been a couple times that has booted ninjas out of here and didn't put it in the log, so I'll try to do that more often. Damn, that's crazy, bro. It's funny because most people think I'm white, right? Chat, they were like, "Oh, remember that guy that was like, you're white trash." It's like, "Oh, really?" Interesting that. Anyway. Ancient art paintings. Painters paint flat, low water. I don't think I have any of those. Boofing speedballs. Yeah. Well, at least he demonstrated like a little bit of honesty. Just a hint of it here and there. Oh, I was wrong about that. Okay, I was wrong about that. All right, that's cool. I can respect that to some degree. Golly. Who did you guys like more, the first or the second guy? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And we got more people joining in. What's going on, chat?
You got Hush's goofy ass in here.
Yeah. So just for a note for the rest of the group and the listening audience, the Chaldeans were before Eratosthenes. So the numpty statement of the ancients knew the earth was a ball is bullshit. Thank you very much. Yeah, and Jenna, thanks for posting that at 57 minutes. All the ancient cosmogonies or cosmologies, the Greeks, Navajo, Babylonian.
Ancient misogyny?
Yep, you got Greek, Navajo, Babylonian, Mesa, Chaldean, Japanese, Persian, Viking, Indian, Mundo, Mayan, Slavic, Incan, Hebrew, Polynesian, Australian, NASA, Chinese, African, Celtic, Sumerian, Enochian, German, Masonic even. Their art is very depictive of this. Islamic, Roman, Egyptian, and Shiny.
Yeah, the Masons know.
Yep. Hush, are you mad? You can always mic up if you're mad.
Oh, shit. Hush, you gonna sit there and take that, bro? You're gonna let a woman talk to you like that, dude?
Yeah, he just gave me the LoJack brainlet emoji.
Wait, hold on, Jenna. You cooked her what?
Multiple times.
Wait,
He
Jenna,
says
isn't it your job to cook?
Yeah, I do the cooking. He says that he cooked meat. Nah.
Yeah. Multiple times.
All right, round two.
Especially with gas.
Yeah, we'd like to know what you cooked around. Round two. Let's have a repeat of that, Hush.
Yeah. So, Jonah, what's the violation of the second law?
Here we go, chat.
What's that question?
So what's the violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
Oh, the lack of a container for your pressure. That's fucking simple. I thought you've been through this before.
Right. So let's look at the second law together.
Strike one.
Yep.
Yeah. You already
Second law.
violate entropy. The law
About
of the
to
law.
shoot yourself in the face, man. Don't do it.
Universal empirical observation concerning heat and energy.
Strike one. You know what? You have to try another approach now because you lost on the first attempt.
I didn't, because my point.
Yeah, you did. You violated
I
entropy.
didn't, because you say I did doesn't mean I did. My
Yeah,
point
you
is
did.
there is no container in the definition of the second law. Second law has nothing to do with.
Show us a definition of gas pressure without a container.
Hold on. That's not my point. My point is,
Yeah, it
Jenna
is.
said the violation of the second law be a container, a lack of a container. The second law doesn't deal with a container; it deals with entropy. Want to try again?
Bro, I could just let you talk and you're just gonna cook yourself, bro. I don't even have to do nothing.
Yeah, that's the thing. See, a true violation of the second law would be a sudden decrease in entropy or sudden thing going from cold to hot without external energy input. That's a violation of the second law. Container being a container existing has nothing to do with entropy. And on top of that, since we lose this is the globe claim, we lose pieces of our atmosphere every second of every day.
Prove
that is
it.
Entropy taking
Prove
place.
it. There's another claim.
I'm just saying that's
Prove that we're losing.
That's a
Prove
claim.
that- prove that.
Can be proven.
Prove that we're losing a certain increment of gas pressure. Prove it.
Yeah, but just to finish my point,
Prove it. No, prove your claim right now. No, you're not going to bypass this. You're not getting past it. No, you're not fucking getting past it. Period. You're going to stop right there, dead stop. Now prove your claim that we're losing increments of gas pressure. Prove that right now.
I'm down.
Your claim.
No,
shut up.
So, we all planned it out. We're like, oh, we're all calling in tomorrow. And unless they give us more information. And we all called and they fucking scrambling around. Fucking hell. We're about to keep it up. Right? Yeah.
Keep cooking, chat. Sorry, that was just a hot mic. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
So my question is to Jenna. What would be the true violation of the second law? Because we established it can't be the lack of a container, because a container isn't even in the definition of the second law. That rotisserie is turning right now.
So how can you have gas pressure or, a system that has gas pressure without a container, right? It's in the word, pressure.
Okay. All right, let's get to a few things. When you say container, is it an enclosed container?
It would have to be.
Right. Did I show you the picture earlier of a mercury barometer? I'll post it again.
Yeah, and it ends up being closed. It ends up being a closed system when used like that.
Yes, but it measures the collision.
Yes, but. Nope, don't you dare. Yes,
yeah,
but.
I know, but the enclosed part doesn't make it
enclosed entirely. There's a part that's open to the atmosphere, and that part is interacting with the air molecules colliding on it to make the fluid go up in the enclosed.
Yeah, the outside.
Lifting inside
the
a closed
outside-
container. Yes, it's lifting up inside of an enclosed space.
Yeah, he's
That
talking
enclosed
about the air
not
pressure
the
that's
gas
on the
pressure.
outside. You have air pressure on the outside. Yeah, we know it's a pressure system. Thanks for playing.
The air pressure on the outside,
Yeah,
that's the air
exists
pressure,
because
right?
it requires a container to have air pressure.
No, it just requires collisions upon a surface.
No,
of
it doesn't. Prove it with a citation then.
No problem. One second.
Show a citation where you only need one surface, that you don't need a container. Show us that. Because NASA
I also
disagrees with
that
you.
picture.
Yeah, you're going against what NASA says gas pressure is.
Oh, yeah?
So we want a citation. That gas pressure is achieved with an open system, with an open container.
So what's happening right now? We're waiting.
Oh my God!
All right, guys, chill. What's
Hold on, who
what's
deleted?
happening?
Oh, my shit got deleted.
He lost this one.
Oh shit, Quetz is here. So he's gonna post something that's like an open container or something. Sorry, just trying to pay attention.
I posted something else. Somebody deleted it. Somebody stopped deleting.
Guys, don't delete his shit, guys.
Oh, his post is right there. He needs to scroll up.
It's right here. Here, and then we post where it came from. Right here. Atmospheric pressure. Surface pressure. There's a whole section about it. The atmospheric pressure at a location on Earth's surface, directly proportional to the mass of air over that location. That's why barometers work.
What's mass?
Oh shit.
You want the formula?
Bro.
Define it. No, define it.
Amount of matter inside something?
Yeah,
This is so
wrong
funny.
answer.
This just leads into how, at pressure, at the right pressure, that liquids at the base equalize horizontally.
Horizontal?
Yeah.
What do you mean
Horizontal,
horizontal?
level, flat, in a straight line.
Right. Now, if we are in a closed container, right, why wouldn't the pressure gradually increase since more gas is constantly being created at the surface level?
Are we in a dynamic system or no?
Would that explain it?
I mean, like, why should there be? You think should equalize?
Yeah, you're roboting.
Like the pressure inside of a container?
Yeah, I'm saying if we are in an enclosed container and for millions of years, I don't know how long you guys think Earth's been around. For millions of years, though, at least gas pressure has been created from the surface level rising up. If we are enclosed, where's that air going? Why isn't the pressure steadily increasing?
Well, it's a dynamic system, right? Don't like trees breathe and stuff like that, yeah? Like even us, we human beings and breed and stuff like that. No.
Yes, but just because we breathe doesn't mean like the air is going away, right?
Oh, I mean,
Recycling the air from one
yeah.
thing to another. It's not being destroyed, right? The matter
Yeah.
is still
But
there.
it's being a cycle, right? It's a cycle, isn't it? Kind of like the water cycle.
Yeah. Okay. So
I don't know. What do you guys think, chat? Well, it's not like taking your breath and blowing up a balloon where it's like it's going to increase, and pop or anything like that, right? Like there's other
then why
things
not?
involved here. It's not that simple. This is a dynamic system. It's a really big Earth. There's wind. There's the gradient, of course. It's a really big Earth. Things are the air is cycling. Things are breathing in and out. It's like absorbing oxygen, giving out carbon dioxide, stuff like this, right?
Yes. Just
Chat. What do we
So
think?
I agree with
Come on.
you a little bit.
All right. I mean, I'm not like the most technical guy.
I mean, you know that stuff like gases, like
Maybe the chat has more things for you guys.
you got stuff like ammonia gas and hydrogen gas and helium gas that don't seem to have a downward directional bias.
Ammonia, are you saying because it's light? It's lighter than other gases?
Are you seriously asking me this question right now?
Is that why you're saying it doesn't have a downward bias because it goes up?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it goes up.
Okay. Oh, does gas have matter? I mean, does gas have mass? That's all.
Mass of gas. No. No.
No? Oh, is it not physical?
It doesn't get mass of gas. Gas doesn't have mass.
That would mean it's not physical, though, right? Like light
No, that's
doesn't
not
have
what that.
mass. We can't feel light, but
How does that even sequitur?
you're saying it's massless, so is it even physical? Can something physical have no mass?
You tell me. Thought you were here to educate me.
I'm doing a good job so far. So
No, not really, because gas doesn't have mass. Yes, gas is physical, but there is no mass of gas, right? There's densities, right, but not a mass of gas.
how? Okay, so something can have a density to it, but no mass. Density def. 1 second. Density, a degree of compactness of a substance. So it can have density, but it can't have mass. Even though in physics it says right here the degree of consistency measured by the quantity of mass per unit value. That's what density is.
Gas has mass. So you're saying that gas has mass, therefore gas is affected by what?
It's affected by forces. One of those forces being gravity.
Forces? Okay, what's the other force?
Multiple,
Forces.
the buoyant force. That's why things go up in a fluid.
Yeah, gravity's not involved in that, right? Because gravity is the no, gravity's not involved in that. Gravity's not even a force. Gravity is not a force.
Little g is in the equation of buoyancy. That's why when you guys say Archimedes' principle, he describes weight. Weight is a gravitational downward force. That's why it fits like a glove when we add little g to it. And that's derived from the gravitational constant.
Right, so the story is that gravity is holding all of this stuff to Earth, right? Keeping it from escaping into space. That's absolute bullshit. And that's been debunked, like 110 years ago. Gravity is not a force, right? And it's not holding things down, right? Definitely not. So it's definitely not the cause, right? Gravity is definitely not the cause, nor is the effect of things.
You know what a pseudo force is, right? You can see the effects of it.
Yeah, gravity is a pseudo force. That's not. That means it's not real. Try again.
It doesn't have a physical cause. That's all it means.
Oh wow! Could shoot yourself in the foot some more.
Doesn't mean it's not real. Here's another one. Time. You can see the effects of time, but it doesn't have a physical cause to it. Would you agree?
Say that again. You sound like you got a mouthful of marbles.
Okay, now you're just hoping.
No, it's not. It's hard to fucking understand you. Like, enunciate your words, brother.
That's the mic. I said, does time have a physical cause to it?
Does time
Yes.
have what?
A physical cause to it.
Fuck no.
Okay, but we can see the effects of time, right? You age, things get older, things are young, they start to get old, right?
You know, that's the effects of aging.
Because time is passing by, though, yeah.
Yeah, but the time is not a physical thing.
Yeah, it's always now.
I agree. It's always now because we can't exist in the past. We're present. That's just an example. It's just an example, though.
I gotta go walk the dogs. I'll be right back.
While she's coping, Osh, you want to take her, please?
Okay, I gotta go walk my dogs, bro. Fucking relax.
Anyway, I was just saying, just because it says pseudo in its name doesn't mean it's fake, made up. It just means there's not a physical cause to it.
That gravity falls in that category of theoretical physics.
Yeah, it's going to remain a theory until there's a cause, like a cause found to it. But we use theories all the time.
It's always a theory. It's not even a law. But that's the whole thing. Is Glovers come in here all the time and declare it a law.
Yeah, those are the layman's. They don't look it up. Theory, but just because something's a theory doesn't make it like less than a law. We use theories all the time.
A theory is a theory. A theory remains a theory until it is proven true or proven to be false.
It's not how theories work. It's not how theories work. So, because you said that, are we able to use theories like right now, like atomic theory? I mean, it's only a theory, but are we able to, utilize aspects of that theory to make predictions about things? The answer is yes. You still have to do scientific research, the whole process. It's a culmination of data that explains. Laws explain the do. You do this, and it does this. That's what a law is. Its theory explains the why behind it. That's all it is. Activity, for instance. Don't ask me to show you a GPS satellite, but the equation for time dilation is in GPS satellites because they have atomic clocks, which verifies relativity. For example.
How did they do that?
Theory. So
How do atomic clocks verify general relativity? Go ahead, tell us.
They measure oscillations of cesium atoms.
Okay, put a citation. Put a citation that exactly your statement, that atomic clocks verify general relativity. Put the citation in the chat.
You explain to me how. Would you want the
No, now you want me to explain your claim. So put the citation in the chat.
No, you just strawman the fuck out of me. So I'm just trying to figure out what you want me to
No, it's your claim. So let's see a verification of your claim.
You heard of the Halford-Keating experiment, right?
Crickets. That's what we hear from
It's
you.
not a cricket. It's a question.
Then post a citation.
All right.
The one that makes the exact statement that you made about
You repeat my exact statement.
Atomic clocks are validating general relativity. Go ahead, put the citation in the chat.
Gotcha. Okay.
So what, Bargrunt? That still doesn't tell us how it validates it. So what? All it validates is the clock's changing. So what?
Is that all it does?
Yeah, because you haven't logically linked the two things together.
I think it's been linked. That's why we have that equation.
Yeah, so logically link it together with a citation that states exactly how.
Oh, you didn't say that. You said exactly what I said. You didn't say
Yeah,
how.
exactly how does it validate general relativity? Go ahead, put the citation.
Well, that's two different
The
citations.
Halford-Keating experiment is not an example of how it validates general relativity with atomic clocks. Yeah, you're going to have to link the two together. How do atomic clocks do this?
You asked me two different things. I hope
We need a citation for your claim. You made the statement, not us.
I'm going to post something in a second.
Yeah, I know you're going to post something, but is it a citation with the exact statement that you made? Yeah, I doubt it. I'd put money on that it's
You
not.
doubt you're going to read it? All right.
Yeah, so put it in the chat. We'll look at it.
Okay. I was about to quote it, but yeah.
We need
It's
the
just one.
citation that states that atomic clocks are validating general relativity and how exactly they are doing that, step by step.
You didn't ask step by step.
With a logical sequence.
Hey,
We
see
want
how
to
you're
know
squeezing
exactly.
things in there? You
We
didn't
want
ask
to know
step by step.
exactly how they're doing that.
Now you want to know exactly how, but you didn't ask
Yeah,
that
I
before,
said that from the very beginning.
No, you said
You just
what I
don't
said
fucking
verbatim.
listen. You just don't listen. You don't know how to listen.
You just move goalposts very sneakily, and I pick up on it.
Yeah, you're just gish galloping because you don't
First
have
give
what
me
I'm
this,
asking
and now
for.
I want exactly how, on top of you explaining exactly what you said on this instant.
Yeah.
I get
So you have NIS.gov. So pull out the citation with the statement that you made.
I thought you were going to go through it.
No, hell no. It's your claim. Now you want
That's
me
what
to
you
search
said.
through
You said you
your
were gonna go
source
through it.
to find a citation that you made the claim of?
There's just one page.
Yeah, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Pull out the citation out of that.
Right.
And it better say exactly how atomic clocks
Okay, so
are
which one
validating
is
general relativity.
step?
Exactly how are atomic clocks validating or verifying general relativity.
Okay, so
That
not
was
a
your
step-by-step
statement.
process.
That
To
was
be
your
sure,
statement.
It's not a step-by-step. It's not a step-by-step
Yeah.
process.
Yeah, that was your statement. Pull out the citation.
Yeah, but that wasn't a step-by-step.
You provided something you think is a source. Go ahead and provide the citation out of
It is.
that source.
We got it. Go through it.
Yeah, I want the statement out of that source. Exactly how the atomic clocks validate Einstein's general relativity. Go ahead.
Here's a sentence from it. Want to read that, or should I, Sonny?
Doesn't matter. It's still not saying how it actually validates.
You didn't ask how.
No, it doesn't.
You said post
No,
a
it doesn't.
citation that's verifying.
It says
what I
they
said.
have measured the theory. How do you measure a theory?
That's what they did. They verified it.
They
measure
it doesn't say verified. It doesn't say verified. It doesn't say verified.
That's what it insinuates.
It doesn't say
It
verified.
doesn't have to. That's what it is. If they
Yeah,
measured it,
that's what you said.
verified it. That's the
Yeah,
answer
you
sheet.
said it verified it. It's not a validation.
I know you're
of
looking for the word verify, but if they measure
bending and warping concepts, how do clocks measure that?
yeah, by measuring the oscillations of atoms.
Okay, so you can bend and warp concepts.
Yeah, are you trying to straw man again? Because I said
No,
you asked how the
no,
clocks
that's
work.
what general relativity says. It's not my statement. It's Albert
Okay, but
Einstein's.
that's been verified, and there's citations proving it's been.
Okay, so how do you verify the bending and warping of a concept?
Is it a concept?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like,
What
what's
kind
the
of
concept of
experiment
general
was
relativity?
what kind of experiment was Einstein doing again?
No, verify.
Yeah, you refuse to answer? Thanks for your answer.
Did you read what I said, or you just?
I asked you, what kind of experiment was Einstein doing?
Doesn't matter what Einstein was doing.
Yeah, that's you won't fucking answer because you know you can't. You
This
can't
probably
answer
came up
because it
numerous times.
violates your freaking belief in your religious belief in the globe. We
No,
all
just because
know
I
it.
don't do an experiment
Yeah.
on it or not.
You can't say what kind of
No.
experiment
Does it
because you're
really-
afraid. Yeah,
Does it
you're
really
chicken.
disprove general relativity?
You're afraid and you're backing away.
You're afraid. I'm the only one posting anything.
Yeah, you're afraid to admit that all Einstein was doing was a thought experiment. What kind of experiment? What was the independent variable
What?
in a thought experiment?
I don't know. It's a thought
Changing his
experiment.
mind?
Is there a dependent variable for a thought experiment?
Freaking hilarious. Is
You know what a
time
hypothesis
physical? Is time physical, Hush?
Hey, hold on, Sonny. That's
Is
the
time
effects are-
physical? Is time
The
physical?
effects of time. The effects are.
Yeah, you won't answer that either. Is time
Yeah.
physical?
Oh, what's the hypothesis?
Is time physical?
What's the hypothesis?
Is time physical?
I already answered you. Answer me.
No, you
the
didn't.
hypothesis?
Is time physical?
I did.
Yeah, you can't answer it.
I did.
Yeah, good job. Thanks for playing and thanks for your
Yeah, I know, just
support
because
of
you're
FE.
confused.
You're the best. You're the
Yeah,
best
I
freaking
figured-
flat
I
Earth
figured
proof
you out.
we've had all day. Thanks a
Yeah,
lot.
you don't know shit about the globe,
Thanks
so
a
it was
lot.
easy for you to
Yeah.
turn it to flat.
Otherwise, yeah. If I don't know shit, then you would have provided.
You don't just end it
You
there.
would have provided support for your
End the
fucking
sentence.
horse shit, fucking bullshit statement.
Just end it there, brother. You didn't even read anything I sent. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a validation of a concept. That's all I have to do.
Says you. Says you.
Yeah. Says anybody.
hey, oh, it says anybody? No, it just says
Yeah.
you.
Anybody that knows what a concept is.
Yeah, Sonny, the flat earther, knows what a concept is.
Yeah, you don't understand that all you
not
have
me. It's the
of
science.
general relativity
It's
is
you
a
versus the
concept.
science.
It's a concept.
It's you versus the physicists.
It's only an
Measure out
idea.
Einstein's
So I want to know how you validate an idea or a concept with an atomic clock.
Or do you know what time dilation is?
I don't care. Does it validate general relativity? That's what your
It
statement
does.
was.
It really does. So if you don't
Okay,
know
show
what
us
that is,
how.
then I can't
Show us
really
how.
explain it to you if
Show
you
us
stop cutting
how.
me off.
Show us how.
If you stop cutting me off, thank you.
Show us fucking how.
You don't
Put it
know.
in the chat.
You don't
Shut
know
the fuck
what
up.
time
Put it in the
dilation
chat. you
is.
Dumb shit. Put it in the chat.
If you don't know what it is, then I can't explain it to you until I
You
tell you.
don't know what it is. You already backed away and backpedaled away from what a concept is.
So how does
And
you said
a
how does
non-experiment.
atomic clocks verify it? Right?
You don't know the difference between a concept and an experiment.
Yeah, you don't know what an atomic clock is. Or time dilation. That's crazy. If you're going to ask, how do these clocks verify special relativity? Well, you first need to know what time dilation is. If you don't know what that is, then we start there. But you don't want to start there. You just want to keep cutting me off and sound smart. We scared to define what it is. Oh, Jenna, come to VC again.
These goober smooches seem to do everything they can to stay as far away from the complete lack of Earth curve. It's like all of this, and this proves that Earth's a globe, but I can't prove Earth curve. Okay. And that's all you need. That's all you need if you're going to prove that Earth's a ball. You need measurable, observable, direct proof of Earth curve. It's the only qualifier a globe Earth would need. But they want to gish gallop and tap dance all over this, and this, and completely avoid the fact that there's no Earth curve. That's Hush's favorite thing to do, it seems. He's still in here? No, Carolina ass pepper. I would not accept seeing Earth from space as any kind of proof. Are you okay, dude? What are you smoking? Like, nobody has been far enough away from this Earth to see the Earth in its entirety. So, I mean, you got a cool story, but you got no way of backing it up. No, you aren't addressing Earth curve. You aren't addressing the lack of Earth curve. Ignoring what evidence, right? All the evidence I find is lack of Earth curve. That's the only damn thing you need to prove that Earth is a ball. You just need curvature. That's the only qualifier. We've been through this. And weren't you the goofball that asked for some sort of scientific validation of an R value earlier? Yeah, that was you. Frickin' goober smooch. He probably doesn't want to come off mute because it's probably someone like Rich Evans. You're being a damn clown, especially earlier when you said that you needed some sort of scientific experiment or some bullshit for an R value. Like, when the hell have you ever taken your science book to your geometry class, my guy? Oh no, she called me a goober smooch. My poor feelings. Bro, where's the Earth curve? That's the only thing you need. You see, old Haas, the problem is he thinks that these images from space are real photos. Doesn't know the difference between a photo and an image. What are the chances it's Rich Evans with a sock account? The only way he could disprove that would be to, like, come off mute. Old Haas, it might be. Like, why else has he just been chat skanking and not come off mute this whole time? It's been hours. Boom. And just like that, he's out of the VC. That was definitely Rich. Always do that. He always does that every time I call him out. I bet. We'll check his number. I bet that was Richie. Run away, Richie, run away. See, this is what happens every time they say something like, well, it's funny that you're saying we aren't addressing Earth curve when you're just ignoring the evidence. And so, it's like, present the evidence, man. Like, we've been waiting for over 10 years.
Spit on your hand and stroke my cock at a medium pace.
Yep, and that's as much globe proof as they've got.
Haven't heard that one in a long while.
Carolina Butt Pepper, I think, is too afraid to come in the VC and mic up because it's probably going to expose him. He needs to get gone, T-Dub. He has been in here for hours and not mic'd up a single time and just left the VC when I said that it could be Rich Evans, so... See, my intuition's never wrong, Sporadic. Yeah, I know he's a stalker. He really likes to stalk me. Just a needy boy. Just a needy little Richie boy.
Yeah, it could be. It possibly could be someone like Patman, too. I don't know. I say that because of the name. I mean, that's Patman's MO, is to pick a name that's similar to a phrase that's used by QE or someone else.
You talking about Ankh? Y'all better respect Ankh now. I'll be talking trash about my uncle now, chat. I got hella uncles in this joint.
Uncle QE.
Yeah, that's Uncle QE right there, man. I got Uncle Indio, Uncle QE. They're my two uncles. Ain't that right, chat? And I got some cousins. I got like cousin Miggy. I got my brother. I got some brothers in here. Mike's my brother. I don't know. T-Dub, are you my cousin? What's going on, man? Are you uncle? Sonny's Gramps. It's like nah. Okay. Good. How are you? Thanks. What do you think, T-Dub? Am I your nephew? Yeah, I'll be your nephew, bro. It's all right.
I'm not a long lost relative.
Yeah, down on that. Yeah, long lost, fam. Good stuff, man. We've got a great community here. We've got a good family. I like the fact that we've gotten to know each other so much over the years too. You know, like it's awesome. You guys know me. You know, you guys kind of know me kind of well now, sort of. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. I wouldn't change a thing, Chad. I wouldn't change a thing. It's too bad the goofballs that came in here earlier today have no stamina enough for a good conversation. Got people piling in here. Take a look. Kind of a chill panel right now. Not too much going on at the moment. I'm just doing a little bit of shopping at the moment. Killing time. Oh, we got people joining. What's going on?
Yeah, with Duncan that just joined. Who
Yeah.
else? Rion. Yeah, Rion.
Hello, I just got some time before my next meeting, so.
It's Duncan Darth, that survey man. Duncan McLeod.
Of the Clan McLeod. Man, who is excited for Mission Impossible?
What is Mission Impossible?
Oh, the new movie.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Artemis program.
Oh, no.
Isn't that surely Tom Cruise isn't in it?
Oh, yeah, he's in it. Yeah.
He's got his walking stick that turns into like a sniper rifle. He's got his glasses. But he wouldn't even have to dress up as an old man now because he is one.
He looks like 20 years younger than he should be.
Come on, we got to get something going.
Sorry, chat. We're still live. I see Heretic popped in as well. Kabuki, guys. We got Kabuki here. Rion. They're starting to pile in. We got Dank as well. The chat thinks that Carolina Reaper colonoscopy is Rich Evans.
Oh, is he
probably.
still going on in my chat?
I don't know what's wrong with him, man. Rich Evans been cooked 8 ways to Sunday. There's no coming back.
Bro, I've cooked that guy, I've poached that guy, I've grilled that guy. Yeah,
Poached?
I've cooked him every way. Yeah, poached. Yeah, a fucking egg.
Nice.
I've
Nice.
cooked his ass so many different
Oh
ways,
shit.
and I cooked him in his own server in his own channel. It was so great. It was about
Oh really?
it was about the inner ear and the equilibrium, and that the inner ear has a function that detects motion when you're accelerating, decelerating, or spinning. And he wanted to argue that it's not true, and he was listening to Sonny, and Sonny was on it, and he's like, "That's not true, Sonny." And I've got the screenshots of it, and I'm like, "Bro, you need to try again." Cooked him in his own channel. Now his channel's not even there. It was in the politics and religion server, but now his Globe Cope room doesn't even exist anymore.
It doesn't exist. Why?
I don't know. It must have only lasted like 2 days, maybe a week. It doesn't exist because the Globe doesn't exist. So, it just makes sense that your Globe Cope room isn't going to exist that long.
Girl. God damn. Jenna, when did you first get involved in the topic? A couple years ago, a couple months ago?
I guess it started in like 2016 for me.
Damn, really? Nice.
And then I've been a part of this server almost 3 years. Or, I've been part of, 24/7 Flat Earth for nearly 3 years. And, when I came in knowing my shit, and I came in flat smacking. So,
Good stuff, girl. 2016 is early. That's like before me. God damn. So where are your do you have like a case?
what?
Sorry, Joe, I'll be right back.
So I posted in the chat the screenshots of when I had cooked Rich Evans in his own room, and he was tagging you, Sonny, saying that you were making assumptions, unfounded assumptions about the vestibular system. All the while, I was watching you post citations, and I told him I said, if you've ever been on a train, I have. I've been on the Metrolink several times. I could feel that motion with my eyes closed. I don't even need my eyes open to know that, whether or not I'm in motion. I said, I can feel it when we stopped. The vestibular system is what detects that. And, I asked him for a logical syllogism to explain how these are unfounded, just these unfounded assumptions. And he couldn't do it. And it was pretty funny because, it was just crickets after that.
Sorry, Chad. I was just whizzing up a little shorty. Anyway, back. And we are live. Oh, man. So let's check in with the panel. We got Aethergris at the bottom there. We got T-Dub, Sunny, Amit, Rion, Rayleigh, Mike, Kabuki, Jenna, Jedi, Heretic, Effie Batman, Elbow, Duncan, Dank, Crit, and yours truly. And it has been confirmed that we are live, chat. Let's keep cooking, guys. Show goes on.
Heck yeah. Nice to meet you, Kabuki, Rion. I don't think I've ever seen you guys in here before.
Yeah, same with, I think I've seen that Rion, but I don't know what their voice sounds like. And then, yeah, we have Kabuki. That's an interesting name. Do you want to tell us about the name, buddy? Or just leave a second.
Kabuki Theater. Like the masks and all that. It's Japanese, I think. Yep, that's pretty cool stuff. You ever seen a Kabuki Theater show? And they're like switching out their masks real fast, doing all these like cool dances and stuff. It's pretty neat.
Not much evidence for a globe, it seems, I guess, huh?
Nope. Yeah, they want to talk about everything except the abundant lack of Earth curve. So what brings you to the channel, Kabuki?
Wait, I've been muted this whole time? What the hell?
We heard earlier that evidence is not proof from somebody.
Evidence is not proof. Why
It's
would
so
they
funny
say that?
because they mean the same thing. Like, go ask Sasha. In his native language, it's the same thing.
Yeah, he said that there was evidence of a globe, but not proof of a globe.
Oh, yeah. I have a screenshot of that very moment. I was in the chat, and it was Matthew Learns.
What did
He
Matthew
said there's
say?
very strong. He said that there was very strong evidence for a globe Earth. I said, then you should be able to prove that. And he said, no, you can't prove a globe Earth. Boy, I about fell out of
Bro,
my
what
chair.
the hell?
I've got the screenshot. Hold up, I'll pull it up.
Wait a second. Is there proof that there's evidence?
This might take.
Or is there only evidence that there's evidence?
Bottoms.
They're like, what do you need? Proof of evidence? This might take a minute for me to get to. I've got so many screenshots of dumb things that Globers have said. I could make an entire book out of all the screenshots of dumb things Globers have said, and it would be a bestseller. But then you'd have a bunch of like anti-FE people, book burning, probably. They'd be so triggered.
Well, they'd have to buy the book to burn it, so sounds like it's a win.
I think that those are the types of people that would steal the books to burn them, though. They're just that kind of low life. I found it. There's plenty of strong evidence for the globe. Oh, this is so funny. Good old Matthew Learns. Nope, can't prove the globe.
He was also saying that a model is not physical. A model could be an idea.
Yeah, but wouldn't that doesn't make any sense. That really doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, just an idea of a model, like no miniature copy or something that can actually demonstrate something. You just think about it. And that's the globe model. You just think about it.
What's really funny is when they ask us for our flat Earth model, and I'm like, Dude, I don't know the extent of this place. How in the fuck am I going to model it? Right? And we've already falsified your stupid radius, which means you don't have a model either. So here we are on a, no pun intended, level playing field.
Well, we don't need a model to prove our points. We use reality for our example.
Exactly. Bingo.
Yeah, that's what's funny that they can try to get away with saying that their model is an idea, but what they're requesting of us is like an actual literal model. That shit is crazy. It's so
Where's
unfair.
the flat Earth map? They'll say.
Right. Yep. Well, you should be easy. You should be able to do that. They think that you should be able to like fly up into the sky, look down, see the whole Earth, take a picture, and just like trace lines around the countries. It's like, bro, no, that's not how this actually. It's not how it works, dude.
I just remind them that all maps are flat, and that if they'd like, they can present me with a globe map that they use to navigate with.
Yeah, there are no globe-shaped maps, is there?
Nope, all maps are flat. Doesn't matter if they're cartographic maps or topographic maps, planar coordinate maps, they're all flat. And I tell these globers I'd like to see their globe map that they use to navigate with, right? And they just want to point me to like Google Earth or Google Maps. I'm like, bro, it's even flat on Google Maps, dude. And Google Earth is some CGI shit. So, well.
Well, when navigating on Google Earth, the the elevation profile is on a horizontal plane.
Facts.
Oh my god. Bruh. Dude. Are we live, chat? Let's get we need some W's in the chat to see who's fucking here right now. That if you're live or listening, let's get a W in the chat for this panel right now. Let's get this thing going. I'm at the freaking cologne store dying right now, dude. What the hell? There we go, Duncan. Let's go. Chat. He's so off topic, but all the bros out here, you guys DM me. You don't have to stink up the chat, no pun intended. But if you have like a favorite cologne, DM me that shit, bro. Oh, Mike's doing an observation today. You're gonna have to tell us about that. Oh my god. Wow. Mm.
I showed my mom how the Earth's not a globe and how it's flat and how we don't know how big it is. And now she's finally figured it out. She understands the geometry of it. She understands the issues involved. And now she's teaching my little brother, and he's starting to get it. He's starting to get it. And I think that that's just an awesome thing, right? Because I've already got a couple members in my family who I've been like, you realize that, like, Earth's not a globe, right? So there's a few flat earthers in my family now, and I did that. Which is really funny, right? Because when Globers are like, "Oh, I bet your parents are just so proud of you," I'm like, actually, yes. Mick, is that one of those foldable kayak? That's so cool. It's one of those foldable ones. I want one of those.
What are those stand up like boards? They're not surfboards, but like people like just stand on them and they paddle. Those look kind of cool.
Like a paddleboard?
Maybe maybe that's what it is. I thought paddleboards were the small ones that you just like run up.
Shit, I don't know. I know what a surfboard is.
I don't know. I think all the
what a
hotties.
board is.
These are big ass boards, and people just stand on them and they just like cruise across the water.
Are they the ones that have like the post with the fin on it that you have to like press up and down in the water to get it to like move?
No, it's like the size of a canoe, except a bit like wider, and they just stand on them. And so like it looks like it's like super easy. I've seen like fat people stand on them like super easy balance apparently. So
You're gonna have to find a picture and post it in the chat.
I'll tag you later if I'm not driving.
Right on.
What's going on? Someone say the Earth is flat, or it is flat.
Yep, as far as the eye can see.
Well, that's how you know it's round, because past the eye can see it's beyond the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, that's that. Yep. Yeah, that's why we're seeing things in the line of sight. You know, it's supposed to be hidden behind Earth curve. Impossible. Who is what's this? Stilettos? Who dat? Hi. Your mic is like real quiet.
What's up?
Just chilling. I've never seen you in here before. Yeah, I can hear you, bro. That's better. Are you globe Earth or flat Earth?
I don't have an opinion. I just wanted to get away from the theology stuff for a while.
Good call. Yeah, we do not talk about
Right on.
anything supernatural here. It's a hard pass. If someone starts bringing up some Sky Daddy crap, we shut that shit down.
You guys are all flat Earth people.
Yeah, a
Is that
lot of flat people in here.
How did you guys come to learn about it?
Yo, now is bro? He's a
Assumingly,
bro.
you were born in the paradigm of the globe Earth. So how
Nah,
did
bro, I'm
you
a flat Earth, bro. Who wants to debate, bro? I'm a flat earther, bro. Who wants to debate?
What's a flat earther?
I basically believe the Earth is flat like a disc.
No, well, then I personally believe that you're LARPing because not a single genuine flat earther believes that the Earth is a disc.
Wait, House, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't talk about belief here either. If you want to talk about your belief,
1 second. Someone just said I'm LARPing.
Go through. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what someone said. Worry about what you said.
Bro, fix your list, bro. Relax. Look, whoever made the claim
don't
that
worry
I'm
about.
LARPing,
Hey, listen, homie. If you want to talk here, you're gonna shut up and listen. No one here is talking about belief. If you're in here talking about a belief, get the fuck out and go to a belief channel. See how easy that was there? Was there a guy, the Lotus or whatever? What was his name?
Yeah, that was easy.
See how quickly we shut that shit down. They come in here with some supernatural belief. Get the fuck out. No one wants to hear about your Oh, go ahead, Jenna.
Oh yeah, just the fact that he came in saying that he's a flat earther and believes.
Yeah, 1 second. Wait, Crit.
There he is. You're back. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it was me, but it was me that said that I believe, right, since you want to start off with believes, I believe that you're being a LARPer when you say that you believe the Earth is flat like a disc.
Hey.
Hey. A's for horses. Don't be a silly goose.
What? You're weird. You're weird. What? Crazy. Yo, Crit.
What?
Nobody's scared to have a conversation.
Yeah, I unbanned you. Are you happy or what?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, so stop being low-key retarded.
Idiotic? Yeah, I'll stop. Sorry.
So now that we've determined that we've determined that Athari PM is not a flat earther. Zunisha.
Oh, is he pretending to be a flat earther or something?
Yep.
From
Came in here saying, I believe, right? Like, there's not a single genuine flat earther I know that says that they believe the Earth is flat and that it's a disc. But that guy came in here like that, and that's a no. That's a big no. I could already tell he was LARPing.
Believe like there's some sort of doubt. What the fuck? Well, I believe it is, but it could be something else. I don't know. I believe.
Is there anyone else that can have a clear, calm, and rational discussion on this topic?
Do you guys think, or does the evidence suggest? See what I did there? Very careful with my words. That there is like a hollow part of the earth, like under the earth, where living creatures exist? Do you,
Oh, I don't know.
that?
We got a day
I know
for
there's a
that
bunch
called
of large
Speculation.
caverns.
We got a day for that called Speculation Sunday. And you can go all into like hollow earth and creatures and stuff. Yeah, but today is not that day.
You could, I guess, you could talk about how there are some people who live below sea level. Like, would that count?
Say that again.
Like, there's people who live below sea
roboting.
level. Oh.
No, he's talking specifically subterranean.
Like mole men.
Right. Internet issues. How about now? Is it still roboting?
No, you're good.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just going to tell lots of people, that's his name. Yeah, there's people who live below sea level, right? So they live below like an orientation of horizontal, which is stipulated by sea level.
Isn't believing the Earth is flat kind of just like stupid? Isn't like
Yes, believing the Earth is flat is stupid because you don't need to believe it. You just need to go outside and have a fucking look at it.
Okay, but do you think like that if for people who are globe Earthers, you understand that like the way what you see outside is not going to give you a reason to favor one model?
Why? Why?
What? If the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't see. You would have a different experience when you go outside.
If the Earth was a globe, there'd be curvature, and there isn't. So.
I like his line of reasoning.
I like that he put it as if the Earth is a globe of the size that people say it is, right? Then you wouldn't. So you might expect
as a
to see
hypothetical.
curvature in
If the Earth
some
were a globe,
cases, but you
that's
wouldn't
the answer.
expect to see curvature in like an ordinary case, right?
Yeah, if the Earth were a globe, you said, so you put it as a hypothetical. So
Yeah, but I'm just saying your experience, like when you walk outside and you see like ground and you walk in it, and it's like flat ground or something. But even
Okay,
if
so who has the
if the Earth is a large globe, there's going to be some
Yeah,
kind
okay,
of, like,
we get it. Okay, so let me ask you then, who has the belief then?
Well, I think you believe the Earth is flat, and I believe.
No. Wait a sec. You see flat and think it's curved.
I don't see a flat Earth.
You don't?
I see ground that is flat, but that doesn't mean the Earth is flat, right?
Isn't that part of the Earth?
Yeah, it's part of the Earth, but I
So
don't
it's
think.
flat. That's flat Earth. That's flat Earth.
Well, if by flat Earth you just mean what I'm looking at looks flat, sure, but that's not a good reason to think the
Okay,
Earth
so
is flat.
but people believe that flat thing that they see. They believe it's curving, right? So
Well,
who
it is
has the
curving,
belief?
yeah, it's like
So
indisputable.
Wait.
People who
So
deny
who
this are like retarded.
Wait. Who has the belief?
I mean, you hold a belief that the Earth is flat. I hold.
No. I see flat. Right? Just like everyone. One sec, bro. I see flat, just like everyone else. Everyone sees flat, but some
I don't
people
think everybody. Well,
Yeah, they do. Everyone does.
when you
right?
say
flat,
so when
flat
you say
horizons everywhere, bro. Everywhere, flat horizons.
There's
so
2 points.
So everyone sees flat,
Okay,
but
hold on.
they believe it's not.
Repeating yourself. Okay.
Just have a conversation, bud.
So they believe it's not, right? They have the belief. The people that believe that the flat thing that they see, the people. Hey, bro, stop talking over me. The people that see the flat thing that they live on, right, and think it's a ball, that's the belief.
So a belief. All I mean by belief is accepting something as true. So whatever
without evidence, you didn't add the last part. You didn't add the most important. Without evidence.
You can believe something on the basis of evidence. You can also have beliefs without evidence. For example.
No, bro. Belief is acceptance without evidence. Acceptance of something being true without the evidence, bro.
Yeah, so you're using a different definition of belief. So under your definition, I'm using a different definition.
No, it's not my definition. It's the definition. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm using the definition of belief where belief just means
You're using your definition. You've invented a definition.
No, my notion is a very common notion of belief.
You're just making shit up.
Okay, all right. Okay, so
definition
what
I'm
evidence is
using
there?
is wise.
What evidence is there?
Definition.
Okay. Aside, put that aside. What evidence is there?
Crickets.
You believe the Earth is flat under my definition. I believe the Earth is round. I think people who are flat earthers are like retarded.
No, I don't believe.
Okay, but one is a belief and one's reality. But the thing is, one's a belief and one's reality.
Under my definition, no, hold on. So in reality, the Earth is a globe, right? Now you believe. I believe the Earth is a globe.
What's the evidence for your globe?
Just get to the evidence. Get to the evidence.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence for a globe or nah? It's just a mere belief.
I think there's like irrefutable evidence from the fact that, like, for example, people who, let's say some person is in North America and some other person is in Australia, for example, right? Or some person's on the North Pole, somebody else is on the South, or I don't want to use, some person's in Antarctica, somebody else is in, like, Greenland.
You're already getting yourself confused.
Now the reason I didn't want to use North Pole and South Pole is I didn't want to use language that you guys wouldn't like.
Wow, this is really
there's clear evidence in the fact that if you record the sky in each of those two locations, you're going to see the stars and the galaxies rotate in different directions, one clockwise, one counterclockwise. Now, if the Earth is a globe,
welcome to stationary.
Now, hold up, I'm trying to give the evidence and I'm being interrupted. Now, if the Earth
You're
is
not
a
giving
globe,
evidence, though.
now, if the Earth is a globe,
Yeah, welcome to stationary Earth at least, but continue on.
Yeah, now, if the Earth is a globe, this is exactly what you would expect to happen, right? That's
not evidence.
Can I ask you a question about that real quick?
Hold on.
I gotta get a question.
Hold on. I need it. Hold on. Can I be able to give the evidence or not?
If the Earth is a globe,
prediction made by the globe model, and this prediction is confirmed, but there's no explanation at all for this on the flat Earth model. So extremely strong evidence for the globe.
Stop right there. If the Earth is a globe, then this is what we expect to see happen, okay? So we see this happen, therefore the Earth is a globe. Is that the logic?
No, the logic is okay. We have this observation. Now we say this is what we'd expect if the Earth is a globe. This is not unexpected if the Earth is flat. So in other words, it's much more expected on the globe hypothesis than the flat Earth hypothesis. And then just in Bayesian terms, that just means a strong confirmatory evidence for the globe hypothesis.
Okay, so if it's a globe, we expect this to happen. This happens, therefore it's a globe.
That wasn't the argument.
Okay, so you don't have any globe conclusion from this.
It's just kind
of like, in your opinion, you think that this points to a globe more than a flat Earth. Well, you don't know.
It's strong evidence for the globe, yeah.
No, it's not.
It is. So, for example, because if the Earth was flat, right? If you're on the same plane of rotation,
you're not even looking at the Earth. You're looking in the wrong direction.
No, hold on. The direction doesn't matter. So if you're on the same plane of rotation,
measure the Earth.
Look at the sky. You're not letting it. You're not letting.
Yeah, the ground is what's in question. So measure that. You're looking in the wrong direction. It's not compelling at all. You're being a moron.
If you're on the same plane of rotation.
Yeah, well, now you've assumed rotation as well. It's another problem. We're just trying to get you to prove the geometric figure of a globe, and you're talking about something else completely. So you're just all over the place.
Yeah, so you guys have to mute me because you're scared because I'm gonna.
I'm not muting you. It's just that you've got diarrhea of the mouth,
yeah,
and somebody else is
scared. You know what?
Look, nobody's scared.
Yeah, just you won't
I'll debate you, and I'm a good girl.
And actually, I think you're scared because you won't shut your mouth for 2 seconds to take any responses to anything you say. You just want to plow right through everything. So I think you're scared because you're funny muting the rest of the panel.
I'm being muted. That shows you're scared.
Now you're funny muting because nobody can get a word in. You just want to keep gunning bullshit that nobody can challenge. So I think you're scared.
If you're on a flat plane and there are things that are rotating above you, right? If two people, no
Stop
matter
right
what,
there.
no
You
matter
just jump
what,
from the ground to the sky. You can't keep doing that. Stop.
I'm giving you evidence.
So you've got two conceptions. You've got a conception of a globe that works like this, a conception of a flat Earth that looks like this. You're just pitting two ideas you have against one another. You're not actually determining anything in reality.
So if you're on a flat plane, And if
Yeah, it
things are
says
rooted
you.
above you,
It
if
says
two
you.
people, no matter what
Says you.
location they're
That's
on,
your
they look right,
concept.
you're
That's
gonna
your
see them
concept.
rotated in the same direction.
It says you, dude.
So
That's your concept.
clear,
We want,
irrefutable
we
evidence
just want
that the Earth is
direct.
not the Earth.
No, it's not. It's not irrefutable evidence at all. You already said it's not even proof. You just basically told me in your opinion.
I think it is. Well, it depends what you mean by proof.
All you're doing is you're comparing two concepts you have. We're not asking you about your concept of a globe, your concept of a flat Earth. We're just asking you what you can actually empirically demonstrate.
So first, so if by proof you mean something like a mathematical proof, or you mean something that shows that something is like certain to be true, it's not that, but it's extremely strong evidence. If by proof we just mean like irrefutable evidence,
They're just saying that. That's just rhetoric. It's not strong evidence at all. Strong evidence would be direct measurement of surface curvature.
Yeah. So the reason I think it's strong evidence is because this is exactly.
It's not strong evidence. The fact that you don't have any strong evidence is why you're going to this. Strong evidence would be direct measurement of the surface showing that there's curvature comporting with this geometric figure of a globe. That would be strong evidence. This is just crap. This is just your idea.
Exactly, and we don't really care what you think is good evidence. We want what is the evidence.
What are we discussing in this
I just
chat
want to
today?
point out we are discussing reality. I just want to point out real quick that he was flawed in his logic from the gate when he says, if we live on a flat plane, and then he immediately jumps to the sky, from the ground to the sky, and he's screwing up right there in that instance.
Because he's got a fairy tale flat Earth and a fairy tale globe, and he's just pitting them against each other.
Pretty much heretic. I don't like this version of flat Earth that I came up with. It cannot be correct. Okay, well, you're just debunking your own dumbass ideas that you came up with. Nice job, dude.
You guys having a party or what?
Oh, all my fellas. What's going on, dude?
All right. You
Sounds
ready,
like
Alpha?
Yeah, who am I talking to? Nothing. We got
Cartesian.
Pastel.
We got Cartesian if you want to talk
There
to
was
him.
there was a young lady who was in here asking what we're talking about in here, and I said that we're talking about reality. And that's the reality of Earth, the surface of Earth. And the reality is that it's not curving. We're told that Earth is a globe. It's got a set size, it's got a set dimension. But every time that's been tested, we find that it's false time and time and time again.
All right, Cartesian, are you there?
Oh yeah, but I'm not talking any.
Why not? I just got here. So you think the Earth's globe, right?
Yeah, but it's mostly because they keep muting me. I don't want to be in a place where I just gonna get. I can.
Well, get the fuck out of here then. Bye.
Well, I'll listen. There's people in my room who are.
This is a no listening panel.
Stay here for the sake of their entertainment, but
This is a no listening panel.
All right, so there's people in your room. They're listening to you actually explain how the Earth is a globe. But it sounds like from what I was listening,
they're just laughing at you guys being.
Hold on, through
Wait, I'm just curious. Why do you guys think the Earth is flat?
we'll tell you in just a second, Pastel. I think that's your name, right? Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Pastel. So we're going to talk to Cartesian real quick because he's got some folks with him that think that the Earth is a globe. So they're laughing in the background because they think that Cartesian has all the answers right now. Well, I want to demonstrate to the people in his background that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And by example, do you know any way that you could demonstrate that the Earth is a globe, Cartesian?
I'm not going to talk in a place where I can get muted.
Yeah, but that's an excuse. You don't want to tell me. So the people that are listening to you are hearing you give these excuses. Do you want them to hear you give
They're
excuses?
just laughing at you, right?
Yeah, well, obviously they're going to start laughing at you because you're not giving the evidence. Which all I'm doing
I
is
will
asking,
talk to you. If you can ensure that I won't be muted, I'll talk to you.
Well, I can't promise that because if you say something well,
Sir,
I mean, think about it. It doesn't. Hold on, Pastel. Doesn't matter where you go, what room you go into. If you violate the room rules, you're obviously going to get muted. So I can't promise that.
You just mute
Cartesian.
me first, even when I don't interrupt anybody, and I'm just saying things that they don't
All right.
like. They just
Well,
mute
are
me.
you
meta right
saying
now.
right? Are you saying that the Earth is a globe, and are you giving evidence? Because you're not going to get muted if that's the case.
I was, and I was muted over 10 times. So if you, the
All right.
only way I'll
Well,
talk to you
let's
is if you
just
can
Cartesian,
ensure
you're
that I won't.
unmuted
How
right
about this?
now.
yeah.
You're
Let's,
using your
How
mic
about
time to
this?
complain about being muted. That's insane, bro.
let's just kind of put that behind us right now. Let's put that
No,
behind us.
I want insurance that I won't
Cartesian.
get muted
You're
again.
not
Not
going to
gonna
get
happen.
insurance, dude.
Not gonna happen.
Cartesian.
No
Cartesian,
room. No room will get.
Cartesian, I could form an
One sec,
argument for
guys.
you if you want.
One sec, guys. Listen, it was me who was muting you, Cartesian. All right, from now on, from here out, for the next half an hour, I promise I will not mute you. I can't guarantee nobody else will, but I won't.
I
How's
need
that?
a guarantee that no one.
Not gonna happen. You can't just behave any type of way.
Okay, don't worry about it. We'll
and
just
not get
stay here
muted.
laughing at you.
Yeah,
All
that's
right, let's
fine.
just let the woman speak for you.
Let me
How about that?
let me talk to the lady who's wanted to talk, and then Cartesian, you can just listen.
I'm
So go
just
ahead.
curious, why you think the Earth is flat.
Well, it's very
It's
simple,
more of a
right?
curiosity than like a debate.
That's fine. You can ask any question you like. So the reason why we know that the Earth is flat is because water demonstrates itself to be flat on its surface based on hydrostatic equilibrium. So within physics, water will lie flat on its surface due to surface tension. So we understand the physics of water is such that the physicists claim how the surface will act in large bodies. So large bodies include anything from like your bathtub on up. Anything from that size on up, water will demonstrate itself to be flat. So you can just show anybody that the physics of water are always that the surface of water always lay horizontal, flat, and
I do agree
measurably.
with you, but doesn't that only like apply to smaller scales like lakes or ponds?
Well, no,
Nope,
actually,
also oceans.
No,
I got this,
larger
guys.
scales.
Thank you. I got this, guys. Thank you. I got this. So basically, when we use the horizon, we're going to use it as a metric for horizontal. So you know, when you go to the beach, you see the horizon, right? That's the ocean. Yeah, that's the ocean.
Yeah.
And we use that. We can use the horizon as a horizontal plane of reference. So far, is it making any sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're going to say, or if the claim is that the Earth is a globe, then they're going to have to demonstrate how that horizon, the horizontal line that you see when you go to the beach, that it's curving in some way.
But I
So they
also I also have another question because you're saying that the horizon is like completely flat, but the
Yes.
horizon I thought the horizon isn't like an infinite plane. Like doesn't
Well,
Earth
it's
have
not-
its curve and it just like curves
Yeah.
away at some point?
Yeah, so it's not an infinite plane, but you can think, like, I'll just say it this way. It's not an infinite plane. You can think of it that way as far as you're concerned, because you can only see a certain area around you. So you can't see like in the far, and we'll get into how the viewing distance and how far you can see a little bit later. But as far as you can tell from your vantage point, it extends horizontally out into the distance as far as the eye can see. So what was your other, I think you kind of inlaid this question with something else, something that you said we know it's curving. What was that?
I said that Earth has its like curvature or something along the lines
Yeah,
of that.
it said-
and that we're not on like a limited flat plane because if the Earth were to be flat, right, you'd be able to see vastly farther from the same height. Like you'd be able to see distant
Incorrect.
tall objects, and that wouldn't disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah, I'll just go over optics a little bit. So as you can tell, people that move away from you, if you're standing in any place right on Earth, when somebody goes away from you, it looks like they're getting smaller. You understand that, right? That's called perspective. Another thing perspective deals with is how things converge off into the distance. Now convergence also happens, and we could demonstrate that in a case where you're looking down a long hallway. You can see the walls and the ceiling and the floor look like they meet at a point off in the distance. That's not what's really happening, but your vision puts everything converging off into the distance. So that, can you, first of all, do you understand what I'm talking about? The
No, I get it, yeah.
So basically, your eyes, when you look upon the Earth horizontally, you're seeing everything converge off in the distance. And off in the far distance, right, where the horizon is, there's a vanishing point. So where you can't see any, your eyes can't resolve out into the distance. So that's usually the time where you pick up a pair of binoculars or a telescope, and then you could zoom into the far distance. But those optics that you use can only zoom in to a certain extent. They have an optical limit as well.
I do agree with you because obviously that's like basic optics, but
Sure.
perspective doesn't make the bottom of objects, disappear while the top stays visible. That's different, and that affects
Yeah.
it differently entirely.
There's a couple of factors here, and it's not always the case. It just depends on the climate outside that you're going to see obstruction from the bottom up, because there's instances where you can see an obstruction from the bottom up from a, like, let's say a boat or whatever on the water. You'll see that happen within like 7 or 8 miles, whereas other days you could see that ship actually up to 25 to 30 miles, like without it being obstructed. So it's not always
Okay,
the
but-
case that it's. Oh yeah,
Sorry.
let me just say, it's not always the case that you see that bottom up obstruction, except for the things that are included with optics and visual effects, like inferior or superior miraging effects that occur. Like there's a couple of things that we have to deal with when we're outside, whereas you don't really have to deal with when you're like inside a hallway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
So-
what about like measurable geometry? But because I do agree with you, like climate and humidity can change and
Sure.
refract and slightly blend light, but they don't cause like the consistent bottom-up disappearance of objects to look totally different. That only
that's
happens
not-
with curvature.
No, that's incorrect. That's not consistent, and I'm going to tell you why. Because when you get down as far as you can, that you have a narrow angle of view horizontally across the surface. What tends to happen depends on what you're looking for, right? If you get to the narrowest angle, like let's say for instance, right, you put your eyes all the way down to the floor. Well, the things that if you're looking horizontally straight across that floor, off in the distance, things will start to disappear, not because you can't see them, but because they're like your vision is at a very narrow angle. Now, I'll give you an example. It's something to think about, right? So if you have like a checkerboard floor, right? And the checkerboard floor, as you stand up, you can see the majority of it. But as you draw your eyes down to the ground, the farthest checkers that you could see off in the distance start to disappear because you can't see. You're bringing your eyes down to the narrowest angle of view. So now those farther checkerboard checkers that you see in the distance wouldn't be able to be seen, only the ones that are really close to you. But as you stand up, you can start to see the checkerboard again, like farther away. But like this is a narrow angle that you put your vision to, so that's just obvious, right? I mean, you could test
But-
this out if you'd like.
Wouldn't like angular resolution explain why things blur out like that?
Yeah, there seems to be a good example that you can show. I'm pretty sure we have some in the text channel. There's an example of a coffee can that we have as an image, and there's not just that one. There's a couple of other ones, but with something that you can show, like in a hallway or not that far away, you can put down like a camera or your eyesight all the way down to the ground, and it seems like the very bottom part of the thing seems to get obstructed. But it's like it just depends on the distance. Also depends on so it doesn't always happen. You have to make sure that the right angle has to obstruct the bottom. So
That technically would just be the Earth's curvature blocking your view because you're claiming that's like angular resolution.
yeah, so if it was, let's just say if it was curvature, then it could be
And
measured.
you're talking about more tiny objects, for example, a coffee cup. That only applies to
Yeah.
tiny objects. That's why it's so distant.
No, let's kind of put some cowbell to this, right? So if you're talking about curvature being the case, well then it's going to have to be geometric, which means that let's say the ship would disappear from the bottom up at a specific distance, right? Just for example. And if that ship disappears at, I don't know, let's put some arbitrary number to it, disappears at 5 miles or whatever. Okay, so that's something where you say, okay, well, that's going behind the curve, correct? We'd agree that you're saying, well, we're measuring, that's from where I'm standing, an observer, I don't know how tall you are, but an observer of 6 foot tall will see a bottom-up obstruction at 5 miles. Well, then, if that's the geometry of the Earth, right? Let's say the Earth's curvature would be displaying or obstructing the bottom of the boat. Well, that would mean that at every single time that you can see the bottom of the boat being obstructed, it would be at 5 miles, because the geometry of the Earth is such that you see an obstruction happen due to the predicted amount of Earth curvature from the observer to the bottom of the boat. So what you're saying is essentially, I can see the ship disappearing due to the effects of the curvature based on how big the Earth is and such. So you're basing it off of geometry, right? Simple math.
Yeah.
Okay, so now here's the kicker. If that was the case, that would be all right. That'd be okay. Everybody in here would not be in here. That means you demonstrate that the Earth's curvature will always be at a predicted distance away from the observer. And see, the problem that we're having here, the reason why everybody's in here that are flat Earth, is that that's not always the case. So sometimes you don't see that bottom-up obstruction, which was what I was getting into just a while ago. You don't always see the bottom-up obstruction happen at the predicted distance away due to the fact that the Earth's size, like the radius, diameter, and circumference, the radius would be a 3959 value, right? And the circumference is 24,901 miles. So you get the circumference, the diameter, and the radius of the Earth, radius especially, you'll be able to figure out at what distance away would the geometric shape of the Earth obstruct the viewer. What happens is you get like a predicted distance away. So for a 6-foot person, I think it's said to be somewhere around 3 miles, if I'm not mistaken, if the math is like where it's supposed to be. That would be the predicted distance away that you should start seeing obstruction from the bottom up. So the problem is, due to the fact that we have like geometry being able to be verified by everybody that's in this room right now, anybody can go out to the beach and test this out. So with a long distance observation, you can check to see if the predicted amount of Earth curvature would obstruct off into the distance. What happens is that's not the case. So here's the big nuclear bomb, right? Every time that any one of us go out to do this test, it's never going to be as per the size of the Earth with the radius value being verified at a specific distance away to give the Earth curvature validity at the geometric shape that it should be based on the observer height, based on the distance away from the observer where the ship should disappear. So we don't have confirmation that the Earth's curvature geometrically is verified. So therefore, the idea that you think it's curvature but never tested is the problem. Can you see what I'm highlighting right now, Pascal?
I understand, yeah.
Correct. So if you wanted to, let's say if you really wanted to figure it out, you could take the metrics of the Earth, the size that they say it is, go out into the beach, do simple observation test, and see if the geometric shape of the Earth will conform to the distance away that it should be to cause obstruction. I'm saying anyone could do this. So a simple line of sight test, like off into the distance, you'd be able to tell where the horizon is would be the obstruction of the Earth's curvature, allegedly, right? Because the horizon is the limitation of the person's view.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would mean that at that specific distance away to the horizon, that means that the leading edge of the sphere would be at that distance away. But see, that's the problem. We don't have confirmation that the boat gets obstructed by the horizon at the specific distance that it should, depending on the metrics of the Earth being what they are. So that's the issue. We're finding here that everybody that's in here right now that says the Earth is flat and can confirm that with water, because water doesn't have topography like land does, is that across horizontally the surface of the Earth, we're seeing a lot farther than the predicted amount of Earth curvature that would be obstructing the viewer. And that's the rub, right? The rub is you can't have geometry verified by a long distance observation solidifying the point that the Earth curvature would be obstructing the boat from the bottom up. So even though you might think it's Earth curvature, it's a bit more complicated than that because we have optics in play and we have to figure out why that occurrence happens, right? That optical phenomena. And it's easily understood with optics that you can understand, how our vision works and why things get obstructed the way they do, explained by optics and not by Earth curvature.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully this is making some kind of sense. You don't really have to
That makes sense, yeah. I don't know enough about this, so...
That's fine. I was just giving you kind of the lowdown. There's a little bit more to chew on, however. I don't want to be long in the tooth about it because, I know that at some certain point it starts to fall off. So maybe if you want to hang around and listen to other conversations, that might kind of benefit you. But anyways, I gave you the lowdown. What should happen if we were to expect the Earth curvature to obstruct the ship disappearing from the bottom up? I guarantee you we've went through this with a fine-tooth comb. We know exactly what we're talking about. So hopefully that helps because there's still a little bit more that we got to talk about. But as far as this goes, I want to see where you land with it and perhaps if you want to challenge a little bit more, and
Yeah, thank you.
you're welcome. All right, we have some more people jumping in. Sounded like.
Yeah, who's next, bro?
I don't know. Jackson Jones started to talk when you were talking.
Oh, that's
The other young lady.
So I have the mic on mute, so I'm in the game.
How dare you, man?
Whenever you're ready, Jackson, just jump in and ask questions, or perhaps you want to be challenged. We can do that.
Well, in lad.
I've done it loads in here, and I just can't fucking.
Huh?
Just can't believe it.
You can't believe what?
I just can't believe the Earth's flat.
Well, water seems to demonstrate that, sir. I don't see what's so difficult about it.
I know, but like, there's all these experiments, and it's just like I don't care. This
Cool. Name one. What experiment did you know about?
No, not me.
Not you. You said experiments, but not you. Okay.
The experiments that you all talk about.
The ones we talk about? Well,
Yeah.
yeah, we're not talking about experiments. We're just talking about observations, sir.
Well, I observed the moon and Mars to be round.
Okay. Do you know they're spheres?
Well, that's what I mean. Obviously, a sphere.
Yeah. How do you
Probably not
know?
a perfect sphere.
Well, no, that's fine. How do you know it's a sphere, sir?
It's just a guess through observation. It's not going to be a flat disk.
It's a guess. You're guessing?
Because the terrain of the moon changes, doesn't it? With different.
I don't know. I mean, I think I would stop at guessing, because if you're guessing, then you don't know.
I mean, the terrain of the moon does change, so that's not a guess, but okay.
Okay, yeah, but we don't guess. We want to know things.
But that's
so.
not a guess. You can see the terrain of the moon change.
Yeah, but you said you wouldn't know if it's a sphere or not. You're guessing.
Well, do you know the Earth's flat? It's an observation. You're guessing.
Yes. Yes. No.
Yeah.
Not guessing.
Yep. Facts.
Okay, bro.
Yeah. Can you see water lie horizontal on the surface, sir? When you look at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got him.
Thanks.
Gotcha, bitch.
But I mean, what does that prove? I've been in here so many times. I just can't even be bothered. Say. I'm not even gonna waste my breath because anything I say, you will literally just fucking say. You literally divert it. Chat.
Yeah,
shit,
I mean, I know that.
talk about pressure, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. It's a little painful for people who've never heard that the Earth is flat to then hear that the Earth is flat and then get disproven at the same time. Might be a little painful, but just if you want to sit back and relax and listen to us.
I was only trying to play the game. I was unmuted by accident.
Okay. Go on, go beans.
I wanted to observe.
All right.
But no one ever says anything in this VC. Everyone just sits here. No Globers ever. They never
Currently, right now, you're telling. Yeah, you've only been here for like 5 minutes. You don't really realize that we've been doing this for 10 years, sir. We've had hundreds and thousands of conversations, man.
But why do you do Discord?
Okay, you're asking a whole bunch of questions about what we're doing here and stuff. I think you're losing
Why
the
don't you
plot.
form a political party?
Why are you asking all them questions?
Why don't you form a political? Why are you asking all the questions about the Earth? Why do you care so much?
No, that's our prerogative.
Bro, you're here,
and you're gonna find out when you're here. But I mean, obviously, it's to investigate the claim that people think that the Earth is a globe, and there's no evidence of it, sir. Obviously.
Why is there no evidence of it?
Because it's a fantasy. Nobody can prove it.
But why?
Well, obviously, there's no evidence. It's just there isn't any proof that the Earth is a globe.
What? Well, what do you want me to say to that?
Nothing.
Anything I say now is wrong.
You don't have to say anything.
I literally anything. No,
play
but
your
listen,
game.
like no one even has the ability to debate you because you don't even believe in space or anything. So it's like,
well, it's not a debate, sir. I think it's a revelation of truth that we're bringing to you, and it's a rejection of truth for you. So it's up to you. You can choose not to believe in the fantasy of the globe, but that's up to you. I can't make you not believe in that. It's a choice, sir. that it?
Maybe not a cognitive choice, but a choice.
It's crazy that it would require you to believe in space to then debate it.
What
is that?
What did you say?
Well, you're saying, well, you don't believe in space, so why would I even debate? Like, why? The fact that it requires belief should be a red flag.
Because you go against everyone's, 99 point whatever %, I'm sure, belief. Well, that's a guess. That was a guess, but.
No, we don't. We don't. The Earth does. The Earth does, not us. The Earth does.
Yeah.
The Earth goes against 98% of people's belief.
Well, I mean, you're the.
Why should you just go with the crowd? Didn't your parents teach you, like, if everyone jumps off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge?
Well,
Like, my
you're
parents
just
raised me to think like
trying to
that.
be different.
No, it's not. It's not trying to be different. It's easy for you to believe that we're just being different just because. But I was raised that if everyone's jumping off a bridge, that doesn't mean you should. Okay? That's your logic. Well, like, everyone's doing it, so I should do it too. That's really bad. That's not intelligent. You should do the right thing or the true thing, not the popular or the common thing, just for the sake of it being popular or common. It's really bad logic, bro.
Try and annoy people until they kick off, and then you can save mute them.
That's not what we're doing. We're having. Does it sound like I'm being annoying on purpose? We're just trying to have a discussion with you, dog.
Yes. Keep cutting me off. That's annoying.
Really? I don't hear that.
Yes, that's annoying, bro.
He's looking for a fight. Just mute up, sir. Jackson, just mute up.
Exactly.
Mute up, dude.
There you go.
It sounds like he's in a giant cope right now. I just got here, but I can tell he's almost in tears. I can tell.
Yeah, it seems like it. Just mute up,
This
Jackson.
is the guy who's got an air pressure container in his garage, isn't it?
Yeah. You're just provoking. You want an argument.
Why
you
would
want
I
to fight
care?
with somebody.
I really don't.
You just want to argue with a flat earther. That's the end of the day. That's what you want to do right now.
I really don't want you, so you drag me into
Somebody
this.
might indulge you. Somebody might indulge you, but obviously you can just mute your mic, right?
He's just sad that Paul McCartney doesn't visit him anymore.
Yeah, you got all up in his fifis, man. Trying to fight back, at least get somebody to argue with him.
Why doesn't someone debate or something? Every time I join, it's about fucking 60 of you sat here in silence.
Wait, didn't you just say no one talks? Which is it?
That's exactly what I just said, you moron.
Wait, so is it that 6 of us are debating or no one talks? Which one is it?
I said 60 of you sit here in silence.
Oh wait, didn't you just say 6? Bro, you're confused, bro.
He just wants to fight with somebody.
Hey, how many people need to chime into your non-argument, Jackson? I'm just going to sit back and listen to your non-argument.
What's my non-argument?
60 people and you're not talking. I can't even get a word in.
Guys, there's too many people talking right now.
That's what I'm saying. You fucked. I'm gonna keep saying.
Everyone go on mute right now.
I said 60 people sat in here in silence.
But did you say it was dead? Hey, it doesn't matter, bro.
Well, it's dead, yeah.
You got nothing for us, bro.
This is a
You got
dead
cooked, bro.
VC.
Maybe the Shrubs got something
This guy's
to
weak
say.
sauce.
Let's
You prefer we all
deep.
You prefer we all talk at once, and then you can't hear anything. Would you prefer that?
I mean, is everyone in here a flat earther?
Nobody cares.
Even
bro.
you. Even you.
Everyone in the world is a flat earther.
No,
I just
I'm
haven't
a flat
realised it
earther,
yet.
but who else in
Yes.
here? Who's the globe earthers in
Nobody cares, dude. Just relax. Is there anybody else?
here? Well, this is what I'm
Goddamn.
saying. Like,
God's
go back to silence.
What are you saying? What
Looking
are you
for
saying?
help.
Silence,
He's looking
but
for a buddy. He's looking for a globe buddy. He wants some friends.
I'm gonna go on mute and I'm gonna listen to the action that comes forth.
yeah, that's the best thing you said since you got here.
That's smart.
Or you could go and grab an argument for the globe and present it if you want.
Or grab somebody that will argue for
I
the
was trying to say that the terrain on the moon changes, but you wouldn't listen to me.
Bro.
So terrain on the
got
moon
nothing-
changes.
That's not
The moon's got nothing to do with the Earth, dude.
What's that got to do with the price of rice, dude? Like,
No, I was saying. He was saying that the moon isn't a sphere.
That's profound, man.
Who said that? Who said that?
I don't know which one of you said it. How would I
Which
know
one?
that?
Yeah, you. Wait a minute. You said you're guessing that the moon is a sphere. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, I'm guessing.
All right, yeah.
So we're all in the same
I'd
boat
say
then, yeah?
it's an educated guess.
There you go.
Not really.
I'd say
He
it's a
tries
guess
to
supported by
put
some
lipstick on a
observation.
pig, dude. He's putting lipstick on a pig, making it's educated. Okay.
Okay,
Still a
what
guess,
was
though,
the
right?
what was the education that you had that moon's a sphere?
Basically, I looked at the sphere. Well, I looked at the shape in the sky, and I saw.
I looked at the sphere, and that was my
sometimes
education.
It changes. I mean, it changes all the time.
All right, dude. That's profound.
That must mean there's another side, or it must be
really?
What's that got
You
to
should write-
do?
some
you
kind
should
of
write a book.
round spherical object that may be rotating.
You should
What's
write a
that
book.
got to do with the Earth? Does that make the Earth a sphere too?
I was saying that. Well, probably yeah.
Probably. Probably.
Incredible.
And this guy is a great advocate for Globe, man. I'll tell you what.
I could probably just ask him one question, expose him real quick. Say, what's a new moon?
Add me. I mean, I don't know.
You don't know?
Oh shit!
Somebody
Got
who
him.
drops their drawers for the first time in public.
I don't
Oh
know what a
my!
new moon is.
This is a
no.
family show, sir.
No further
Okay.
questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't know exactly, Maggie. Thank you. You read my
Is
mind.
A new moon.
Yeah, look it up.
When the moon is positioned between the Earth and the Sun, making the moon's surface.
Mumbles, we can't hear you talking, man. You got to speak up.
Sorry. A new moon occurs when the moon is positioned between the Earth and the Sun, making the moon's surface appear dark because the illuminated side is facing away from Earth.
Really?
Does that prove me wrong?
Then why is it that the day before the new moon you can see the moon?
Yeah, he's already confused. Sonny.
I could not tell you that one.
He doesn't even know if the moon's. He says, "I don't know. I'm taking an educated guess that the moon's a sphere."
I don't.
Why do you sound like a stoned? Why do you sound like a stoned beetle?
Oh,
I don't
shit.
understand. I don't understand.
Oh shit! Jedi's here.
I don't understand this.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna need someone to.
Did you let your next door neighbour on?
Stoned Ringo Starr.
I'm gonna need someone to brush up on this definition here.
Brush up on what?
Thomas the cook.
I need someone to outline. I need someone to outline this definition, please.
Oh my god!
It's not really about the definition. It's more about the fact.
In here, I need to ask a question.
Oh, here we go.
What, Shrub?
What do you want?
So if a glober's balls are in a vice,
Yeah, here we go with the
vice has been closed halfway shut. Are his balls round?
Yeah.
Bro.
This is an open mic night, bro. Every time you come in here, you do a little bit. Every now and again, you get a chuckle, man, by some. Oh, that guy is funny as hell. Nobody gives a shit about your act, dude. You got any evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Hey, Alpha, check it out.
Let's cut right
His
to the
balls
old
are in a
crap.
vice.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, dude.
Shrub, every time you come in here, you do a little song and dance with your little, you write little jokes down. You come in here, you try them out. I think you're attempting to go to open mic nighters. I don't know, bro. But personally, I think it's just a shield for your insecurity about how you don't know the Earth's a globe. That's what I think.
Oh, you don't know the Earth's a globe?
Jackson, just sit down before you hurt yourself.
Said it. You just said you just said it.
You hurt yourself.
Sit down before you hurt yourself.
So, Shrub, do you have anything else to offer except for your poor attempt at making jokes?
Well, I would argue they're flat. I would argue the testes are flat if they get squished enough.
That's all you got.
No, it's the answer to that.
There are no Blake spheroid.
Dude, that's all you got. That's your insecurity. You gonna say more jokes? Because you don't know how to give globe evidence?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, go for it. Let's hear another one.
I have a question for him. I have a question for him.
Evidence is
How come, hey, dude, stop talking. How come Globers want to touch dicks and balls all the time? Guys want guys to touch them and talk about them. You guys are degenerates.
Yeah.
I was thinking that too, Revan. Like, why do they? This is on their minds when they come in here. It's so cringe and disgusting, dude.
All Globers must be the same. They pick their nose and eat it too.
Yep, you got video evidence.
Thank you.
Fucking hell, man. I told him it was his insecurities. Every time he comes in here, he tries to crack jokes and shit. It's like, just tell us if you know the Earth is a globe or not, man. Let's just move along.
Revan, you're as sharp as ever, my friend.
You just can't know. All you can do is see what you see.
What do you see?
Okay.
What do you see?
You see what you see. That's what you
Which
see.
is?
From
What's
sea
that?
to shining sea.
Oh my god.
That's fucking
fucking
deep.
Put him on, man.
Yo.
That was deep.
I mean, like,
Teed up.
it's like, where are the Globers at, man? We got this.
After all these years, CB, you can't tell the difference between T-Dub and Timbo.
Oh god damn it, dude! I'm getting worse and worse at it, bro.
Yeah, you are, bro.
Hey, what the fuck, man?
God damn. You guys have morphed into one individual. You know,
There's
you guys
gonna
just need to
come
fuse. Tim Dub, yeah, you just need to fuse. And
Don't fucking say that shit. It's gonna get in everybody's
I
head,
can't
bro.
tell the difference between PMAC or Jedi.
Oh shit! Yeah, you gonna take it, bro? Jedi, you gonna sit there and take that, dude?
Fuck you, funny man. That's just fucking taking the liberty.
Oh, the other guy didn't have a joke, but that was one right there.
Oh lord!
And you guys are
Get on
pronouncing it all. You guys are pronouncing it all wrong. It's Timber.
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 Hey, Jedi, yeah, that mic sounds crisp, man.
He's on a sexy
back.
mic right now.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, oh man, hey. Hold on, let me drop my panties real fast.
That sounds like a fire crackling in the background and shit.
Yeah. That's Mel Torme. That's the Velvet Fog.
Yeah, he's get ready, you know.
Nice.
Velvet Frog.
It's from a Seinfeld episode.
Oh, okay. Never watched it.
Velvet Fog. Yeah.
So
Ever
I
watched
guess-
Seinfeld? Sorry, son.
that was all at once.
That's what they want us to do. So no one's talking in here, and then we're all supposed to go,
No, that's what he's used to. Every other call is like that.
Right. Isn't that right, Crit? Because Crit's got stories for days where he goes into other servers and there's like gawking and freaking there's animal noises and all kinds of crazy nonsense and chaos. They want that to be happening over here?
It would last about 30 seconds in there, and I'd have to fucking shut it off.
That's the iPad, fucking iPad generation, man. That's it.
Yeah.
They're coming for you, man. They're starting to become young adults. So, guess who else is going to be coming into these rooms? Fucking hell.
They're going to be driving too.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like us who are going to be in like in our early 50s. Oh fuck, dude.
The
Them guys will be
iPad will be
pouring in
driving?
here.
The iPad will be driving. Yeah, CB, that was teed up.
Oh, shots fired, bro. Let me just go jump off a bridge real fast.
No, now who else can't tell what reality is?
Wait, you know, people think I'm like into the brick. That's I'm gonna jump off a bridge again.
No, man, no.
I've heard people say that.
There's only one into the break.
I know.
Oh, come on. Yeah, none of you have experienced where everyone just thinks all flat earth women are the same woman, which I experienced many, many times. Like, oh, did you just move to Hawaii? Oh, they say it like
Quiet,
on
Jenna.
the daily.
Jenna, go make me some sandwiches, Jenna.
You know what?
Yes, yes, happens all the time. All the time.
Flatsy, you're doing a great job with that accent.
Oh,
damn.
Good one.
That's one of those cardinal rules, Banhammer, you don't ever do with a woman. You ever confuse her with another one.
Oh,
Is that a rule? Okay, well then I have a lot of violations to report.
Oh damn, we're gonna get shut down, chat. Let me just clock out of Misogyny headquarters.
The report was being taken whether you didn't know about it or not. Like fucking now.
But no, it's cool. I get it. Like some people, I think, are just more tuned into voices than other people. You know, so it's just the way it is.
So now,
but I can tell the difference. I can tell the difference between Timbo and T-Dub for sure. They're much
Shots
different.
fired.
Yes.
Shots fired.
CB, maybe you need a training program.
He needs to go back to.
You want to train me there, Mary Mom?
This fucking guy.
It'll be like flashcards. I'll just put up a silent T-Dub clip and then I'm not a silent, but a faceless T-Dub clip and a Timbo clip. Yep, we'll just keep going until you got it.
You can train me to do anything, Mary Mom.
I know I can. I know.
Okay, now.
All right, let me stop.
I thought that stuff's supposed to be turned on like towards the evening, bro. What time is it over there?
Yeah, I forgot. Let me clock out of
It's way too early. Yeah, CB made me come in before I had my dinner. It's his fault to start with. So.
Yep. Well, I told her to come cook that other pastel chick.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then I had to follow his orders. You know.
Exactly.
She left most Ricky Tick, man. So I don't know.
Did she already leave though? Why did she leave?
I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't get to talk to her. I would have talked to her, but yeah, she left. So maybe next time.
She sounded intelligent. She was absorbing everything I was saying, so it didn't sound like things were getting past her. Like she was like, "I just want to know why you guys think the Earth is flat," and then just repeats that. Like she actually did absorb something. She's like, "Oh yeah, that's interesting." I'm like, "Damn." You're kind of taken back because you don't know how like people are going to respond. So that was kind of cool.
She hit one of her pet peeves though when she was like, "Well, if it was flat, it would be like this." Oh my god, who told you that? Where did you even get that from?
Man, I'm telling you, that's how everybody thinks. It's just the way of the world. That's the way it happens all across the globe, man.
Oh my god. I don't know. All right, what's next, chat? What would you go off on her with, Lion?
I don't know. I didn't get to hear her talk long enough. I just got to the tail end where Miggy was talking to her about the geometry and the long distance observations, and she didn't really seem to have a response to that. So hard to know.
Nice.
But yeah, Heretic's showing us she's down there in the Buddhist temple. I'm definitely not going to follow her down there.
The Buddhist temple? What the heck?
She got muted in the Buddhist temple.
She got muted over? Oh, shit. Screwing around with her Zen down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, she should come back to us. Yeah, we'll let her speak.
Go ahead, CB. Hit that sound clip. Baby, come back.
Oh, got you, bro. Bro, I remember when that first debuted, we were dying.
Man, you were like, dude, where did this clip come from, man? What the fuck? These old heads know something, man. We know something. We know a little something.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I have a clip I wanted to play tomorrow for Ladies' Night. Like, you know, we used to just use the bot to play things, but now what, you're just like playing it in your room and then we can hear it? Is that what you're doing, or what are you doing?
Oh, Discord integrated the soundboard now. It's like literally integrated, so it's even better than before.
Oh, so you're saying I could do that too?
Are you a mod?
I don't know what I'm called. I'm called something. I'm called.
Like,
that's what I'm called. Yeah.
You're a moderator? Yeah, then you should be able to do it. But if you have Nitro. This. Exactly. You need Nitro if you really want to cook with it, but if you're
I have Nitro. They when I made this new account, they gave me a month free.
Ooh. Oh yeah, then I'll have to send you access to all the servers. But yeah, if you want to cook with it, you're welcome. I'll do
Well,
a
all I want to do
masterclass, a
is
training
play.
class
Yeah,
soon.
yeah. Well, I just wanted to play this one clip of Rotoax to introduce Ladies' Night because he introduced Ladies' Night last week, and I just wanted to play it tomorrow to introduce it. It's just a short little thing.
In honor of Rotoworks.
Yeah, in
Yeah,
honor of
exactly.
Roto, for those of you who didn't hear, he passed away, so it's a sad thing. I did a little song for him in the mod channel on because I got an AI that does music, so I did like a little tribute to him. It's in the mod chat. You guys want to hear it?
Wait, he passed for real?
Yeah, passed away suddenly.
Rotohawks?
Yeah, man. Yep.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Yep.
Wait.
Yep.
When?
Like a few days ago.
Wait, so
No.
wait, what?
Yeah.
Did I hear that
You guys are
right?
trolling. You guys are trolling, dude.
Yeah, no, this is for real. He passed away.
Wow. How did we get word about that?
Yeah, Rotoax passed away.
Dude.
I was talking to him the other day.
I know.
What the fuck?
He
Who
was
got the
just
word on
on
that?
here the other day. What the hell?
Yeah, sorry
Oh
that you
my
guys didn't know.
goodness.
I thought we were trying to put it in. Look at the mod chat. I did everybody's talking about it. Yeah.
But
For those of you who are mods, but then just for everybody else, yeah, he did pass away.
Who broke the news? How did we find out?
His wife, I guess on his server, his wife made
Ex-wife
an
on his
announcement.
server.
Yep.
Oh my god, bro. How old is he? Or was
Hold on, I'll read it out for you. So I've got it here. Hold on. Hi, I'm Debbie, Roto's ex-wife. Although divorced, we ended up being best of friends. Roto was legally blind and had a heart aneurysm, and I checked on him daily. I found him Sunday morning past. The coroner said he never knew anything and did not suffer.
Wow, bro.
I don't know anything about Discord or his connections on here, but I do know he was pumped up to be involved with y'all. He was a beautiful soul, and I thank you for the warm thoughts for him. And that's it.
He was, dude. That he was.
Dude, I liked him. I thought he was a W.
Yeah,
Let's get some Let's get some W's in the chat right now.
He might have been long in the tooth when he was speaking,
That's
but
really sad.
he always had his point of view was always like he was all for the truth, so.
Guys, let's show some love for Rotowalks. Let's just spam the chat with W's right now. Are you serious? Like, that's crazy, bro. Golly.
Sure.
Show some love in the chat, guys. That's crazy. I'm so sorry, man. Well, rest in power, man. Rest in power. Rest in peace. All that good stuff.
Matrix, sorry, CB. Matrix, did you say he died of a heart aneurysm?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Wow, bro.
Yeah, for those of you guys who were talking to him just the other day, I mean, it was in the chat, so.
That's so fucked. Jeez. Oh, well, maybe he's looking down on us, man. He's going to keep an eye on us, all that good stuff. Holy smokes, bro. That's hard to take in because I feel like he was just here like recently. We just talked to his ass. Man.
Yep.
Yeah, Lee.
I feel like I just saw his name on the screen yesterday, man.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
He had a powerful voice, too, man. He had a great voice. Loved his content. Good content. Good speaker.
I'll tell you what, man, he put effort in here when he was in here, so yeah, he's a part of this group for sure. So
forever, 100%. Yeah, Lee, bro. Like, oh well, all the W's that's some good love right there, chat. Appreciate all you guys.
Yep.
Holy smoke! I'm gonna shed a tear over here, but that's crazy.
Yeah, pour one out for the homie. Yeah, give up a toast for him tonight or whatever you guys do, because yeah.
My heart is heavy right now. I'm not even gonna lie, chat. I'm feeling it. God damn. Let's have a moment of silence, guys. Oh my god.
Did somebody die?
Yes. Yes, actually, yes. Bro, god damn, I'm like all emotional right now. What the fuck? God damn. Anybody else feeling that? Holy smokes.
Who broke that moment of silence?
It's all right. It's all right. It was a good moment. It was a good moment. W silence.
Yeah, he used to come through in the mornings. I think he would hang out with me and like the rest of the crew in the morning.
What happened to him?
He had a
Just now?
No.
Oh.
But you don't know who he was, dude. He wasn't a part of a group that you know of, so it's like irrelevant to you.
I mean, I could know him. Who knows? What's his name?
His name was Roto Ox. He was in here most of the time in the mornings.
Oh, okay. Dang. RP Rodox, man.
Yeah. Got any evidence that Earth's a globe?
Wait, what?
You got any evidence that Earth's a globe?
Bro, I'm trying to give RP to Rodox, and you're saying
you don't even
know
got
it. It is giving him RIP. You got.
You know, he would want this.
That's
yeah,
the question
he would want this.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Well, the moment's ruined now.
Okay. My bad.
No, we had our moment. We're good. Anyway.
Tell you that.
You said, do I have any evidence that it's a globe, the Earth?
Yeah, man.
Bro, stop doing the gun, bro.
Hey, we got you in our.
Am I being trolled? Like,
got you in my sights.
We got you on live, bro.
That's a staple.
Right, so, are y'all trolling? Like, I can't tell if somebody really got
hurt. Yeah, dude, you are being trolled. You're being trolled by the media.
Listen, I think it's a globe because, like, you must understand your eyeball. Like, don't even mute me. Don't I'm not trolling right now because I already know it's gonna sound like I'm trolling, but I'm not trolling right now.
Doesn't look round. Or is my computer screen round, but my eyeballs are round, so that's why I have a flat screen, but it's really round?
See, that's what I was gonna say. It's all a perception thing, right? You got round eyeballs, right?
Touch it and measure it. I'm gonna touch it and measure it now. Nope, it's
you got a round brain. You got a round brain, round eyebrow.
Not a perception thing, dude. It's a measurement thing.
It's all perception.
No, it's a measurement thing.
It depends how you're looking at the measurements. You can look at it in inches or feet.
Observation. Why are you talking, dude? We confirm the observation through measurements.
Yeah, but the observation through measurements is a bias of perception. Okay? Don't forget that. Yes. Perception.
Okay. So if I want to measure my table, let's say it's 4 foot by 3, is that a perception issue? Or do I now know that my table is 4 by 3?
If you're blind, do you know it's 4 by 3?
Too soon, chat. Too soon.
You see what I'm saying?
Should we just not bother wasting our time with you?
No, but this is a real thing I'm talking about.
Not bother wasting our time.
I know it sounds like a troll, but it's a real. You really gotta think about this.
It sounds like a troll. Is another way for saying I know what I'm saying is really fucking stupid. Basically,
if I put the word into a fisheye lens and look at it from the moon,
why would you do that?
Because I'm trying to tell you that you can change the perception of something to determine what you think it is.
If you change the lens, you can change the line, for example, make it.
Your eyeballs are a lens, which is round.
Sorry, we're the ones that make the lens. What are you talking about?
No, your eyeballs are the lens already pre-made for you.
Okay, so I can't see horizontal lines.
And the way you perceive things that aren't around.
Excuse me.
Wait.
Are you saying that we cannot perceive horizontal lines because our eyes are balls?
I'm saying that the way that our eyes work, you perceive in a round way.
Answer the question. Can we perceive horizontal lines?
We can conceptualize horizontal lines.
Can we see them?
Not perceive, not see them.
Can we see them?
I hang a painting.
Not truly, no.
Not true. See, you're being very ambiguous. It sounds like you are trolling. Like I said, you sound fucking stupid. Can we see horizontal lines, young man?
From an optical perspective, yes.
Like looking. Can we see them? Yeah, that would be looking.
Yeah, but it's only from an optical perspective.
I'm not going to hear them, am I?
Yeah, I'm saying I'm
fucking stupid.
Are you saying we can't hear horizontal lines?
I'm saying I'm saying the lens is already round. Okay, so yes, you can see horizontal lines.
That's great. But can we see horizontal lines?
It's not round. The lens is not round.
So what is your eyeball? What is your eyeball? Not round.
Your eyeball. The lens is inside your eyeball. The ball, which is you call your eyeball, is not the lens.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Literally, our eyeballs are 3D, right? And they're circled, shaped, right?
Point to the lens and the
round.
Point to the lens and the aperture of your eyeball.
Okay.
Okay. Is that at the back of the eyeball, or is it in one specific location on that sphere?
That could be. I think it's in the back.
You're an idiot, aren't you?
This stupid have never seen a camera.
The lens in the back of his eye.
So this stupid dude never seen a camera, never seen glasses. Glasses that the doctor prescribed to you to be able to see better. So those are fucking lenses.
Better is subjectively said, but yes.
I'm not always spherical. You can use a spherical lens like a marble, and you
We're
can
be
look
here all day on this. How about
my point is like, can we just be honest?
One sec, bro. One sec.
Okay.
Is there something we can do to see if what we're seeing matches what it is?
Zoom out as far as possible.
No, you can't.
You actually have to change locations. You can't be on Earth.
What about measure it?
Yeah, if you measure it, right, I can change the measurements, the way it work, and I can say something else.
That would be lying, though, wouldn't it?
No,
How are you going to change your measurement? Hold on, whoa, stop. How are you going to change a measurement? If you measure a table and it's 4'8", it's 4'8". You grab another tape measure, it's 4'8".
I could say it's 62 inches, though.
It's still going to be the same thing.
Fucking liar.
No, I can say it's the same thing, right? But here's where the part changes, right? I can say it's a 4'8" round table, or I can say it's a 4'8" straight table, right? And depending on where you're angled, it could look round. I could say
you could measure the difference,
but it's still 4'8". You said you're going to change the measurement. It's still 4'8".
Still fits in a 4'8".
Measurements are just descriptions. It's not really. It's just description based. It's not really.
Shut the fuck up. We don't.
It doesn't really determine roundness or anything like that.
We don't describe parts when we machine them and check them. We're not describing them with our micrometers. We're not describing a part. We're measuring.
Yes, we are. Yes, that's what we're doing.
Definitely doing fucking geometry. We understand what geometry is, don't we?
It's like me saying the apple is red,
that's
right?
A question.
And I say
we
you're
understand
6
what
foot tall.
geometry is. Sorry, shush.
Adjectives.
Yeah, we understand what geometry is, don't we?
Yeah.
We understand the difference between straight lines and curved lines, don't we?
I mean, clearly not, or we wouldn't have this call right now.
What do you mean, clearly not really? They're defined within geometry. Straight sides and curved sides. They're different, aren't they?
Yeah,
even
there's
formulas to denote the difference.
Yes.
Yeah, good. So to denote the differences between straight lines and curved lines, we can measure them, can't we?
Let me think about this. Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, good. Awesome stuff. So if the Earth was a shape, we should be able to measure it, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we should be able to measure it, yeah.
Good. When we measure the Earth, it's horizontal, not curved.
Then why can I go up a mountain? Tell me.
What?
Why can I go up a mountain?
IQ and you know how to walk still.
So I'm saying, like, if the Earth was truly like a flat line, right? Like you're saying it is, then I wouldn't be able to do some of these things I'm able to do. No. Like,
are you tweaking, bro?
Yeah.
Nah.
You're tweaking, dude.
Okay. What has your ability to walk, crawl, scale, or fucking jump up a mountain got to do with the measurement of zero curvature?
Because that shows there's curvature, the way the land is, like how it turns off. There's some elevation.
Yeah, that's elevation from sea level, which is the horizontal baseline. The horizontal baseline's been measured, so we're not saying there's no hills and no valleys, right? The
Over a
measurement
long
is from
distance.
a horizontal. The measurement is from a horizontal baseline.
Listen, I think the Earth is a firmament. Okay, that's what I think.
You think the Earth is a container for gas? What?
No, I said a firmament. A firmament.
Firmament. That's half of the container for gas.
The Earth is a firmament.
Go look in the Bible and then go look it up.
Okay. The firmament is the boundary in the sky that separates the heavens from Earth.
That's not the Earth.
The boundary in the sky that separates the heavens from Earth is an Earth. Go read the Bible.
It says Earth in the description.
Right.
Different things.
Yep.
So is there a separation between the sky and Earth?
Are you breathing right now?
So therefore, on Earth, I think it's a firmament. I think there's a separation between the sky and Earth. That's what I think.
Okay.
But in the sky is Earth.
I mean the heavens and Earth, if that's what it says.
Well, that would be two different things, wouldn't it? Heaven and Earth.
And sky.
Yeah, I believe in the heaven Earth. Not heaven.
Bro, no, that's not what I said. Yeah, okay, listen. It's all about perception. Trust me on this one, guys.
It's not all about perception.
I've truly done the research. It's all about perception.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You never researched your entire life. You never
If you're looking for an objective truth, it has to be through God. There's no other way. Everything you're talking about is all perception based.
Nobody can hear me, so I gotta fix my microphone.
Wait,
you're a bit low, dude. Perception can't be a objective truth.
That's why I said what we're talking about is perception. The objective truth is through God. That's what I just did.
No, we're not talking about perception.
Everything we're talking about is a subjective viewpoint.
No, we're talking about objective reality, how it looks and how it measures. Objectivity.
From where? From where?
From all over.
Me to there.
From on the Earth, right? From a relative point
on the surface of the Earth. Yeah, where the Earth is. Yeah.
Now, what if you were on the moon? Is it the same?
That wouldn't be.
How are you going to measure it from the moon?
That would be the moon.
No, I'm saying, do it still look round, or does it look? What would it look like?
Have you been there to tell us?
That's why I'm asking you. What would you think?
I haven't been there.
Can your mathematics tell me about that? Like, what if we were on Saturn? Can you tell me about that? The numbers he was talking about with the table.
How are you going to measure the Earth from the sky?
No, I'm saying, would it still look the same as if you were on the Earth?
You're saying we don't care what it looks like. We're measuring it.
That's what round means. It's a description.
Numbers.
What is round
it's an agreed upon description.
Right?
No, stop trying to sidestep. We've measured it. It's not curving. And now you're telling us we've got to measure it from the moon, from Saturn, and all these other stupid places.
No, it's not.
You're telling us we have to go into the sky to measure the fucking ground. That's what you're telling us.
No, I'm not. Yo, no.
No.
That's not what I said.
God. If I were you, I wouldn't.
Because that's what we was talking about. Measuring the ground. And you're going, nah, it's a matter of perception. You've got to look at it from the moon. That's what you're telling us. We've got to look at it from places you've never been. So how are you going to tell us what it looks like? You're an idiot. That's why you're laughing, and you realise the stupidity of your fucking statement.
Okay, let me say this. When you say something is...
You've said too much.
When you say the basketball is round, right, what do you mean by that?
Curvilinear surface.
Right. How would you observe? How would you observe or perceive, or whatever word you want to use, that there's a curvature?
It would have a rate of change of slope from horizontal. It's fundamentally different.
No.
Would that mean that you're seeing it? Are you hearing it? Are you touching it?
How do you guarantee that it's round? Is what you're really
looking at it, touching it, measuring it.
Okay, so boom. So we know we can't hear it, but we know we can see it. We know we can touch it. We can't taste it, obviously. Like, we can't taste roundness. We can feel it.
Well, you might.
Right?
You
So
might also
mainly,
taste
I bet you know what fucking Windows tastes like.
Yeah, right.
God damn, dude.
So Ayer, how would you guarantee know if it's a sphere?
this is what I'm about to get to. This is what I'm gonna get at.
Absolutely have to measure it. Even if you look at it, you're not 100% sure. You're probably pretty sure if you look at it. However,
Right.
if you measure it, you're sure.
No, let me say this though. It's the measurements using which senses? Your touch, your sight, your hearing, your taste.
You retard.
Using
We're
tools.
everything.
Using
what?
tools. Your
You can
basketball.
use-
My God, your basketball has got a standard, right? Regulation size. That's going to be measured with a tool.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what senses are they using to measure them?
You can use your eyes.
Of
You
the
can
human
use
body.
your ears. Listen, you can use your eyes to read. You can use your eyes to read the measurement. You can use your ears to listen to the measurement if you have a program that can read to you the measurement. So you use your ears and the
No,
program.
I'm saying, what senses do they use to make the measurements?
And you can use your the touch to read the measurement if you are blind. For example, you can use brain method to write the numbers, and you can use the touch and you can read the measurement. Were you in a cave or something like that, to not knowing those simple things?
Okay, let me say it more simple. What if the measurements weren't there yet? What senses do you use to make the measurements?
You use water levels then. You can just make that in nature a water level.
Yeah, but y'all are not understanding. Like, if you're gonna let's stick to the basketball.
No, stop. Numbers aren't there yet. Measurements aren't there yet. Water levels. Yep, he's got ya.
Yeah, but how do you know the water levels? Like, what? How did you measure that?
It stays horizontal on whatever I'm using, and it doesn't roll off the sides. That's all I know.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
How's it measured?
I can make a device to hold water out of wood.
Measured with light, measured with sound.
And when you made that device, did you use your hearing? Did you use your touch? Did you use your eyes?
I smelled it level, and then I listened for it to be level. Are you a complete retard? What is wrong with you?
So let's agree upon this. We're using our eyes and our touching to figure out how things are curved.
Is your stupidity curable or not?
No, I'm just trying to get to a point from the ground up so we can really understand.
I just want to know: will you be stupid your entire life or just today?
Damn, bro, this is not stupidity. This is like we're back to the basics for a second, and then we're gonna go into this.
Stupidity. You don't. Do you know what a triangle is? Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes, 3 points. 3 points in 3 lines.
For you. I'm going to post something in chat and go ahead and answer this as a NASA IQ question. Go ahead, answer that question. Read it out loud and answer it for us.
Are not triangles? Oh, obviously. So D is not a triangle, right? Right?
Why?
We're not going to answer it for you.
Because it doesn't.
We're not saying anything. What are you done answering the question?
Yeah.
So D is not a triangle. That's your answer.
Final answer.
Well, I think that's one of them. That's not a triangle. Let me keep going.
Okay.
Well, what's the question? Read the question slowly and figure it out.
Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Yeah, engineers and people have to answer this, so let's see you answer it.
Oh, figure 9.
Oh my God.
My man beat the system.
Yep. We're gonna make him a janitor.
Wait, no, am I not the GOAT though? Why are you trolling me? Am I not the GOAT?
I like this
You can't answer the question either. So far, none of these guys can answer the question. Are you done answering?
I said figure 9.
Oh my
No,
God.
the goats managed to answer this question.
Ooh. He's not coping. It's natural stupidity, real.
Okay,
real
so let's read it. Let's read the answer.
I said D. Right?
Yeah, read it out loud.
Okay, so D is not a triangle because one curved side. I mean, one has fuck. One has curved side. D is not closed, so it's not a triangle either. See, that's what I said. Wait, exactly, bro. No, but you know what's crazy? I was thinking outside the box. That's
You know what's crazy is you don't know what a triangle is. That's what's crazy. You guys can go ahead now.
But I also said it says which figures, right? And I said figure 9, and figure 9 is in the square. That's like a trick question. That's like next level
we
thinking.
can refer to it in the book, you dummy.
It's not a trick question, bro.
Never
Come on,
taken a test
man.
before. It's obvious they don't give you kind of people tests.
Bro,
you know, the
my
slow
bad, bro.
learners. All you have to do is draw a square in a coloring book if you know what a square is. But apparently you don't know what a triangle is. No,
Brady, give him
you
another
know
chance,
what a triangle is.
No,
Wait, before we do this,
talk
wait,
about
wait,
shape
all right.
with him if he doesn't know what they are.
Hey, let me say this though. You use your eyes, and you know how I figured that out? I use my eyes right there, right?
You
So
didn't
you
say
use
that,
your-
though, did you?
Okay, whoa. You've said you use your eyes. That's cool. I just posted up at 29 past the hour. There's 4 balls on the screen. You can see them there?
Okay. I
Which
don't
one
know
is
what
the
29
sphere?
past the hour, but I'm gonna say.
Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one.
Which one is the sphere?
Which one is the sphere? Yep. All of
Whichever
them?
one-
One of them?
which-
None of them?
Whichever
Starting
one's
from left to
3D.
right. A, B, C, D. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one's the sphere? Or which? Maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. Which one's the
Low-key
sphere?
Matrix, you kind of fucked it up already. Low-key.
I'm gonna say none of them.
None of them are a sphere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's put the video up.
So we know the moon's not a sphere now.
Don't post the video yet. Don't
But
post the video
also,
yet.
wait, I wasn't done yet. I wasn't done yet.
Too
But
late, he
all
said
of them-
none of them.
All of them are all
fucked it up, Chad.
of
You said
all of
none
them.
of them. You said
all of them are also a spirit depending on this perspective, right?
But according to the image, you're wrong.
Wait, what's the
Matrix,
answer?
you got Minitetrix. You got to start with this one,
So
gang.
far, only one's a sphere, dude. You don't know what a triangle is, and you can't answer that question.
You can't answer that from this perspective, bro. Come on, man.
No, that's the
Hold
point
on a
of the
minute.
question. It's the whole
You were
point of
telling
the
us-
question, you fucking idiot.
This is my point right here. It's about my eyes, the way my eyes work, and your eyes work.
Well, your eyes have failed you.
Just like you. Just like you. That's what I'm telling you.
No.
Sorry, what's the moon?
That's why you got to resort back to measurements. Yeah? Because your eyes. Because
So y'all
your
gonna
eyes,
tell me you know what the sphere was right here? Come on, man.
hang on.
Yes.
Because your eyes.
How? How'd you know?
Because your eyes will deceive you. That's why you have to resort to measurements. Correct?
Yeah, so we could go to measurements, right? But how do we measure?
Are you deaf or stupid?
For you.
Your
No,
eyes are deceiving you. That's why we use measurements. You do understand that?
My eyes didn't deceive me.
Measurements are. He
Yes,
just
I
said,
did.
what-
We just
how do you-
proved it.
What's a measurement? He doesn't understand the word measurement, and there was something else he didn't understand. Oh, the word round. So we got Globers that don't understand basic words, and they're trying to come in here and debate us.
I'm just saying.
for you guys.
Let me say one more
Know
thing.
what
Let
a
me say one more
triangle
thing.
is, doesn't know what a sphere
No,
is,
no,
doesn't know what a
I-
measurement is. Yeah, how are you going to survive, dude?
Listen, I'm gonna just say this. Yes, the measurements are accurate for the most part, right? But you got to understand where the
What
measurements
measurements?
come from. The measurements
What
are
measurements?
a man-made construct, right?
Yes,
which doesn't,
agreed upon
which,
value, correct?
which is not the all and be all of reality,
Dude,
dude.
just stop, dude. The measurements are agreed upon value, right? We have a standard for those measurements, so all those measurements are equal. Whether you get a foot from China,
group consensus
or a foot
doesn't
from
equal truth.
America,
So that's
from
negated.
China, a foot from America, they will equal the same distance. Okay? So you can't argue that all these different distances are different because they come from different rulers or different measuring tapes. That's bona fide retardation.
No, he's correct.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a man-made construct, right?
Okay, a man-made, agreed-upon construct with a standard.
Which doesn't equal truth
you agree with
because it's
that?
agreed upon by a lot of people. But I will say this.
A measurement.
Okay,
He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Okay, it doesn't equal truth. So when you measure your round table at 4'8", how big is your round table then?
I'm assuming it's 4'8".
Why are you assuming that?
You got a measurement
because I haven't had many other reasons to assume that it's not.
You've got a tape measure. There's no reason to assume.
Listen, he's probably not going to be able to ever get a job, so we shouldn't be too hard on him because most jobs you have to be able to understand what measuring is.
Well, let me say this.
Could you imagine? You talk too much. You're a clown. Fucking shut up before you do someone's head in. Right? Could you imagine this kid as an apprentice? Check it out. Hey, apprentice, I need you to go and get a 4x2 and cut it at 5 foot. He comes back. What size did you cut it? I assume it's 5 foot.
I don't think it's going to be a skill
get that 4x2 wrapped around your ass.
Did you measure it?
Questions for you guys.
Did you measure it? Did you measure it? And he'll say, "What's a measurement?" That's what he'll say to you.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, amazing. I have some questions for you.
7:30 in the morning here. I would have sacked him half an hour ago.
No, nobody wants to answer questions.
What's your question? Who's this trying to get in?
Who's this prick?
I can already tell it's going to be zesty and passive aggressive.
Yeah, I can tell. I just got a quick
question. I just got a quick question.
Let's see how long you last.
Yeah. Well, let's see how long you guys last before you feel the need to mute and run away.
Oh, here we go. See, it's already started. The zest. The zest.
It was 0 words.
Just ask your question, dude.
Okay, so the question's very simple. You guys think that the world is not what the Globers say it is, correct?
Correct.
Yes, not a globe.
Okay, what is
Actually, we know that it's not.
Okay, wonderful. You know that it's not. Okay, what do you know that it is?
Because it measures flat.
Not a globe.
So it's flat.
We know it's not a globe.
Well, is it flat or does it measure flat?
We know it's not a globe. You asked us what we know. We know it's not a globe.
Okay, so you're not saying it's flat.
Yeah, it's got no curvature. So,
measured flat
so you don't need to do the little song and dance circus performance.
Well, I mean, you can just say you know it's flat. You can just say that if that's what you believe.
We just it's not a globe.
Okay, wonderful. So we know it's flat.
So what's your point?
Yeah, my question it builds, right? So we know it's flat. Why is the sun up in the sky in the United States right now, but it's down in China?
Because the sun is up in the sky in the US and not in China. That's why.
You're not cooking, bro. But it's above the plane, right? It's above the flat plane, right?
It's above the US. It's not above China.
Me and Tim.
Well, no, if it's above the US, it's above China as well.
No.
What an idiot.
No.
What an idiot.
The light in my the light in my living room that's above my table is not in my bathroom above my bath. You get it?
Are they the same elevation?
What, the two places? What, my living room, my bathroom? Yeah, let's say they are.
Yeah, then it should be above.
The light that's in my kitchen that's above my table.
Okay, the Earth
is not above my bath in my bathroom.
Yeah, it is. It is higher than that. Yes, it is. It's above it.
It's not directly above it.
I didn't say directly above. I said above.
But
right?
see, when you see the sun in the US and it's directly above you, it's not directly above them in China.
Right, okay, so where can you point to the sun that's still above you in China?
The sun's always above you, dude. What's your problem?
It's never underneath you. So can you show me the sun right now?
No, we don't need to do any of that. Suffice to say, the sun is always above you and moving. So,
okay, can you
have any more of a point? Do you have any more of a point than to ask, is the sun above me?
Well, like I said, I just have questions.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Okay. Well,
I'm not really thinking it's below you.
So I just think that's really interesting.
Oh, I just have a question. Please tell me about the globe and the sun above me.
It's not really.
So I think it's really interesting that the sun is above you at nighttime. Like, can you show me how the flat Earth is able to measure the sun at nighttime?
Wow.
Can you hear me, dude? Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah. Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, what's up? What do you got for me?
Okay, why are you talking over the top of me?
He's manic. He's going crazy already.
Bro, the sun rotates the Earth. Enough with this flat Earth shit.
The sun rotates the Earth. You guys are all just fucking fucked in the head.
The sun rotates the Earth, man.
You guys
Earth is center, and the sun rotates us.
Shut up. dude.
I have no idea what any of you guys are saying
get
anymore.
back to this other guy. I just want to get back to this guy that talks over the top of everyone. So, what do you observe, right, Joe? Throughout the day, you observe the sun go from east to west, and that's it, right?
Well, no, I observe a lot of things in my day to day.
I'm just asking you a specific question, man. It can be a yes or no. So during the day, you observe the sun go from east to west, right?
Or specifically about the sun? Yeah.
Oh my God, he's a prick.
Okay.
No, that's not real, is it?
So what else do you observe that you would say the Earth is a sphere because the sun is over?
I'm not making any claims. I'm just asking you guys some questions. I want to understand your position.
That's cool. That's cool. So you don't claim a globe.
Trump
neither
supporters.
do we.
This is the smartest room in the Discord. Okay.
Smartest room.
Yeah. This is the smartest room, but that's okay. You don't claim a globe. Neither do we. Welcome to Flat Earth. The sun is above you. Correct.
Okay, yeah. So I just think that's really interesting. So when it's nighttime, right? When it's 2 a.m.,
doing exactly what it observes to do. When it's nighttime, 2 a.m., the sun isn't there. It's gone somewhere else. Well, no, because when it's obvious that you're a disingenuous melt and that you're only here to ask agendaed questions and be upset, it's
isn't that
annoying.
what you guys do to the Globers?
No. We've actually got a point. No, we've got a point. You don't.
Yeah, I was
is the sun like above you?
Talk to you and you
wait. So, but
me before I finished.
Cyclone, all you guys do to the Globers is ask agendaed questions, right? That's what you guys do. That's the point of the channel.
No, it's not the case, and you are seeing what's happening to the Globers.
Because we're not making claims about the entirety of the system and what the luminaries do. We're not making claims about how the sun is operating and all of that. And that's your focus because you know you can't address anything about the ground. You couldn't possibly evidence any curvature or anything like that. So you can tell. We just know what you disingenuous, upset, globy melts sound like, and you're the textbook version. You are textbook.
Yeah, you couldn't even let me finish my
wonderful.
You couldn't even let me finish my sentence before. You had to jump in right at the end when I was asking you simple questions. You had to cut me off and start going.
Who's this guy talking to?
You.
Oh, yeah.
The attempt to alleviate yourself from the responsibility to support your own belief, right?
And what belief is that?
It's off the charts, bro. It's so obvious. You're so transparent.
What belief is
Cyclone nailed.
Okay, so apparently I need to defend my belief, but you don't know what my belief is.
No, you don't need to. If anything, dude, just put yourself on mute. And whoever's got that background noise, mute him too.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask the question again, because I'm still curious, right? You guys said that the sun is above you when it's nighttime. Can you show me that?
Audio control here. Can you just mute all these fucking fools till we can figure out who can actually have a cogent conversation?
Yeah, so you guys said the sun is above you during nighttime. Can you show me how do you...
the sun is above you? Are you disputing that the sun is above you?
Sorry. We can see the sun for 24 hours above us, can't we? In summer, inside the Arctic Circle. For 3 months of the year, there's the sun. Now, for other people, they experience day and night. Now that's going to be dependent on their location and their perspective of the sun. But you can stand inside that circle and see it for 3 months. There it is above the Earth.
Got him. What's even worse is that you think the sun is under the ground, bro. Out of the two of us, you're saying something that's super retarded. That's why I put that meme in the chat. If you want to take a look, I'll post it again. Did he get muted, chat? I think that was actually Miggy on accident. That was hot mic.
Yeah, that was Miggy.
Yeah.
Before.
Just go ahead and pop him off mute, chat, so we can respond to the sun being under the ground. That's retarded.
He's deafened himself. What's he going to answer?
Oh, did he? Oh my god, classic.
What's his name? Whose alt is this that we're dealing with now?
I know, right? Cyclone, dude.
He's been in here before with that name.
Yeah, they all sound the same. What's his name? So I remember.
Supporter.
Hi.
Oh.
So, do you guys have an answer for the question yet?
Triggered left.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
What's in the chat?
Look.
Why didn't you listen?
What was the answer? Black
You wanted to
Swan,
know where the
stop
sun was.
yapping, an illustration, bro's triggered, hot
Oh
mic.
my god, stop.
Where's
Dude. Your
the-
voice
where's the
is
answer?
actually just too annoying. Just mute him. His voice is just way too annoying.
Yep.
Okay,
You did say it
meltdown
was zesty.
Muppet. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it
he
was zest
headphones
from the very
himself.
beginning. I just have like a
Yeah.
question for flat earthers. It's like, shut the
Well,
fuck up,
dude,
dude.
you're on demon time right now, bro.
Was
Let's
that
get about demon time. Oh, demon
God, they're
time.
so annoying, dude. They're so
You
annoying.
guys usually can't do American accents very well, but that was a really good Glober American. That was good.
Oh no, I can do American, I can do Australian. I can do them all.
Nice.
Talk your shit.
Oh man, they're just too annoying. How can you even stomach that anymore?
Hey,
I used to have
listen, you
big
fellas are just too smart for the Globetrotters, you know what I mean?
Facts, bro.
Oh, here we go again.
Here we go again with what?
Alley Cat Moralist, do you have a serious question about the topic of the earth where you live?
Yeah, how much do you guys weigh? I'm just curious.
Well, like how often
ask
I
your mom.
weigh? Like you guys can't even speak. You're dribbling morons. It's like you've been drugged. It's like you're in one
do
room
like
over a
a-
cuckoo's nest. We're sitting around
Absolutely.
the bloody help talk. God, they're so annoying.
Lightweight in MMA standards. How about that?
True. The Globetrotters are
So
idiots.
are you implying we're fat or something, bro?
I'm just asking questions, buddy.
I've been on camera, fam.
Well, instead of asking questions, like, well, keep it to the topic, right? So the topic is the Earth. Do you think the Earth is a big spinning ball of water in a vacuum? If you do, provide some evidence. If you don't, why not? Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Oh shit. How much do you plan to weigh?
Well, I don't know how much I weigh, but apparently I can attain 76 kilograms of mass.
Oh yeah, I was thinking that too. I was like, you want my mass or you want my matter?
What's mass? What's mass, P-Dub?
It's kilograms.
So have we got any not pathologically disturbed by observable reality people in the chat? Or is it all bricked NPC Globers?
Unfortunate answer too.
Because that was like non-stop. That's like 3 or 4 in a row and they're just psychotic.
Like those, I can't even describe it. Like when I hear those voices, I just want to grab him by the neck and just go, "Shut the fuck up!"
Oh,
Yeah, you can tell these people have never lived life outside of school or college.
Yeah, exactly. They've never been told, "No, you're wrong," in a calm voice.
They've never been told, no, that's fucking retarded. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Just been told, well, yes, I guess so. Have a trophy for trying your best. Little Timmy the retard.
Yes, all ideas are valid. Everybody's the same.
Right. Participants for the Earthers.
You've just drooled on your test paper, but that's at least you put something on the paper.
That's okay, Billy.
100%. Beautiful drool. I can see what you're trying to get at there.
And Cyclone, I don't appreciate you using Timmy as a derogatory term.
Forgive me. I know you Australians are sensitive.
Oh, you're gonna take that?
Just Tim.
Little Timmy there. Fucking hell.
Oh, well,
Fucking
this,
hell.
this
You
is
did
for
that?
you,
Oh,
Timbo.
Fucking hell.
Can do it.
I've got this friend and we call him Tim. It's fun to throw tomatoes at him. Tomatoes are soft and don't bruise the skin, but these fuckers do because they're still in the tin.
It's bullying.
Sorry, mate.
Damn, bro. They just got cooked in like the span of 5 minutes. Insane.
Yeah, if we've got one like that, it needs a very focused, like, one-on-one type handling, because otherwise they just They're just like apes at the zoo, swinging around, throwing shit and everything. You've really got to pin them down, tranquilize
chimp out
them,
for
slap
real,
them in the
right?
face. Yeah, chimping out
Yeah,
for
we need
real.
to add that to the soundboard.
As
So let's
who knew, Mr. AZEHNUU has something to contribute very valuable to the discussion, right? Z, do you think you're on a globe there, Mr. AZEHNUU?
What is that?
Don't be doing this commentary in the chat unless you're going to come on here and talk about it. I'll just put a big X on your comment because I don't like it. But if you're not going to talk about it, then what's the point?
He's only keyboard level brave right now. Needs to build up.
It's courage first. Let him write some more. Whoever said Timmy, thank you. Now, whenever I hear Globe Earther, I'm gonna have Timmy from South Park in the back of my head playing.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, did we get any of those Globers? Did they all leave, or what? Is any of them redeemable?
Alleycat wants to talk. Why don't you ask a different question and just try to speak more slowly so that you can enunciate your words. Think about what you're going to ask. You only get one chance to ask Flat Earthers a question, Alleycat. It's got to be a good one so they don't make fun of you. So what's it going to be? Alleycat, here you go. Time to shine. You're not shining, Alleycat.
You scared him off by saying he has to think before he speaks. That's a barrier to a lot of these guys.
Well, it might take some time. You can think it over. Let us know when you're ready.
It's good advice, though, guys. Really, honestly, a life skill to take away, not just in this conversation, but in any area of your life. You should think before you open your mouth and embarrass yourself. That's free wisdom for today. These guys think it's like a race to make sounds. That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, we get it that you came in here and you might not have actually talked to people who have discussed and researched this question and made their own measurements and so on. You thought it was a joke. You thought you were going to be able to come in here and find people that you could make fun of because people at school make fun of you or whatever your motivations are. So now we're here to tell you it's a serious conversation. We're here to see if you have any. They don't have to be like deep or intense question, just like whatever comes to mind. Like, what question do you have about the fact that the Earth measures flat and there is no fantasy globe? That's a delusion you've been fed that has no evidence in reality. What's your first reaction to that, Alleycat? Go. No reaction. I think it's what Alpha said before. It's like they're not used to actually being able to express a thought. I mean, why don't you just practice? I mean, just say whatever comes to mind. Nobody's here. Nobody knows you. Nobody's going to care what you say. Like, does that even ring a bell or like set off any alarm bells or concerns that this globe is fake and has no actual verifiable evidence whatsoever that the Earth measures flat? Guess not. Gosh, I thought for sure I'd be able to trigger at least one of them, but nope.
Maybe we'll have to try the Glober cheese baked. Can one of you guys explain gravity? How does gravity work? Come on, guys. Why am I not flying off this spinning ball?
They're sad because they're going to lose outer space. That's all I have to diagnose. Oh, and the cat had to leave, whatever that thing was at the top. I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You got all shy all of a sudden. Maybe we all got off on the wrong foot, guys. Let's reset. If you can ask a salient, cogent question that's not obviously in bad faith, we'd be happy to talk to you. How about that?
Yeah, because I liked what AZE. I wish he'd at least come out and tell me how to pronounce his name. AZEHNUU. What would you call him, Cyclone? Aze.
Let me see his name. Where's his name? Zenhu.
Zenhu. Okay,
Zenhu.
I like that. That's good.
Azzy for short.
Azzy. Yeah. He did say at some point he was going to research. I remember reading this somewhere in the chat. So actually, he said, I'm saying I will debate you after I research more. Yeah, and then Banhammer said, you debating measurements should be an interesting listen.
Well,
didn't school already give you all you need?
For now, you wouldn't even have to debate. Just have a chat.
Yeah, honestly, it's really the wrong mindset to come in here with that. This you need to debate. What you need to be doing is have a conversation, ask some questions. It doesn't have to be a debate.
Yeah, bro. Just jump in the backpack. We'll carry you.
It's like, why do you see a channel about a topic that you know nothing about and think, I'm going to debate them? Oh, wait, shit, no, I can't debate them. Just be like, oh, I don't know anything about that topic. Let's go and ask them about it, since they're obviously interested and know about it.
Don't let the media gas you up, bro.
Yeah, it's all fucking debate bros and clout chasing and bullshit. Nonsense. Well, guess not. Guess they're all shy. So how's everyone doing anyway? We've got Mary Mom, we've got Timbo, Jedi, CB. He's all good.
Yeah,
hell of a panel. Holy shit.
Yeah, I just ate the rest of the salmon that my daughter made for me for Mother's Day. It was really good. I wish I had more. I only had this tiny little piece left over.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great.
Shout out to all the mothers on the flat earth, which would be all the mothers.
Literally. FW mom.
CB's a mother.
Hey. Tell your mom I said hi.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Gotcha, bitch. I'll be listening for a little bit, chat. I'm gonna get ready.
Peace, Subi.
Keep cooking, guys. Keep your foot on their necks.
Yeah, that's why we asked you about your culture war comment, because it didn't make any sense, Mr. A.
What's he talking about? He's saying he's not making the flat earth a proxy for culture wars, which they were doing?
No idea. I had no idea what he's talking about. I never heard anyone mention anything about that or anything that even was close to that.
To clear it up, there was a guy with a name like Trump supporter in chat who was constantly saying about flat earthers don't allow him to share images, don't do this. And that other person quite simply said, look, don't make that your war, essentially. Not sticking up for flat earth, but definitely not having a go at anybody in flat earth. And for some reason, a lot of people in BC totally...
I know why.
Totally
because it wasn't tagged to anyone's name. He just posted the comment. He didn't link it off the back of someone else. He didn't reply to it. He just posted the comment directly. If he'd have replied to someone else's, then we would have gone, oh, he's replying to that guy, and we would have had some context. But the fact that he just jammed it out there with no context, it's like, what the fuck is this?
Hey, send it out for critique.
So is he saying the guy who was like triggered from the beginning, the Trump guy, he's like an anti-Trump guy and he's just lashing out at the whole world? Is that the idea?
Adds the Globe sympathizer.
I've been there, bro, but it just seemed like it was a bit of miscommunication. He wasn't having to go at the flat Earth community or anything.
Yeah,
I don't know who you're talking about.
Exactly.
I don't know what's
Pads
going on.
Yeah, I don't know. Pads is just trying to be a diplomat here, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Pads is really trying to be that link between the globe Earth and the flat Earth community. He's really trying to build those bridges. He's like our Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that bridge curved?
Ooh. I have to ask him.
Depends on what kind of bridge it is.
Now, the last I heard, Pads had figured out that the Earth was flat, but he wasn't willing to give up space because it's so good for sci-fi movies.
Shit, yeah. I think that was the last time we spoke, bro.
You can still have, he can still have it, right? You can still have your fantasy science fiction, just recognize that it's fiction.
Nah, I've not budged on it. It's just, I'm at the
clinging on to that never-ending nothingness.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Pads.
No, go ahead, bro. Sorry.
No, that was it. I'm just saying you're clinging on to that horrifying space story for some reason.
Pretty much. It's not budged on it, mate. I don't think I'm gonna budge on it. But yeah, surface. I don't like. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the surface, though, in my opinion.
So you're thinking like it's a flat Earth in space at this point?
I'm thinking, how do I know it's always been the shape that we measure it as now? That's my current line of thinking. And
we're not measuring. When you say measuring a shape, do you mean was it always flat?
Surface. Was it always flat? Is a great question. Yeah. I haven't heard anybody ask yet, and everybody seems to skip over it and just be saying it's flat or it's a globe. And it's really hard to find on any answers on could it have one day been something else. And that, like,
I'll give you an answer. You want my answer?
Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, exactly. Me either, bro.
Well, also, I mean, even if it was something else, I mean, that wouldn't match the mainstream paradigm story anyway. They're not saying it was a globe and now it's flat, or it's flat and now it's a globe.
No,
like, no one's arguing that.
No, and it's probably not going to be the case. I just think it's something that needs put into rest. Like, yeah, it measures flat, sure.
How do you put something like that to rest? How do you do that?
Fuck knows, mate. That's the issue.
And
that's why I've come to the conclusion. Ground level, we can confirm everything else is speculation.
Yeah. Why would it matter to today's argument that it measures flat, whether it was flat before or not?
It might help with understanding other stuff. So, for example, because it's flat, generally means we're not going to subscribe to heliocentric. If it once was round but now it is flat, could mean that we could subscribe to heliocentric model. So it just opens up so many possibilities, and ironically enough, funnily enough, kind of almost bridge that gap.
Well, then you're just putting a flat. Gap. Then you're just putting a flat surface in a heliocentric world.
How would it have ever gone from round to flat? What would that mechanism have been?
Fuck knows, bro. I don't know. It's like explaining gravity or some shit. Harder. I don't know.
A really big hydraulic press.
Just like make it up. Yeah, big hydraulic press. It's like a reverse Lord of the Rings lore. Because in Lord of the Rings, Arda, the world that they're in, was flat until Melkor came to it, and then he's like their version of Satan, and then it turned into a ball.
Well, actually,
that's Tolkien's cosmology. It was a flat Earth until Satan came to town, and then it turned into a ball.
Yeah, reverse Tolkienism. That's my new ideology. Fuck it.
There you go.
Yeah. You wonder where he got that idea from.
It's curious. I can't think.
But yeah, that's where I'm at with it all. I just find it nearly impossible that I can't ever think that I'm not going to think space exists in the way that we do understand it.
Well, on behalf of 24/7, I'll apologise to you, Pat, because it sounds like we've really fucked you up.
Yeah, you're good, bro.
How would you ever say that about anything? I'll never change. Wait, I actually have a sound effect for that.
Like, you're not going to be accepted anywhere, Pads. The Globers are going to come up to you and be like, hey, I heard you sticking up for space earlier. Good stuff.
Yeah.
You think it's a globe, right? And then you'll be like, well, I think it maybe at one point could have been a globe, but no, now it's flat. They'll be like, what the fuck?
Free thinkers are hated on all sides, mate. That's, it's the burden that we have on us.
You take those slings.
Joking. But yeah, mate, you ever said that comment about, there's loads of things that I believe now that I'm never, ever going to change.
What makes you believe in the vacuum of space, though?
It's not a vacuum, is it, as we know it? Like, I just don't.
You know what I mean. You don't need to be like that. But what makes you believe that there's an area out there with not very much at all in it?
The fact that there's just altitude and pressure differences on Earth, and I've yet to see a point where that stops occurring. Like the higher we go, the more
have you yet to see a point? Have you yet to see a point where it gets to where they claim it gets?
Yeah, like very. I can't remember the name of the fucking layer. Ionosphere, I'm going to say.
Yeah, but that's so.
One of the spheres.
Yeah, so you get to that you can measure something. Yeah. So what's the lowest measurement ever recorded?
One sec. Give me a second.
Actually measured.
Yeah, it was. I was reading about it the other day. It was within ionization or iodine. I can't pronounce it. Ionization gauge was used.
So what's the least pressure that's ever been measured?
I don't know. I don't know.
If the least pressure that's only been measured isn't anywhere near 10 to the negative 17 torr, how do they know it gets to 10 to the negative 17 torr?
I thought it was a calculation.
Calculation based on what?
Readings.
Well, then you'd have to know the lowest reading.
So if it decreases, if the pressure decreases over X amount of distance by Y rate, then you just extrapolate off that and you just calculate. No, is that not how it works?
Yeah, well, that's how they did it. But so now a calculation is truth because they measured a certain distance from the Earth and got a measurement that they readed. And then they said, oh, well, this must get to 10 to the negative 17 torr. But how do you get to that point where you've got a limit of a low pressure? Why can't it go further than that? Why can't it go less pressure than that?
It does seem arbitrary. The point, I don't know why.
What if it goes back to pressure? Like, what if it,
Well, eventually it would do somewhere else. Yeah, I think that's the argument. Like somewhere else.
Also, just to clarify, when you're saying you'd still think there could be space, do you mean we're a contained system within space, or do you mean there's no contained environment that we're living in with the gas pressure?
We are not inside like a contained wall, like a solid wall.
So what would the gas be pressing against?
That's a different one. That's a different one.
Well, that's the only one. Can only press against a container.
Yeah, you can't change it up, dude.
It's the only question there is.
Yeah, you're right. I guess we're on about gas and pressure, sure. So that's the topic.
It'd be one thing to say like we're in a vacuum, but we're contained. I mean, at least you could make that argument out of pure speculation, since we could maintain some gas pressure here with a container. But to say without a container, that doesn't work.
No, like you need a container, most definitely. But as I said since day one, my answer is always going to go back to gravity. But it's just I've been around this argument so many times.
You already know. You already know.
I just
Give
feel
it
like
up.
I'm going to bore people.
Give it up
again. So I don't want to. It's not that I give it up. It's just I think it's more of a stalemate at this stage. I don't want to
stalemate. You do not give yourself. It's a. We'll call it a draw. No, you just conceded. You need a container. There's no gravity.
Because he
There's
thinks
not-
gravity acts on the gas that's 1 trillion light years away. That's the gas of Earth still, because that's just gradiating out. It's just a gradation, completely all the way out to infinity.
No, but you can't. You can't get that because gravity isn't. Gravity isn't defined as a container. A container isn't defined as gravity anywhere.
Well, no, but it's not described as, but it's how it works, isn't it? So,
No,
that's
it's
how I
not
believe
even
it
described that way because gas pressure requires a physical container. That's what a container is. Gravity isn't described as being a physical container for gas.
I don't know if it needs a physical container, bro. So momentum alone can act.
That is all you know. That is all you know. That's the only thing you do know.
No, the only thing I do know is it needs a container.
Yeah, exactly.
That is very different to a physical container. So
that's what a container is.
Well,
that's how it's defined.
Well, one sec. So if I'm smoking and I blow a smoke ring, right, the movement of the smoke acts as a container. Once the movement slows down, the smoke dissipates.
Oh, you're an idiot.
You're blowing around contained air. Holy
No, I don't think that's correct.
Yo, the pancake people calling him an idiot.
Cubic feet per minute.
Pancaker, bro. They call him an idiot.
There was just way too many voices at once there. I'm not gonna lie. You can take a ticket and get in queue, but I don't know what happened there.
Everyone was just outraged. Everyone was just outraged by your smoke ring analogy.
I thought it was lagging, bro. I was like, what the fuck is that?
No, everyone just couldn't believe it.
I know, but I know you've seen a cyclone.
That's an achievement.
Right?
That's an achievement because we hear all kinds of shit.
But you know what a tornado is, though, bro? You know the air pressure is different on the inside of the container than the air outside.
It's not a separate container, though. I mean, this is
It's not. That's my point.
This is the behavior of the pressure, and the pressure is what requires a container to begin with.
Well, the argument
So you can't show me a tornado of gas pressure in a vacuum.
Well, the argument against the cyclone twister thing is the entire Earth is in a container. But then that's obviously disingenuous because why ever ask for, okay, show me an example on Earth if that's the caveat, you know? That makes sense?
What the hell?
Nah, not really, dude.
No.
I'm not tracking Dave. I did
That's
say I
all
didn't
right.
want
That's
to
all
blow
right.
the chat bro.
That's all right. It's just because you're the only resident quasi-glober. So you need to find us someone else who actually believes in the globe.
They're all down. I did notice in one of the servers, they started like a 24/7 Globe channel or something.
Oh, how did that go?
That failed.
I don't know. It's
Yeah, they do that. They do that every few months, and one guy sits in there seething for a few days, and then the server admins say to him, "No one's coming into your channel. Obviously, it's boring, and you're terrible to speak to. We're going to shut your channel down."
Yeah,
Every time they just shut it down.
What is this? What is this server? Or what is this about? You'd like
This is about the Earth not being the spinning ball in a vacuum that we've been told.
Could you explain that to me?
Is your mic quiet, or is that just me?
That's my mic.
No, he's quiet.
He's super quiet, that one.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're really low, dude. Can you get closer to your mic?
Yeah, sure. One sec.
No, not you, Pads. The
Oh,
other
right.
guy. No, you're all right, Pads. There's another guy.
I can't get any closer.
He has to be hot miking or on the wrong mic or not talking to us.
What's his name? I'll turn him up.
Ken Fu for Jesus.
Okay. Right, Ken Fu. Did you hear what I said?
Him up.
Yeah, I can't fix it. I can't fix it at all.
Just use your phone, bro.
No.
Dude, use your microphone. Stop talking into your headphones.
Hold on.
Go into Discord and switch your mic.
Yeah, I mean, we are looking for a new person, but we're streaming to YouTube, so they need to be able to hear you. And I don't really want to have to repeat everything you say.
These brokies not have iPhones? Like, what the hell, man?
Hey, iPhone. Ew. What are you, a 16-year-old girl, bro?
Hey, listen, bro. We said no to the culture wars.
15-year-old girls can't afford iPhones. What did he talk
I know, like, what are you
about?
talking about?
What a fucking retard.
Wait, have you ever seen
He
a
means the rich
16-year-old girl
ones.
with an Android?
Hell no.
All right, what happened to the guy? Ken Fu. Still here?
No, he left.
Oh, he left.
God.
Oh, well. That's what we got.
So, Pads, in conclusion, we can demonstrate gas pressure with containment. We can demonstrate gradients within containment, but we cannot identify or even test anything having to do with gravity containing gas. In fact, the gravity is just undefined. So,
yeah, can't like repeat shit. Oh, I might have cut out. Yeah, no, you're right, bro. We can't repeat it now.
right. So there's no gravity. We have a contained gas. I think that's kind of the end of it, right?
It's not for me, bro. They're not for me.
Yeah, well, the problem,
I wish it was, my guy.
The problem was that he never told you how the gas pressure, the air pressure is actually established up above the mesosphere. So he doesn't know anything about that. He's imagining the vacuum of space is a real thing. So space, according to his lore, is not established to be measured. You can't measure the gas pressure up there.
No, nigga.
It's just a belief.
We had this conversation.
He actually doesn't believe in the vacuum of space. He just believes that the Earth's atmosphere is a gradation which extends out to an indefinite distance.
Wow.
Not quite what I said, but I'll roll
So
with
you
it.
can travel from place to place on a starship then. Otherwise, it's not going to work for him. It has to go on for infinity. And then how are you going to get back? What are you using as a reference, dude?
I mean, one sec. If anything left the Earth's atmosphere heading in a certain direction, surely it would take some other force to change that direction. So if
that
it hasn't
doesn't
met
happen.
that force, then it would go on forever, unless it hit a wall. If it hit a wall, we'd be able to read that, right? Like that's my
Yeah, we do. It's called 14.7 psi at sea level. We read that.
Can you explain that? Sorry,
Yes, it hits a wall. It's 14.7 psi at sea level. That's how we know it hits a wall.
No, I got what you said, but I just don't understand it. What at sea level is it? We use that psi at sea level to prove shit up in space? Can you elaborate on it, mate? I don't get what
in space. You're the one making up space. I said it hit a wall.
It's the existence of gas pressure. It must press.
You wouldn't have a gas pressure gradient without the gas pressure.
Yeah, I get that.
And if you're claiming, that the Earth's air is a gradation out into in an indefinite distance, right? Then that's how far? How far is that?
Well, indefinite, you said.
Is it thousands of kilometers? Thousands of kilometers?
Did I fix it?
Oh, just
yes, you did.
Yes,
you
it's
did.
fixed.
There we go.
Well done, Ken Fu.
I had to go into my PC settings and mess with it. Oh, I almost fell out of my chair.
You'll be all right.
Okay, well, settle down. Where did we leave off? What was the last thing you heard?
I wanted you to explain to me how the Earth is flat. Or not round, sorry.
Well, there's no curvature. You know how a ball has curvature of the surface?
Oh, okay, so yeah, there is. It's just you can't see it because if you were to inflate a cue ball into the size of the Earth, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature either because of the fact that there's so much.
Okay, I agree. I agree. It seems flat. That's because it is flat. But you're arguing it seems flat, but it's actually a ball. Okay, could you tell me who's ever measured that curvature?
So there's proof that people have done experiments to see if the Earth was curved. Yes, but they've never proven that it's round. I guess from just measurements.
Well, if they can prove that it's curved, reliably over a certain distance, then that's good enough. So who's measured that curve?
If you were to, I mean, you can see it if you go to the top of Mount Everest and you can see the curvature.
No, you go to the top of Mount Everest and you see a flat horizon. So no, you don't see curvature from Mount Everest. That's not even the globe claim. The globe claim, like you said, is that it just seems flat from any altitude that you can get to.
Not from any altitude that you can get to.
Yeah. You can go as high as a commercial airliner, 35, 40,000 feet. It looks flat from there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're not going any higher than that. So you're not seeing any curvature.
Not me, but you can go. You can go if you were an astronaut.
Well, no, that's just a story. That's just a story you've heard.
So you don't think I can become an astronaut? You don't think?
Definitely not. Definitely not, dude. You can barely work a mic on Discord.
So you think that? Okay. So you think that every single country that's ever proven that the Earth was round, you think they're lying to you?
Well, none of them. Well, that's the thing. None of them have ever proven that the Earth was round. They've just given us cartoons, images, and videos, which you must know that you can create anything on an image or a video. Doesn't mean it's real.
Yes, but for none of them to come out, and none of these countries that have done it to come out and be like, "Oh, these countries are."
Oh, you caught us, guys. We've lied to you through education and media, and we've taken billions of dollars from you. Please forgive us. Yeah, they're going to do that, aren't they?
Well, why? No, because there's other countries that do the same thing as us. We're not the only ones who have been to space or measured the curvature of the Earth.
There is no space, and there is no curvature of the Earth, bro.
So what is the sun? Do you believe it's like we live in what's the stupid claim? We live in
a new game of bingo. Everybody, what is the sun? The sun.
Let's
so if you want to cover
let's just see where he goes. Let's see where he goes. So the sun is the sun. It's a light in the sky.
I actually used to believe a similar thing.
Oh, really? You used to believe that the sun was a light in the sky?
I believe that.
Well, before we get into your beliefs,
I believe that we believed in a bubble, like in a bubble.
Could you quickly provide those measurements of curvature that you said existed?
Well, I can't provide them. I don't have them on hand because I don't debate stuff like this. I just joined this to see what was going on.
Okay, so then you don't actually know that anyone has ever measured any curvature.
Well, I've seen studies, but I can't tell you that I've confirmed them. No.
Which studies have you seen?
I've said I've seen studies. I've never seen
studies. What were they doing in this study? What were they measuring?
Measuring they were putting light and then seeing if a light would go through a hole that was super far away.
That's not a study.
So you saw maybe like a YouTube short of the Netflix puff piece called Beyond the Curve or Behind the Curve.
Well,
yeah, that wasn't a measurement of anything, and there's a whole bunch to that. But yeah, that's not a measurement of any curvature.
And the guy who did it is slow anyway, so be nice to him.
So the one,
but this is the thing, right? So my position is that no one has ever measured the curvature. There is no curvature, as you said. It just seems flat, and it does seem flat because that's what it is. But if you're going to say no, it is curved, you need to be able to evidence this. And if you can't, then why do you believe it?
I don't specialize in this, so I don't.
You don't have to specialize in it. You claim it to be your belief.
Okay, but I also claim that apples are healthy, but I don't know why. Like I don't go into
yeah, you can figure it out.
School, bro. No, I was
Can
actually.
I ask him a question, Cyclone?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, in your curriculum, when you learned about the globe, did they tell you how they determined it was a globe in the first place?
I mean, they showed who proved it was a globe, but they never showed how it was. I think it was just common.
Okay, who proved it?
Sense. I think it was just kind of
No.
common sense.
Why would it be common sense when you just told me that it seems flat and we experienced it that way? Is that common sense to see things that are flat and call them curved?
What?
Yeah, that'd be the opposite. You were roboting a little bit there, says who. I'm going to repeat it.
I'm sorry. So you said that it seems flat, and we experience it flat, but common sense would say that it's curved? That doesn't follow.
No, what I said was they teach it as if it's common sense, just like they wouldn't tell us how certain things are healthy. They don't go in depth on things, but they just expect you to kind of believe it because they think it's common sense.
So in what level of education would they be telling you how they figured this out? Since it seems flat, we experience it flat, we use it flat, but it's curved. When does that happen?
Well, I assume if you went into astrology or something, you could figure it out. But I don't plan on being.
Well, astrology is. All right, astrology is. Yeah, you're talking about the worship of the stars. You might be referring to astronomy, but that's a pseudoscience. Yeah, so nobody measures Earth curvature in astronomy either because there's nothing to measure.
In fact, what they do is they measure angles to stars in reference to the plane of the Earth.
So what do you say about like Galileo?
What about him?
Story.
Or like, it's a cool story. So you believe it's just like fake? It's just not real.
Cool story, dude.
No, nobody said that. What are you talking about Galileo for?
So you believe that he didn't actually prove anything?
What do you think he
What did he prove?
That the Earth was round.
No, see, dude, you don't even know what he's supposed to have done. You've just heard the name. This is how they get you.
Okay.
You don't actually look into what is he claimed to have done to prove.
Well, no, because I'm not really interested in if the world is round or not. It's not.
Well,
I don't really care.
You came in here and you asked us, "How is the Earth flat?" And we're explaining.
Well, because I just thought it was interesting. I came in here. You guys wanted to know why
I'm interested in if it's flat or not.
Dude, it's not a debate. We're not. It doesn't have to be a debate. We're not trying to debate you. We understand you've not looked into this topic.
Yes, you did though, because immediately as I joined, you said, "Why do you believe that the Earth is round?" I wanted to see how you guys think the Earth is flat. I don't care what I believe. I care what you believe. And try to figure out why you believe.
That's fine. Well, I've just been explaining to you that there is no evidence for the Earth being round.
Back up off your mic.
What's your evidence that the Earth is
Back up off
flat?
your mic a little, man. You're getting really on your mic.
Yeah, this is funny. You're now almost a bit too loud, so you maybe need to find that sweet spot, like the Goldilocks zone for the globe fantasy, right?
Is this good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect.
But anyway, dude, I mean, it comes back to there is no curvature, right? You don't know of anyone who's measured it. It just seems flat to you. It's flat.
So
there's no
if
curvature.
it seems like it is something on paper, then it has to be that thing.
No, I'm not saying that necessarily. That's not where you'd stop. But it observes, measured, and is practically used as flat.
On paper? No, we're talking about out in reality, bro. Not on paper.
Like, think about this. Okay. So, have you got a glass of water or something in front of you? A juice, a liquid?
I have a glass. I have no water in it.
Okay, well, imagine the water's in it, or go and fill it up with water so you can go and look at it. The surface of that water is completely flat. Yeah, it's like the most perfect level you can get. A liquid sitting at rest. Yeah?
Yeah. No, because my house is probably off balance slightly, but.
Well, even if all right, yeah, even if the house is off balance, the water will be level.
Yes, it'll appear as if it was level. Yes.
Yeah, and so you scale that up to a bathtub, same thing, totally level. Yeah.
It will seem level. Yes, it will.
Oh, it is level. Yeah. You can measure it that way.
It is level. That's just what it is. And then you scale it up to a swimming pool, same thing, right?
Still, you can measure it that way. Yep.
Totally level. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what about if we scale it up to a lake on a still day?
Measurable. Yeah, it's measurable too, that size.
Well, yeah.
That's going to be flat too, right?
Yes, it will all seem flat.
Oh, it's
And it will-
measurable
Well, no, but
flat.
it is.
Measured
I mean,
to be
It will be
flat.
flat. No, you're right.
Yeah,
it
like
will be flat.
it's like when you look in your cup of water, right? You see the water. It doesn't just seem flat. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's flat.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah. So you get up to the lake
fact,
and it's flat. So then
It's
we
used
go
as a
up
standard
to
for practical use in engineering and construction.
yeah. So then we scale it up to an ocean.
Yep,
What's that
still
gonna be?
flat and still measurable.
well, and it'll be flat to again. That'll be flat to us.
Yeah. It'll be flat.
Again,
Flat to us.
it'll
Flat
be
to you.
but
Flat to me. Right. So all the water is flat,
it'll pull
essentially,
towards. It'll pull
with
towards
waves and things, right? But it's
it'll pull
flat.
towards-
The water's flat.
the belief.
And they
of-
tell us,
what
they tell us hold on, dude. I'm explaining to you. You came here, you want to know why we're saying the Earth is flat? I'm telling you. They tell us that the majority of the Earth's surface is covered in water, 70+%.
Yes.
So, knowing that water is level, we also understand that you can't have a 70% level ball.
I heard
Right.
recently it was updated to 80%, so I have to figure out where I heard that so I can get it.
So, what 80% flat water on the surface? Where's that globe?
Well, I'm going to say this is not my belief because I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm going to say what they teach. What they teach is that the gravitational pull of the Earth causes it to be flat to our eye, but we cannot see past that. Well, our eyes don't see that far, is what they believe.
We can use optics, though, can't we? To see further?
But again, when you're standing on a surface, when you're a speck of dust on a surface huge, it's just like you can't see that far. Right?
Yeah.
Yes, but if we have a horizontal line, there should be a rate of change of slope over distance, shouldn't there?
Yes, to a point.
Well, yeah, if the surface of the Earth, then it will deviate from the horizontal line. There will be a rate of change of slope that should be measurable over that distance. We don't measure that. That body of water, that lake, that could be 10, 20 miles across. All bodies of water measure to lay horizontal upon the surface. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water.
Well, our definition of flat is to Earth. We consider anything flat.
Sorry, yeah. That's where we get horizontal from. Horizontal lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's usually where we observe the water meeting the sky at distance. Water is a horizontal reference. It's used as a tool for leveling.
Yeah.
Yeah. So water is level.
Yeah. To the Earth.
So let me continue this
Yes,
with you
level.
a little bit. Let me continue this. So we've established that to all of our experience and knowledge, water is level and flat. But like you say, they're telling us it's actually curving out of our perception. But they give us the numbers, right? Hold on, before you jump in, I'm gonna walk you through an example so you understand how we can test this claim that you just made, right? Because your claim was in response to all the water's flat. They say it looks flat, but it's actually curved at an imperceptible point.
It is flat to the Earth, but if you put a stick, right?
Dude,
straight
flat
up,
is not curved.
If you
If
stab
it's flat, then it's not a globe.
Are you going to let me talk or are you going to keep interrupting? Can I finish my point? If you take a ball, a perfectly round ball, shove a stick in it, and then point it straight up, point that stick straight up, is that stick now pointing horizontal?
No,
No,
that'd be
it's straight
vertical.
up.
Well,
It's vertical.
Come on, dude. All right, dude. Let me walk you through this first. Let me walk you through this first. I know you want to get to this. We'll come back to this, but let me walk you through the example. So let's say we've got a 10-mile lake, right? Across that lake, from point A to point B, one side to the other, is there a drop due to curvature down and away from you, or is there not? Is it just flat?
I mean, depends how big the lake is, but if there's
so 10 miles they're saying.
It might be 0.0001% curvature.
Right. Okay. So in feet or centimeters, I'm just going to tell you what they are claiming, right, on the globe side.
Okay.
And you can look this up. You can go into Google and you can type in curvature calculator, and you can play with the numbers, and you can put in your distances, and it'll tell you how much curve they're supposed to be. So over 10 miles, they say they're supposed to be over 66 feet of drop due to curve from point A to point B over 10 miles. Okay? What do you think about that? Does that sound plausible to you or no? 66 feet.
All right, I was verifying you were correct. Okay. No, that doesn't seem plausible.
Okay, so think about this then. You're standing at one side of the lake, I'm standing at the other side of the lake. Should we be able to see each other if there's this 66 feet of curve between us?
66 feet of curve. Curve as in meaning like after curving
drop
or
over a
drop,
distance.
like a 67% drop in feet. Then no, we
No,
should
like the vertical drop from point A to point B.
Well, no, we can't.
Difference
over 10
between
miles.
percent. He said 67%.
I said 67 feet.
Yeah, 67 feet. So the point B is 67 feet lower than point A, and there's a hump of curve between them.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're 6 foot and I'm 6 foot and we're standing at the side of the lakes and we're trying to see each other with a pair of binoculars, should we be able to see each other?
From 10 miles, no.
Right. Okay. So if you went down and did this and you did see each other, what would that mean?
That the curve is less than they say.
Close. It would just mean that you're not detecting any curve.
Yes, it means that I'm not detecting any curve, which means evidently that they are lying about how big the curve is, at least.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. So this is what's occurring. These are the kind of tests that people are doing, and they're finding that there's none of that. You can see the other person. You can shoot lasers to them. You can flash mirrors at them. And way in excess of 10 miles
Can you
as well.
send these to me? Because I'm actually interested in that. I feel like that'd be cool to see.
Yeah, we're showing you a video in there right now, 34 minutes after the hour. Those 2 oil rigs, the farthest one is 10 miles away, and you see it as clear as day.
Yeah, so for this one, if you go into Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator.
I already did that.
Right. So
what is it?
So if you're 6 foot tall, how far away should the horizon be for you on a globe?
If I'm what?
If you're 6 foot tall. See, it's going to be a slightly different calculator. I mean, it probably will show you it, but if you put in your observer height at 6 feet, it should tell you where that horizon should be, because that's supposed to be the curve of the Earth that boats and things are going over, right?
That just doesn't seem realistic, though.
This is the thing. That's their claim. Also, I've just sent to you in your DMs a link to a server, and in that server, we've got loads of resources, including these long-distance observations, laser tests, things like that. So when you get time, join that and take a look at the additional information sections. They're all alphabetized in different channels.
Okay.
It's terabytes of stuff. You could spend years looking through all the information we've got there, and it's this is just somewhere that you can actually research the other side of the argument, because if you go on Google and YouTube and try and find all this stuff, it's pretty much buried in algorithms, so they're just showing you hit piece bullshit, basically. So that's just a resource for you to look at. But yeah, the guys are going to post in the chat an example of oil rigs, and basically you can check your observer height and it'll tell you how far away the horizon's supposed to be from you. And when we go and test this, the horizon's way in excess of what it's supposed to be if it's the curve of this ball. So yeah, just flat water like we experience.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and research when I have the time that I'm not researching politics or religion, and I'll come back to you maybe if I have time.
Yeah, well, if you've got questions, we're here 24/7. We're also streaming live on YouTube, a few different channels. We've got 2 different YouTube channels. So if you type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube.
Rumble and Twitter.
And Rumble and Twitter, you'll find us online. So you can listen in if you don't fancy talking. But yeah, good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you.
Cool. Peace.
Did you say peace at the end then?
Chill guy.
Peace. Yeah, he was all right. He agrees that water is flat.
Mm-hmm. Flat to the earth.
Flat to the earth. I'll take it.
Yeah.
A PMAC?
Shut up, man, for fuck's sake. But yeah, we'll take water is flat to the earth. Good stuff. Who's next, Cyclone?
Who is next? I don't know. I'm not really looking at the chat. We got anyone else in?
AZ something at the top. He's the one that he's all in,
There's a sketchy guy called
in text, and then he kind of just faded away after he got smoked, I think, in text chat. He was going to go investigate and all that.
So you guys in text chat, you need to start rope-a-doping a bit more. You need to start being like, but how could we be stuck to a ball that's spinning and make them think, that they have a chance, and then they'll come in the VC.
Oh, we got to play that? All right, I'll do that. I don't understand. Can you help me out with these guys? How's that, too? That will always work. I'm on your side.
Yeah, we need to put in a bit more subterfuge to get these guys in. They come in and they're like, haha, I'm going to school these flat earthers. What is a triangle? Fuck.
What is a triangle? A and C, I think, is a triangle at this stage.
A and C.
Yeah, have you not? Is it A and C or B and D? Have you not done the triangle test?
Which one? Sorry. So the question is, which ones aren't? You're saying which ones are?
Oh, is
so it? He fails it too. It's that none of them can actually pass the test.
Is it B and D then? I can't remember the fucking.
So A is, B isn't, C is, D isn't. Can't do math better than saying it.
I've seen that test too many times, bro. Fuck. Anyone ever ask what's a triangle? B and D. That's your answer.
Sorry, what is a triangle?
Isn't a triangle.
What isn't?
Oh, yeah.
What isn't? Yeah, B and D.
Yo, Shaz, that window's mental, bro. What is that window? That's class engineering.
Oh, I guess that's it then. Good night, sweet prince.
But that was it. I was hoping there was going to be more activity.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of them in, but they all went silent. And then that one guy came in. I mean, he was pretty reasonable for the most part. He started going into putting a stick on top of a ball and how that's horizontal. But other than that...
Argenta got a kick out of that one.
Oh, with a stick. Can we agree it's horizontal? No.
He said put a globe on a stick and then look up.
He said like stick a stick through a ball so it's pointing upwards out of the ball. Can we agree that's horizontal? Oh shit!
To use credit, he did shut up for a bit after that when he realised how stupid he was.
That was pretty stupid.
Oh shit!
Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Oof.
So facts that air pressure, yeah. Waves, tides are just what? What did you call them? Long period waves.
Yes, they
That's
are.
what
Look it
tide
up.
is. Nice. Yeah, no, I will do. I'm going to use that term. Long period waves. Nice.
That's what the government calls them.
Yeah, we know you guys like your officially approved and licensed government terminology. Long period waves, ice wall.
It's funny how they say one thing and then they also say another thing. Say two things. They're opposite. One is real and one is make believe. And you just have to figure out which one it is. We figured it all out.
Could talk to Serial Numpty, Nuck, and Futz.
They have to.
Tell them to give you the Bedford level test. Here, I'll put it in the I'll put it in the chat for you guys.
That's another one where they measure the hump, right? Water Hill Earth. That makes
I thought Nuckin was a flat earther now, isn't he?
Yeah, check it out. Look at
Knocking.
He said we observed number 2, and look at how the two sticks are straight up and down vertical. They're plumb to the other one.
Wow.
Except for the hump in the middle.
A hump. That's the same thing they think Jerem measured. That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, but the two sticks aren't diverting from each other.
Oh yeah, that's true. They're parallel. Oops.
That he was scrambling to kind of. He was scrambling like. Go ahead.
It's just a hill on flat Earth, is all it is.
Yeah, because he was like, "Well, you wouldn't be able to notice the divergence." I was like, "Well, then you wouldn't be able to notice the curve."
Well, isn't that what they say? Is they do measure the divergence, reciprocal angles?
Yeah, but he didn't even mention that.
Oh man,
he forgot about that.
Got his rhetoric all twisted. Poor guy.
That's okay. He said he was going to redo the drawing, though. I was like, it's okay. I'm going to save this one. So when you redo it, we can compare why you goofed up the first time.
Radials down to the core, right? What's going on here? This doesn't look like any globe. You just put some sticks on a hill on flat Earth. Cool stuff.
Yeah, they're both vertical. They're parallel to each other, so that's cool. I like that.
Darn.
The poles all rose exactly 6 feet above water level, though. Where's the hill?
Yeah, like I said, his excuse was you wouldn't be able to see the divergence. Again, dude, it's like fucking water hill. Hello.
Yeah, they're not pointing radially away from the center of a ball with that. They're parallel. That's flat Earth proof.
Right, Nucking?
Well, if the Earth was flat, you should be able to establish a line of sight across the tops of all 3 poles, right?
Yeah, you'd be shitting on.
Looks like the first and the second
way-
one aren't lined up right.
You'd be shitting on the way surveying was done before theodolites.
Yeah. First and
This was
second
done
one
with
aren't lined up. You got to do it again until they're lined up, dude. Then put the third one, and then it's
This was
lined
done.
up.
This was done with a theodolite, and
Oh,
line of sight across the top of all three was
they're
impossible.
only good for 1,000 meters. So how could you shoot 3 miles, you dummy?
Theodolites are only good for what?
1,000 meters or less.
Really? Can you show me a specification of a theodolite that states this?
Oh, look one up. How's that?
Well, the theodolite used in Bedford was the C&GS6.
Doesn't matter.
And
They're only.
It doesn't have a
You're
max
going to
range.
tell me you can see through this then with that. You're going to tell me that will cut through what I'm about to show you. That was going to
Well, if you
cut
could just-
through. That's going to
if you
cut
could
through
just show
this
me-
image right here, and you're going to tell me in that time lapse, one snapshot in that time lapse is Earth curve, right? So that's what a theodolite would look like if you could time lapse all day through a theodolite. So when you snap your picture, which is it? Which one are you snapping? Thanks for playing the game.
So can you just show me any documentation of a theodolite having a max
Go
range?
get a theodolite manual and look it up.
Yeah, so you claimed it was a max range of 1,000 meters, right? So can you show me that?
The one I looked up for what's his face, Jesse Path of Lies. Yeah, it's only good for 1,000 meters. After that,
Okay, great. So you have it. Can you
playing
show
games. No, I don't have it. I already looked it up.
it? Oh, okay. Well, when you have that documentation, please
No,
provide
I'm not going to go get it for you. I told you how to do it.
it. So I guess the theodolite that was used to measure the height of Mount Everest was stronger somehow?
So that's not how you do things. You don't measure over 100 miles. Do you?
Sorry.
How far away should you be measuring? And to do Mount Everest, you would just do it in levels.
Theodolites measure angles. All you need to do is establish a line of sight.
So in the image I posted, which
shit.
angle is correct?
I want to figure out the height of Mount Everest. We're going to use a triangle from mean sea level and flat.
Get him, Jedi.
It's just over there. You agreed we just measure angles. Yep.
Yeah, theodolites measure angles. So all you need to do is be
Yeah.
able to see an object through the lens and then raise the theodolite based on the angle that you're measuring in order
Yeah.
to calculate it, right?
Good. And we can figure out the height of Mount Everest above mean sea level, can't we, using this methodology?
Yes, we can, and they did.
Good. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So how did the theodolite see the top of Mount Everest?
We're just going to agree we're going to be measuring an angle, right?
Well, yeah, but your buddy just said that theodolites can't see past 1,000 meters.
Just need to agree that we're going to be measuring an angle. For the height of Mount Everest, we can be utilising the right angle triangle for this, right? The
But
vertical
your buddy
side,
just
that's
said
Mount
theodolites
Everest.
cannot see past 1,000 meters.
I
Mount
didn't
Everest
say
is much
We'll be
higher than
measuring
that.
angles for whatever
I never said
use we
can't see
can.
past it.
You didn't say they see.
Can you guys get consistent?
You're not
Talking
going
about
to win
an
the
accurate-
argument, dude.
He was talking about an accurate measurement.
Oh, okay. So when the theodolite was used to measure the height of Mount Everest, it was not
Yes, it's
accurate.
not that accurate.
Well, how do you confirm if it's accurate or not?
Oh, I mean, I'm asking you. You guys are saying theodolites have max ranges.
It's not that accurate. How do you like that?
Okay, it's not accurate. Good to know.
What do you
How do
need
you
to
know
be
that it's
so
accurate?
accurate for? Why do you need it to be within 2 inches? Tell me why.
Did I say it needed to be within 2 inches?
How close does it need to be so airplanes don't hit it?
That's funny. Well, in the case of Bedford Level,
That's
in the
why
case
it's
of Bedford
measured.
Level, in the case of Bedford Level,
Anyway,
the
I
theodolite
already
had to be
debunked
raised
the
by
Bedford level
0.0217 degrees.
with your
precisely.
moving time lapse looking through air. I already debunked your Bedford level.
Oh,
Well, something
you
will
took a video
respond
at-
to Jedi's
took a video
point
at the
about
Bedford River?
the angles.
All right. Well, anybody else who agrees that theodolites are used to measure angles, you still have to be able to see the object through the theodolite lens in order to measure the angle to it, right?
Yeah, and you're going to get an approximate height, for example, with Everest. I'm not necessarily interested in the millimeters or the inches, but a good roundabout kind of footage will be good because airplanes, like I said, don't want to hit it. But we can measure using this right angle triangle.
Totally agree. Now, how high is Mount Everest approximately? How high is Mount Everest approximately? How high is Mount Everest?
Nobody gives a shit.
Excuse me. How do you acquire an elevation angle from a curved line?
Oh, you want to change topics now? I'm talking about
it's
theodolite.
the same one. If you're going to be measuring this from the surface of a sphere, then your adjacent's going to be curved. So how are you going to acquire an elevation angle from a curved line?
Wait, so were you able to see the top of Mount Everest through the theodolite?
Why are you not answering the question?
He's really dodging this.
Because you're dodging my question. I've been asking
it's
this
the
a while now.
methodology. No, we're talking about the methodology.
Oh, you're trying to save your friend.
Excuse me.
You're trying to save your friend.
We're going to agree that we're going to be measuring angles, right?
Your friend said theodolites can't see past 1,000 meters.
I did not say that.
Listen, this is a very weak
1,000 meters?
reflection.
Feel free to correct yourself. What was 1,000 meters?
They're not accurate after 1,000 meters.
Okay, so then the theodolite that measured the height of Mount Everest was not accurate.
No, it's an approximation. Airplanes don't hit it, do they?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Really, stop trying to dodge Jedi's
They gave
point
an
here.
approximate height and said, now fly 1,000 feet higher than that, and for sure you're not going to hit it.
Well, Mr. Air Pressure just said you can't use a theodolite past 1,000 meters.
I did not say that.
Changing
You
his story.
I'm going to get rid of you if you keep saying
You just said that the theodolite wouldn't work in the Bedford experiment because it was further than 1,000 meters.
Respond to
You guys gonna
Jedi's
save him?
point. Respond to Jedi's point, dude. Stop just dodging it.
Okay, what was Jedi's point? I'll give you this one. So theodolites can see past 1,000 meters. Good. I'm glad we.
Oh my God.
Awesome stuff. And we're going to be measuring angles. So how do you acquire an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
You don't have a curved adjacent using a theodolite.
No, we have the surface of the Earth because the elevation is measured from a horizontal mean sea level to get the height of Everest. That's utilising a right angle triangle with the adjacent's the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but a theodolite is not set on the curve of the Earth. It establishes a baseline of sight, which is straight.
Yeah, it's all straight. They're all straight sides. It's a triangle, a 90-degree triangle. The vertical line, that's Mount Everest, the top of it and the bottom of it. The bottom of it, that's at 90 degrees. Perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, mean sea level. It's a triangle. You, the observers, measuring the elevation angle. So how do you acquire an elevation angle if your adjacent's curved?
A theodolite establishes a straight line of sight. So the baseline is straight.
So we're not measuring curvature here then?
We're measuring the height of Mount Everest.
Yes, utilising a right angle triangle from mean sea level. All of the lines are straight.
Yeah, a theodolite establishes a straight
So
line
you're
of sight.
using a flat baseline. So you're using a flat baseline. Yeah.
Can I just
answered your question.
Out from his, can I just point something out from his paper? It said, while the Bedford level experiment was not conclusive in providing the Earth's curvature, it played a role in sparking scientific debate and raising awareness of the need for more precise measurements to understand the Earth's shape. This is from your own paper.
Ooh.
Ow.
Ouch. Ouch.
Giving us the inconclusive stuff, eh?
What papers? What are you talking about? I haven't written any.
The paper from the Bedford level experiment.
What paper is that? This was done in 1901.
The one Alfred Russel Wallace, the later one after Samuel Rowbotham.
I'm not talking about either of those guys.
What are you talking about then?
Henry Oldham in 1901. He measured it with a theodolite.
All right. Let me look that up.
Yeah, you should.
Henry Oldman.
But the theodolite you just said just used a horizontal baseline.
That's right. And
so
Henry Oldham,
then, not curved.
He established a flat line of sight from pole 1 to pole 3. If the Earth is
We're
flat...
not going to be measuring an elevation angle.
Well, no. So listen to what he did. He established a line of sight from the tops of poles 1 to 3. Then he measured the elevation angle to the top of pole 2, which should be between them. Now, if
Your accuracy is going to be off. Your accuracy is going to be. That was already explained to you. Your accuracy
Now, if the
is
Earth
going to
is
be off.
Now, if the Earth is flat,
Your
there shouldn't have
accuracy
been
is
any.
going to be off. The
If the Earth
distance
is flat,
Oh, dude, you're just going to barrel through me, aren't you?
all right, go ahead.
Accuracy is going to be off. You can't use it to measure for accuracy.
What do you think is inaccurate here?
That what you're trying to prove is that you have wibbly wobbly things in the distance, which already was demonstrated to you visually. There's going to be distortion.
Well, no, that's actually incorrect. There's actually wiggly waves, or whatever you like to call it, in the sea, on the ground. No.
Oh, shut this
So here we go.
Oh my god!
Shut up.
So my outstanding question for you guys, if you're willing to hear me out and try to answer it, if you establish a line of sight from the toss of poles 1 to 3,
I already told you, dude.
Then
You're
why
not
did
gonna
the
be able to have
theodolite have to be
accuracy.
raised in order to
Because you're
see the
not
top of
gonna
pole
get
2?
accuracy.
Oh, that's incorrect, actually. I can show you the curvature of the Earth.
Shut up, dude. Nobody's talking to you. All right, so when you're doing a line of sight, and you're gonna be shooting for that distance, there's 3 miles from poles 1 and 2, and then from poles 1 to 1 and 3 is gonna be 6 miles. You're not gonna have the accuracy. Plus, there's gonna be a lot of air distortion from the heating and cooling right above the water. Your accuracy is gonna be not there, so you're gonna see a lot of distortion. That was already demonstrated to you in the GIF that was posted in the text channel. And you're just going to whistle past the graveyard because you don't want to admit that that's true. And your accuracy is not going to be there. So you can't, it's not useful for the distance that you're trying to use it for. Radwin told you time and again, accuracy is not there. And you just whistle past the graveyard and keep saying like this is something valid.
Okay, so help me understand then. Theodolites cannot be used past a certain distance? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, what is that distance?
Whatever device the manufacturer put on the device.
Okay, do you have any documentation backing this up?
Yeah, so every theodolite.
Can you provide it, please?
Every theodolite is going to have the user manual that tells you what it's useful for. Professionals use them for every single day. So they're going to have their own set of like individual parameters.
Right, so can you show me any of them, like a screenshot?
He's not going to
show me any documentation that specifies a maximum range for a theodolite.
Dude, it's incumbent upon you to actually provide the documentation for the instrument used in your scenario. This is your evidence.
Wait
a minute,
you're not going to show the evidence for something you just claimed.
He just said that every manual specifies a max range, so I'm asking him to show what he said is out there.
What we would need from you is the actual manual and the documentation for the maximum effective range of the theodolite used in the example that you want to use.
Yeah, so I'm not even asking about my theodolite. I'm asking about any theodolite. Show me any documentation, any manual that specifies a max range. You claim they all say it. So show it to me.
No worries. Hold on a second. Do you think that theodolites are accurate just to all distances? Do you think that they're just infinitely accurate?
I think a theodolite, as long as you can see the object that you're trying to establish line of sight to, can be used.
See, that's where he's wrong.
I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think. I want you to provide for us the accuracy of the instrument that you're using. Don't just tell us what you think.
Well, good. If I'm wrong, then just provide a manual that specifies a max range.
I think
no, we need the accuracy of your device. Then we'll go from there.
I mean, I'm sorry, your buddy made a claim that every manual specifies a max range. I just want to see one.
I think sporadic split in the text.
Pat, shut up. The fact that you don't know this information is the reason why you're using this as a proof for Earth being a globe. Because professionals, they have to have their equipment be something that people that actually pay money to have buildings made. So they're going to have their devices that they use to be specific for accuracy. The fact that you don't know that and that you're acting like you're oblivious, well, show me the evidence. That's the reason why your evidence is not evidence right now, because you don't have the accuracy. You don't have the accuracy put down on the device to give it to what specific distance that we're going to be able to be useful for. So that's
Well, I'll tell you
part right now.
Well, hold on.
You don't know. You're telling me.
Let me tell you. I went looking. I went
Before
looking for
you
max
respond,
ranges, and I couldn't
two
find
seconds.
it.
2 seconds.
All right, go
2
ahead.
seconds. Pads was jumping in saying that Sporadics posted something in the text chat, which is maybe what you're asking for. So take a look at that if you're still asking, or someone can read it out.
Yeah, while you're there
That's
too, I've got no values on this 1901 observation.
The 1901 by Henry Oldham?
Yeah,
What do you mean you have no values? Just look at the Wikipedia page.
that's what I did. There's no values, no distance, no height measured between the two poles.
What?
Have you got
The
it?
poles
Have you
were all
got it?
the poles were all
Yeah,
6
three
feet
poles.
above.
The one in the
The
middle.
poles were all
they're
6
saying
feet
it's
above.
Hang on, dude. They're saying it was 1.8 meters higher than the other two poles, but there's no distance between the poles. Can you help me out, please?
They were 3 miles apart.
3 miles apart. So why is the one in the middle 6 feet higher?
Because it's on the
1.8
hump of
meters.
Earth's curvature.
It's only It's only an 8-inch drop over. Wait, sorry.
Yeah, over 1 mile.
Yeah, 1 mile. So 3
So what
miles
is it, 3
should
miles?
be. Yeah, and then you've got to half that because you're coming from two sides.
No, you're just coming from one side.
No, you're coming from two sides because the one in the middle is 1.8 higher than the two outside poles.
Then the line of sight established by the two outside poles. That's right.
Yes, why is it 1.8 meters higher than the two outside poles if it's only 3 miles?
Because it's on the hump of Earth's curvature.
Oh my God.
Each pole is exactly 6 feet above the surface of the water.
Yeah.
I posted.
And yet
I
the second
posted-
pole rises above the line of sight. What's that about?
Yeah,
Hold on, hold on.
1.8 meters above?
Yeah.
It's above line of sight. Yeah,
Yeah, hold on.
1.8 meters.
Nucky,
How small is your bowl?
Hold on. I posted it
Tiny
in
at this
the text.
point.
I posted it in the text chat. Can you see it?
Hold on.
Nucking butts.
Yeah, I'm here. What am I looking at?
What you asked for. It's there.
Okay.
You
Where does it
said
say max
post
range?
something that's. Oh my God, dude! I just posted it. You can't see it? Read it.
I'm reading it right now. It doesn't say anything about a max
Highlighted
range.
for you. It's highlighted for you.
Yeah, it says the laser. Here, I'll read it out loud. It says the laser makes it possible to measure distances over 170 meters reflectorless and over 10 kilometers to one
What are
prism.
you reading? What are you
the
reading?
highlighted portion.
No, that's
I'm
not
reading
it.
I'm reading what you posted. What
the fuck are you reading?
Are you Alpha Veritas? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm reading the highlighted portion of what you posted. The coaxial XR laser makes it possible to measure distances over 170 meters, reflectorless, and over 10 kilometers to one prism. Refer to the chapter Technical Specifications.
Yeah, so they have specifications. So all these things that you're talking about depends on what type of theodolite you're going to use, and so they're all going to have different specifications. You're not
but where does it
saying
say
that.
max
You're
range?
not-
Where does it say
you're
max
not-
range?
The reason why they have specifications. Oh, here's the thing, though. Do you think
Where does
that
it
you
say
can
max
just-
range?
Do you think you can go to Home Depot and just get any theodolite and then just apply it to a job site that's the people that are going to pay you good money to get a building made? Do you think that's how it works?
No, I never said that.
Well, it is what you're saying. Essentially,
No,
what you're
that's not what
saying
I said
is
at all.
grab your common garden variety theodolite and just go onto a job site where they're going to pay you $1 million to make a building, and that one's just fine. They don't do that, doofus. They obviously
ever
have
say that?
specifications. Yeah, you're essentially
Okay,
saying
so you're
that.
doing the straw man
So
thing?
specifically, the accuracy of the device is going to depend on the device. They're all made for specific ranges. Are you an idiot?
Can you provide any documentation that specifies
Oh my
a max
God,
range?
why are you asking for that? That's obvious. It's fucking obvious.
You said every theodolite has a max range, and I want the documentation to prove what you said.
What the fuck do you think they make different ones for, you idiot?
You just said
Fucking hell,
every
Joe.
documentation specifies a max range. Just show me one.
Dude,
just
this
show me
guy's
one.
a fucking
Be
clown,
honest.
man. How the
Yeah,
fuck isn't he realizing that?
I'm the clown, but you make claims that you
Yeah,
can't
you
see.
are.
Hey,
All right.
Nuck and Farts, can we go over these values? Because I've only got a drop over distance of 2.1 feet over 3 miles for the globe. Now the one in the middle is raised 1.8 meters, which is 6 feet. So where's that curvature coming from?
The ground underneath it, because the Earth
So
curves. That's the whole point.
So you changed the size of the ball. Is it smaller now?
No, your math must
How
be
is
wrong.
it? My math is not wrong.
Yeah, so
Did you
the
even
pole
check
raised
math?
1.8 meters over the line of sight. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, so between the two outside poles, the one in the middle was 6 feet above them, but the total distance of Earth curvature from the first pole to the third pole is only 2 feet. So why is it raised 6 feet in the middle?
Okay, do you know what line of sight means?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so there's an established line of sight from the top poles 1 to 3.
Yes.
You with me? Okay.
Yep.
Then the distance or the height of pole 2 above that line of sight is 1.8 meters.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So where is
That's
that drop
different.
over distance coming from? Why is it so large?
That is not the same as drop over distance.
Excuse me. So if you're making a mark that's 6 feet higher in the center, the third pole is only supposed to be 2 feet lower than the third pole is only supposed to be 2 feet lower over that distance to the third pole. So how is the second pole, which is supposed to be sitting on Earth's curve on the hump between the two poles, 6 feet higher than the other two poles?
Because the other two poles are slightly angled away, and
You
they
can't
establish
math,
a line of
can you?
sight that is below the normal drop
Wait
over
a minute.
distance.
They're slightly angled away. So over 3 miles, what would be the percentage of the angle? Remember, it's
6
only
miles?
1 degree over 69 miles, apparently. So
You
what
mean
would
over
be
6
the
miles,
difference
right?
in the height? What would
You mean
be
over 6 miles?
It'd be
1 degree
pointing
to
at your
69
position,
miles.
and the other two would just be pointing away. This whole thing is a clusterfuck. You're completely
Then
scrambled.
and you've made your ball about 5 times smaller.
Yeah.
No, the radius is about
Scott Radius
4,000 miles.
about 800 miles.
Yeah.
So here, I'll help you out. The drop over distance from poles 1 to 3 was 6 feet.
2.1.
Meaning the top of pole 3 was just above the horizon from Henry Oldham's perspective.
Okay, the Earth's measurements are from pole 1 to pole 3, 2.1 feet in difference in height. That's what it should be according to Earth's curvature. Correct?
I'm sorry. You're not understanding the measurement that was performed.
I am understanding. I use these things every day. If I've got a 6 foot hump in the middle of something, that can't be the same as Earth curve. Only supposed to be measuring 2 foot from double the distance.
All right. It seems like you don't understand line of sight.
No, you can't just say, I don't understand. I just explained it to you.
Yeah, the pole raises above line of sight, not the ground.
Not by 6 feet. There's obviously
Yes, by
something
6
else
feet.
going on.
Yes, by 6 feet.
Can you draw that for me? Just draw it and then you'll work it out, right?
Alpha Verad has already posted my drawing. You can go look at it.
The further pole is only supposed to be 2.1 foot below the first pole, right?
Yes, I agree with that. If your line of sight was horizontal, but it's not. The line of sight is to the top of pole 3.
Yes. So why is the one in the middle? So you're saying there's a hump, not a drop?
Yes. There's a hump above the line of sight. That's right. That's why establishing line of sight is important.
That's not how it works.
Dude, that's why I keep asking you about line of sight.
So it still doesn't equal 6 foot in the air. The middle pole does not point up 6 feet in the air. That's an impossibility.
It does above line of sight from poles 1 to 3. That's the whole point of the experiment.
It can't.
It is. It does. It did.
It's mathematically impossible.
This fucking guy.
Well, I don't know how
He's got that invincible ignorance. Check out what I just posted, man, for you. And this was just a quick overview. This was
whole time you were thinking that it was just drop over distance.
Can you not hear what I'm talking? So it was a quick overview.
I was talking to your
it
friend.
was a quick. I know, but you couldn't provide evidence.
You're interrupting.
You couldn't provide evidence of the case for that. But I'm just going to show you.
I was trying to educate
you're wrong.
your friend. But if you want to interrupt us, you can.
On a technicality, you're wrong. It says no. I asked the question: can you use any theodolite on any job site so that you can hear from fucking AI, dude? It says no, you cannot use any theodolite for any job site. The sustainability of a theodolite depends on the specific requirements of the project, including accuracy needs, the type of work being done, and the environmental conditions. Some theodolites are better suited for certain tasks or conditions other than others. Here's why you shouldn't assume any theodolite will work for any job.
Oh my God,
accuracy.
The whole thing.
Accuracy. Fucking for you, because I told you this, and you're like, no.
Did I ever say that any theodolite can be used at any time? Did I ever say that?
Yes, goddammit. You're the one that said that you can use whatever. Bullshit.
All right, play the tape back.
How the fuck do you know that the accuracy is there for the theodolite that was being used for the fucking Bedford level that you were talking about? How do you know the
theodolite used? The theodolite used was CNGS 12, which is the exact same theodolite that they used in the entire first 2 decades of that century. It's the only one they used.
So put the accuracy down so we can know the specifics, dumbass. So we know the requirements that were needed for the specific task. That's what I've been telling you. Put them down in the text so we can all see what it is.
At a height of 6 feet, it's accurate up to 6 miles.
Put the fucking specs down, dude, so we can see.
I already looked at this. I already looked at the specs. There's no.
I don't give a fuck what you say. I looked up. Put the specs of the thing down in the text so we can all see that you're saying what you're saying is true based on the model.
Interesting. So when I ask you to provide documentation,
dude,
you won't.
You are carrying the claim.
You're asking me to provide documentation.
You're carrying the claim.
You're the one that said documentation specified max ranges.
Yeah, so
that's what you said.
It does. According to AI, it says that all. Yeah. It says there, dumbass.
Just provide one.
It says there that all of them require specific differences for accuracy depending on the job site. So you
it doesn't say anything about max range.
Yeah, you have to provide what accuracy that specific model had for that specific job that you were doing. So
the CNGS 12, it's accurate up to 6 miles from a height of 6 feet.
So up to 6 miles. And so what were you actually citing there?
The CNGS 12 theodolite.
Yeah, what were you citing? What was your target?
6 miles away.
6 miles away.
Yes.
And the environmental conditions, were the environmental conditions taken into consideration?
Yes, that's why the poles were raised 6 feet above the surface of the water.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
That's what he did.
Yeah, I know that's what he did. How do you know the environmental conditions were taken into consideration?
Because at a height of 6 feet over the water, the refractive index is minimized.
Oh, bullshit.
Really? How the fuck do you know that?
Science class?
Science class, really? Tell me how you know the refractive index was taken into consideration?
Because the first time this experiment was done, it was only 1 foot above the surface of the water, and the refractive index was incredibly high, which is why they raised it to 6 feet.
How high? How high was it?
I don't know what it was at the 1 foot.
Oh, you don't know the refractive index. Interesting. So that means you don't know the importance of the environmental conditions, according to you, that needed to be factored in to your line of sight. It wasn't factored in.
I'm not talking about the 1 foot measurement. I'm talking about the 6 foot measurement.
You don't know the 1 foot. Oh, yeah. What was environmental conditions according to you for the 6 foot measurement?
Refraction was reduced significantly.
Yeah,
I don't know the exact.
How much? By how much?
You don't know. You don't know the exact
refractive index. No.
That's it. You see, you don't know the exact thing. So how do you know the environmental conditions weren't causing something to cause distortion? How do you know that?
Because it's completely irrelevant to the measurement that was taken.
Bullshit, irrelevant.
Not irrelevant.
Fuck your irrelevant shit, dude.
It was irrelevant.
Because if we showed you a black swan image taken from 6 foot height, you wouldn't be happy with it. You wouldn't go, okay, you got me.
Yeah, you would have said refraction. Yeah, easily. But now in this case, it's inconsequential. How convenient.
Well, here, let me explain.
No,
In
I don't
this
need your
case-
explanation, dude. What I need you
you
to
don't want
do
an explanation.
No, I need you to tell me the refractive
cool. You can
index
cut me off. I
exactly
know
that
it.
was required
You're
that
cornered.
specific day.
Refraction.
You don't have it, do you? Yeah.
Refraction was only a point to establishing line of sight to the third
Bro,
pole.
how the fuck do you know that?
Because the whole point of the experiment was to measure the angle increase to the height of pole 2.
You don't know the refractive index that day. You don't know any of those measurements.
The refractive index was irrelevant to this particular
No,
measurement.
it's not irrelevant. So now it's irrelevant. You see how these guys are, the Globers? It's irrelevant when it suits them, and it's not when it doesn't. So the Black Swan,
right.
oh yeah, you guys got to tell me what the refractive
irrelevant
index
to
is.
this particular measurement. It's not a
this
matter
is
of
some
being able to
bullshit,
see an
dude.
object.
Nothing
It's not a
but-
matter of being able to see an object. It's a matter of measuring the angle increase.
Posted at 16 minutes after the hour, and tell me where the theodolite and the stick are in that picture.
614, the theodolite is at the top of pole 1.
16 minutes after the hour, atmospheric refraction, it says. When you set your experiment up, which time in that snapshot were you doing your measurements at? When it was bent up in the air or bent down? Which one? So we know.
What the fuck? You're showing me a GIF that's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about?
Oh, you've been debunked.
Okay, so a GIF of some island that just says atmospheric refraction is debunking theodolites measuring elevation angles.
Not a skunk bay. That's not even
Wow.
1/4
Way to kill the conversation, Air Pressure.
Not that, and you're getting that in just 1/4 of the distance.
Yeah, so if I had a theodolite and I were standing where the camera was...
Shut up, bro. Shut up. What was the height of the theodolite?
6 feet.
What was the height of the first pole?
6 feet. The theodolite sat on top of it.
Okay, so then he had to tilt the theodolite down in order to line up the first pole with the third pole.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I've got
that would have raised. Hey, bro, that would have raised the first pole above the crosshairs in the theodolite viewfinder.
Yeah, it should be 18. The first pole, the middle pole should be. Stop! The middle pole should be 18 inches above the line of sight. That's it.
Okay, so wait, earlier you said it was...
Oh, your calculations are wrong.
Earlier you said it was 2 feet. Now you're saying it's 18 inches?
You're not listening, are you? I just put the calculations in the chat.
So
you're calculating the middle pole 18 inches above line of sight if you're pointing it to if you're pointing at both the outside poles. 18 inches.
Do you understand the difference between a line of sight
and
height over the ground?
In there.
What you just posted is drop in height due to Earth's curvature. We're not talking about that. We're talking about angle over line of sight.
Yes, between the two poles.
So he first would have had to have leveled the theodolite, right? He would have had to have leveled the theodolite.
No, that's not required.
Bro, come on, bro.
That's not required.
That's not required. So is not taking the environmental conditions not required. There's a lot of things not required just so that you can get a globe. That's what you're doing. You're avoiding everything that would be necessary for anybody doing a targeting distance. You're avoiding every single possible thing that you should acknowledge.
If I'm wrong, just let me cook myself. Why do you keep interrupting?
You're wrong. You're wrong, dude. You're fucking wrong. You're fucking wrong, and you don't want to admit it.
Wrong on so many levels.
Stop interrupting. Let me cook myself.
The
theodolite was used to establish line of sight from the top of pole 1 to the top of pole 3. It did not have to be level. Atmospheric conditions.
You just said that was at fucking 6 feet, and the top of the first pole was at 6 feet.
Yes. And that's where the theodolite
which means that they're fucking level with each other, you fuckwit.
What? The theodolite and the top of pole 1
fucking insane.
are at the exact same place. The theodolite and the top of pole 1, exact same place.
I asked you.
Do you understand?
What height they were. I asked you what the height of the theodolite was and what the height of the first pole was. And you said they're both the same. And then I said, so he had to angle the theodolite down in order to line the two poles up with each other, right?
That's
After
correct.
After that.
After that, what?
No, after he figured he got the theodolite at the same height as the first pole. And then he had to angle the theodolite down, right?
Yes, I agree.
Right. That would raise the first pole higher in the view.
He's not looking at the first pole. He's looking at the third pole. The first pole is not in view of the theodolite.
Hey, you're supposed to have in the viewfinder the first pole at equal elevation as the third pole. To see that there's a difference in the height of the second pole? Like in your fucking diagram, you dickhead?
You don't have to see the top of pole 1. The theodolite is at the top of pole 1. They're right next to each other.
What the fuck?
Here, let me help you.
What are you on about, bro?
Let me help you, okay? So you have the theodolite at the top of pole 1, and then you suspend it, like, imagine a crane, right? And it's just hanging there. Then you remove pole 1, right? And the theodolite's just floating. Then
he's got it right at the same location as the first pole?
Was it
yes,
a top?
right at the
Was it a
exact same
top?
location.
Was
so
it
you don't
a
even
top
need the
pole
first
one?
fucking pole.
You just need it
You
to
just need the
establish your
theodolite
base
and two
point of view.
poles.
You just use it to establish your base point of view and establish line of sight to the third pole. That's it.
Well, you keep saying it was a top pole 1. That would mean that it's slightly above from viewpoint of the.
No, it's exactly the same height as pole 1, and it's right next to it. And then you look through the lens, and you find the top of pole 3, which is 6 miles away. That's your line of sight. Then you calculate how high you have to raise the theodolite to see the top of pole 2, which was 0.0217 degrees.
You shouldn't have to do that. It will be a drop, not a hump. This is retarded.
Yeah, okay. You guys clearly don't even understand what line of sight is.
Yeah, no, you don't understand. Yeah, that's always your cop-out. No, you don't understand. Nice projection. It will be a drop. It will be a
shoot thing. They're always shooting down around the ball.
Yeah, it'd be down and around. It wouldn't be up and then down.
Yeah.
Fucking
That's
water
why-
hell earth.
That's why the line of sight to pole 3 is the key detail.
Hey, Nuck
The
and
line of
Farts,
sight
can you
to
show
pole
the
3 is the key detail.
Nuck and Farts.
What?
Can you show the calculation that would make the middle pole 6 foot in the air? Please help me out, dude.
That's straight up bullshit, dude. I swear, this guy.
He's confused.
Can you do that? Can you do that for me?
He's making our YouTube content, and everybody can hear what Globers sound like when they're desperate.
Dude, a freaking water hill? Like, that's stupid already.
Yeah, you're trying to show us the wrong thing, dude. You shot yourself in the foot before you even began.
Like, he's seriously trying to defend a water hill, like, right now.
Yeah, it goes up and then down.
Yeah, because guess what? If it's within 6 miles, how big do you think the fucking Earth is, dude? If you said that's Earth curvature, dumbass.
Not even a 1,500-mile radius. You'd have to
Fucking
figure it
hell,
out.
bro.
Little tiny moon Earth.
Well, I'm not sure what's going on, but I just joined, and the first thing that I heard that was he was hanging a theodolite off a crane.
Yeah, I
Where
know,
does this
that's not going to
happen in
work.
reality?
Yeah.
His imagination, because he thinks that things don't sway when they're hung by a crane.
So that so-called that white swan that they like to post, the oil rig, the first one should be up, should be on a little bit of an incline. This is how it's supposed to work.
Here and then down around for the second one.
Yeah.
Okay.
AJ,
do you understand that line of
Have you
sight
got
from
the-
pole 1 to
have you got
3
the calculation yet?
is not going to be horizontal? Do you
AJ,
understand that?
You have the-
I just
you have
what
the
he put as. Hold on, guys. I just posted what he thinks is going on, AJ, in the text.
And Nuck and Farts, can you post that calculation that would make it 6 feet in the air, the middle pole, please?
Specific Bedford level, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I don't have that math with me. But it validates a drop over
How can you
distance of
say
8
that
inches
I'm
per
wrong
mile
then?
squared.
It's not a drop.
Well, you just said
it's a rise, dude.
it validates.
What are you talking about?
What?
He
It
shot himself.
validates.
He shot himself in the face with that one, heretic.
That's just pathetic.
It validates a drop over distance of 8 inches per
Then
mile
why is
squared.
it
a hump.
why is it
That's not what-
rising then?
So it's not a hump then?
It's rising over line of sight from pole 1 to 3.
So it's not a
It's like
drop.
you guys don't understand what line of sight means.
So it's not a drop.
Do you think that the line of sight from pole 1 to 3 is exactly horizontal?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that what you think? So then how
Oh,
come
yeah.
he had to raise the theodolite to see the top of pole 2?
Because
Yeah,
he
must be
had
on a concave
Earth.
that day. He had refraction that day. I showed you the picture.
Yeah.
You can't tell me what time it was taken when he did it.
Oh,
Take any snapshot
and here's-
any day anywhere in the world, and you're going to get the same effect if you do a time lapse.
And here's why refraction is irrelevant in this measurement. And here's why. Because the same refraction,
Too long of a distance.
the same refraction,
Too long of a distance.
the same refraction that would have distorted
Too
his
long
view
of a
to pole 3
distance.
would have also distorted his view to pole 2.
It's too long of
And
a
so
distance.
therefore anything impacting his vision of pole 3 would have also impacted his vision of pole 2. So they should stay in a straight line if the Earth was flat.
Well, from what you're saying, there is only 2 poles because you said put it at pole 1, remove pole 1, and then start looking at pole 3 over pole 2. There would only be
Correct.
2 poles.
Yeah, I'm using pole
That's
1
what
as
had me confused.
I'm using
there
pole
is no
1
third pole. There's only
as
2
the
poles.
viewer.
All right, we're still arguing about something that you haven't confirmed yet. Can you confirm the math that pole 2 should be 6 foot higher than between pole 1 and pole 3? Please. Otherwise, you're arguing for nothing.
Yeah, all the calculators show a drop, not this horse shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You guys seriously don't
No, he's
understand
not
the
gonna
difference
help
between
you. You're lying about
angle
this.
above line of sight and drop over distance? Do you not get the difference between those two?
Yes, I do. Can you please show me the calculation?
You do? Okay, so why do you keep treating them the same?
That should be a
I'm
depression
trying to
angle
get-
then, because it should be going down.
Trying to get you to give me that you were saying I did the calculations wrong, so can you please correct me? I'm asking you for help. Please correct me and show me the calculation for a 6 foot rise in the middle pole.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I got to go do that. That's harder than drop over distance.
So it's
not
not
what
drop
you're
over
measuring.
distance. So it's not drop over distance.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not drop over distance.
There you
I'm
go.
the first one to
There
say
you
that.
go.
You guys
Thanks.
keep thinking they're the same thing.
Thanks. That'll be all.
Yeah, see you next
You can
time,
send me a DM if you want with the calculations when you get them. I need
Timbo, yeah.
to work out what I've done wrong.
Timbo, yeah, I'd be happy to send that to you. But this
All
is
right,
different than drop over distance. Right?
Yeah,
this
I
is
get it.
elevation
Oh, shit.
over line of sight.
Yeah, it's
what
not
you're
drop
doing.
over distance.
It's hump over distance. It's called hump
It's
over
not.
distance.
It's hump
Wow.
over distance.
What's the hump over distance in that?
I mean, you guys laughing like it's your own
You know where
ignorance.
the hump
funny
over
as hell,
distance
bro.
parameter and Walter
That's
Bennett's
busting you here.
calculator?
At 6
You guys
miles.
don't even understand what line of sight means.
What
I
is
think
the
he's saying
hump?
because he points the camera down. That would mean because it's not level, then it would be a rise in elevation. I think that's what he's saying.
Any pictures?
Yes,
anyway,
that's correct. Because the angle from pole 1 to 3 is down, and the second pole rises above that line. And the only way that could happen is if Earth is curved.
But the angle is only 2 feet over 3 miles, so it's an angle of less than 1 degree. All right.
No, it's 0.0217 degrees above line of sight.
0.021. That's from the first to the third.
That's above line of sight from 1 to 3. So to see the top of pole 2, he raised the theodolite by 0.0217 degrees. So you can use that and basic trigonometry to calculate the height of that middle pole.
Raised to what?
What?
Raised? You raised the theodolite to get what?
The angle of the theodolite to see the top of pole 2.
No. You'd be lowering at any rate. You'd be lowering, not raising.
No, you lower from 1 to 3. Yeah,
You lower from 1 to 3. That's your line of sight.
No, at any rate.
Yeah,
you would have to
to see the top
lower
of pole 2.
to
You have
equal
to
that.
raise it.
No, I'm not going to call them pole 2. It's pole 1 and pole 2. You've only got 2 fucking poles and a theodolite, right? You haven't got a third fucking pole, you fucking idiot, right? So
We can call it whatever you want.
No, fucking shut up. So you get your theodolite, you level it out, right? So you're saying to get the top of the first pole, right, that he's looking at, to get it equal with the crosshairs in the theodolite, you would have to lower it from horizontal. You'd have to, from horizontal.
Yes, you would
You'd have to lower it. You'd have to
from
lower
horizontal,
it.
yes. From horizontal, yes, I agree.
And then
from
to
horizontal.
get the third one, right? The second pole beyond that one, the first pole, to get that to the top of that one to be equal with the crosshairs in the theodolite, you'd have to lower it even more.
Correct.
If the Earth is curved, yes.
What are the angles? What were the angles? Give us the angle measurements for both.
The angle to the top of pole 1 was 0.0217 degrees above the line to pole 2.
Not pole. So pole 1. So that's the first pole that he can see in the viewfinder.
Yep.
Okay. What was the angle that was from horizontal that he had to lower it?
You can call that your base angle. It doesn't matter what it is.
No.
Yeah, it does.
The base is horizontal. So then we're going to lower it to get the first pole equal with the crosshairs, and we're going to measure that angle. What was that angle?
Again, the question that is being asked here is the angle to the top of pole 2, is it
I want to
different
know all the angles.
than to the top of pole 2?
What are the angles so he knows so he can write it down?
That's not how theodolites work.
Yes,
you
it is.
establish line of sight to an object first.
No, you don't. That's not what it's built for. It's just built for taking angles. So you can get an angle from the theodolite to the first pole. You can get an angle to that, and then the next angle should be increasing, right, from the first one. So what are those angles?
Yes. So the angle to the first pole is irrelevant to this particular demonstration.
I want to know it. I want to know that angle.
I don't know what that is. Like I said, it's irrelevant.
Fuck off then. Fuck off then.
It's
but
not
the question
irrelevant.
is, why did he have to lower the theodolite further to see pole 3? Why did he have to do that?
Don't care. I want all the data.
If the Earth was flat, he shouldn't have had to do that.
I want all the data.
Incorrect. Didn't you just claim refraction?
No, I didn't claim refraction. And if you want all of the data, including irrelevant details, do you also want to know what car he drove to the river that day?
So no refraction on that day?
Refraction is irrelevant to this measurement.
How?
The only question being asked is the angle to pole 3 different than the angle to pole 2? That's it.
That's not true at all, dude. You're claiming
the only question.
You're claiming
you didn't give the angle.
You're claiming refraction doesn't have anything to do with it, but it's been demonstrated that under different conditions, right, the images that you're looking at, they tend to go up and down, right? Thus, you have to change depending on the scale, you have to tilt your eyes or tilt your head up or down to actually line up with it, right? That changes the angle of things, dude.
And
so for you to say that refraction doesn't, or whatever we're calling this atmospheric condition, distortion, whatever, right, doesn't affect this. I mean, you have to.
I didn't say it didn't affect it. I didn't say it didn't affect it. I said that it was irrelevant.
But that's not that's just another way of saying it doesn't affect it.
No, it did affect it, but it was irrelevant because refraction influenced his ability to see the top of pole 2 and 3. So it impacted both observations.
So
that's why it's irrelevant. It can be canceled out because it impacted both
but that's not true.
observations.
Hey, check this out. Even if that was the case, that it was affecting both, we know that this effect, it compounds over distance, right? So let's say it affected the first one where it changed the degree by half a degree or something like that. that doesn't necessarily mean it would change the second one by half a degree. Also, it would change it by half a degree plus some more because it's even further.
Yeah.
Right?
I agree. The further out you go, the stronger refraction is. Do you agree with that?
That's why,
so if you're saying that it doesn't affect
that's why T-Dub's asking for the first measurement of the first pole and then the next pole so that you can work out whether it is actually exponentially curving or whether you're getting just a downward slope. Like, it's not irrelevant, yeah? It's
So
relevant.
then let me ask you this question. If refraction is what caused the middle pole to appear higher, then shouldn't refraction refraction cause the third pole to appear even higher than pole 2?
No, dude. No, because hold on. When you're saying when you say higher, are you saying higher than the angle to the last pole, or are you saying
down already?
Higher? Are you saying higher relative to the viewer's horizontal?
I'm not. The viewer's horizontal is irrelevant here. We're not talking about that. It's just line of sight to the third pole. That's it.
Okay. Okay. So the thing is a little bit higher than that. Yeah. Okay.
So if refraction is what caused that middle pole to look higher, then the third pole should be even higher.
No, dude. Now you're fucking mincing words and shit.
Yeah, you're not.
If you're
not
looking at the
using horizontal because you're pointing down at the third pole.
Yeah, if you're looking at
to get horizontal, you've got to point the theodolite back up. So they're both lower.
Yeah, if you're looking at pole 2, if you're looking at pole 2 that was affected by some, atmospheric distortion, right? That atmospheric distortion would be worse than the first one. So if the first one is, let's say it's lower than horizontal, in theory it would be, right? If you're on a ball, you have to tilt downwards to see the first thing. Then you'd have to tilt down further to see the second thing, just naturally, of course.
But if refraction is worse to the third pole, then you should have to tilt it up.
Why?
Why would it be doing that?
Why would it have
because
to go up?
If refraction is stronger, then light bends more. So the object would appear higher.
So you have a misconception. You have a misconception, dude. Refraction has.
So when those boats are floating in the air over the ocean,
so this is the
that's
point.
what I'm talking
about. What I'm trying to point out is depending on the conditions. Sorry if you guys hear noise. It's depending on the nature of the conditions. The image that you're viewing in the distance can be either higher or lower than it would have otherwise been if there were no distortions.
But it would be the same level of distortion to the second object.
No, it wouldn't.
As it is to the third object, right?
Well, first of all,
proportion to distance.
No, because number one, you have to assume that the conditions between the viewer and the third pole and the viewer and the second pole are the same. Number one. And then even if that were the case, the effect compounds over distance, right? You're kind of I think what you're articulating there is it's almost as if you're imagining it like a slope as opposed to a curve, right? The slope would change, it would angle up or down, but you would still see, down that same line of sight that would be linear. But in this case, if the effect is compounding, it grows non-linearly.
My question here is, if that were the case, then the angle to the second pole should be lower than the angle to the third pole.
Is it not? No, not necessarily.
If refraction is as you just described, it should be lower.
No, well, here's the problem. The variability in this is so vast, and the fact that you don't have the data points outlining the conditions makes it that much worse, because there's no way to really tell what is going on here because of that.
So the only way for what you just described to actually influence the result of this is if the refractive index from poles 2 to 3 was inverted from poles 1 to 2. If it flipped.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, you must have misunderstood. If the line of sight to the last pole is lower than the line of sight angle to the first one, right? That could be either that the conditions are such that the poles drop in the line of sight just naturally because of the conditions, right? Or if they're not, or if hold on, you know what? I have to check this fucking thing because I've been listening to you guys and it seems all over the place. I'm a little bit disgruntled.
You know what the problem is?
I'm going to talk now. I'm going to talk for a second. Both poles are going to wave up and down depending on what time of day you do it. How do you like that? Now you tell me which one is correct. I gave you a time lapse of what happens over a full day. And you can see it just goes up and down all day long. So what time of day and why didn't they do it 20 times?
I'm afraid Henry Oldham's dead now. I can't ask him.
Oh, do it for him.
This measurement was repeated by school children up until the 1960s.
All right, let's see all the stuff.
I think the problem is with you and Mick, that one was talking from a globe perspective and one was talking from a flat Earth perspective. So it was a bit confusing.
Yeah, and I'm also assuming that the line of sight or the viewer themselves are leveling themselves.
You mean pole 1?
Yeah, if the observer's at pole 1, yeah.
So, the leveling aspect isn't really relevant to this. It's just finding line of sight to pole 3.
I see that.
Yeah, thank you. Listen, I have to go, but I do want to say thank you to Milk and Timbo. Thank you both. You guys actually seem reasonable to talk to. I really appreciated the last 5 minutes, and hopefully we can talk again.
If you come back, bring the data, man. It'll help.
Yeah, I'm going to go do the math of the line of sight rise. I'll bring it back next time. Thanks.
Jump over distance.
This fucking guy called me Milk. Another one.
Come on, Milk.
Milky.
Yeah, I was wondering who Milk was.
He's the Milky Boy kid.
God damn it.
Because what I worked out, right, so from a level position, if you're pointing out level, that center pole will be 8 inches above the third pole. But if you point that theodolite down to hit the third pole, I can't get I don't know how to work out what that center pole rise should be.
Here's the other thing. If you got to point down to see it, you better try it some other time.
Yeah, I know.
Well, as far as I was aware, the Bedford level experiment showed, although it's not an experiment, showed the Earth to be flat until they invoked refraction at a later date, where they went to court. It was ruled out. And for him to be invoking refraction, he needs his curvature in the first instance. So, to me, the Bedford level experiment just shows the Earth to be flat as it did back in the day.
But can anyone who's better at maths?
Well, no need to do an experiment, right? It's in the name, sea level.
What are you trying to work out, Timbo?
So, right. So the distance between pole 1 and pole 3 is 3 miles. Right? We're calling pole 1 the theodolite. Right? So the distance between those two is 3 miles. So he's saying when I looked at the paper, it said when pointed. So that when line of sight from the theodolite to the top of the third pole, the pole in the middle was 6 feet higher than the line of sight of the two poles.
What?
Now when I did it, so the drop over distance from pole 1 to pole 3 is 2.1 feet, but that's from a level position. Now, if you point that theodolite down 2.1 feet over 3 miles and hit the top of the pole 3, then what would the height be of pole 2 above that line of sight? They gave it 6 feet. Now,
I'm
yeah.
confused how they're able to gauge, height over this line of sight, this, that, the other thing, because normally it would be measured in angles, right? Unless they're able to determine that the line of sight, is chopping through, the other pole at a certain elevation or whatever.
I think they might have had markers on the poles, but I couldn't get much information about it. It was just those kind of. That's all I got from it. So after, so they didn't use the theodolite level. They're saying they pointed down at the third pole, and they got 6 feet. The second pole was 6 feet above the 2 line of sight of 1 and 3. You get what I mean?
That's weird though, because weren't the poles 6 feet high to begin with?
Yeah. So they're all at 6 feet high, but they're saying that the one in the middle was 6 feet higher between pole 1 and pole 3 line of sight. So not level.
What the fuck? So what is their line of sight creating like an exact tangent line to the other pole from where the first pole is?
Yeah.
What?
It's cutting through the middle pole.
Right at the surface of the water.
That's why it's if you're shooting, see, this is the claim, right? So they're shooting from 1 to 3 and claiming that that's a drop over distance from 1 to 3.